In September of the year 2042, in the office of the deputy principal at the Second High School of Nanhe District, located in Xianxiao City, Nanyue Province, Huaxia, Li Sanjiang adjusted his glasses and stared at the young man in front of him. Zhang Yu, your martial arts performance is below standard. While your academic achievements are outstanding, they can't make up for your weakness in martial arts. Jiang Yu remained calm and composed. As a transmigrator, he was all too familiar with the struggles of his past life. The rise of artificial intelligence, the employment crisis, and being forced to wear a yellow vest to deliver food. A car accident had given him a new lease on life, only to find himself labeled as a martial arts failure in this new world. I suggest you switch to the liberal arts track, Li Sanjiang said with a faint smile. It would be a better fit for you. In this world, martial arts reigned supreme. Martial artists held positions of high prestige, and graduates from top martial arts universities had boundless opportunities. In contrast, liberal arts careers were even bleaker than in his previous life. Programmers fluent in 8 coding languages earned barely $2,000 a month and had to resort to street vending to make ends meet. Please give me a chance, Zhang Yu said firmly. I am willing to dedicate all my time to martial arts training. Li Sanjiang suddenly stood up, releasing an overwhelming pressure of a high-level martial artist. If not for Jiang Yu's exceptional mental strength, he would have collapsed on the spot. Only now did Jiang Yu understand why previous students had either switched to liberal arts or transferred schools. You will never achieve anything in this lifetime, Li Sanjiang sneered. Even if you manage to get into a martial arts academy, you'll be stuck struggling at the bottom. People like you only drag down the school's admission rates. So that's how it is, Zhang Yu thought to himself. Just like in his past life, admission rates determined resources, and they directly impacted Li Sanjiang's performance bonuses. No wonder the Second High School of Nanhe District had been climbing the rankings in recent years. Glancing at the photo on the desk, Jiang Yu said coldly, "You're basing my future on hearsay? If your son preferred liberal arts, would you let him pursue it?" Li Sanjiang hurriedly snatched up the photo. He has no choice but to study martial arts. Leave now, and I'll contact your family. Out in the hallway, a few nervous students gathered around him. Jiang Yu reassured them, "Don't worry. Let your parents handle it." Looking up at the sky, Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. The original owner of this body had lost both parents and lived with his older brother and sister-in-law. Due to psychological trauma, he had resisted martial arts training, leaving his foundational skills weak. Fortunately, the laws of physics in this world were similar to his previous one, allowing him to excel in academics. To get into a martial arts academy, one's life level needed to reach 6, and martial arts scores had to meet the threshold. However, martial arts training was costly, and the original owner's brother was far from wealthy, with a young child to support. Just as he was feeling troubled, a pale blue rectangular frame suddenly appeared before his eyes, resembling a game inventory screen. It displayed his information. Life level, 4.3. Unranked martial artist. Mental level, 15. Physical training, Qi Feng technique. Energy training, Zhu Yuan method. Martial arts proficiency, swordsmanship 33, movement techniques 33, fist techniques 38. Inventory, 1010. The golden cheat had finally arrived. Jiang Yu's heart surged with excitement as he pulled out a copy of Basic Swordsmanship Explained from his bag. This was a textbook compiled by national-level martial arts experts. The moment he touched it, a profound sensation washed over him. With a single thought, the book immediately appeared in his inventory. Description: co-authored by Master Swordsman of Huaxia. It includes insights and experiences, making it highly valuable for beginners. Effect: mastery of basic swordsmanship, swordsmanship proficiency 50. An ocean of swordsmanship knowledge poured into his mind like a rushing river, as if he had been practicing sword techniques since childhood. The moves felt ingrained in his very being. He could almost imagine a glowing, one-level sign hovering above his head. Checking the system interface again, Jiang Yu checked his current progress: swordsmanship level 3 at 1, footwork level 3 at 1, and fist techniques level 1 at 98. His inventory showed it was 910 full. Mastering the basics of swordsmanship had elevated his skills to a level of true proficiency. In the entire Xianxiao realm, very few could reach the 3rd level. Even among the top 50 prodigies at number 1 high school, not all had achieved such mastery. He understood deeply that martial arts were an interconnected whole. Progress in swordsmanship was inseparable from the improvement of footwork, and enhancing footwork would, in turn, elevate fist techniques. Regardless of the weapon used, both hand skills and footwork formed the indispensable foundation. Especially for swordsmanship without exceptional footwork, its power would be significantly diminished. The mere thought of a wheelchair swordmaster was enough to send shivers down Jiang Yu's spine. With his current level of swordsmanship and footwork, his martial arts evaluation should go smoothly. The martial arts college entrance exam consisted of 3 sections: martial arts comprehensive, cultural knowledge comprehensive, and basic aptitude, with a total score of 750 points. Martial arts comprehensive accounted for 40 of the score and covered weaponry, hand-to-hand combat, and practical skills, making it the most critical component of the exam. Thanks to the magical inventory system, as long as he could find the right equipment, he could overcome the limitations of time and resources. Admission to a top university no longer seemed out of reach. If he could enter such an institution and receive guidance from the best martial arts instructors in Huaxia, becoming an advanced martial artist would merely be the beginning. The thought made Jiang Yu clench his fists with determination. Of course, the equipment bonuses provided by the inventory were not permanent and would change with the items swapped in and out. Thus, he had to use the inventory to rapidly strengthen his foundational skills. Jiang Yu returned to the classroom with a light step. The classroom was as large as 2 basketball courts, with one side lined with weapon racks holding the students' training gear. At the center stood a bald teacher, about 1.9 meters tall, with a physique as imposing as a double-door refrigerator. When he saw Jiang Yu return, the teacher, Mr. Liu, gave a slight nod. Go back to your spot. Yes, Mr. Liu, Jiang Yu replied promptly. This teacher, Liu Dan, was nicknamed Egghead by the students due to his shiny bald head. As Jiang Yu rejoined the group, whispers broke out around him. Jiang Yu actually came back in one piece after training with Li Sanjiang, the muscle-bound demon? That's a surprise. Probably just begged to stay out of trouble. With such low life energy levels and poor martial arts skills, does he really think he can score high in martial arts like he does in cultural subjects? Recently, Jiang Yu had excelled in cultural subjects, earning praise from their homeroom teacher, Chu He, which stirred jealousy among some classmates, especially those struggling academically. Mr. Liu scanned the lazy, chattering students with a frown. What kind of attitude is this? A skyscraper is built from the ground up. Your senior year will determine your martial arts career, and even your life's trajectory. Do you think a beast will go easy on you just because you're unprepared? He paused before continuing. Today is weapon sparring practice. Pair up and start training. I'll be evaluating each of you later. Those who fail will stay for extra practice. Ugh, not another session of getting crushed by Egghead, other than the class president and vice president, who can even last 5 moves against him. The students groaned as they each retrieved their weapons. Zhang Yu walked to the weapon rack, excitement bubbling within him. Mr. Liu was one of the strongest martial artists he could currently train with. He picked up his own unsharpened iron sword, a real weapon issued by the state, though dulled to prevent injuries. Among the 18 traditional weapons, the sword, saber, and spear were the most popular, while weapons like axes, maces, and hammers had very few users. The sword, known as the king of weapons, had a balanced set of strengths and weaknesses, making it ideal for someone like Jiang Yu, who was focused on building a solid foundation. He gripped the iron sword and casually twirled it, creating a beautiful arc. The familiar sensation filled him with satisfaction. He was eager to test the power of his level 3 swordsmanship, but found himself repeatedly turned down. Hey, want to spar with me? Sorry, I already have a partner. Turning to another student, he asked, how about us? Haha, no thanks. I'm practicing with the class president. I heard his saber skills are almost at level 2 advanced. Jiang Yu stood at the edge of the martial arts training ground, a trace of bitterness welling up in his heart. He had just approached another classmate to practice, only to be politely declined with the excuse, I'm partnering with the class monitor. That class monitor, Su Bowen, was the top student in their class, ranking within the top 50 of the entire grade. Yet, for some reason, he had chosen to remain in their regular class instead of moving to the elite class, where he clearly belonged. The boy who had rejected Jiang Yu quickly walked away, throwing an arm around another classmate's shoulder. Though he lowered his voice, his words were still unmistakably clear. Can you believe Jiang Yu actually wanted to practice with me? No way. He's so bad, it'd just be a waste of my time. Exactly. What's the point of sparring with someone at the bottom of the class? I'm not here to do charity work, the other boy chimed in. Shoo, keep it down. What if he hears you? Who cares? I'm just speaking the truth, the boy replied, scratching his face nonchalantly. The sound of clashing weapons echoed across the training ground as students began their drills. Jiang Yu glanced around, watching his classmates pair off and practice. Many were willing to wait on the sidelines just for a chance to spar with the top students in the class. In this world where strength commanded respect, elite warriors enjoyed unparalleled status, while someone like Zhang Yu, the lowest strength student, was completely ignored. For now, all he could do was wait for his turn with Liu Dan, scheduled half an hour later. 17 years old, Jiang Yu chuckled bitterly to himself. And here I am, nothing more than a lackey. His gaze drifted unconsciously toward Su Bowen, who was surrounded by eager classmates vying for the privilege of sparring with him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the other side of the training ground. Wow! The vice monitor's swordsmanship is incredible, someone exclaimed. So graceful, like a startled swan. Her technique must be at least advanced second tier, probably on par with the class monitor. Totally. In our class, only Lin Ruoxin can match Su Bowen's level. Honestly, only Bowen and Ruoxin are a perfect match for each other. A talented man and a beautiful woman theory made for each other. Lin Ruoxin maintained a polite, faint smile, though there was always a hint of aloofness in her demeanor. Her stunning beauty and serene, doe-like eyes had long made her a legend across the various schools of Xianxiao. At that moment, her gaze briefly flickered toward Jiang Yu, who looked somewhat uneasy. Her lips curved ever so slightly before she turned to engage in conversation with a nearby female classmate. Finally, Zhang Yu lifted his head as the coach's voice rang out at just the right moment. Free practice time is over. Begin the assessment. Lu Dan stood at the front of the classroom, his gaze sweeping across the students. The evaluation standards will strictly follow the requirements of the college entrance exam, he said in a steady tone. Only by giving your all now can you ensure confidence during the actual exam. Well, proceed based on the previous rankings. Those at the lower end should pay close attention, observe carefully, and apply any insights immediately in practice. I will verify your progress. On the other side of the classroom stood a towering concrete platform equipped with staircases on both sides. Mounted above the arena were 6 cameras and ultrasonic radars, meticulously arranged to record data. First up, Su Bowen. The students instinctively gathered behind the safety white line, watching cautiously to avoid any potential fallout from the battle. Lu Dan stood a few meters away from Su Bowen, gripping an iron staff. I will adhere to the college entrance exam standards, using only the strength and speed of a level 5 life form. The entire duel will be monitored by the detection system on the platform. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. In this high-tech world, life levels were precisely defined by statistical models and algorithms. Level 5 corresponded to a punching force of 200 kilograms and an explosive speed of 11 milliseconds in contrast. Jiang Yu was currently at level 4.3, barely achieving a punching force of 150 kilograms, a significant gap of nearly one-third. Martial arts proficiency accounts for 40 of the college entrance exam. Lu Dan continued. I expect you all to aim for a score of at least 180 points. That's the minimum threshold for admission into a martial arts university. Su Bowen donned a suit of steel-layered training armor, designed to provide full protection without hindering movement. He turned to retrieve a long blade, twirling it deftly in his hand as the blade's edge traced a graceful arc through the air. In that moment, the brilliance of a young prodigy shone through. The class monitor is so handsome. If only he could be my boyfriend, one student murmured. He's already at level 6.1 now, with a punching force of about 300 kilograms and a speed of 13 milliseconds. He's got the edge in every aspect, another chimed in. His swordsmanship has improved a lot too. Might even last 20 moves against Mr. Lu Dan. The air buzzed with murmurs of admiration. Teacher, I'm ready, Su Bowen said, holding his blade with a respectful bow. His eyes began to gleam with determination. Lu Dan nodded in acknowledgement. A faint smile tugged at Su Bowen's lips as he stomped his right foot against the ground, propelling himself forward. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared right in front of Lu Dan, his blade slicing through the air in a powerful downward strike. Thanks to the mental clarity brought by his unique circumstances, Jiang Yu clearly recalled the 16-character swordsmanship principles. Rooted in the ground, strength from the waist, the blade moves with the body, and the steps follow the blade. These principles demanded a stable stance, force generated from the waist, and a seamless coordination of the entire Bodhi's power into the blade. Su Bowen executed these fundamentals flawlessly, living up to his status as the top student in the class. Lu Dan nodded slightly, swinging his iron staff horizontally to intercept the strike just in time. The art of staff combat emphasized ferocity, speed, and adaptability qualities that clashed directly with the precision and grace of swordplay. Su Bowen remained composed, withdrawing his sword and retreating. He knew well that the longer reach of a staff provided a significant advantage, and he needed to find a way to close the distance. Calmly sidestepping, he maneuvered closer, the blade curling around his left shoulder before he unleashed a swift, spiraling strike aimed at Lu Dan's head. Lu Dan smirked faintly, stepping aside with the precision of the Tiangang footwork technique. Using his staff for leverage, he angled it outward to deflect the incoming blade. With a sharp clang, he successfully parried Su Bowen's attack once again. So close, just a little more. The onlooking students held their breaths, their eyes riveted on the intense exchange. Even though the weapons weren't sharpened, the sheer force behind the strikes was formidable enough to cause serious harm. Jiang Yu shook his head quietly. With his advanced understanding of body movement, he could tell that Lu Dan's footwork was exceptionally refined. Though it appeared as if he narrowly avoided the strikes, every motion was calculated with precision, free of any wasted effort. Judging by his muscular build, most would assume Lu Dan relied solely on brute strength, but his mastery of movement had undoubtedly reached the third stage. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. Though Su Bowen's life level exceeded 6, giving him a strength advantage over Lu Dan's self-imposed restrictions, he still couldn't break through Lu Dan's defense. From Jiang Yu's perspective, Su Bowen's swordsmanship was difficult to critique, but his footwork definitely hadn't reached the third stage. Nearby, a classmate noticed Jiang Yu's thoughtful expression and scoffed dismissively. What's he pretending to know? The crowd below the stage buzzed with murmurs, their eyes filled with doubt. Does he really understand what he's doing? Someone muttered with a mocking tone. He's probably just trying to show off and grab attention. Once he's up there, forget about facing Mr. Luha wouldn't last a second against me. On the stage, Su Bowen's expression was serious, his brows furrowed in concentration. He quickly recalibrated his strategy. If unconventional blade techniques weren't effective and his footwork couldn't match his opponent's, then he had no choice but to gamble on a heated clash. The blade in Su Bowen's hand gleamed as his attacks surged like a torrential downpour, assaulting Lu Dan from all directions. In this moment, he truly lived up to his reputation as Su Bowen, the whirlwind blade. Good move, Lu Dan exclaimed, gripping his iron staff tightly with both hands. The staff spun with dazzling speed, forming an impenetrable shield of defense. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of weapons rang out, sparks flying with each collision. The class leader's blade technique is terrifying. Like a tiger unleashed, someone in the audience gasped. But Mr. Liu is even stronger. Every one of his attacks is perfectly neutralized. Sharp-eyed spectators noticed that Su Bowen's relentless offensive was beginning to falter. Lu Dan was quick to pick up on this as well. Seizing the moment when Su Bowen's strikes briefly paused, he swept his iron staff in a wide arc. With a resounding clang, Su Bowen's blade was sent flying. Lu Dan immediately closed the distance with a firm horse stance, his left hand swiftly shifting behind him to brace the staff's end. The iron staff came to rest firmly against Su Bowen's neck. The classroom erupted in a wave of astonishment. That's the true strength of Mr. Liu, someone exclaimed. Every move he made was perfectly timed, dismantling the class leader's assault with precision. Among the top students in the class, those nearing the 6th rank of vitality could see the details most clearly. They were amazed by Su Bowen's progress over just a little more than a month. Yet they had to admit he could only last 18 moves against their teacher. Even more astonishing was the rumor that Mr. Liu, even when fighting one-handed, was no match for the class advisor. Zhang Yu stared at the machine's scoring display on the large screen, his heart racing with excitement. Real combat. This was the ultimate test of a warrior's true skill. On the screen, Su Bowen's score continued to update, the numbers flickering with intensity. Jiang Yu stared at the score in silent astonishment. In this era of rapid advancements in AI technology, countless experts have contributed data and fine-tuned the system, making AI grading highly consistent with the National College Entrance Examination standards. This meant that Su Bowen's performance just now was indeed worth that score in the eyes of top examiners. What was even more surprising was that it was only the start of senior year. By the time of the college entrance exams, the class monitor's score could very well surpass 280. As Jiang Yu was lost in thought, his gaze fell upon a striking figure in the crowd. Lin Ruoxin stood tall, holding a silver long sword, exuding an air of grace and detachment. As if sensing his gaze, Lin Ruoxin turned her head and playfully winked at him. The gesture made Jiang Yu's heart skip a beat. Instinctively, he glanced behind him, only to find no one there. Lin Ruoxin was famously known as the aloof beauty of the school. Though she always wore a faint smile, it carried an unmistakable sense of distance. Even someone as prominent as Su Bowen found it difficult to hold a conversation with her. Seeing this lively side of her now caught Jiang Yu completely off guard. He quickly searched through the original host's memories, but found no prior connection with Lin Ruoxin. On stage, Lu Dan was evaluating Su Bowen's performance. To exchange 18 moves with me is already quite impressive. Keep up the hard work. If your martial arts composite score reaches 270 or above, getting into a top-tier martial arts university is definitely within reach. These words immediately drew envious looks from their classmates. After all, gaining admission to a top martial arts university almost guaranteed becoming a ranked martial artist. The difference in treatment between ranked and unranked martial artists was worlds apart. Su Bowen tried to suppress his excitement, but the upward curve of his lips betrayed his emotions. Thank you, teacher. I'll keep working hard. As he stepped off the stage, he glanced at Lin Ruoxin and said somewhat awkwardly, Good luck, Ruoxin. Lin Ruoxin simply nodded lightly, without saying much. Next, Lin Ruoxin. Lin Ruoxin stepped onto the stage, sword in hand. Dressed in custom-fitted armor, her graceful figure was still unmistakable. Her clear, striking eyes seemed to see through everything, and every movement she made exuded elegance. As the assessment began, Lin Ruoxin let out a soft cry, her swordplay as nimble as a butterfly. She didn't engage Lu Dan Heaton, but instead fully utilized the agility of her swordsmanship. Her movements across the stage resembled a dance, with her sword flashing like a dragon. The breathtaking display left everyone present utterly captivated. As a swordsman himself, Zhang Yu found himself learning a great deal from Lin Ruoxin's performance. Her brows furrowed slightly as her steps flowed like water. She struck 3 consecutive blows aimed at Lu Dan blind spots. Although Lu Dan managed to deflect them each time, Lin Ruoxin's combat intuition was remarkable, often predicting her opponent's moves. Unfortunately, her footwork and technique ultimately couldn't match Lu Dan's seasoned skill, and her sword lacked the necessary power. By the 15th move, her longsword was finally disarmed by Lu Dan. While her swordsmanship appeared more refined than Su Bowen's, her lack of strength ultimately became her downfall. Jiang Yu stood at the edge of the arena, watching Lin Ruoxin's test results. He couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary strength of martial artists, far beyond the reach of ordinary students. Lin Ruoxin ultimately scored 236 points, slightly lower than Su Bowen. The subsequent tests were conducted in descending order of scores. Most students' life levels ranged between 5 and 5.5, and the test process was largely similar. Lu Dan employed the same strategy, allowing the students to attack first while he evaded with agile footwork, then disarming them within a few moves. Su Bowen displayed the greatest strength and speed in the class, yet even he couldn't overcome Lu Dan. Naturally, the others fared no better. Apart from Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin, the highest score was only 230 points. Some students even scored below 180, earning harsh criticism from Lu Dan. Despite being a martial arts class, the overall performance was underwhelming. Compared to their past results, both Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin had easily surpassed 270 points before. Under the stricter standards, however, their scores dropped significantly. This is brutal. I don't usually perform this badly. I couldn't even pass this time. At least we have Jiang Yu at the bottom. He's definitely just here to watch the show. Whispers and murmurs filled the room. Lu Dan furrowed his brows, his expression stern. You're in your final year of high school now, yet many of you can't even meet the passing mark. What kind of example is this? Do you treat martial arts like a vacation? You're not wasting my time, you're wasting your own future. He let out a cold snort, his gaze shifting to Jiang Yu in the crowd. The last one, Jiang Yu, right? Get up here. All eyes instantly turned to Jiang Yu, many with a hint of schadenfreude in their expressions. Some silently celebrated having him at the bottom of the rankings. Others were already planning their after-school activities, and a few turned to the class monitor to discuss martial arts techniques. Zhang Yu remained calm. After putting on his armor, he stepped onto the platform one step at a time. He understood all too well that in school, grades were the ultimate measure of worth. Gripping his long sword tightly, he cupped his hand respectfully toward Lu Dan. Mr. Lu, I'm ready. Lu Dan impatiently nodded, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. As a teacher, he had encountered countless students, most of whom left no impression on him. Only standouts like Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin warranted his extra attention, while students like Jiang Yu, who chose martial arts but were lazy and unmotivated, particularly irked him. The assessment criteria will not change, Lu Dan said coldly. Jiang Yu's expression grew serious. He knew he was at a disadvantage in both speed and strength, leaving him to rely solely on technique to find a breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the Tiangang stance, moving like a wandering dragon to close in on Lu Dan. Clang. At their first clash, a flicker of surprise flashed in Lu Dan's eyes. This kid dared to take an unconventional approach with his sword? As a seasoned teacher with countless battles under his belt, Lu Dan could assess a student's skill with just one exchange. While sword techniques might seem endlessly diverse, they ultimately boiled down to the 3 gates and 4 foundations. The left side was the Dragon Gate, the middle the Serpent Gate, and the right the Tiger Gate. These were the 3 gates. The foundations were striking, thrusting, parrying, and sweeping. No sword move strayed beyond these principles. Zhang Yu opted for the Dragon Gate, aiming to force Lu Dan to abandon his weapon. The surrounding students thought he was exposing a weak point, but only a skilled swordsman like Lin Ruoxin could discern the subtle brilliance in his technique. Her lips parted slightly in surprise, clearly impressed by Jiang Yu's seasoned strike. Lu Dan saw through Jiang Yu's intent and was about to counter with his staff when he noticed the faint smirk on Jiang Yu's lips. Suddenly, Jiang Yu spun on his heel, creating distance while simultaneously shifting his stance and changing his move. His sword darted straight for Lu Dan's centerline in a seamless combination of feints and real attacks. Not bad, Lu Dan silently praised, quickly retreating and using an upward swing of his iron staff to neutralize Jiang Yu's offensive. The students watching erupted into murmurs. Some speculated the teacher was going easy on him, while others recognized the hidden intricacies of the exchange. Jiang Yu, unfazed by the setback, retreated to regroup. He understood the essence of swordsmanship, the importance of footwork and agility. Moving like a swift hare and striking like a startled swan, he knew the key to defeating an opponent wielding a long weapon was targeting their arms and wrists. With a quick step into the wandering dragon stance, Jiang Yu darted to Lu Dan's right side, this time using the Tiger Gate to execute an upward strike. Although Lu Dan reacted swiftly, Jiang Yu had anticipated it. Mid-move, He adjusted his stance and aimed for the center line once again, forcing Lu Dan to resort to a risky counterattack, thrusting his staff forward to drive Jiang Yu back. This duel made Lu Dan reevaluate Zhang Yu entirely. He had initially dismissed him as an average student, but Zhang Yu's swordsmanship proved to be remarkably refined, even surpassing that of Lin Ruoxin and Su Bowen. Though Lu Dan ultimately relied on his experience to secure victory, Zhang Yu's performance was undeniably impressive. The crowd's reactions were equally intriguing. Some marveled at Jiang Yu's quick thinking, while others dismissed his success as sheer luck. However, those who truly understood swordsmanship recognized the brilliance in his techniques. After returning from a summer break, Jiang Yu showcased his remarkable swordsmanship, leaving the entire class in awe. During a duel with Mr. Lu Dan, his technique was precise and refined, his footwork agile, allowing him to hold his own against the seasoned teacher. Mr. Lu Dan wielded a long staff with swift, powerful movements. With a sharp swing, the staff came crashing down. Clang! The clash of weapons echoed as Jiang Yu felt his arms go numb, forcing him to retreat step by step. Though his moves were accurate and his ability to counter was impressive, the disparity in raw strength between him and Mr. Lu Dan was undeniable. "I lost, sir," Jiang Yu admitted, lowering his sore and trembling arms. His straightforward acknowledgement of defeat reflected his humility. This grueling match gave him a clear understanding of his physical limitations while affirming Mr. Lu Dan's mastery at the third-tier level. Mr. Lu Dan gazed at the once-dismissed student in front of him, a complicated expression flashing in his eyes. "You did well. Managing to last 20 moves against me is impressive." This unexpected praise sent ripples of astonishment through the classroom. The classmates who had once mocked Jiang Yu now shrank to the back of the crowd, their ears turning red with embarrassment. Whispers filled the room. "Pinch me, am I dreaming? Ow, not so hard." Even the class leader only lasted 18 moves. Did Jiang Yu secretly level up or something? How does someone improve this much in just one summer? Why can't I be one of those geniuses? As Jiang Yu noticed the shock written across everyone's faces, a wave of satisfaction surged in his heart. The system had exceeded his expectations. With just a standard Ministry of Education-issued swordsmanship manual, he had reached this new level of skill. However, he was well aware that carefully observing Lin Ruoxin's battles and analyzing them had also played a crucial role in his progress. The system might have handed him the ticket, but it was his own effort that brought out the best results. The murmurs around him soon shifted to a new topic. Could Zhang Yu's score surpass Lin Ruoxin's, or perhaps Bowen's? With anticipation, Jiang Yu turned his eyes toward the score display screen, where the numbers were still rapidly updating. The classroom was silent, with every pair of eyes fixed on the large screen. The system had just displayed the score 242 points. The number left the room in stunned silence. "Impossible," someone whispered in disbelief. Ever since the class had been divided, the top spot in martial arts rankings had always belonged to Su Bowen. And now, after just one summer break, that position had been snatched away by none other than Jiang Yu, who had always been at the bottom of the rankings. What made it even more astonishing was that Jiang Yu's life level was only 4.3. To put things into perspective, both the class monitor and vice monitor ranked among the top 100 in the entire grade. Even if Jiang Yu was some kind of enlightenment-driven prodigy, one summer seemed far too short for such a transformation. Martial arts training followed two universally acknowledged principles: practice and insight. Practice required time and perseverance, while insight demanded talent and comprehension. The system panel displayed Jiang Yu's stats in real time. Life level, 4.3 unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 15. Cultivation techniques, Phoenix nesting technique, essence gathering formula. Martial skills, swordsmanship tier 315, footwork tier 33, fist technique tier 198. Inventory, 910. A group of girls in the class began whispering among themselves. "Wow, Jiang Yu's kind of handsome now, isn't he? Wait, weren't you just saying Su Bowen was the best looking?" "Well, Jiang Yu's not bad either, good at academics and amazing at swordsmanship." Teacher Lu Dan studied the score on the screen, his tone laced with surprise. "To achieve this despite the significant gap in strength and speed, your swordsmanship and footwork are indeed quite refined." Standing nearby, Su Bowen stared at the numbers on the screen, his fists clenched tightly. Martial arts demand humility and focus. "I must admit, I've been slacking off lately." Zhang Yu, however, maintained a calm demeanor. To him, this score wasn't particularly significant. Having endured the grueling college entrance exams in his previous life, he understood one thing clearly: only the final results mattered. His immediate goal was to raise his life level to 6 and push his martial arts score beyond 270 points. While the top-tier martial arts academies were still out of reach, admission to a second-tier school was now within the realm of possibility. As the class neared its end, Lin Ruoxin's gaze quietly fell on Jiang Yu. Her small hands clenched tightly, as if she had made up her mind about something. Based on today's assessment results, a significant number of students performed exceptionally well, maintaining outstanding scores even under the rigorous standards of the college entrance exams. Standing at the front of the classroom, Mr. Liu Dan scanned the room with a sharp gaze. I would especially like to commend Jiang Yu for his remarkable improvement, he announced, prompting many students to turn their attention toward Jiang Yu. But Mr. Liu's tone quickly turned stern. However, some of you are far too complacent. The martial arts college entrance exam is critical to your future. Talent alone means nothing if you don't take action. Several students lowered their heads in shame. I've been teaching for years and have seen too many gifted students waste their potential due to a lack of effort. When they fail the exams, they regret it, but by then, making up for it takes several times the effort. Mr. Liu frowned. The world is undergoing an unprecedented transformation right now, he sighed. One wrong step might not send you to rock bottom, but getting back on track will require unimaginable effort. All right, leave the pep talk to your homeroom teacher. Class dismissed. The students, relieved, suddenly seemed to regain their energy. Hurry up, they've got roasted 7-spice chicken today, someone shouted. The cafeteria was always a battleground, and good food was reserved for the fastest. A group of girls giggled and whispered among themselves, glancing at Zhang Yu before heading to the restroom together. Zhang Yu smiled faintly, thinking to himself that returning to high school life wasn't so bad after all. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. What are you daydreaming about? Move it, or there won't be any seats or food left. Zhang Yu turned around, his expression immediately growing serious as he stepped back. You're not Zhang Yuan. Who are you? The real Zhang Yuan should already be in the cafeteria messaging me. What? The person looked startled for a moment before laughing and cursing. You're ridiculous. You really had me nervous for a second. He thought I'd been replaced by a phantom fox. Zhang Yu snorted. I'm in a good mood today after being praised by the teacher. They'll treat you to lunch, order whatever you want. Looking at Zhang Yuan, Jiang Yu felt a pang of gratitude. Zhang Yuan was the original Jiang Yu's only friend, someone who had known him since childhood. Aware of Jiang Yu's difficult circumstances, his parents had passed away, leaving him to live with his brother and sister-in-law in financial strain. Zhang Yuan often found excuses to treat him to nutritious meals to replenish the energy lost from martial arts training. Thanks, but I can't keep letting you pay. Today's on me, Zhang Yuan said, slinging an arm around Jiang Yu's shoulder as they walked and chatted. You said your martial arts composite score is 242? Zhang Yuan asked in disbelief. With a little strategy, yes, Zhang Yu replied casually. Zhang Yuan grabbed his shoulders, visibly shocked. You're not joking? And your liberal arts score is almost perfect too. When Zhang Yu nodded, Zhang Yuan became even more excited. That's amazing. If your vitality level catches up? No, I insist on treating you today. Eat as much as you want. To improve your vitality, you need the right food and supplements. I can't afford supplements, but I can cover the food. Big talk, did your dad embezzle some funds, or what? Zhang Yu teased. Get lost. Zhang Yuan laughed. He's just a mid-level civil servant. Anyway, let's aim to get into the same university. Together, the legendary duo of Xianxiao will surely make a name for ourselves. With the setting sun casting a golden glow, the two friends walked toward the cafeteria, dreams filling their hearts. At Nanhai District No. 2 High School, which housed 6,595 students, the cafeteria was a vast space always bustling during mealtime. Are you kidding me? The 7-spice roasted duck is already sold out. Zhang Yuan groaned, carrying 3 trays of nutritious meals. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu followed behind, holding a plate of roasted chicken. Once they found seats, Zhang Yuan handed Jiang Yu one of the nutritious meals and half the roasted chicken. Here, eat up. Don't hold back. Your vitality level isn't high yet, so you probably can't handle too many nutritious meals anyway. My roasted chicken only cost 20 huaxia coins, but the nutritious meal you got me is over 70, Jiang Yu pointed out. Zhang Yuan waved it off, biting into a drumstick. Come on, what's a little money between us? Just don't forget me when you're rich and famous. Warmth filled Jiang Yu's heart. Nutritious meals were expensive, but essential for martial arts students. Without adequate nutrition, it was impossible to sustain the intense training, and a lack of nutrients could even lead to blood deficiencies, reduced vitality levels, or worse, a shortened lifespan. Even with a 30 government subsidy, the cost was still significant. According to the National Nutrition Guidelines, martial arts exam candidates needed at least 2 nutritious meals per day to meet their energy requirements. With subsidies, this amounted to a monthly expense of 4,560 coins, but in practice, it often exceeded 7,000 coins. And that didn't even include the cost of other expensive supplements like elixirs. While students could use government-funded training rooms and equipment, the costs of private martial arts gyms were prohibitive for most people. This was precisely what worried Jiang Yu. His brother and sister-in-law's combined income barely covered his martial arts expenses. Since his parents' passing, they had supported him silently, never complaining about his poor grades. The original Jiang Yu may not have cared, But the new Jiang Yu couldn't just ignore it. Clenching his fists, he resolved. Now that I have the system and a chance to attend a top-tier university, I will do whatever it takes to get into a martial arts academy and carve out a path as a warrior. Jiang Yu gazed out the window, lost in thought. With alien beasts invading, the nations of Earth, under the leadership of Huaxia, had formed the United Earth Government UEG, managing to maintain a fragile stability. However, having been reborn into this unfamiliar world, without the advantage of foresight, he found himself facing a society, economy, and technological environment vastly different from his previous life. Attempting to rewrite his fate through literature and the humanities seemed nearly impossible. Only by becoming a warrior could he hope to survive in this chaotic era. He finished his meal in silence and returned to the martial arts classroom with Zhang Yu. In this world, students were required to choose between humanities and martial arts tracks by the second semester of their first year in high school. While some students switched tracks after school evaluations each year, the willingness of those moving from martial arts to humanities remained questionable. The martial arts curriculum was tightly packed. Academic subjects in the morning, martial arts training in the afternoon, and self-study sessions at night. There were only 147 martial arts universities in the nation, with just 5 of them considered top-tier institutions. In contrast, there were 1,123 universities dedicated to humanities and other fields. In the martial arts college entrance exams, academic courses accounted for 20 of the score, with some schools placing even greater emphasis on academic performance. After all, the nation sought high-quality warriors who were well-rounded in character, intellect, and martial ability. When they returned to the classroom, only a few students were there. Most of their classmates were either in the library or the humanities self-study rooms, reviewing their lessons. To get into a martial arts university, sleeping only 4 hours a day was the norm. Zhang Yu understood deeply that in a world of limited resources, only by working harder than everyone else could he stand out. Having experienced the grueling college entrance exams in his previous life, he was determined not to lose to anyone. Out of the millions of candidates each year, less than 5 managed to secure a spot in a martial arts university. Even among martial arts track students, many failed and either repeated a year or switched to the humanities. The age limit for taking the martial arts entrance exam was under 20, and the high cost of training added significant pressure. At this moment, there were only about 20 students in the classroom, most using the excuse of avoiding exercise right after a meal to either scroll through videos or chat idly. Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin were absent, but a few classmates were focused on practicing foundational techniques. These techniques were freely provided by the UEG and could be chosen based on individual compatibility through tests and questionnaires. Jiang Yu took out his longsword and focused on internalizing the lessons from the afternoon's combat practice. With the bonus of a 50 cultivation speed for swordsmanship, his sword techniques quickly progressed to level 3, 17. The system's precise tracking of his progress was a great encouragement to him, even if the improvements were not yet impactful in real combat. During this time, a few classmates wanted to seek his advice on swordsmanship but hesitated, embarrassed because they had mocked him in the past. At 9 p.m., Zhang Yu finished his training and prepared to catch the last bus home. Meanwhile, at the far end of the school's administrative building, a luxurious training room was brightly lit. The room was equipped with an array of high-quality weapons, leather sofas, and office equipment. Leuan sat on one of the sofas, watching as the class teacher, Chu He, continued reviewing documents. "Do you know we've got an interesting kid in our class?" Leuan remarked. "Su Bowen? Or Lin Ruoxin?" Chu He asked, looking up. "Neither. It's that bottom off the class Jiang Yu." Chu He frowned and pulled up Jiang Yu's records. His academic scores are indeed impressive, third in the entire school. He even approached me before, asking about time management strategies. He's a determined kid, but unfortunately, he started too late. Li Sanjiang even suggested today that he should switch to the humanities track. Then take a look at his combat assessment results from this afternoon. They were evaluated based on the college entrance exam standards. Chu He opened the file and saw Jiang Ye's name at the top of the leaderboard with a score of 242 points. Comparing the data to previous years through the intelligent terminal, it was evident that Jiang Ye's performance had improved dramatically after the start of the third year. "Captain, don't you think it's a bit odd for someone at the bottom to suddenly make such rapid progress?" Leuan mused thoughtfully. Chu He fell silent, recalling his earlier conversations with Jiang Yu, a hint of suspicion flickering in his mind. Chu He carefully reviewed Jiang Yu's personal profile. Despite the boy's seemingly innocent demeanor, there was a maturity about him that seemed beyond his years. Considering his background, losing both parents at a young age, this composed nature was not entirely surprising. "People are hard to read," Leuan sighed. "Your return to your hometown to teach isn't exactly a secret. Anyone with connections here would jump at the chance to send their kids to your class." He paused for a moment, then shifted his tone. "Even if he is talented and managed to improve his liberal arts scores dramatically in such a short time, how does a failing student suddenly wield a sword with such precision? He nearly caught me off guard." You and I both know that mastering martial arts is all about day in, day out practice. Yet somehow, while catching up on academics, he's also achieved third-tier swordsmanship. Lu Dan stood, his expression stern. Can this really be chalked up to pure talent? Or is it possible he already knew your background and preferences and orchestrated this whole redemption act? A similar humble origin to yours, a troubled past, only to have an epiphany in senior year and rise through sheer determination. Lu Don's voice was laced with skepticism. It's only natural you'd feel a sense of kinship and admiration. Maybe that's exactly what he's aiming for. Nanha's second high is full of geniuses, but how many of them truly have the right mindset? He exhaled slowly. You make a good point, but it's not entirely convincing. I can't bring myself to believe he's that calculating. Lu Dan scoffed. If he really is a genius, being calculating isn't unusual. Haven't we seen enough prodigies who would stop at nothing to go further in martial arts? Frustration crept into his voice. The world is undergoing unprecedented change. Some people fight to protect their homes, while others exploit the chaos for their own gain. He looked up at the ceiling, his voice softening. There's only one person under heaven who truly stands above all this. He fell silent, lost in thought. A faint sense of helplessness stirred in his heart. The winds of change are relentless and unpredictable, he murmured. After a moment, he added, You're right to warn me. They'll be cautious. But if he really does possess something extraordinary. Before he could finish, Chewy's face suddenly contorted in pain. His eyes shut tightly as his hand gripped the table with alarming force. It's happening again, isn't it? Lu Dan exclaimed, alarmed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had already left the school grounds and turned left toward the bus stop. The autonomous bus was nearly empty, save for a couple sitting close together. He chose a seat far from them, letting the air conditioning cool his sweat-soaked body, though a strange chill lingered in his bones. The onboard broadcast played the latest news. The Huaxia Aerospace Fleet had successfully delivered 5,000 industrial-grade 3D printers to the Mars base. Experts predicted that the first phase of Mars City could be completed by 2047. For Zhang Yu, living in the year 2042, this meant that by the time he graduated college, he might witness this historic milestone. The broadcast then shifted to more troubling news. A severe attack had occurred at the Ueshio Park subway station in Guangzhou. The extremist group Pioneer Cult had claimed responsibility on stir. Experts expressed concern that the group might have already infiltrated Guangdong province. Zhang Yu frowned. From the memories of his predecessor, he knew that this cult, which worshipped beasts as messengers of divine beasts, had been causing terror worldwide. Hopefully, they won't come to Guangdong, he muttered under his breath. An advertisement on the bus digital display caught his eye. A stunning portrait of a woman in a pristine white military uniform. Her deep black eyes, cascading hair, and flawless figure exuded a beauty that was both ethereal and commanding. Behind her floated a radiant divine weapon, amplifying her awe-inspiring presence. She radiated a sense of security, so profound it left no room for disrespect. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. This was Su Shiyu, the current #1 martial artist in Huaxia, and the first person to reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier, the mortal extreme. It was her unparalleled strength that had enabled humanity to establish the celestial line of defense after the great spatial shift, holding the beasts at bay. I wonder if he'll ever reach her level one day, Zhang Yu thought to himself. When the bus arrived at his stop, Zhang Yu entered the Leuan Huafu residential area through facial recognition. The 30-year-old complex, named after the small stream running in front of it, was known for its affordable housing. In the community pavilion, a few elderly men were chatting while fanning themselves with palm leaf fans. I remember back in the 7th Legion, when we fought off the beasts invading the eastern province. We only had a few machine guns and one electromagnetic cannon. Then, once we entered the source realm, the cannon broke down, and I even took a stray bullet to the knee, one old man recounted. I'm 93 now, and I can still eat 3 bowls of meat and lift hundreds of pounds. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel. In this world where martial arts flourished, it was common for nonagenarians to be spry and vigorous. Returning to his newly renovated 3-bedroom apartment, Jiang Yu felt a heaviness settle over him. Brother, I'm back. Is sister-in-law asleep? He called out. Come, have a seat, Jiang Yu said, removing the cigarette from his mouth. How was school today? Pretty good. I learned a lot, and even teacher Lu praised me, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Jiang Yu looked surprised but pleased. That's great. Just don't push yourself too hard. Did the school call? Zhang Yu asked cautiously. Jiang Yu nodded, a flash of anger in his eyes. You guessed it. Your grade coordinator called to say you're not suited for the martial arts track and suggested transferring you to liberal arts. Zhang Yu silently watched Jiang Yu, waiting for him to continue. Jiang Yu patted his younger brother on the shoulder, a smile spreading across his face. I think your class leader is just a mediocre teacher. What does not suitable for studying martial arts even mean? Making such a judgment without offering proper guidance? Ridiculous. His tone carried a hint of disdain. I already gave him a piece of my mind. Ha, just another martial artist twats with the inflated ego? After a brief pause, Jiang An's voice softened. But honestly, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Do you want to pursue martial arts, or focus on academics? No pressure. I won't force you into martial arts, nor will I discourage you. Just don't give up because of stress. Money's not an issue. Well, figure it out. Jiang Yu felt a heaviness settle in his heart as he listened. The original owner of this body, before Jiang Yu had crossed over, had indeed led a pitiful existence. Yet, it was undeniable that his family and friends had genuinely cared for him. Zhang Yu began to understand why the original owner had avoided cultivation. It was the crushing weight of expectations. Like a perfectionist, he had feared giving his all only to fall short of ideal results, disappointing Jiang'an and Zhang Yuan. So, he had chosen to avoid trying altogether, leaving himself the excuse. It's not that I can't, I just haven't tried. But Jiang Yu was different now. He knew what he wanted and was prepared to take action to achieve it. I want to study martial arts, get into a martial arts university, and become a martial artist. If life had given him a second chance, he intended to seize it and change his fate. He refused to relive his past life of delivering takeout in all-weather conditions. The martial arts entrance exam was the most direct path to rewriting his destiny, and even without external help, he was determined to give it his all. Jiang nodded firmly, a look of pride and approval in his eyes. Good. I believe in you. If this is what you want, we'll support you all the way. He didn't even ask about Jiang Yu's assessment scores. To him, it didn't matter, this was his brother, and that was enough reason for unwavering support. After glancing toward the room where his wife and daughter were sleeping, Jiang Yu seemed to come to a decision. Since you've made up your mind, I should tell you something. I recently took on a Joba construction site on the outskirts of the southern part of the city. A friend recommended it. Jiang Yu listened attentively. As a renovation worker, Jiang Yu specialized in laying tiles, and also had some knowledge of electrical and plumbing work. I wasn't keen on it at first since it's so far away, but the pay is better. Now that you've decided to pursue martial arts, I've agreed to take it on. Jiang Yu looked at his brother. Once I start, they'll likely have to live at the site full-time. The commute is 3 hours one way, so I won't be able to come home often. It'll need you to take care of things at home. South of the city, there aren't any exotic beasts in that area, right? Jiang Yu asked, a trace of worry in his voice. Ever since the spatial rift event, while most invading beasts had been eradicated, Earth had never fully returned to safety. The wilderness still harbored roaming beasts, and new spatial fissures occasionally brought fresh threats. News of beast attacks was not uncommon. These spatial rifts, known as source gates, were wounds in the fabric of the world, dimensional cracks that could lead to small worlds or unknown planes. The UEG United Earth government had fortified every source gate with heavily armed strongholds. A breach could spell disaster for Earth. While suburban areas weren't typically high-risk zones, they were far from completely safe. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. It should be fine. Ever since the quantum stabilizer devices were deployed, spatial anomalies have significantly decreased here in Huaxia. Besides, the wealthy folks who invest in those developments value their lives too much to build in truly dangerous areas. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, but couldn't suppress a sigh. If not for his decision to pursue martial arts, Jiang Yu wouldn't have to push himself so hard. Choosing an academic path would at least spare him the expense of costly monthly nutritional supplements. To lighten the mood, Jiang Yu changed the subject. When did Xiao Yu fall asleep? Not long ago, Jiang Yu replied, his eyes softening with affection. She kept fussing for milk. Such a handful. The weight of family responsibilities bore heavily on Jiang An's shoulders, mortgage payments, formula for his daughter, daily expenses, and now Jiang Yu's martial arts resources. Ever since their parents had passed away, it had been Jiang Yu alone holding the family together. He had even dropped out of school to work and support his younger brother. Jiang Yu, who had once shown great promise in martial arts, had sacrificed his own future to take on a trade and provide for the family. So, have you thought about which martial arts university you want to aim for? Jiang Yu asked. Jiang Yu fell silent. In the Nanyue province, there were prestigious institutions like Kanglin University, along with several other top-tier and second-tier martial arts universities. However, without a clear method to accelerate his cultivation and enhance his life level, it was hard for him to give a definitive answer. My academic grades ranked third in the entire school, and this afternoon, I scored 242 in the martial arts comprehensive assessment, ranking first in the class, Jiang Yu said calmly, his tone devoid of any hint of boasting. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. Really? Weren't you at the bottom of the grade last semester? How did you improve so much over just one summer? His voice was filled with relief. Well done, Ache. You've really grown up. I know how hard you've been working during this time. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the first in 3 generations of our family to get into a martial arts university. Jiang Yu understood his younger brother's introverted nature and tendency to keep to himself. While Jiang Yu's sudden achievement was impressive, it didn't entirely surprise him. Deep down, he had always believed his brother was far from lacking in intelligence. So, what major are you planning to choose? Jiang Yu asked, though he hadn't initially intended to. Considering the significant financial investment required for martial arts training, he felt it necessary to understand his brother's aspirations early on to prepare accordingly. To become a full-time martial artist, Zhang Yu replied firmly, his determination evident. It was clear he had already given it serious thought. This path meant directly engaging in battles against beasts, dedicating himself entirely to martial arts cultivation. While it was an extremely dangerous career, the rewards were equally substantial. My old classmates from middle school, many of them became martial artists too. Jiang Yu frowned and sighed. Being a martial artist is incredibly perilous. I've heard that many of your peers have lost their lives fighting against beasts. He scratched his head and added, but I don't know much about this field, so I can't give you any real advice. You've always been decisive, so I trust you've thought it through. I'll support whatever decision you make. All right, go take a shower and get some rest, Jiang Yu said after a moment's thought. Then, gritting his teeth, he added, I'll go online and buy something for you. Keep an eye out for the delivery when it arrives. Zhang Yu silently took note of his brother's words without asking further questions and headed to the bathroom. When he returned to his room, Zhang Yu called out from outside the door. Oh, by the way, your sister-in-law made you some blue flagfish soup. I already brought it to your room, so make sure to eat it while it's hot. Zhang Yu responded with a simple acknowledgement, then turned toward his desk. Sure enough, a bowl of steaming beast meat soup was sitting there quietly, waiting for him. The meat comes from special species that emerged after a space-shifting event. The exotic beasts captured by the United Earth Government UEG were studied by Chinese scientists, who used gene editing technology to eliminate their violent genes and integrate livestock genes. This led to the creation of a complete breeding industry chain. Exotic beast meat not only tastes exceptional, but also contains far greater vitality energy compared to Earth animals, making it especially beneficial for martial artists. The school's nutrition meals include exotic beast meat, and according to the UEG Martial Artists Dietary Nutrition Report, senior high school students preparing for exams are required to consume at least 300 grams of exotic beast meat daily. Beyond direct consumption, elements extracted from exotic beast meat are also added to basic vitality supplements to enhance and activate the effects of medicinal herbs. However, even with subsidies, a single bottle of basic vitality supplement costs 2,121.5 Chinese yuan. The original owner of this body was not particularly dedicated to training, so Jiang Yu never purchased these expensive supplements. Jiang Yu's income is unstable, ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 yuan in good months, and as low as 5,000 yuan in bad ones. To support Jiang Yu, he has taken on multiple side jobs. Jiang Yu's sister-in-law, a small company employee earning 6,000 yuan per month, still insists on regularly cooking a bowl of bluefin fish soup for Jiang Yu. Although this 300 yuan dish doesn't compare to the basic vitality supplement, it is still more effective than the standard nutrition meals. For the wealthy, this isn't a concern, but for the less privileged, every expense must be carefully calculated. As teacher Lu once said, the times are turbulent. Jiang Yu pondered that while the martial path has broken traditional class rigidity, it has also widened the gap between the rich and the poor. The wealthy can quickly acquire training resources by simply throwing money at the problem. Unlike cultivating immortality, where one might achieve enlightenment overnight, martial arts training places greater importance on resources. Fortunately, Su Shiyu implemented several measures to ensure that ordinary people have relatively fair opportunities. Without such measures, martial arts exam candidates would inevitably be exclusively wealthy elites. With the constant threat of exotic beasts, it is imperative to train more martial artists and prevent the monopoly of martial seats by a select few nobles. Talented individuals from humble backgrounds often struggle to rise. These thoughts passed swiftly as Jiang Yu finished the fish soup and began his studies for the day. He pulled out a thick math and science textbook and quickly immersed himself in summarizing problem types and methods. Although this world is technologically advanced, the difficulty of the college entrance exam is comparable to that of his previous life. Thanks to his past experience with rigorous exam preparation and the analytical perspective he developed during university, Jiang Yu has a solid foundation. Combined with years of honed study techniques, he was able to secure third place in the school rankings after just one summer of effort. It is said that many affluent students have purchased holographic virtual helmets, allowing them to study paper-free in virtual spaces with access to vast libraries and AI tutoring. However, judging by Jiang Yu's performance, AI remains merely a supplementary tool. The top students utilizing virtual learning spaces were not significantly better than him. With more time, even first place might not be out of reach. Exam preparation prioritizes efficiency, a principle deeply ingrained in Jiang Yu. High academic scores alone are not highly valued, but for martial artists, they can be a decisive advantage. As one's life level increases, so do energy, memory, and cognitive abilities, making learning easier. Ironically, technological advancements have only increased the emphasis on academic excellence. In this world of complex geopolitics and rapidly evolving high-tech weaponry, martial artists without sufficient cultural knowledge struggle to adapt to the ever-changing battles and circumstances. This explains why many martial artists, upon reaching a certain level, choose to pursue master's degrees in cultural universities. A martial artist needs more than just combat skills, they must also understand interpersonal dynamics and societal intricacies. Zhang Yu secretly yearned to own a holographic virtual helmet. After half an hour of reviewing cultural subjects, he found that science-based knowledge wasn't particularly challenging for him. Instead, the unique humanities subjects of this world required more time and effort to memorize. Jiang Yu mastered humanities subjects effortlessly thanks to his unique memory techniques. During his daily commute, he efficiently memorized key points from 6 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, geography, and foreign languages. In the recent martial artist selection exam, he achieved an impressive score of 732, losing only a few points in the essay section. The gap between his score and those of the first and second place candidates was negligible, highlighting his exceptional talent. Unlike other top students like Su Bowen, who spent an enormous amount of time on academic subjects, Zhang Yu only needed minimal review to maintain his level of excellence. The night was deep, and the clock struck midnight. Zhang Yu quickly fell asleep. At precisely 4:30 a.m. the next morning, his phone alarm rang, and he sat up instantly, rubbing his eyes lightly. Through repeated experimentation, he discovered that 3 sleep cycles were optimal. Not only did they keep him energized, but they also freed up an extra hour and a half for cultivation. After quietly completing his morning routine, Jiang Yu returned to his room, sat cross-legged, and began practicing the Ju, a spiritual energy cultivation technique. In this world, spiritual energy was synonymous with mental power, and the path of the martial artist lay in the unity of mind and body. A strong physique required equally powerful mental strength for control, and conversely, refined mental strength allowed for more precise bodily control, making training significantly more effective. Thanks to the benefits brought by his transmigration, Jiang Yu's mental power was directly elevated to level 15. This enhancement was more than just a numerical increase, it was also the key to his extraordinary learning ability. He calmed his mind and began regulating his breath. The energy of heaven and earth flowed through his body, ascending to the mysterious gate and descending to the dantian. He maintained stillness with focus, moved without form, and kept his mind free of distractions. His essence, energy, and spirit harmonized within, reaching a state of coming from nowhere, going to nowhere, detached from appearances, unmoving like the void, embracing the origin, and guarding the unity. With mental power far surpassing that of martial artists who had yet to reach the entry level, he concentrated on operating the foundational spiritual energy cultivation technique. In the pitch-black void of his inner vision, specks of starlight began to emerge. A faint glimmer of starlight seeped into his mind, as if it were some potent elixir, nourishing his very soul. Zhang Yu sat in meditation, practicing his cultivation method for an hour and a half, until a subtle sense from within signaled it was time to leave the state of spiritual energy cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. This cultivation method was indeed peculiar. It wasn't something that could be practiced indefinitely once a certain threshold was reached. An intuitive sense would break the meditative state. This technique was something the original owner of this body had already known but had never taken seriously before. In this world, methods for honing the mind were scarce among martial artists. Most people could only rely on their innate talent or gain minor improvements in mental strength as a byproduct of advancing their life level. As a result, mental strength levels were generally far behind life levels. After transmigrating, Jiang Yu's mental strength remained at level 15, which gave him a new understanding of the technique. Operating the method at this level was highly effective in relieving fatigue, but provided negligible improvement to his mental strength. Perhaps this was due to the heightened perception that came with his powerful mental strength after transmigrating, like a tall person finally able to see the view beyond a high window. Through the system interface, Jiang Yu could clearly track his cultivation progress since summer break. His mental strength had reached level 15.1, a rarity among first-tier martial artists. He secretly looked forward to further mastery of the technique, hoping it could help him reduce his need for sleep even more. Time was of the essence. If he chose to repeat a year of school, not only would he miss out on scholarships, but it might also force Zhang Yu to sell off family assets to support his cultivation. Besides, his current life level was far too low, and there was no certainty he could find other equipment to enhance himself. At 6 in the morning, Zhang Yu quietly descended the stairs and caught the earliest fully electric, self-driving bus. While technically capable of running 247, the bus service still operated on schedules similar to his previous life, considering energy conservation and charging needs. By just after 7, he arrived at the martial arts classroom. A few diligent students who lived nearby were already there, practicing hard. In one corner, a burly, buzz-cut boy was brandishing a spear with vigorous, forceful movements. That was Yin Fu. Unlike the radiant Su Bowen, Yin Fu was the type to train silently and diligently. If not for Jiang Yu's sharpened memory after living 2 lifetimes, he might have overlooked this low-key classmate as well. Zhang Yu picked an empty spot and began practicing his stance and breathing. This form of cultivation helped martial artists build a solid foundation and strike with greater power. While the stances varied across different techniques and their effects differed, the key lay in whether the stance suited the practitioner. The original owner had initially practiced the Qingmu technique, but after transmigrating, Jiang Yu found that the chiefing technique was a better fit for him. At this moment, his stance resembled that of a phoenix perched on a branch, his breathing pattern carefully synchronized to circulate energy and blood throughout his body. This technique was derived from a mythical bird and comprised 36 forms, from phoenix spreading wings to rainbow Leuan in flight, each containing profound insights into the workings of nature. Through these movements, he not only tempered his tendons and bones while enhancing his vitality, but also naturally grasped the accompanying Feng-life fist technique. The complementary relationship between this physical cultivation method and the fist technique had been established long ago, though no one could say for sure which came first. What was certain was that the two were inseparable, each enhancing the other. Jiang Yu clearly understood the inseparable connection between physical cultivation techniques and martial arts. As his mastery of physical cultivation advanced, his martial arts skills naturally improved as well. Conversely, enhancing his martial arts techniques could accelerate the efficiency of his physical cultivation. While swordsmanship benefited from equipment bonuses and required less immediate attention, his top priority at the moment was to elevate his life level. With mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, Zhang Yu was able to multitask. He maintained a standard cultivation posture while meticulously observing the changes within his body. Before long, a warm current surged from every corner of his body, flowing through him like a gentle stream before finally converging in his dantian. This was the advantage of having a spiritual force that far surpassed his life level. It allowed him to cultivate at a speed unmatched by his peers. As his teacher often said, the path of a martial artist lies in the seamless union of body and mind. A breakthrough in one aspect often drives rapid progress in others. For instance, his improvement in swordsmanship had also enhanced his agility and movement skills. Yet, despite his cultivation speed already being astonishing enough to leave his classmates in awe, Jiang Yu still felt it wasn't enough. Time was running out, and his inability to afford supplements only added to the pressure. If only I could awaken my outer manifestation force, Jiang Yu sighed to himself. Awakening this force would not only give him an extra edge but, combined with his outstanding martial arts performance and academic scores, it could secure him a spot in a reputable university even with a lower life level. If the potential of his outer manifestation force was high enough, he might even have a shot at a top-tier institution. Unfortunately, the awakening of the outer manifestation force remained an enigma. Even after decades of research by the Earth United Government's international team of scientists, understanding of it was still extremely limited. All Jiang Yu knew was that the outer manifestation force represented some kind of tangible aspect of the world's martial arts rules, and every martial artist had the potential to awaken it. However, the method of awakening was unpredictable. Some experienced it during intense emotional surges, others during mundane activities like eating, and some only in life-or-death situations. Once the outer manifestation force awakened, not only would cultivation speed and physical attributes improve, but various extraordinary changes would also occur. For young people, whose vitality was at its peak, this was the ideal time to cross the first threshold and become an initiated martial artist. Still, Zhang Yu found some solace in the fact that not every student among the top 100 in his grade had awakened their outer manifestation force either. The surrounding noise gradually grew louder, signaling the start of cultural studies class. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu withdrew from his cultivation state, packed up his belongings, and prepared to head to the cafeteria for breakfast before attending his class. The first class of the morning was math. In the classroom, the middle-aged math teacher, wearing glasses and sporting a receding hairline, stood at the front. His finger traced across the whiteboard as a high-definition projector displayed a problem clearly on the wall. "This lesson will mainly be a review," the teacher said, adjusting his glasses. "You need to learn how to master a category of problems through a single example. Time is tight in senior year, so rote memorization alone won't cut it." He continued, "Based on observations of recent years' college entrance exams, math is increasingly geared toward practical application, laying a foundation for university-level courses. Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Chu, is renowned across Xianyao City for his martial arts theory classes. He's probably mentioned that in combat, a martial artist doesn't merely exchange blows. It involves calculating factors like energy, stamina, and the trajectory of moves. The problem on the projector was indeed related to energy management for martial artists. If Xiao Ming uses a martial skill that consumes X units of energy per second and regenerates Y units per second, with the function of the relationship given as, it asked students to calculate the maximum duration of sustained use when B0 and determine the range of B. The classroom was immediately filled with groans of frustration. While most students could recognize the individual characters, the full problem left them utterly perplexed. Some scratched their heads, their faces turning red with effort. Even the top students, Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin, frowned deeply as they concentrated. This is a new problem type I specifically designed to match the difficulty of the college entrance exam, the math teacher said with a chuckle. If you can solve it easily, then a perfect math score on the exam is within reach. A chorus of complaints erupted in the room. 10 minutes? That's impossible. If this shows up on the exam, I'm skipping it for sure. Someone reminded the class. Don't forget Jiang Yu ranked third in the entire school. At this, many students who had already given up turned their eyes toward Jiang Yu, who sat idly at his desk. Even Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin couldn't help but glance at him before refocusing on their work. Unlike the others' frustration, Zhang Yu simply glanced at the problem and immediately visualized the solution in his mind. It was just a variation of a familiar problem. Once he figured out the approach, the rest was straightforward calculation. In less than 2 minutes, he solved it entirely through mental math, without even touching a piece of scrap paper. Teacher, Zhang Yu said with a slight frown, the conditions for the last question seem a bit imprecise. The math teacher froze for a moment, then checked his watch. The classroom erupted with disbelief. That fast? He solved it in under 2 minutes? But Mr. Xie is always so meticulous. Some students whispered. Jiang Yu went from being at the bottom of the class to ranking third in the school. Could he have cheated? Yet his current performance seemed to confirm his solid foundation. How about you double-check your work? The teacher suggested, though he was already reviewing the problem himself, gesturing in the air as he recalculated. A few minutes later, faster students like Su Bowen noticed Jiang Yu had already moved on to leisurely reading another book. This made them a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, the rest of the class was still wrestling with the problem. Some began to realize the first part was meant to set up the second. Teacher, is the answer for B between -2 and 2? One of the quicker students asked, trying to sound calm. The math teacher nodded in approval. Yes, good job. It seems many of you managed to solve it. The moment those words were spoken, a subtle shift rippled through the classroom. The students who had already solved the problem lit up with delight, their faces betraying a sense of smug satisfaction. Their eyes gleamed with confidence as they thought to themselves. So this is all Jiang Yu, the third-ranked student in the school, amounts to? Maybe he's just good with familiar question types or lucky, but when it comes to new problems, his true level shows. The math teacher's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. All right, since most of you seem to have an answer, let's go through it together and see if Jiang Yu's observation about the problem is correct. Su Bowen was the first to sense something was off. He stared intently at the problem and his solution, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. On the surface, nothing seemed wrong. But Mr. Xie had a reputation for planting traps in the smallest details. The class followed the teacher's lead as he carefully broke the problem down step by step. Starting with the given conditions, he outlined the relationships and moved forward using the standard approach for solving optimization problems. The teacher highlighted one often overlooked key point. Many students equate an extremum with the optimal value, assuming the solution is complete at that stage, but they tend to neglect the essential step of verification. The first question was relatively straightforward, with the only pitfall being the verification of the optimal value. Once the students grasped this concept, the teacher moved on to the more contentious second question. Now let's take a closer look at the condition provided in the problem. At first glance, it seems fine, but in reality, the condition should be x is less than or equal to 2, not x is less than 2 as stated. Try substituting values and see what happens when b takes on different values. Lin Ruoxin immediately began calculating, her pen darting across the paper. Suddenly, her hand froze, and her eyes widened slightly. Sure enough, without the corrected condition, other valid solutions emerged. This question must have been adapted from a different problem, and without strict constraints, it led to incorrect solutions. She looked over at Jiang Yu with curiosity in her eyes. Could someone really spot such an issue in an instant? At that moment, all eyes in the classroom turned to Jiang Yu. The students whispered among themselves, their voices filled with awe. That's incredible. It was a completely new question type, yet he noticed the problem so quickly. And did you see how confident he was in his judgment? He didn't even need to double-check his answer. Didn't he also take first place in yesterday's martial arts assessment? There's no doubting his skills this time. Morning classes were incredibly dull. Zhang Yu sat in the classroom, occasionally glancing up at the blackboard to catch a glimpse of the teacher's notes. After jotting down a few key points, his attention would quickly return to the martial arts theory textbook in his hands. In the 76 years that Huaxia had implemented martial arts education, the teaching curriculum had undergone countless optimizations, evolving into a highly refined system. Martial arts education was far more than simply practicing stances or throwing punches. The weekly martial arts theory class, taught by Chu He, was specifically designed to address students' questions about their training and deepen their understanding of martial arts. According to statistics from the Ministry of Education, students who received systematic theoretical instruction not only performed better in martial arts, but also had greater potential for future achievements. As a result, martial arts theory became a mandatory course in schools. Some institutions, lacking experienced faculty, even spent heavily to hire expert instructors from other schools. Zhang Yu, now at the third level in both swordsmanship and body movement techniques, found himself gaining new insights as he revisited Chu He's lecture notes. Immersed in his study, he was suddenly interrupted by the homeroom teacher, Yin Fu, who appeared at the classroom door. Jiang Yu, Mr. Chu wants to see you. The unexpected summons left Jiang Yu slightly puzzled, but he nodded, packed his books, and headed to Chui's office. As he walked across the campus, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze brushed past, evoking a sense of nostalgia for the fleeting beauty of student life. Standing at the office door, Jiang Yu could feel a faint chill seeping through the cracks. He knocked 3 times. Reporting in. Come in. As someone who had once been at the bottom of the class, this was Jiang Yu's first time entering Chui's office. The luxurious decor and the spacious training arena inside immediately caught his attention. At the far end of the room was a dedicated equipment lab. Jiang Yu was quietly amazed such facilities were rare even for elite class instructors. The cost of the setup alone must have been in the millions of Huaxia currency. Chu He stood in the center of the training arena, dressed simply in a white shirt and slacks, his hands clasped behind his back. Yet even in such a relaxed stance, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, like a dormant volcano waiting to erupt. With his heightened spiritual awareness, Jiang Yu could sense that Chu He's aura was far more profound than even that of Lu Dan, another formidable instructor. Teacher, you wanted to see me? Jiang Yu asked respectfully. Chu He turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over Jiang Yu. In his piercing black and white eyes, there was a hint of appreciation for the unique qualities of this student. Your scores from yesterday have been uploaded to the teacher's portal. Not bad. I remember you once asked me during the holidays how to manage your time. It seems your discipline has paid off. Zhang Yu recalled those early days after his arrival in this extraordinary world, when he had sought advice from Chu He. That half-hour video call had given him a clear understanding of martial arts training and helped him develop a plan tailored to his own needs. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Without it, I'd still be lost, Zhang Yu said sincerely. Chu He shook his head slightly. The progress is all yours. However, you did waste a lot of time before. Do you know how much the country invests in training a martial arts student? The costs of testing equipment, supplements, and simulated training are astronomical for the average person. If you were to repeat a year, those resources would no longer be free. Jiang Yu nodded silently. Chu He fixed his eyes on Jiang Yu. I'm curious. Why were you so unwilling to study before? And what changed your mind? Jiang Yu paused, reflecting for a moment. Drawing from his understanding of the original owner of this body, he gave a half-truthful answer. I lost my parents at a young age. My older brother raised me. Perhaps because he was always so kind to me, I became afraid of failure, afraid that if I put in the effort and discovered I had no talent, I wouldn't be able to face him. But later, I realized that doing nothing at all is the greatest regret. Chu He's expression softened with understanding. Everyone has their own moment of awakening. Some come to realize their path later than others. But even though you started late, it doesn't mean you lack opportunities. Your recent performance proves that your earlier doubts were unfounded. You do have talent. Some martial arts elites can train for over 14 hours a day, Chu He said, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. Jiang Yu immediately understood and nodded repeatedly like a pecking chick. Got it, teacher. I'll work even harder. Seeing his student's determination, a satisfied smile appeared on Chu He's face. By the way, what's your current life level? Jiang Yu glanced at his system panel, pretending to recall, and hesitated deliberately. Around level 4, I think. All right, follow me. Chu He led Jiang Yu to a special room. Inside, there were several uniquely designed machines, some for testing physical attributes, others for measuring life levels. These devices were clearly far more advanced than the ones typically used at school. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he took in the sight, thinking to himself that just one of these machines could easily cost millions. The school had really spared no expense. Let's start with the life level test, Chu He said while adjusting one of the machines, motioning for Jiang Yu to step up. Go ahead. Jiang Yu removed his shoes and confidently stepped onto the testing platform. The machine resembled a giant pepper shaker, with a platform like a weight scale in front. Its mechanical arms emitted faint blue lasers, scanning Jiang Yu's body from head to toe. Jiang Yu, age 17, height 180 centimeters, weight 67 kilograms, life level 4.3. The precision of the data left Jiang Yu quietly amazed. It matched his system display exactly. Chu He, unfazed, continued. Next, we'll test your punching strength. Next to another machine stood a dummy, equipped with a high-definition camera fixed on Jiang Yu. Drawing on his prior testing experience, Jiang Yu lowered his stance, rotated his hips, and delivered a textbook straight punch to the dummy's chest. Force, 158 kilograms. Excellent form, Chu-He remarked thoughtfully. To deliver such precise force, could it be that your mental strength is exceptionally gifted? The average person wouldn't achieve this level of precision. However, Chu-He's expression suddenly turned serious. But your biggest problem right now is that your life level is still too low. This will be a major disadvantage for the college entrance exams. Zhang Yu's face fell. Yeah, I know, but before he could finish, Chu-He shifted his tone, and Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Chu-He led Jiang Yu to the sofa and gestured for him to sit down. The soft lighting in the office created a calm atmosphere. Leaning against his desk, Chu-He adopted a serious expression and began explaining the current state of affairs. Although the revival of spiritual energy has begun, humanity's journey into martial arts is still in its infancy. For the billions of people on Earth, resources for cultivation, whether breathing techniques, martial skills, or elixirs, are extremely scarce, Chu-He said, his tone tinged with resignation. Take breathing techniques, for example. Despite the relentless efforts of countless gifted predecessors, the Duhun Hall only has 8 complete systems to offer. As Jiang Yu listened, he couldn't help but recall the situation 76 years ago, when martial arts education was first introduced. Back then, there were only 3 fully developed cultivation systems worldwide. A fully developed system was one that provided a seamless progression from basic to advanced levels, eliminating the need for practitioners to switch schools midway through their training. Even the MBTI categorizes people into 16 personality types. How can a mere 8 cultivation systems possibly meet the needs of billions? Chu-He continued. The path of cultivation depends on personal compatibility. A true golden age can only be realized when every individual finds a method that suits them, allowing countless approaches to flourish. Jiang Yu pondered his words, sensing a deeper meaning. Sure enough, Chu-He went on, the path of martial arts is undeniably challenging. On the surface, it seems tailored for only a select few. You've seen it yourself, wealthy individuals can afford all sorts of resources, even building training facilities far superior to this office. Jiang Yu nodded silently, and an image of Su Bowen surfaced in his mind. Though Su Bowen's talent wasn't exceptional, his affluent background had propelled him to remarkable achievements. Advancing one's life level required abundant resources, and even practicing martial techniques demanded professional therapy to aid physical recovery. Without such support, enduring high-intensity training would be impossible. To his credit, Su Bowen shows admirable perseverance, Chu-He said steadily. No amount of privilege would matter if he lacked the will to endure hardship. But in this era of fierce competition, we cannot allow martial arts to be monopolized by the elite class. That's why the government has established scholarships and subsidies for martial arts students to break this cycle of exclusivity as much as possible. Zhang Yu fell into deep thought. Students from wealthy families could more easily enhance their skills and naturally excel in academics and martial arts. As a result, scholarships often ended up in their hands, granting them even more resources and further marginalizing students from ordinary backgrounds. This system risked turning martial arts education into a tool for the elite. While a rare genius might defy the odds and rise above, what about everyone else? A vivid metaphor emerged in Jiang Yu's mind. Martial arts education was like selecting weightlifters. Someone born with extraordinary strength but suffering from malnutrition could never surpass a competitor with average talent but abundant resources. This explained why scholarship criteria had to be diversified. Chu-He noticed Jiang Yu's thoughtful expression and nodded approvingly before steering the conversation back on track. Although your ranking last semester was at the bottom of the school, and your life level isn't particularly high, your recent performance in the preliminary exams and martial arts assessments has opened a window of opportunity. You might still qualify for a scholarship. Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Right now, what he lacked most were cultivation resources. Maintaining their household was already a struggle for his father, Jiang Yu, let alone purchasing expensive supplements for him. Before Jiang Yu could ask for details, Chu-He shifted the topic abruptly. Have you ever entered the Duhun space? The Duhun space? You mean the platform for training martial techniques? Jiang Yu recalled what he knew about it. The Duhun space, also known as Soul Combat Awakening, was a cutting-edge virtual battle platform developed by the Earth Federation. It utilized advanced holographic and brainwave capture technology, with a simulation accuracy of up to 80. Jiang Yu gave an awkward smile. Not yet. Even a headset with just 70 simulation accuracy costs tens of thousands, and a full setup costs hundreds of thousands. My family can't afford it. Chu-He seemed to consider this. So you've managed to elevate your swordsmanship to the 3rd level in just 2 or 3 months without using the Duhun space? A trace of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Your talent might be exceptional. You could very well have the potential to become a true martial artist. A martial artist? Zhang Yu murmured, repeating the term to himself. To become a martial artist, one had to surpass the 10th life level, a threshold that seemed insurmountable to most. It was said that the older one got, the slimmer their chances became. I'm nowhere near level 6 yet. Is it really possible? Jiang Yu couldn't help but voice his doubts. He responded with a faint smile. Where there's a will, there's a way. The path of a martial artist is all about forging ahead, even against the tide. These words stirred something deep within Jiang Yu, igniting a fire in his heart. Even with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but feel invigorated. Seeing this reaction, He knew his message had landed and smoothly transitioned back to the main topic. Now, about the scholarship, He continued. Given your significant progress in both academics and martial arts, combined with your family's financial situation, he paused deliberately, observing Jiang Yu's composed yet expectant demeanor. Chu's appreciation for the young man grew. I can help you apply for a comprehensive progress scholarship. Not much, just 10 bottles of basic vitality supplements. He said casually. He elaborated. Although you haven't met the standards in other areas and lack an official martial arts exam ranking, applying for other scholarships would indeed be challenging. However, considering the remarkable progress you've made, applying for this one wasn't difficult. Zhang Yu's heart leaped with joy. 10 bottles of basic vitality supplements were enough to sustain someone like Su Bo-wina, martial arts prodigy, for a month's worth of training. For Zhang Yu, given his current abilities, they might last over a month. As a transmigrator, Zhang Yu had been entirely focused on his studies and was unfamiliar with the scholarship system. He had assumed this world operated like his previous one, where scholarships were merely monetary rewards for top-performing students. However, the system here was far more comprehensive. The standardized martial arts exam offered rewards for the top 200 scorers. Ranks 100-200, 2,000 Huaxia credits. Top 50, 6,000 Huaxia credits. Top 30, 8,000 Huaxia credits. Top 20, 8,000 Huaxia credits plus 2 bottles of basic vitality supplements. Top 10. In addition to the top 20 rewards, access to a private martial arts training room. The scholarship He mentioned, however, was assessed differently. It considered family circumstances and required a teacher's recommendation. 10 bottles of basic vitality supplements were worth a staggering 21,215 Huaxia credits, far more valuable than the rewards for ranking in the top 20. To put it into perspective, 8,000 Huaxia credits wouldn't even buy 4 bottles. This amount was equivalent to 2 months' combined salaries of Jiang Yu's elder brother and sister-in-law. Thank you, teacher, Jiang Yu said sincerely, full of gratitude. If not for Chu's guidance, he wouldn't have known he could apply for such assistance. He smiled warmly. It's nothing. Just focus on your training, and don't forget the support you're receiving from the state. If you can achieve even better results in the mock exams, you might qualify for higher scholarships. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly, though a trace of hesitation flickered across his face when the topic of attending classes came up. He, ever perceptive, noticed his unease. What's on your mind? He asked. Jiang Yu quickly dismissed the concern, stood up, and excused himself. He watched him leave, a faint trace of doubt in his eyes as he observed Jiang Yu's retreating figure. Once outside the office, Jiang Yu clenched his fists, his heart a mix of excitement and caution. With the basic vitality supplements and his level 15 spiritual power, his progress in advancing his life level would undoubtedly accelerate. However, his original plan to request more time for cultural studies now seemed inappropriate. Perhaps this is a test, Jiang Yu mused. The greater the reward, the more composed I must remain. Never let success cloud your judgment. Always balance ambition with principle. Deciding not to act rashly, he resolved to focus on martial arts theory for now and re-evaluate his options after the first mock exam. At lunch, Zhang Yu sat with Zhang Yuan, who mentioned casually, I heard from our teacher that the school is inviting instructors from Martial Arts University to give a lecture soon. Oh, what's the topic? Zhang Yu asked, intrigued. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Who knows? As long as they're not just here to sell books. Maybe they'll talk about life-level breakthroughs. Later in the afternoon, during martial arts training, Zhang Yu concentrated intently on his stance practice. Utilizing his immense spiritual power, he meticulously controlled his body while synchronizing with his breathing techniques. To others, he appeared to tremble with each adjustment, as though he were struggling. Some students whispered among themselves, even a swordsmanship prodigy has to grind through the basics to improve his life level. Recalling Jiang Yu's stunning swordsmanship demonstration the day before, many of his peers began to see him in a new light. One student approached him with concern. Jiang Yu, are you running low on vitality? Do you need a break? Drenched in sweat, Jiang Yu merely shook his head. Too focused and too dread to respond. The more precise his stance, the more vitality it consumed, which in turn made it all the more effective in enhancing his life level. Observing from the sidelines, Lu Dan noticed something extraordinary. Jiang Yu's adjustments were becoming increasingly aligned with the ideal postures of the perching phoenix stance. The rate of his progress was astonishing. Could it be that this kid's spiritual power is far beyond average? At least at the level of an entry-level martial artist, to achieve such precise control over his body, Liu Dan thought, his curiosity growing. This kid is full of mysteries. At that moment, another student misinterpreted Liu Dan's furrowed brow as dissatisfaction with their own stance. Panicking, they tried to correct their posture but ended up losing balance. The commotion caught Liu Dan's attention, and he strode over, reprimanding the class sternly. Stance training is about remaining as steady as a wooden post, your mind calm, your body still. This is a fundamental skill you should have mastered in your first year. How are you still so easily distracted in your third year? He pointed at another student who had been stifling laughter. And you stop laughing. You're joining the extra practice too. Look at all of you. Stance training is the foundation of martial arts. The closer you get to graduation, the more critical it becomes. Do you know why we prioritize stance training over sparring? The reason is right here. Liu Dan's tone was a mix of frustration and disappointment. These are skills you should have perfected in your second year. Now you're still sloppy. What kind of example is that? Learn from Jiang Yu. While you're laughing at him, he's refining every single movement. Only then did the students realize why Jiang Yu had remained silent. He didn't want to embarrass them. Meanwhile, Liu Dan continued to ponder. Could Zhang Yu really just be a prodigy? Or is there more to him than meets the eye? As night fell, Zhang Yu returned home after completing his martial arts training. He took a quick shower, enjoyed a steaming bowl of meat soup, and then settled at his desk to review his liberal arts coursework. While his eyes stayed focused on the textbook in front of him, his mind occasionally wandered to the anticipation of the special lecture scheduled for the next day. The following day unfolded as usual. Zhang Yu understood the monotonous nature of martial arts training, but he also recognized that only by enduring the solitude could he progress further on the martial path. He had his own unique perspective on the balance between effort and talent. The two were inherently complementary. Talent was like a treasure locked in a safe, and effort was the process of tirelessly deciphering the combination. Without effort, even the most precious talent would remain an unattainable illusion. Among the billions of people around the world, geniuses were not rare. What was rare was the ability to transform talent into true strength. On Wednesday afternoon, the school organized a lecture for all students. The announcement sparked excitement among many, as life in the final year of high school was often dull, and this was a rare chance to break free from the routine of daily classes. During the break, the students buzzed with chatter. A lecture in senior year? What could be so important? I heard they invited a lecturer from a top martial arts university in the southern province. Apparently, he's one of our school's alumni. Right, I heard from a student in the next class, a senior from the class of 19, and now teaches martial arts at Tiannan University. Tiannan University? That's my dream school. This senior must be a third-year martial artist by now, right? Zhang Yu listened quietly to the conversations around him. Knowing that most of the teachers at his school were only first-year martial artists, he couldn't help but admire the strength of a third-year martial artist. Legend spoke of martial arts masters who could soar through the skies and remain unscathed even in the face of a nuclear explosion. At the pinnacle of martial prowess stood Su Shiyu, revered as the martial god, whose every move could shatter mountains and rend the heavens. These lofty aspirations only solidified Jiang Yu's determination to pursue martial excellence. Though his current system provided limited assistance, he believed that one day, he would discover extraordinary artifacts to help him ascend to the summit of the martial world. The spacious auditorium, capable of holding thousands, was now packed with students from across the school. The senior year students were seated in the front rows. Zhang Yu found his assigned seat and realized it offered a clear view of the stage. On stage, Principal Li Sanjiang was chatting with a few senior teachers around a refined-looking middle-aged man. Their cheerful laughter hinted at fond memories being shared. The man at the center of attention had a youthful, clean-cut appearance. Despite being 38 years old, he exuded the vitality of a much younger person, undoubtedly a benefit of his status as a martial artist. As martial artists advanced in rank, they could slow the loss of vitality, maintaining robust energy, with the ability to reverse aging being one of their most basic abilities. Jiang Yu couldn't help but compare him to their homeroom teacher, whose vitality seemed equally impressive despite not being as highly ranked. Once everyone was seated, the other teacher stepped aside, leaving the Tiannan University alumnus alone at the podium. His gaze swept across the crowd, and the lively auditorium instantly fell silent. Good afternoon, teachers and fellow students. My name is Chang Gaoming. He smiled warmly. It is truly an honor to return to my alma mater and share my insights on advancing one's life level in martial arts training. Time flies. 22 years ago, I was sitting right where you are, and now, here I am, nearing 40. The audience listened intently, the room so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Today, I stand before you not because I've reached some final destination, but to tell you this. With enough effort and perseverance, each of you holds limitless potential. His opening remarks ignited a spark in the hearts of the students, filling them with a passionate desire to dive into their training immediately. Chang Gaoming continued, the concept of life level refers to a scientific evaluation of a martial artist's overall cultivation, encompassing elements such as vitality and physical constitution. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, realizing that this explained why the world had strict standards for attributes like punching strength and burst speed at each life level. Vitality is the cornerstone of a martial artist's strength, the wellspring of endless energy, Chang Gaoming elaborated. As one's life level increases, so do their power and speed. Before martial arts emerged, there were strongmen capable of incredible feats, but without the support of vitality, they inevitably succumb to aging. To elevate your life level, the key lies in mastering foundational and advanced training techniques, what we commonly refer to as standing meditation. Just as cultivators meditate cross-legged to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, martial artists use standing meditation to connect with the universe, refining their vitality internally. Perhaps, in the end, these paths will converge. As he delved deeper into the topic, many students began to ponder his words. The top-performing students, in particular, found inspiration in the lecture. Zhang Yu nodded to himself, realizing that much of what Chang Gaoming was discussing had already been covered in Chu He's martial arts theory classes, albeit with equal depth. Chang Gaoming scanned the room before posing a question with a smile. How do you usually practice standing meditation? Do you simply go through the motions, letting your mind wander as you stand? The question struck a chord with the audience, and many students lowered their heads in embarrassment. This is perfectly normal, Chang Gaoming reassured them. Everyone starts by mimicking others when learning standing meditation. But have you ever wondered where this practice originated? His question left the students deep in thought. It was akin to studying mathematics without ever questioning the origin of its symbols. Even top students like Lin Ruoxin and Su Bowen might not have considered the roots of standing meditation, having treated it as a ready-made tool. Finally, a student hesitantly murmured, was it created by Lord Su Shiyu? Chang Gaoming's lips curled into a faint smile, but he did not deny Su Shiyu's claim that martial artists' Zhuanggong posture training had been modified. He slowly explained that throughout history, many exceptionally gifted martial artists had indeed improved upon Zhuanggong, with these changes stemming from their remarkable wisdom. It is even possible that, in some unknown corners of the world, extraordinary talents are still practicing their own self-developed versions of Zhuanggong. When other students offered answers that fell short of accuracy, Jiang Yu, leveraging his unique perspective as a transmigrator, proposed a refreshing and thought-provoking idea. Zhuanggong originates from the creations of heaven and earth. This intricate, ever-evolving natural law is the very first teacher of martial artists. The moment these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Everyone present could feel the weight of this answer. Chang Gaoming glanced at Jiang Yu with interest and nodded in approval. He elaborated further, stating that humanity is indeed the most adept species at imitation and innovation. Martial artists, from ancient times to the present, have drawn inspiration from the natural world, learning its truths to create Zhuanggong. Chang Gaoming then delved into the concepts of true form and true intent. He emphasized that advanced martial arts training is not merely about imitating movements, but also about understanding and aligning with the pulsating rhythms of one's qi and blood to achieve optimal results. Many students focus solely on external movements, neglecting the internal flow of qi and blood, which significantly hampers their training efficiency. Listening to this, Jiang Yu had a sudden realization. It was through his powerful mental strength controlling his body to approach the true form that his qi and blood power had surged so quickly. However, when it came to grasping true intent, even the teachers present might not fully comprehend its essence. Chang Gaoming continued by outlining common issues encountered in training, with the top-performing students in the audience nodding in agreement. Jiang Yu, however, was lost in his own thoughts, reflecting on the sensation of qi and blood pulsations he perceived when enveloping his body with mental energy, as well as the profound effects of harmonizing with these rhythms. He speculated that if a method could be found to anchor this sensation, it might enable the body to naturally remain in an optimal state, thereby greatly accelerating training progress. By the time Chang Gaoming concluded his lecture, Jiang Yu had already filled his notebook with dense insights and reflections. He came to understand that movements represented the optimal paths discovered by predecessors, while Chang Gaoming went a step further by guiding students to directly recognize true form. This approach transformed elusive wisdom into tangible objectives. In the end, Chang Gaoming invited students to come forward and demonstrate their practice. Zhang Yu, as the final participant, introduced his training method as Qi Fingga and his weapon of choice as the sword. His response earned Chang Gaoming's approval. Not bad. Judging by your temperament, swordsmanship indeed suits you. The Qi of the Rising Phoenix technique begins to stir at the Tianyang acupoint. Chang Gaoming's voice was steady and commanding. Standing beside Jiang Yu, he continued his explanation. It then flows to the Zhongren point, branches into both arms, and ultimately converges in the dantian. Zhang Yu assumed the starting stance of the standing meditation, but this time, it felt different. Instead of using his mental energy to correct his movements, he focused entirely on the Tianyang acupoint, where Chang Gaoming's finger had gently pressed. His immense spiritual energy surged toward that point like a tidal wave, drowning out all external sounds until there was only silence. With his eyes closed and his mind concentrated, Jiang Yu's consciousness sank into a realm of darkness. In this lightless space, he could sense a vibrant, life-filled energy flowing near the Tianyang acupoint. This energy flickered in and out of perception, feeding on his blood and vitality to grow stronger. Gradually, it transformed into a refined force that coursed through his meridians, finally gathering in his dantian. Jiang Yu carefully memorized the pathways formed by these energy fluctuations, realization dawning upon him this might be another form of internal visualization, a cycle of energy circulation. Following Chang Gaoming's guidance, he adjusted his body in sync with the pulsations. Perhaps due to the powerful control his spiritual energy afforded him, he instinctively found the most harmonious way to align his movements with the flow of energy, like a seasoned archer timing the perfect release of an arrow. Before long, his muscles began to burn, and his abdomen felt increasingly hollow, a sign that his body's resources were being rapidly consumed and transformed into pure energy. Unlike cultivators who draw spiritual energy from the outside world, the path of a martial artist lies in unlocking the hidden potential within the human body, using it to connect with the heavens and earth. Unconsciously, Zhang Yu's body adjusted itself to a perfect stance, each movement fluid and natural, devoid of any awkwardness. Though the inevitable soreness of standing meditation crept in, it felt oddly comforting, as if this pain was a necessary part of the process, like the hammering of steel to forge a fine sword. As Jiang Yu assumed the vermilion bird soaring posture, a sense of ascension rose within him. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, yet he was wholly immersed in a state that every practitioner dreams of achieving. Chang Gaoming, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. He muttered to himself, "Is this method really that effective? I didn't even know it worked this well. Oh no, he's figured out something profound." Chang Gaoming was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, who stood on the stage. The central air conditioning hummed softly in the auditorium, yet beads of sweat were forming on Jiang Yu's forehead, a rare phenomenon in such a cool environment, typically seen only during the practice of Zhuanggong. Jiang Yu focused intently, his movements fluid as he tried to commit this rare sensation to memory. After a few minutes, he exhaled deeply and withdrew from the Zhuanggong state, realizing his back was slightly damp with sweat. The results were astonishing, but he was well aware that he lacked the necessary energy supplements to sustain such exertion. "Not bad. It seems you've made some progress. Your comprehension is impressive," Chang Gaoming said with a tone of satisfaction. "Thank you, Teacher Chang," Zhang Yu replied, scratching his head with a shy smile. "This is all your own achievement," Chang Gaoming responded seriously. The students in the audience couldn't help but admire the senior alumnus's humility. After a few students stepped off the stage, Chang Gaoming called out to Jiang Yu. "What's your name, young man?" "Zhang Yu," he replied. Once the other students had left the stage, Chang Gaoming continued, "Due to time constraints, many details were left unexplored in today's session. My newly compiled book contains more in-depth explanations, which you can pick up backstage." Zhang Yu's expression turned slightly odd. Wasn't this just a subtle way of promoting his book? Returning to his alma mater after 20 years, it seemed like this was the real motive. As he debated whether to buy a copy, Chang Gaoming suddenly added, "Oh, by the way, those students who were just on stage can pick up a copy for free." His gaze lingered meaningfully on Jiang Yu as he spoke. "Jiang Yu, come backstage later as well. I'll give you a special edition, along with a photocopy of my original manuscript notes. You have great insight and potential. We can exchange contact information and discuss your experiences with these methods in the future." The audience erupted into murmurs of envy. Someone recognized Jiang Yu as the underdog who had skyrocketed from the bottom of the class rankings to third place in the grade, and who had also ranked first in the martial arts assessment for the entire class. Zhang Yuan immediately sent him a message. "Seriously? I'm so jealous. How do you always land such amazing opportunities?" Zhang Yu, however, remained calm. Quietly, he pulled out his notebook and began jotting down his reflections. He understood well that even with a mentor's guidance, one must first grow strong enough to be worthy of their attention. Lin Ruoxin glanced sideways at Jiang Yu as he concentrated on his notes. Outwardly, she muttered, "How boring," but inwardly, she was quietly impressed by the composure of this young man. Over the course of just one summer, he seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different, leaving her curious about what might have happened during that time. As the lecture concluded and the crowd dispersed, Jiang Yu made his way backstage. In the hallway outside the lecture hall, Chang Gaoming was engaged in a conversation with Li Sanjiang, while several other teachers listened attentively. Li Sanjiang wore a broad smile on his face and asked enthusiastically, How does it feel to be back at your alma mater, Professor Chang? Chang Gaoming glanced around and nodded slightly. Though the campus has changed quite a bit, I can still find places that bring back memories. It's truly nostalgic. His gaze carried a hint of wistfulness. After the lecture, if you're not too busy, how about joining us for a meal and taking a stroll around the campus? Li Sanjiang suggested. Chang Gaoming looked regretful and sighed softly. Unfortunately, I can't. I have to meet someone later, and then catch a flight back to Tianan. Just then, Jiang Yu approached with a composed demeanor, greeting everyone politely. Good afternoon, teachers. Hello, Professor Chang. Li Sanjiang's eyes immediately shifted to Jiang Yu, a trace of displeasure flashing across his face. However, mindful of the situation, he suppressed his irritation. Unexpectedly, Chang Gaoming's expression lit up upon seeing Jiang Yu. Oh, Jiang Yu, is it? Haha, as it turns out, we're fellow alumni. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, flattered but unsure how to respond. Li Sanjiang, on the other hand, was visibly surprised, narrowing his eyes slightly as he pondered. How did Jiang Yu manage to earn Chang Gaoming's favor? Was it because of his performance on stage? Even if he performed well, his life level is only at level 4, still far from qualifying for a martial arts university. If success were that easy, there would be martial artists everywhere by now. Li Sanjiang made up his mind to bring up Jiang Yu's situation to Chang Gaoming later. In his view, Jiang Yu's refusal to leave not only affected the school's admission rate but also impacted his own performance bonuses. Since joining Nanha Secondary School, Li Sanjiang had always been in the spotlight, with no one daring to challenge his authority until Jiang Yu came along. What troubled Li Sanjiang even more was the ripple effect Jiang Yu's progress had on other students. Those who previously outperformed Jiang Yu began thinking, if someone who was at the bottom of the class last semester can improve so much, why should they give up so easily? As a result, more students became determined to work harder in their training, and their academic and skill levels indeed started to improve. Chang Gaoming smiled warmly as he pulled a hardcover book from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Yu. The last section of this book contains photocopies of my personal manuscripts, which include some unpublished insights and research on cultivation, he said, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. Jiang Yu accepted the book with both hands, his demeanor respectful. Thank you, Teacher Chang. I'll study it carefully. Chang Gaoming patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. You have great potential and comprehension, but remember, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. It requires patience and perseverance. No matter what challenges you face, never give up easily. The other teachers observed Jiang Yu with curiosity, whispering among themselves. Isn't he from Teacher Chu's class? One murmured. Jiang Yu. I haven't heard much about him before, another added. Pointing to the book, Chang Gaoming continued. If you're interested in my research, you can delve deeper into it. Feel free to share your thoughts anytime. Oh, let's exchange chat contacts. With that, he raised his wrist, and a sleek, futuristic wristband projected a blue light, sending a friend request directly to Jiang Yu's phone. Jiang Yu quickly saved the contact, adding a note. Nanha District 2nd High School, Jiang Yu. Alright, head back to class for now. Reach out if you have any questions, Chang Gaoming said with a smile. The other teachers, though silent, were clearly intrigued, their curiosity about this seemingly ordinary student growing. What exactly had caught Chang Gaoming's attention? Li Sanjiang, on the other hand, wore a conflicted expression. Sensing the moment, Jiang Yu politely excused himself and took his leave. At the auditorium's entrance, Zhang Yuan rushed over eagerly. Whoa, why was a teacher from Tiannan University looking for you? Feigning an air of importance, Jiang Yu waved the book in front of him. He gave me this. Call me your mentor, and I might let you see it. The cover boldly displayed the words, Special Edition, includes manuscripts. Ugh, his methods might not even be that great, Zhang Yuan scoffed, though his curiosity betrayed him. Moments later, he adopted a pleading expression. Come on, just a peek. Unable to hold back a laugh, Zhang Yu handed him the book. I actually prefer your earlier Tsundra act. Zhang Yuan flipped through the pages, his expression growing more serious with each passing moment. These manuscript insights are truly profound. You understood them already? Let's hear it, Jiang Yu said, surprised. Without missing a beat, Zhang Yuan returned the book, his face deadpan. As I said, they're so profound I couldn't understand a single thing. Back in the martial arts classroom, Jiang Yu dived into the book, fully engrossed. The text elaborated on the key points discussed in the lecture, and he meticulously noted his thoughts in the margins of the manuscript. Even when Zhang Yuan tried to talk to him, Jiang Yu remained entirely focused. After lunch, Jiang Yu returned to the martial arts classroom, settling into a quiet corner. He alternated between studying Chu He's martial arts theory notes and muttering softly to himself. With true intent, command true form. Harmonize with the essence of all things, feel the rhythm of vital energy. A realization dawned on him. So that's it. Martial artists turn inward to seek understanding. while cultivators attune themselves to the external world. The best method of cultivation is to listen and perceive the voice of your own body. True form fluctuations are hidden within. Frowning in thought, Zhang Yu continued, Chang Gaoming's concept of true form offers valuable guidance, but the method still feels incomplete. For someone with strong comprehension, it's just missing that final push. They were able to grasp the essence more quickly, just like those high-achieving students who had already vaguely sensed the existence of the true form. Jiang Yu understood well that even if the average student comprehended this principle, it would still be difficult for them to fully replicate Chang Gaoming's methods. As he pondered, Jiang Yu turned his attention to the foundational practices emphasized by predecessor stances and breathing techniques and cross-referenced them with the concept of the true form. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed as an idea began to take shape in his mind. The first step should be deconstruction and reconstruction. The movements distilled from countless trials by the predecessors undoubtedly had their merits, while Chang Gaoming's theory of the true form opened up an entirely new perspective. Jiang Yu decided to merge the two approaches. First, deconstruct the movements, then deconstruct the true form, delving deeply into the patterns of energy and blood flow at each stage. By gaining an in-depth understanding of the parts, he could gradually build a new comprehension of the whole. Following that, he would use the true form to refine the movements, re-examining and rediscovering the purpose of each action. These two methods would complement and reinforce each other, ultimately creating a fusion between the standard techniques and the true form. After completing his final reflections, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. He looked down at the draft in front of him, filled with dense notes that carried the insights and dialectical thinking he had honed in his previous life, one rooted in a brilliant civilization. Building upon Chang Gaoming's research, he had taken it a step further. Perhaps, someday in the future, the true form method might completely replace traditional approaches. But at Jiang Yu's current level, this hybrid method was far more suitable for him. It required immense mental strength to execute, something only Jiang Yu, as a transmigrator, seemed capable of achieving. By the time his mental strength reached a sufficient level, his cultivation would naturally have advanced, and by then, better methods might emerge. As Chang Gaoming had said, high-level martial artists all wield the true form through the power of their true intent. Having memorized Chang Gaoming's guidance on stage, Jiang Yu could simply emulate it step by step. Expanding on his reflections was more of a habitual practice, though these notes might prove useful in the future. Nevertheless, this process of contemplation was not without gain. At the very least, it deepened his understanding of the method, and he believed his cultivation speed would improve as a result. Jiang Yu was well aware that this was not due to some extraordinary innate talent of his, but because he stood on the shoulders of giants, leveraging the perspective of a brilliant civilization from his past life. As a transmigrator, he did indeed possess unique advantages in certain areas. Of course, his tiny bit of talent also played its part. At that moment, Jiang Yu's fingers brushed against the draft, and an unusual sensation surged through his heart. It felt as though it could be equipped. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat as a notification from the system suddenly popped up. Ding! Detectable item discovered. Manuscript of Cultivation Insights. Equipped now? This unexpected discovery instantly put him on high alert. Previously, when he touched other books, the system had never reacted. Without hesitation, he chose to equip it. The system interface immediately displayed detailed information. The manuscript initially contained only basic cultivation techniques, offering modest guidance for beginners. However, with the annotations and insights added by martial apprentices, it now incorporated dialectical philosophy, significantly enhancing its value. The equipped effect indicated, before becoming an entry-level martial artist, Yuan energy cultivation speed would increase by 75. However, this effect was limited to individuals who had not yet entered the ranks and whose life level was below level 10. As Jiang Yu absorbed the information, his heart seemed to stop for a moment, and a wave of exhilaration surged through him. He realized it was his own added insights that had transformed this otherwise ordinary manuscript into an item with special attributes. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Jiang Yu began to grasp the underlying principle. Whether in immortal cultivation methods or martial arts training, beyond the specific steps, the philosophical foundation of the creator was of paramount importance. Most students focused solely on practicing basic stances, neglecting these seemingly obscure overarching principles. Yet it was precisely these concepts that high-level martial artists paid attention to. Using the human body as a crucible, refining the essence of creation, and birthing the path of martial arts, Jiang Yu realized he might have inadvertently touched upon a profound truth. However, given his current knowledge and cultivation level, his additions were already at their limit. To fully refine this cultivation method would undoubtedly result in a theory vastly different from conventional ones, brimming with untapped potential. Of course, this might just be wishful thinking. The new method could very well be flawed at its core, with an unstable theoretical foundation. This experience also revealed another characteristic of the system's equipping mechanism. Whether it was a printed book or a handwritten manuscript, as long as it contained unique insights, it could potentially be equipped. This meant he could quickly master various weapons by equipping foundational guides. For now, however, he decided to focus on swordsmanship, as excelling in just one weapon would suffice for the college entrance exam. After placing the manuscript in his bag, Jiang Yu silently commanded, "Equip." Instantly, the book in his hand became lighter. Upon opening it, he noticed the last section of the manuscript had vanished, leaving a smooth, mirror-like edge. The 75 increase in cultivation speed filled him with delight, as it meant his monthly chi and blood value growth could rise from 0.1 to nearly 0.18. Achieving a level 6 life level before the exams no longer seemed like an impossible dream. Although this progress might still fall short of gaining admission to a top-tier martial arts university, Zhang Yu remained undeterred. He firmly believed that with the system's assistance and consistent effort, results were inevitable. This positive feedback loop reminded him of how players in his past life tirelessly pursued 100 completion rates. When it was time for stance training, Jiang Yu effortlessly recalled the profound essence of the technique from memory. Though he was initially a bit rusty, he quickly regained his rhythm and entered the right state once more. The energy from the food Jiang Yu consumed quickly transformed within his body, converting into the foundation of a martial artist's strength vital energy, also referred to as Yuan power by the system. Yuan, as its name suggests, symbolizes the origin of all things. Zhang Yu stood in the corner of the classroom, assuming various postures of mythical birds and beasts from the phoenix perch technique. Nearby, hiding in the same corner, Yin Fu observed him thoughtfully. Jiang Yu enters a meditative state so quickly. I've only seen this level of mastery among the top 100 students in the grade. With such aptitude, he shouldn't just be a level 4 martial artist. Yin Fu mused to himself, his confidence wavering. Could this be what they call a genius? Someone who surpasses others effortlessly? But then, another thought crossed his mind. No, I've occasionally been able to reach this state myself and achieve twice the results with half the effort. He might just be lucky. With that, Yin Fu's self-assurance gradually returned, and he began his own training. High school seniors faced an intense academic schedule, each striving for admission to their dream martial arts academies. Even Lin Ruoxin, the school beauty and a figure of much admiration, barely caught Jiang Yu's attention. It wasn't that he was indifferent to the opposite sex, but he understood the importance of focusing on the right priorities at the right time. The failures of his previous life were etched deeply in his memory. While the tides of the era played a part, he knew he bore much of the blame himself. In tumultuous times, those with clear goals and unwavering determination could still forge ahead despite the challenges. Reborn into this life, Jiang Yu silently vowed to give his all and carve out a future for himself in this world of both peril and opportunity. After a day of training, Jiang Yu exhaled a deep breath, feeling the depletion of his stamina and the hunger gnawing at him. He chuckled wryly. Without sufficient energy replenishment, it was indeed difficult to sustain prolonged training. No wonder martial artists were known for their voracious appetites. If not for his specialized equipment, he might have already collapsed from energy depletion. With a thought, Zhang Yu opened his system panel. Life level, 4.4 unranked martial artist. Mental level, 15.1. Punch force, 158 kilograms. Speed, 8 milliseconds. Physical training method, Phoenix Perch technique. Spiritual training method, Yuan convergence technique. Martial skills, swordsmanship level 319, footwork level 33, fist technique level 199. Inventory slots, 810. The system seemed to have undergone some kind of update, as the displayed information was now more comprehensive. When Jiang Yu returned home, he found a cylindrical Anywhere Express delivery robot blocking his doorway, its presence eerie in the dimly lit hallway. Anywhere Express, the largest official logistics company in Huaxia, specialized in delivering government-approved goods, such as holographic virtual reality helmets. Zhang Yu suddenly remembered that Jiang An had mentioned buying something for him. After confirming via a text message on his phone, he scanned the QR code on the robot. The robot's chest compartment opened, revealing an elegant silver-white box secured with a combination lock. Jiang Yu's breathing quickened as he carefully retrieved the box. Back inside, his sister-in-law was in her room putting the baby to sleep. Moving quietly, he washed up and then eagerly unlocked the box using the last 6 digits of his ID. Inside the box, arranged in a 5-ring layout, were 5 specialized transparent containers. Though they appeared to be made of glass, they were actually crafted from a fusion of various elements. Each container held a blood-red liquid, about 80% full, shimmering with flowing starlight under the light. It exuded a mysterious yet vibrant energy. This was the basic vitality supplement Jiang Yu had long dreamed of. He carefully picked up one of the containers, the cool touch of it making him even more cautious, afraid of accidentally breaking the precious supplement worth over 2,000 yuan. Ordinary nutritional meals could only sustain basic training, but for rapid advancement in life levels, this cost-effective basic vitality supplement was indispensable. After noting the time, Jiang Yu uncorked the container, and a peculiar, refreshing fragrance filled the air. Just the scent alone stirred a primal desire in his body to consume it. Without hesitation, he drank the supplement in one go, even tilting the container to ensure not a single drop was wasted. Soon, waves of warmth surged from within Jiang Yu's body. The sensation was akin to a parched land finally quenched by rain, as the heat precisely permeated and spread through every fiber of his muscles and bones. Jiang Yu could distinctly feel his muscles and bones greedily absorbing this energy, as an indescribable sense of comfort swept over him. Even when the original owner of this body didn't practice cultivation, it was brimming with vitality. Now, with Jiang Yu's intense training regimen, his body had long been craving replenishment. The effects of this potion were undoubtedly being maximized. Zhang Yu calculated silently. For an average person, one bottle could last 4 to 5 days, while those undergoing intense training would need one every 3 days. These 5 bottles should sustain him for about half a month. Thinking about how these potions might have been purchased with his brother's advance salary for the month, Zhang Yu felt a pang in his heart. However, he didn't dwell on it for too long and instead seized the moment to continue his training. Every morning, without fail, Zhang Yu would train his mental strength. This immense mental power brought him numerous benefits. Not only did it enhance his efficiency in practicing the gathering essence technique, but it also allowed him to easily lock onto his true form. Most importantly, it helped him recover quickly from high-intensity training, sparing him the need for frequent trips to the therapy room. Thursday passed uneventfully. By Friday, the last day before the weekend break, Jiang Yu noticeably felt more attention directed his way than usual. Once an unnoticed underachiever, he had recently made a string of remarkable breakthroughs. His academic performance had skyrocketed to 3rd place, his extraordinary swordsmanship skills were on full display, and there were even rumors that he had caught the attention of Chang Gaoming, a respected senior instructor at Tian'an University. These changes naturally drew the curiosity of his classmates. Those who had never ridiculed Jiang Yu began actively seeking his advice on swordsmanship cultivation. Jiang Yu would occasionally offer them pointers when he had time. As for those who had once spoken ill of him, though they now regretted their actions, they found it hard to muster the courage to ask for help. Jiang Yu made no effort to ease this awkwardness, choosing instead to let things unfold on their own. However, what truly surprised Jiang Yu was the martial arts classroom was unusually lively today. Numerous students took a detour just to catch a glimpse of Jiang Yu, who had recently risen to fame. Once an unremarkable figure, he had suddenly become the center of attention on campus after gaining the favor of a top university professor. Is that him? Zhang Yu? Someone in the crowd whispered, their gaze filled with curiosity. Yeah, that's him. I saw him in Old Lee's office, a nearby student confirmed with a nod. Last semester, his ranking was even lower than mine. How did he improve so much right after the term started? Why should we be kicked out because of him? Worst case, I'll just repeat the year. Someone grumbled indignantly. The elite class students stood off to the side, arms crossed, their expressions brimming with disdain. This guy? Any one of us could beat him blindfolded. The funniest part is that those underachievers treat him like some kind of role model and spend all day training. Li Sanjiang will get rid of all of them sooner or later, someone said smugly. The faces of the lower-ranked students fell at these words, but they could only swallow their frustration. Many speculated about Chang Gaoming's intentions, while some regretted not stepping up earlier. Establishing a connection with a top martial arts university professor in advance was a golden opportunity. Among the onlookers were those hoping to pry some information out of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu watched as the crowd grew larger and listened to their unabashed discussions, feeling helpless. The elite class students were particularly rude. This guy's nothing special. Even if you gave him another year, he wouldn't make it into the elite class, one sneered. At that moment, Su Bowen, the martial arts class president, stepped forward. As the class president, it was his responsibility to keep things in order. Martial arts students tended to have more restless temperaments than those in regular classes. Leuan, why aren't you in class yet? Su Bowen asked with a friendly smile. Seeing Su Bowen, Leuan immediately adopted a friendly demeanor, throwing an arm around his shoulder. No way. Did someone as weak as him really take first place in the martial arts comprehensive ranking from you? Su Bowen forced a smile and nodded. Teacher Liu said his swordsmanship is indeed impressive. Maybe I've been slacking off a bit lately. The others were unconvinced. He just got lucky. In terms of overall performance, you're miles ahead of him, they said dismissively, their confidence boosted by the presence of nearby girls. At best, he might get into an average martial arts university. Our goal is at least second-tier schools. Lu Ron turned to Su Bowen. So, when are you applying to join the elite class? We're all waiting for you. Su Bowen didn't answer. Without approval from their homeroom teacher, Chu He wouldn't take the initiative to switch classes. Let me be straight with you, Lu Ren said in a lowered voice. Yuinga has given the word. Su Bowen frowned. Are you saying he wants you guys to challenge Jiang Yu to a full armor duel? Lu Ren hesitated, then replied vaguely, "Not exactly. But that's the general idea, I think." A flash of concern crossed Su Bowen's face. "Zhang Yu's only at level 4. You guys are all at least level 6. A full armor duel would be completely one-sided." This comment caught the attention of those nearby. The elite class wants to challenge Jiang Yu to a full armor duel? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and several lower-ranked students were visibly angry, convinced there was some kind of plot at play. Finally, Jiang Yu couldn't stay silent any longer and stepped forward. Leuan immediately approached him. "I heard your swordsmanship is impressive. I use a sword too. How about we have a full armor duel? Just a friendly match." Jiang Yu could sense there was more to this than met the eye. While he had his issues with Li Sanjiang, it seemed unlikely the man would go to such lengths to target him specifically. None of the other lower-ranked students were being treated this way. Something was definitely off. "If you're good with a sword, you should know that a true swordsman never shies away from a challenge," Leuan continued, attempting to provoke him. Jiang Yu cast a puzzled glance at Su Bowen, thinking how overly dramatic this all seemed. Su Bowen merely shrugged and looked away. "I refuse," Jiang Yu said bluntly. "Don't you have the soul of a swordsman? If you're so timid, you'll never master swordsmanship," Leuan exclaimed in frustration. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "Break's almost over. I need to get back to class. Time is precious." He knew full well that this kind of blatantly uneven fight was just a setup for him to take a beating. Even with blunted weapons, full armor duels could be dangerous. Getting injured now would mean losing his chance at the college entrance exams. There was no benefit or purpose to accepting the challenge, so he had no intention of falling into their trap. Leuan, recalling Yuinga's instructions, could only remember the vague directive to fight. As Jiang Yu turned to leave, Leuan grew desperate and reached out to grab him. "You, that's enough." Everyone froze for a moment as a crisp, melodious voice suddenly broke the tension. Leuan looked up, and his heart skipped a beat. The person stepping forward was none other than the breathtakingly elegant Lin Ruoxin. "Who gave you permission to brawl here?" Lin Ruoxin's voice carried a cold authority. The elite class students immediately recoiled, like mice confronted by a cat, clearly intimidated by her presence. Su Bowen quickly intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. "There's no rush to settle things now. Maybe you should go back and clarify first?" Leuan let out a derisive snort. Though often dismissed as not the sharpest, he felt particularly clever at this moment. "Fine, let's go." And just like that, the commotion came to an end. Zhang Yu glanced at Lin Ruoxin, silently speculating about her true identity. Even Su Bowen, who commanded considerable respect, seemed powerless before her. Yet, she held such sway over the elite class that Jiang Yu couldn't help but lament his own lack of strength. "Thank you. If it weren't for your help, I really wouldn't have known what to do," Jiang Yu said sincerely. The stunning young woman stood quietly, her long hair dancing lightly in the breeze. Her striking eyes were fixed on Jiang Yu's that were the most enchanting he'd ever seen. They were as pure and serene as a spring in the Changbai Mountains, yet they occasionally sparkled with a mischievous intelligence unique to her. In response to his gratitude, Lin Ruoxin simply shook her head with a faint smile. Then she offered a suggestion. "His swordsmanship might not be better than yours. It's just that your physical condition put you at a disadvantage. Next time, you could challenge him in the soul duel space instead." Zhang Yu shrugged, showing little concern. "Jiang Yu," Lin Ruoxin called his name. Her voice as clear and soothing as a mountain stream. "I need to talk to you. Do you have a moment?" A faint blush graced her porcelain-like cheeks. Jiang Yu immediately grew cautious. Whether it was the original owner of his body or himself now, he had no prior connection with Lin Ruoxin. While her beauty was undeniable, he was not the type to lose his composure over it. Still, given that she had just helped him, he replied, "Go ahead." Her eyes, as clear as mirrors, seemed to see right through him, making him even more on edge. As if sensing his unease, she smiled playfully. "Could you meet me on the rooftop after school? There's something I need to tell you." At South River Second High School, a key institution, the school had implemented policies to reduce student workload. Every Friday, classes ended early, and even evening self-study sessions were canceled. Lin Ruoxin's proposed time was 5 in the afternoon. Zhang Yu considered for a moment before nodding. "All right, I'll be there." Their brief exchange did not escape the notice of their classmates, sparking a flurry of whispers. "The rooftop? Isn't that where all the love stories start? Why him? Lin Ruoxin has never been this friendly with anyone before. Is this guy some kind of charm demon? First, he earns Chang Gaoming's favor, and now even my goddess is countless jealous stares from his male peers bore down on Jiang Yu." Later that afternoon, Jiang Yu made his way to the rooftop. The door, which was usually locked, had clearly been unlocked by Lin Ruoxin beforehand. The setting sun lingered over the distant hills, casting a golden glow across the sky. The evening breeze chased away the lingering heat of the day, leaving a refreshing coolness in its wake. Lin Ruoxin stood in the wind, her long hair and the hem of her skirt fluttering gently, creating a picture of surreal beauty. She wore sneakers with white socks, a white skirt, and a short-sleeved shirt. Her hair was tied back in a neat ponytail. At this moment, the rooftop was theirs alone. Lin Ruoxin, can we talk now? Zhang Yu's voice was calm. The girl before him wore no protective armor, just her school uniform jacket. The faint curve of her figure was discernible, while the long skirt concealed most of her slender legs. Another gust of wind lifted the hem slightly, but Jiang Yu didn't look down. He knew well enough that she was wearing safety shorts underneath. Lin Ruoxin stared at Jiang Yu, her delicate, rounded ears gradually turning a soft shade of pink. Stretching lazily, her flawless curves were on full display. Jiang Yu immediately became wary, silently chanting Amitabha in his heart. As a seasoned food delivery worker, he'd seen it all from the spider spirits of the Ponzi cave to the chaos of XX media. Such unexpected benefits always came with strings attached. Lin Ruoxin studied Jiang Yu closely, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. You're definitely different from the others, she said softly. What do you mean? Jiang Yu blinked in confusion. Lin Ruoxin clasped her hands behind her back, her gaze never leaving him. After a brief pause, she elegantly twirled a strand of her hair. The color around you is very unique. Before summer break, it was all gray and dull, but now it's glowing golden, like glass. Her words struck a nerve, perfectly aligning with the moment Jiang Yu had transmigrated. The gray she mentioned represented the soul of the original owner of this body, while the golden hue symbolized his current state after the transmigration. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Yu's mind. This Lin Ruoxin seemed to have noticed something. The secret of his transmigration had to remain buried. Yet this girl seemed capable of seeing right through him. Color. Jiang Yu feigned ignorance. Lin Ruoxin didn't answer directly. Instead, she smiled knowingly and asked, have you heard of external phenomenon power? External phenomenon power is a divine gift, a potential ability that every warrior can awaken. It's even more advanced than compatibility, Jiang Yu replied, nodding while inwardly reeling with shock. This seemingly delicate girl had awakened external phenomenon power, and judging from her words, her ability seemed related to perceiving others' emotions or thoughts. Mind reading? Zhang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Ruoxin. Zhang Yu's heart was pounding as alarm bells rang in his mind, his whole body tense. If Lin Ruoxin could truly read minds, wouldn't that mean all his thoughts and past experiences were laid bare before her? Worse still, would she report him to the authorities, turning him into a research subject? Or perhaps use this knowledge to blackmail him? She might even know about the system's existence. But soon, Zhang Yu forced himself to calm down. He carefully observed Lin Ruoxin's reactions. If she could really read minds completely, there was no way she would remain this composed. It seemed her claims of limited abilities were likely true for now. At least, she didn't seem to harbor any ill intent toward him. He furrowed his brows slightly, silently watching her. A flicker of something unusual passed through Lin Ruoxin's eyes, and the trace of disappointment in her tone vanished. It's not as powerful as you think. Mind reading, you could call it a kind of unconventional mind reading, I guess. She held her thumb and forefinger close together, indicating a small gap. I can only sense fragments of emotions, things like malice, happiness, sadness, or fleeting thoughts in the moment. Jiang Yu recalled Lin Ruoxin's performance during her confrontation with Lu Dan. That explained how she seemed to predict her opponent's moves. To his knowledge, such an extraordinary mind-reading-like ability had never been recorded in history. Perhaps someone had awakened a similar gift before, but due to its terrifying implications being able to peer into others' minds, they might have chosen to keep it secret. So, I can't actually know everything people are thinking, Lin Ruoxin added. Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Maybe someday I will, she said with a sly glint in her eyes, followed by a playful laugh. At that moment, she seemed like a mischievous sprite, completely different from her usual cold and distant demeanor. Jiang Yu realized that this might be her true personality. Perhaps her ability to sense others' emotions had forced her to adopt an icy exterior, just to maintain some peace of mind. Lin Ruoxin gazed at Jiang Yu thoughtfully. I don't know what happened to you. In the past, I could sense a heavy gloom in your thoughts, like a kid down on his luck. But now, there's an unprecedented stillness about you. I can only feel a golden light of hope shining through. She glanced at him meaningfully. You probably don't understand what I mean by stillness. I can no longer hear the noise in your mind. It's like some kind of force is shielding it. Zhang Yu exhaled quietly, relieved. His instincts told him Lin Ruoxin wasn't lying. Was this the system's doing? Or was it some inherent difference in his soul as a transmigrator that created this barrier? Either way, it worked to his advantage. If it could block Lin Ruoxin's probing, it might also fend off other forms of intrusion. Lin Ruoxin flashed a mischievous grin, showing her pearly white teeth. So, what exactly happened to you? Even with high-level martial artists, I can still pick up faint traces of their thoughts. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. To the average person, His transformation might seem explainable, but under Lin Ruoxin's microscope, it must appear strikingly unusual. Maybe it's because I've been going to bed early, waking up on time, and eating regularly? He scratched his nose, feigning nonchalance. Lin Ruoxin stared directly at him, trying to detect any cracks in his facade. But Jiang Yu had already steadied himself, meeting her gaze with calm composure. Eventually, she stuck out her tongue playfully. Boring. I even shared my secret with you. She turned her gaze to the setting sun, a faint sadness crossing her face. People hate it when someone knows too much about them. No one likes having their inner thoughts exposed for others to see. She recalled how, as a child, she had naively told her parents about her ability, only to be met with unease and distance. Feigning fear, Jiang Yu stepped back dramatically. You're not planning to silence me, are you? Lin Ruoxin wrinkled her delicate nose and leaned in to scrutinize his expression before stepping back herself. Well, if you behave and listen to me, I might consider sparing you. You're a level 6 life form. Of course, I have no choice but to obey you. Zhang Yu said with mock seriousness, then added jokingly, you even said you treat me to Xiaoqing Long. How could I refuse? Lin Ruoxin's lips curved into a smile. Not impossible. Really? Zhang Yu stood at the school gate, gazing out at the empty distance. It was already past 5:30, and most of the students had left for the day. Suddenly, from one side of the street, a sleek silver-gray streak shot forward at lightning speed. The vehicle executed a flawless 180-degree drift in front of an open space, coming to a steady halt right in front of Jiang Yu. It was a Maybach Legend 2042, a futuristic supercar with striking aesthetics. The silver-gray body gleamed, featuring the signature bold front grille of a supercar, while the rear wing swayed gracefully with the airflow. The entire car seemed almost alive, its surface shimmering with a rhythmic glow. The window rolled down slowly, revealing the sharp and confident face of Lin Ruoxin in the driver's seat. Get in, she said curtly. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? You're secretly a rich heiress? This is a Maybach Legend 2042. It's worth over 56 million. He climbed into the car, immediately taken aback by the comfort of the intelligent seat. The seat, made from the latest comfort-enhancing materials, automatically adjusted to his weight and leg length for an optimal fit. In his previous life, when Jiang Yu worked as a food delivery driver in the bustling city of Modu, he would see countless luxury cars zoom past him every day. Back then, he often daydreamed about owning such a car himself. While that dream hadn't yet come true, at least now he could sit inside one of these top-tier supercars. Rumor had it that this car even had the ability to perform short bursts of low-altitude flight. Jiang Yu secretly looked forward to the perks of tagging along with a rich benefactor, maybe finally get a decent meal out of it. As the car smoothly began to move, a thought suddenly struck Jiang Yu. Wait a second, aren't you under 18? Do you even have a driver's license? Lin Ruoxin shot him a disdainful glance. This car has autonomous driving. No license required. Oh, then I guess that's fine, Jiang Yu replied, watching as she skillfully turned the steering wheel and followed the navigation. He couldn't help but frown in confusion. Wait, didn't you say it's self-driving? Lin Ruoxin nodded. It is. I just didn't say I was going to use it. As they sped along, Jiang Yu, faced with the prospect of potential danger, remained unusually calm. This car should be crash-resistant, right? Level 4 life protection, or something. It should be pretty tough, I guess. Lin Ruoxin didn't answer, but the subtle curve of her lips and the gentle rise and fall of her chest suggested she was trying hard to suppress a laugh. Jiang Yu, she suddenly said. Yeah? He responded. Compared to before, I think you're much more interesting now. Jiang Yu didn't let happiness cloud his judgment. He calmly reminded, Miss Lin Ruoxin, keep your eyes on the road. Careless driving leads to tears for your loved ones. Lin Ruoxin responded by slamming her foot on the accelerator. The Maybach roared like a beast as it surged forward. She glanced at Jiang Yu, who was looking down at his phone, and asked, What are you doing? Buying insurance. I'm starting to dislike you, Lin Ruoxin replied coldly. The Maybach came to a smooth stop at the curb. After getting out, Lin Ruoxin tapped her smart wristband, and the luxury car automatically drove off to the nearest parking lot. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the intelligence of this top-tier sports car. Come on, I'm treating you to some crayfish, Lin Ruoxin said, pointing ahead. They stood at the bustling Wanda Plaza, one of the busiest commercial hubs in Xianxiao City. Following Lin Ruoxin's lead, they soon arrived at their destination, a stylishly decorated restaurant with a sign that read Little Blue Lobster in bold, elegant strokes. You eat this kind of thing? Zhang Yu asked, surprised. His perception of this wealthy heiress was constantly being challenged. What else would I eat? I thought you'd be the type to drink basic vitality tonics like water. Lin Ruoxin chuckled as she pushed open the door. This place is particularly good. As they sat down, whispers drifted over from the next table. A couple was arguing, with the boyfriend sneaking glances at Lin Ruoxin, much to his girlfriend's fury. The scene briefly descended into chaos. Zhang Yu silently noted how Lin Ruoxin's beauty seemed even more striking outside of campus. Unfazed, Lin Ruoxin coolly ordered 10 pounds of crayfish and handed Jiang Yu the menu. What do you want to eat? We'll go with the flow. Soon, 2 large platters of crayfish arrived. One was drenched in spicy red oil, its aroma rich and tantalizing. The other was a drunken crayfish dish, the crustacean steeped in premium Shaoxing wine. The broth clear as tea but layered with subtle spices. As they ate, their conversation meandered from global food prices to real estate development on Mars. Lin Ruoxin's dining etiquette was particularly refined. Wearing oil-proof gloves, her slender fingers deftly peeled the crayfish, neatly arranging the meat before gracefully picking it up with chopsticks and popping it into her mouth. She resembled an adorable squirrel nibbling on its food. Do you know about Soul Dual Awakening? She asked, wiping her mouth and fixing her gaze on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu knew there had to be more to this dinner than just food. Once it's eaten, can it be taken back out? Hey, we're class Matesto, you have to be so pragmatic? Lin Ruoxin rested her chin on her hand. I've heard of it, but I've never actually played it. Good. Then team up with me. And what does that have to do with anything? Lin Ruoxin explained that she wanted Zhang Yu to join her in the ranked duo mode of Soul Dual Awakening. It was a globally popular martial arts combat game where players competed in a virtual arena using pure martial techniques. The game featured various modes, from survival challenges to battle royale-style team competitions. Just because of my swordsmanship? There are plenty of people at school better than me. Just decent swordsmanship? Lin Ruoxin gave him a mysterious smile. You've probably reached the 3rd tier. Do you know who's ranked first in the school? That burly guy with the beard who walks around with his nose in the air? Exactly. Leuan. Annoying guy. Lin Ruoxin nodded and revealed some surprising information. Leuan scored 147 on cultural subjects and ranked first in every assessment, with a total score exceeding 620, far ahead of the 2nd place. Yet even so, his spear technique had only recently broken into the 3rd tier, and Su Bowen's blade technique hadn't even reached that level. Zhang Yu suddenly understood. His swordsmanship was far more advanced than he had realized. In the entire grade, those who reached the 3rd tier were truly rare. Jiang Yu quickly suppressed the surge of pride rising within him. He knew all too well that arrogance could only bring harm, not benefit. As he was lost in thought, Lin Ruoxin had already ordered fruit drinks for the 2 of them. Among the students who also use swords, none have reached the 3rd tier, Lin Ruoxin said softly. At our school, you're the only one who's achieved the 3rd tier in swordsmanship. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Yu. And honestly, I don't really like them. I like you a bit more. Caught off guard by her stunning gaze, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. He was well aware that Lin Ruoxin was likely joking, and his mind remained calm, but his body betrayed him with an involuntary reaction. Please, miss, maintain some decorum, Jiang Yu said, feigning seriousness. The elfin girl gave a mischievous smile before her expression turned sincere again. The truth is, I don't get along well with others, she said slowly. Zhang Yu immediately understood what she meant. Thanks to her unique external perception ability, Lin Ruoxin could sense the thoughts of others. While she couldn't fully read minds, catching glimpses of people's darker intentions made relationships challenging. However, she couldn't perceive Jiang Yu's thoughts, which made their interactions feel more natural and relaxed. Aren't you worried I might have ulterior motives too? Jiang Yu teased, pretending to look devious. Lin Ruoxin squinted slightly, scanning Jiang Yu from head to toe. The difference between good and bad people is as clear to me as the sun and the moon, she said confidently. My instincts tell me you're a good person. You're simply not cut out to be a bad guy in this lifetime. Really? Then doesn't that mean I have no future? Zhang Yu said with a twitch of his lips. Everyone says nice guys finish last. Do they? I wouldn't be so sure, Lin Ruoxin replied with a meaningful smile. Zhang Yu fell silent. He had a feeling Lin Ruoxin could see through certain aspects of him, though he was absolutely certain she had no idea about his transmigration or the system he possessed. Lin Ruoxin absent-mindedly licked her lips, a small, unconscious gesture that was almost impossible to ignore. So, do you have any other questions? She asked. Let's assume I'm skilled and virtuous, Zhang Yu said, meeting her gaze. But from what I've observed, you're not the type to easily ask for help. Is this matter really important? Lin Ruoxin smiled faintly, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. It's not just that. I'm genuinely interested in your swordsmanship and want to learn from you. Duo Q seems like a good opportunity. Plus, her tone turned neutral. While the school's special admissions criteria primarily rely on solo rankings, sometimes duo rankings are also taken into account. After all, warriors aren't always fighting alone. Teamwork is just as important, Zhang Yu said, catching on immediately. A lone ranger often doesn't even leave a body behind. Lin Ruoxin's voice grew serious. It won't take up too much of your time. I have my own training to do as well, and improving our duo ranking will benefit you too. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. As the daughter of a wealthy family, Lin Ruoxin likely had access to insider knowledge that ordinary students couldn't obtain. The more prestigious the school, the stricter and more varied the admission rules. It was clear she wasn't settling for an average martial arts university, she was aiming for the top. Following her lead might even give him a chance to reach a better institution himself. But you should know my situation, Zhang Yu admitted. I can't afford the equipment. A single headset costs nearly 100,000, and a full pod is even more expensive, hundreds of thousands. Lin Ruoxin shrugged nonchalantly. There are plenty of leaderboards in Soul Awakening. Reaching certain milestones earns official rewards. All the DuoQ rewards will go to you. Plus, I'll gift you the most luxurious pod available, ensuring you can perform at your best. Zhang Yu paused, weighing her offer. His heart raced slightly. It felt like an opportunity dropped straight from the heavens. All he had to do was share some combat experience and insights, and he'd receive such generous rewards in return. With a pod, he could not only train his martial skills but also solo queue in Soul Awakening, earning even more rewards by reaching higher ranks. Miss Lin, Zhang Yu finally said, smirking slightly, if you've taken a liking to me and want to keep me, just say the word. Despite his pride as someone who had lived 2 lives, he couldn't deny his current financial struggles. If Lin Ruoxin wanted to sponsor him, he figured he could swallow his pride and accept. Lin Ruoxin's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. As if, keep dreaming. Jokes aside, Zhang Yu said calmly, I don't see any reason to refuse. Good. I like that attitude, Lin Ruoxin said with satisfaction. Let's aim high, straight for the top of the youth rankings. Jiang Yu said nothing, but the spark of anticipation in his eyes spoke volumes. Soul Awakening offered battles against the world's most talented fighters, making it the perfect platform to hone his martial arts. With the help of his system's inventory feature, he might even reach the 4th tier sooner than expected. And a 4th tier sword technique could potentially earn him a perfect score in martial arts evaluations. He glanced at Lin Ruoxin. This little heiress truly felt like a blessing in disguise. Yet, if not for the mysterious power from his transmigration shielding his thoughts from her perception, they might never have crossed paths. After finalizing the details, the sky had grown dark. Let's exchange contact info, Lin Ruoxin suggested. Zhang Yu pulled out his phone and scanned her code, sending a friend request to the user Nuan. She quickly accepted it, and Jiang Yu noticed her profile picture was a cartoon version of Su Shiyu. The pod might take a few days to arrive, Lin Ruoxin said. Once you register your account, just message me, and we'll start duo queuing. Got it, Jiang Yu replied with a nod. Finally, Lin Ruoxin stood up and paid the bill. Lin Ruoxin finished paying and glanced at Jiang Yu beside her. Is it that stressful standing next to me? Not at all. Jiang Yu shook his head. Didn't you hear the people behind us in line saying they wanted to ask me to be their mentor? Lin Ruoxin was speechless and quickly walked out the door. Zhang Yu waved her off. I'll just take the subway home. As Lin Ruoxin summoned her car through her wristband, she said, I didn't expect you to be such a gentleman. Zhang Yu didn't respond, only giving her a meaningful look. What do you mean by that? Lin Ruoxin caught on and stomped her foot in frustration. My driving skills are great, okay? Zhang Yu chuckled silently. When her car arrived, he waved goodbye. Only after watching her drive away did he turn back to the mall and take the elevator to the subway station. Suddenly, Zhang Yu froze. He had forgotten to tell his sister-in-law that he ate out. He quickly sent her a message. She responded promptly, It's okay. I'll just take it to work for lunch tomorrow. Over 2 hours later, Zhang Yu finally got home. His sister-in-law had taken her daughter downstairs to play on the slide. Even though it was a holiday, Zhang Yu didn't rest. Instead, he followed his newly adjusted schedule to continue studying, reviewing humanities knowledge points, practicing questions, and browsing the news. While browsing, Zhang Yu's brows furrowed. The pioneer cult seemed to be active in the southern Yu province. Recently, there had been multiple violent incidents in the area. Robberies, murders, assaults, kidnappings, and disappearances. The victims' bodies all bore the cult's markings. Jiang Yu hadn't paid much attention to the pioneer cult before, as their activities were mostly overseas. But now, their operations appeared to be expanding inland from the coastal areas. Xianshao City. Perhaps all of this was part of a meticulously planned conspiracy, with the other cases serving as mere distractions. Lying in bed, Zhang Yu thought back to his conversation with Lin Ruoxin earlier that day. She was like an unpredictable breeze, ever-changing and effortlessly captivating. More importantly, this wealthy young lady was blatantly generous to him. Zhang Yu found her quite likable but had a lingering question. According to the Duhan Hall, those who awakened their external image power should cultivate at a faster pace. So why was her life level lower than Su Bowen's? Given her family background, it didn't add up. Was she holding back on purpose? Never mind. It's none of my business, Jiang Yu muttered, shaking his head as he prepared to sleep. The next morning, He began training his mental strength early and then sneaked off to school on the earliest bus. Although the government had implemented policies to reduce academic pressure by banning weekend classes, schools didn't prohibit students from coming to study on their own, especially to support those from less privileged backgrounds. Since the cafeteria only served staff meals on weekends, Jiang Yu had to buy breakfast and lunch outside. Fortunately, he could still enjoy a discount on nutritious meals with his student ID. After breakfast, Jiang Yu went to the martial arts classroom. Beep. Facial recognition successful. Welcome, Zhang Yu. As he pushed the door open, the morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the floor. The empty classroom felt serene. Getting up early paid off. I've got the whole martial arts room to myself. I'd better make the most of it. Setting down his backpack, Zhang Yu immediately began stance training. He could feel the lingering effects of the basic vitality supplements steadily providing energy, which was rapidly converted into vitality power in his true form state. Currently, Jiang Yu had 3 methods to enhance his cultivation speed. His powerful mental strength, which made his training far more efficient than the average person. The improved true form cultivation technique, which boosted efficiency by 40, and the items in his system's equipment slot, which could increase efficiency by nearly 80. Moreover, the system's efficiency boost seemed to be multiplicative rather than additive. If the base cultivation speed was 1, then with mental strength and true form enhancements, it would become 1.8. If the boost were additive, the current speed should be 2.55. If multiplicative, it could reach an astonishing 3.15. With sufficient basic vitality supplements, the speed might be even higher. While the numerical values were hypothetical, the actual calculation method was indeed likely multiplicative. If I can reach level 9 in life ranking, they'll have one foot in the door of a top-tier martial arts university. Zhang Yu thought. If possible, I must enter a top-tier university in my strongest form to access better resources for development. Motivated by this, he trained even harder. At 8:30, a puzzled voice came from outside the door. Huh, is someone in there? It was Yen Fua buzzcut, dark-skinned guy. Though he didn't stand out much, his overall performance was among the top, aside from Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin, constantly competing for 3rd place in the class. It's Jiang Yu. Yen Fu quickly recalled the name. Seeing Jiang Yu, drenched in sweat and fully immersed in stance training, he was surprised. I thought I'd come an hour late since it's a holiday, figuring no one would be here. But he's been here way earlier than me. Observing Jiang Yu's state closely, Yen Fu froze for a moment, his face flashing with envy. That familiar rhythm. He's entered that extraordinary cultivation state again. Could it be that he's mastered the technique to enter a highly efficient training state anytime, anywhere? The true form method, huh? Yen Fu murmured. He had tried to comprehend it himself, but always felt just one step away. Impressive. Is this what a true genius looks like? Yen Fu shook his head with a bitter smile. He had considered himself talented, disciplined, and diligent in reviewing as the teachers suggested. Recently, he had developed a relatively effective training method, hoping to quietly improve and surprise everyone. But now, it seemed the unassuming Jiang Yu might be the one to truly astonish them all. Yen Fu stood to the side, his gaze thoughtful as he watched Jiang Yu immersed in his training. He ultimately decided not to disturb him, reasoning that interrupting someone on the verge of a breakthrough could be a grave mistake. Instead, he shifted his focus and began practicing his own stance training with full concentration. As time passed, Yen Fu started to feel the cumulative effects of his efforts, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. His cultivation speed was indeed impressive, but in the past, the lack of foundational qi and blood supplements had hindered his progress. The imbalance between his rapid training and insufficient energy often left his body depleted. Now, with the supplements to support him, that weakness had been resolved, though the consumption rate of the supplements had also increased significantly. On the other side, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, breaking out of his stance. Years of martial arts training had taught him that stance practice wasn't about endurance. Longer sessions didn't necessarily yield better results. Research from the Battle Soul Hall had proven that splitting a 3-hour session into 2 shorter ones, interspersed with other techniques, was far more effective. This finding had been published in Xuanwu, the world's most prestigious martial arts journal. Having work published in Xuanwu was a surefire way to earn a position as a senior researcher at the Battle Soul Hall, or as a professor at any martial arts university. Zhang Yu glanced at Yen Fu, who was still deep in training, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Yen Fu's aura at that moment was like a sharp divine blade, a hallmark of the Lu Jin fundamental training method, renowned for its focus on raw strength among the 8 foundational methods. By contrast, the Panshur training method was famed for its defensive capabilities, while Jiang Yu's chosen technique, the Qi Feng art, was celebrated for its rapid and fierce attacks. This sparked a bold idea in Jiang Yu's mind. The 8 foundational training methods had never explicitly prohibited dual cultivation. While most people lack the energy and focus to master more than one, Zhang Yu wondered if his current mental strength might allow him to break that limitation. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. His priority right now was to improve his current skills and prepare for the upcoming university entrance exams. The weekend came to an end, and a new week began. Since Jiang Yu had shared his secret with Lin Ruoxin last Friday and formed a strategic partnership with her, he had noticed a marked increase in her attention toward him. During martial arts training class, Lin Ruoxin even openly sought his advice on swordsmanship techniques, causing a stir among their classmates. "No way, am I dreaming?" one student whispered in disbelief. "The school goddess is actually asking Jiang Yu for guidance? I heard they even went up to the rooftop together last Friday." Another voice chimed in hesitantly, only to be met with glares from others. "That's impossible. Lin Ruoxin is—" Someone began to argue, pausing to lower their voice. "Jiang Yu's just been making a bit of a splash recently, that's all." Some classmates quietly gathered around Su Bowen, whispering to ask his opinion on the matter. Forcing a smile, Su Bowen responded with a slightly strained tone. "Haha, it's just classmates asking each other questions. Totally normal." However, one particularly oblivious classmate continued to press on. "Really? Lin Ruoxin has never asked anyone questions before, has she?" Su Bowen silently tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly. Snow fell heavily around him, and a beam of light happened to illuminate his figure, emphasizing his lonely silhouette. "I really don't know how to solve this problem," he muttered, practicing his swordsmanship as tears quietly rolled down his cheeks. Not far away, Lin Ruoxin was walking side by side with Jiang Yu. Her commanding presence caused classmates who had initially wanted to approach Jiang Yu with questions to stop in their tracks. Many girls cast frequent glances at Jiang Yu, whispering among themselves. "A guy that even Lin Ruoxin is interested in must be something special. Lian, you're amazing too, maybe you still have a chance." "Exactly. Aren't guys these days all into girls like you?" These murmurs spread like ripples, quickly escalating. By the end of the afternoon, rumors about Lin Ruoxin and Jiang Yu had swept through the entire school, becoming more exaggerated with each retelling. "I heard Lin Ruoxin and Zhang Yu from her class are getting really close. They were holding hands during class. Apparently, they even pledged their love for each other on the rooftop." By dinner time, Zhang Yuan was glaring at Jiang Yu with indignation. "You sly dog, keeping quiet while winning over Lin Ruoxin? Seriously?" Jiang Yu looked utterly baffled. After some questioning, he finally pieced together the absurdity of the rumors and couldn't help but loudly protest. "These rumors are insane. Who even believes this stuff?" His outburst drew the attention of many hostile glances from around the cafeteria. With a wry smile, Zhang Yu turned to Zhang Yuan and said, "Book me a ticket to Algeria, will you? It's chaotic enough there that these people won't be able to track me down." He was genuinely worried that one evening, while walking alone, he might be ambushed by someone. Another day had passed. At the martial arts training ground, Lin Ruoxin once again faced Lu Dan in a sparring match. This time, Lu Dan set aside his usual staff and opted for a spear as his weapon. The unexpected switch caught Lin Ruoxin off guard, and she was ultimately defeated by Lu Dan once again. Engaging with various weapons and understanding their unique traits is key to improving martial skills. In contrast, Jiang Yu, with his solid foundation in basic swordsmanship, handled Lu Dan's spear with ease and confidence. "Master Lu was being unfair today, using a spear against me," Lin Ruoxin complained to Jiang Yu, clearly frustrated. Jiang Yu simply chuckled softly without responding. "How do you manage to stay so composed?" Lin Ruoxin asked curiously. Jiang Yu, holding his sword and demonstrating as he spoke, patiently explained, "To defeat any weapon with a sword, you must first understand the other weapons. A spear relies on precise techniques, while swordsmanship focuses on footwork. When using a sword, your footwork must be as agile as a rabbit, and your movements as swift as the wind. Even though he wields an 8-foot-long spear, if I master crouching and striking with precision, his advantage will disappear." Lin Ruoxin, quick-witted as she was, soon grasped the concept. Jiang Yu continued, "Overcoming strength with skill, countering reach with strategy, it all comes down to courage. A swordsman must have the spirit to draw their blade against any foe." At this point, Jiang Yu recalled something Lu Ruan had once said, and his expression turned slightly odd. "I deliberately moved closer to Master Lu's spear tip, forcing him to use real techniques. People say spear wielders are full of courage, but the courage of a swordsman is no less formidable. But in the end, Master Lu still defeated you with one move," Lin Ruoxin teased, her tone a mix of curiosity and amusement. "What kind of technique was that?" Jiang Yu hesitated, visibly unsettled. "What exactly was that move?" Lin Ruoxin's expression turned sly. "You talk so much about swordsmanship, but you don't even know this?" Jiang Yu froze. As a transmigrator, he hadn't absorbed the original host's memories all at once. Instead, it was like watching a fragmented reel of past events. Some details were hazy, and others he might not have seen at all. "Should I call you a genius or an idiot?" Lin Ruoxin rolled her eyes at him playfully before explaining seriously, the second level of martial arts is basic mastery. The third level, however, requires the integration of weapon and body. Once a martial artist reaches the third level, they can create their own ultimate technique channeling their entire strength, even surpassing their physical limits, into their weapon. This is actually a step toward the fourth level of martial arts. When weapon, body, and mind become one, every move becomes a lethal strike. A grandmaster of the art, Zhang Yu exclaimed instinctively. Lin Ruoxin nodded. It seems you haven't started exploring your own ultimate technique yet. I probably wouldn't have thought of it for a long time if you hadn't mentioned it, Jiang Yu admitted with a sheepish laugh. Well, you can start preparing now, Lin Ruoxin said with a smile. And with the time chamber arriving soon, practicing your ultimate technique in the battle soul space will be much more convenient. After lunch on Wednesday, as Jiang Yu was heading back to class, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. It was a delivery worker from the Anywhere Express company, asking when he would be home to receive a package. Zhang Yu scheduled the delivery for 6:30 in the evening. That evening, upon returning home, a group of burly delivery workers showed up at his building right on time. Following Jiang Yu's directions, they carried the components of the chamber upstairs. His sister-in-law was startled by the sight. Xiao Yu, what on earth did you buy that so expensive? It's a gift from a classmate, Jiang Yu explained. She wants me to teach her swordsmanship and team up for ranked matches in the Battle Soul arena. Her concern eased somewhat. So you're this skilled now? Just make sure you're not doing anything illegal. One of the accompanying installation technicians suggested moving the desk to make space, as the room was too small. He also informed Jiang Yu that this deluxe chamber wasn't just compatible with the Battle Soul space, but could also connect to other virtual spaces, making it useful for learning as well. They eventually decided to relocate the desk to the foot of the bed. After about an hour of assembly and testing, a cylindrical device, occupying roughly 80 square meters, stood in the room. The device consisted of two parts: a cockpit resembling a massage chair, enclosed by a transparent glass door, and a complex support system at the back. It's all set now. Go ahead and give it a try, one of the technicians said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Jiang Yu stepped up to the cockpit, a laser scanning beam sweeping across his body. Beep. Authentication successful. Body data uploaded, chimed the pleasant voice of the system. Jiang Yu, welcome to the Nuwa Intelligent Cockpit. The glass cabin door slid open soundlessly, and the seat automatically adjusted to the most optimal angle. As Jiang Yu reclined, the soft texture beneath him made him relax instinctively. A sleek, deep space gray neural connection helmet descended gently, settling on his head with a cool touch. In an instant, a dazzling, multicolored data tunnel unfolded before his eyes. Jiang Yu's consciousness raced through the tunnel, instantly entering Earth's virtual network. He found himself in a futuristic hall brimming with advanced technology. At the center hovered a holographic Earth. Looking down at his hands, he marveled at the hyper-realistic sensation brought by the 88 simulation fidelity. To one side of his vision, a menu of functional options automatically expanded: learning space, social hub, marketplace, travel exploration, and more, all clearly categorized. Despite the abundance of options, the integrated AI could quickly filter choices based on his thoughts. However, certain options, like the adult channel, were marked as restricted due to age limitations. Zhang Yu's lips twitched slightly, but he had a different purpose for being here. A massive, flame-lit icon slowly materialized next to the holographic Earth, a circular emblem depicting a burly warrior and a slender maiden locked in fierce combat, each wielding a weapon. Below it, fiery golden letters blazed. Battle Soul Awakening. After testing various functions, Zhang Yu exited the virtual space. A maintenance technician, with a friendly smile, bid him farewell and assured him to reach out anytime if there were issues. Glancing at the smart wristband that came with the cockpit, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel impressed by Lin Ruoxin's generosity. The Nuwa Intelligent Cockpit was worth millions, far surpassing the standard models designed specifically for Battle Soul Awakening. He sent Lin Ruoxin a message. The cockpit is installed. Shall we begin now? Excellent. Start with solo mode to get familiar, then follow my lead, Lin Ruoxin replied with a laughing emoji. Got it, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Re-entering the virtual space, Zhang Yu arrived at the Battle Soul arena. It was a massive circular island floating in midair, paved with stone slabs and surrounded by lush greenery, rocky outcrops, and mountains. Scattered across the arena were 8 statues of legendary human warriors, the largest of which was an exquisite Valkyrie statue modeled after none other than Su Shiyu. Here, players could summon dummies for combat training or choose from various battle modes. The leaderboard displayed rankings for solo, duo, and team matches, along with detailed tier classifications. From Brave Bronze to Ascendant God, there were 10 tiers in total. Reaching the prestigious Platinum rank came with a reward of 100,000, though only 20 of players ever achieved this milestone. Before entering solo mode, Jiang Yu customized his character. The system automatically scanned his height, weight, and even retained his somewhat handsome facial features. He chose a 3-foot-long sword as his weapon and paired it with light armor for enhanced agility. Other attributes were set according to the standard for level 8 life forms. It didn't take long to match with an opponent. Jiang Yu's consciousness transformed into a streak of light, descending into a sinister graveyard. This was the Valley of Bones map. Under a dark, ominous sky, crows cawed mournfully, broken flags stood scattered, graves stretched endlessly, and the air reeked of decay. In this 100-meter square arena, Jiang Yu cautiously advanced, using the tombstones as cover. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps came from behind. A sharp gust swept in from behind, signaling an attack had been launched. Clang! Sparks flew as weapons collided in the dim twilight. Zhang Yu spun on his toes like a top, his entire body turning fluidly as he swung his long sword horizontally to block the ambushing blade. With a swift sliding motion, he retreated several steps across the damp, cold earth, creating a safe distance. In the fading glow of the sunset, a young boy wielding a long blade emerged. He appeared about 16 years old, his face still bearing the softness of youth. Small in stature, his build allowed him to blend effortlessly into the terrain. Jiang Yu immediately understood, silently admiring the clever game design. Randomized terrains added unpredictability to battles, testing a warrior's ability to adapt to their surroundings. Huh! The boy let out a fierce shout, stomping the ground with force as his long blade slashed out, its arc as sharp and cold as a crescent moon. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with determination, and instead of retreating, he advanced. His level 8 life ranking granted him extraordinary physical abilities, allowing him to move as swiftly as lightning, weaving seamlessly around the boy's attacks. Clang! 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 3 consecutive strikes sent sparks scattering through the air. Jiang Yu maintained a precise rhythm, suppressing his opponent with calculated pressure. His shifting footwork, alternating between near and far, rendered the boy's offensive futile, either deflected or evaded entirely. In mere moments, Jiang Yu had gauged his opponent's strength roughly mid-tier 2. Clang! His sword slid along the back of the boy's blade, aiming directly for his arm. Startled by the ferocity of the attack, the boy instinctively dropped his weapon and stumbled backward. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity, stepping in with lightning speed and driving his blade straight through the boy's chest. The light armor offered no protection, and the strike landed cleanly. Player Jiang Yu has achieved victory. Exiting the Soul Duel Arena. Back in his personal space, Jiang Yu checked his ranking progress. One victory had promoted him to Brave Bronze Eye. Without hesitation, he queued up for another match and was soon transported to a desert map. The fierce wind carried grains of sand that stung his face, and the shifting sands beneath his feet felt uncannily real. His next opponent charged forward confidently but vanished suddenly. Moments later, the system announced Jiang Yu's victory. The opponent had stumbled into a quicksand trap. This incident reminded Jiang Yu of an undeniable truth. Luck was indeed a part of strength. In subsequent matches, he faced a female opponent and once again secured a decisive win. Each battle offered valuable lessons, far surpassing the benefits of merely practicing sword techniques at school. The accumulation of real combat experience was astonishingly fast. It became clear true warriors are forged in the fires of real combat. Jiang Yu didn't rush into his next match. Instead, he opened the battle replay interface. From a third-person perspective, he carefully reviewed the previous fight. This had become a habit of his. Just like he had concluded in his past life, playing games practical combat was important, but without post-battle analysis, the effectiveness of combat practice would be greatly diminished. Players who climb the ranks quickly don't rely solely on talent. They meticulously study hero mechanics and skill combinations, keep track of every patch update, and conduct thorough post-match reviews. They analyze how different item builds influence the game. This is why some players, despite playing thousands of matches, remain stuck in the gold or silver ranks, while others with average talent can progress to diamond rank relatively quickly. Although the match against the female player lasted only 30 seconds, Jiang Yu spent a full 5 minutes analyzing it. He pulled up his note panel and recorded his insights in a document titled Combat Reflections and Insights. Afterward, Jiang Yu queued up for another match. At the silver rank, matchmaking was significantly faster, and it took less than 30 seconds to find an opponent. The map for this match was Rocky Peak. Standing on the jagged terrain, Jiang Yu quickly surveyed the environment during the countdown. After 3 matches, he had become adept at adapting to battlefields. The area was open and exposed, with only a few massive rock formations jutting out. In the distance, the view was desolate, and the howling winds carried a biting chill, making it feel like standing atop a mountain summit. As the countdown ended, Jiang Yu noticed that his opponent also wielded swordsmanship, but with dual swords. This saved him the trouble of dealing with a spear user. Both sides tacitly abandoned the idea of fighting for higher ground, as the terrain offered no strategic advantage for swordplay. The opponent let out a roar and charged forward, the dual swords spinning like twin dragons, launching a fierce and relentless assault. Jiang Yu was forced to retreat under the pressure, feinting with a quick maneuver before switching to a side slash to probe his opponent. The adversary crossed their swords like scissors, effortlessly parrying the attack and attempting to trap Jiang Yu's long sword. Frowning slightly, Jiang Yu planted one leg firmly and quickly withdrew, dropping into a sudden crouch. With all his strength, he pulled back his long sword and executed a swift upward slash. The unexpected change in tactics caught his opponent off guard. Although they managed to block and retreat in time, their arms still suffered a shallow cut. Unfazed by the pain, the opponent pressed on, their footwork unpredictable as the dual swords targeted Jiang Yu's vital points from above and below. Jiang Yu's gaze turned cold. With a precise motion, he deflected the left-hand sword while delivering a sharp kick to his opponent's right wrist. Seizing the moment, he grabbed their wrist to restrict movement and followed through with a fluid strike, his long sword slicing across their left arm. Blood splattered, and the opponent's sword clattered to the ground. Zhang Yu capitalized on the opening, unleashing a relentless barrage of sword strikes. Without the synergy of their dual sword technique, the opponent quickly fell into a defensive stance and ultimately succumbed as Jiang Yu's sword found their throat with a decisive blow. The system displayed a victory notification, and Jiang Yu returned to his personal space, standing on the stone floor deep in thought. Ever since Lin Ruoxin had advised him to refine his ultimate move, he had been pondering how to create a signature finishing technique. Drawing on his training with the Phoenix Perch technique and his swordsmanship style, Zhang Yu decided to focus on a rapid thrust, following a series of unpredictable moves as the foundation for his first ultimate attack. He meticulously documented his thoughts in his notes, particularly emphasizing the key to defeating dual sword users, disrupting their rhythm with an even more aggressive offense. These days of combat had been immensely rewarding for Zhang Yu. Not only had he quickly adapted to the enhancements provided by his equipment, but his swordsmanship had also reached an advanced second-tier level, even without relying on gear bonuses. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he achieved fourth-tier proficiency purely through his own skill. Zhang Yu glanced at his rank stats, just one more victory to advance to the next tier. The previous 4 matches, including their reviews, had wrapped up in just half an hour. The pace of these 1v1 battles was undoubtedly fast. Without hesitation, he clicked the matchmaking button. This time, it took almost 90 seconds before an opponent was found. As he entered the Soul Battle Arena, the system initiated the countdown. During this period, the players were confined to a 1 square meter area. Zhang Yu quickly surveyed the surroundings of vast grassland battlefield dotted with wildflowers. The azure sky was adorned with a few white clouds, and a gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of grass. The visibility was excellent, and he easily spotted his opponent, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a pear blossom spear. From the displayed ID, Jiang Yu learned his opponent's name, Ing Xiao. One win away from advancing to the gold tier, Jiang Yu murmured, gripping his long sword as a slight pressure settled over him. If he lost, he would have to climb back up from unyielding silver 1 and endure another promotion series. With bad luck, it could take dozens of matches to make progress. The 50m x 50m plain battlefield had its unique challenges. Once the countdown ended, Ing Xiao remained motionless, holding his spear while making a pathetic gesture at Jiang Yu, followed by a taunting grin and a beckoning motion with his finger. Jiang Yu took a deep breath to steady himself and moved calmly to a position 3 meters away from Ing Xiao. His opponent, with a youthful face contrasting his burly physique, resembled a muscle-bound Barbie. The mockery on Ing Xiao's face deepened. What's this? Even if I stand here and let you attack, you still don't dare to make a move. Zhang Yu clasped his hands behind his back and responded with a faint smile. I could say the same, feel free to attack. Ing Xiao's expression soured at the failed provocation. With a cold laugh, he brandished his spear and sneered, since you're so confident, I'll grant your wish. Just don't regret it later. Zhang Yu raised his sword, his gaze sharp. No need for words. Let's settle this with skill. The battle erupted in an instant. Ing Xiao made the first move, thrusting his pear blossom spear forward like a bolt of white lightning aimed straight at Jiang Yu's chest. It was a simple yet blisteringly fast probe. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, sliding his battle boots to the side and using his sword to parry the spear shaft, attempting to deflect the weapon. Ing Xiao smirked disdainfully, planting his left foot firmly on the ground. His stance was as solid as a mountain as he countered with immense force. Zhang Yu remained composed, using the momentum to leap back and search for an opening in his opponent's defense. Frustrated by Jiang Yu's evasive maneuvers, Ing Xiao's spear techniques became increasingly fierce, each strike accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, his attacks relentless like a storm. At this point, the old adage range is strength came into play. Jiang Yu needed to close the distance to inflict damage, but Ing Xiao's spear danced with impenetrable precision. A reckless approach would surely lead to devastating consequences. Enough of this, just die already. Ing Xiao roared, angered by Jiang Yu's calculated responses. He stomped forward, executing the Big Dipper footwork, and unleashed a powerful thrust. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed as he suddenly adopted a bold strategy, stepping forward into the spear's trajectory. He sidestepped and trapped the spear shaft under his arm, using a coiling snake grip to increase friction. What? Ing Xiao hadn't anticipated such a daring move. He tried to yank the spear free by pressing down, but Jiang Yu remained rooted like a mountain. Hey, let go of my weapon. If the system allowed for facial expressions like blushing, Ing Xiao's face would surely have turned crimson. Zhang Yu smirked. This was the price Ing Xiao paid for his lack of knowledge. They were positioned on a sloped grassy hill, with Ing Xiao on the lower side. The height difference of over 10 centimeters worked against him. While both players had the same level 8 physical stats, basic physics dictated that Ing Xiao's shorter lever arm required significantly more force to overpower his opponent. As you wish, Zhang Yu said, suddenly releasing his grip. Ing Xiao staggered as the spear recoiled upward, the sudden shift in momentum catching him off guard. Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to leap into the air, his long sword slicing through the air like a ravenous hawk diving for its prey, aimed directly at Ing Xiao's head. Oomph! Ing Xiao quickly recovered, retreating as he swung his spear horizontally to disrupt Jiang Yu's attack. With a loud clang, the airborne Jiang Yu, unable to find footing for stability, was struck and sent tumbling heavily onto the grass. Now's my chance, Ing Xiao exclaimed, lunging forward with his spear like a sea dragon striking from the depths. But Jiang Yu's smile only grew wider, had anticipated that this hot-headed opponent wouldn't let an opportunity slip by and would pounce like a hungry wolf. Clang! Jiang Yu's sword intercepted the spear, deflecting it as he twisted his body to deliver a powerful kick to Ing Xiao's thigh. Ing Xiao staggered briefly, and Zhang Yu immediately grabbed the spear shaft with one hand while driving his longsword toward Ing Xiao's right hand. You bastard! Ing Xiao, alarmed, had no choice but to release the spear and dodge the downward slash. He slid across the grass and threw a punch aimed at Jiang Yu's arm in a desperate counterattack. Whoosh! Jiang Yu's blade moved with uncanny precision, tracing an elegant arc through the air as the edge of the sword zeroed in on Ing Xiao's fist. Ing Xiao's pupils constricted in shock. He gritted his teeth and retreated, twisting his body to deliver a swift kick. Although Zhang Yu was struck in the abdomen, his light armor absorbed most of the impact. Shadow, seizing the moment, gripped his spear tightly with his left hand, but it played right into Jiang Yu's hands. Anticipating the move, Jiang Yu shifted his sword trajectory, aiming at Shadow's shoulder from an unexpected angle. With a sharp sound, the sword struck its mark. Though the wound was shallow, it disrupted Shadow's spear momentum. The pain ignited something primal within the young warrior. His eyes blazed with determination. With a thunderous roar, Shadow thrust his spear toward Jiang Yu's chest, the strike packed with his full strength. The sheer force of the attack tore through the air, making it tremble. Jiang Yu's expression hardened, fully aware he couldn't take the blow heeded. With a light tap of his toes, he moved like a phantom, narrowly evading the spear tip as it grazed past him. A dragon? Hardly impressive, he sneered. In an instant, his swordplay shifted. The blade moved with relentless precision, its strikes like streaks of lightning, targeting every opening in Shadow's defense. Shadow fought back with all his might, his spear whirling to block the onslaught. Despite his raw power, the relentless speed of Jiang Yu's attacks left him struggling. The distance between them closed rapidly, nullifying the advantage of Shadow's long weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu dashed forward like a hawk diving for its prey, his sword brimming with energy as it slashed toward Shadow's head. Shadow's pupils contracted as he hastily sidestepped and raised his spear horizontally to block. The clash rang out with a deafening clang, sparks flying in all directions. The impact numbed Shadow's arms, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the spear. Zhang Yu pressed forward, his sword strikes weaving together like an unstoppable storm. Shadow began to falter, cold sweat dripping down his face. In a desperate bid, Shadow let out a feral cry and unleashed a powerful thrust with his spear. Though Jiang Yu dodged in time, the force of the strike sent a shockwave that threw him off balance. Seizing the moment, Shadow surged forward, his spear striking like a thunderbolt toward Jiang Yu's abdomen. The blow, fueled by the strength of an 8th-level warrior, pierced through Jiang Yu's light armor. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his eyes still sharp and unyielding. He stepped back gracefully, his movements light and deliberate. Just as Shadow prepared to pursue, a flash of sword light streaked toward his throat with deadly precision. The strike was swift, calculated, and ruthless like a falcon diving to snatch its prey. Shadow barely managed to dodge, but the blade still grazed his neck, drawing a spray of blood. Clutching his neck, Shadow staggered back, his eyes filled with frustration and fury. Zhang Yu sheathed his sword and stood tall, his voice cold. As you wished. In the soul duel arena, death was merely a reset, with even pain sensations dulled. Shadow wasn't terrified, but he was bitterly aware of how close he had come to victory. Yet, he couldn't deny the brilliance of Jiang Yu's final strike, silently admitting it was breathtaking. As his life force ebbed away, Shadow collapsed. Moments later, a voice echoed from the heavens. Player Jiang Yu is victorious. Preparing to exit Soul Duel Arena. Back in his personal space, Zhang Yu allowed himself a small smile as he replayed the fierce battle in his mind. The Soul Duel Arena offered a rare opportunity to fight without fear of death, allowing him to focus entirely on honing his combat skills. Each match sharpened his reflexes and refined his swordsmanship to an almost instinctive level. The arena's variety of opponents and scenarios provided invaluable experience for real-world fights. Having won all 5 placement matches, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The system, noticing his ease in the first 4 matches, had paired him with a gold-tier opponent for the final round. Fortunately, his opponent lacked experience. Otherwise, the outcome might have been different. Zhang Yu knew these were just placement matches, so he took out a notebook to jot down his battle insights. Truly, mastering the fundamentals is the key to everything, Zhang Yu mused with satisfaction. As his friend Chu he had once said, the path of a warrior lies in the balance of strength and strategy. By leveraging his understanding of mechanics and leverage, Jiang Yu had managed to counter the spear's reach. Within the system's equalized power settings, he had outperformed Shadow with superior technique. Finally, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the shimmering emblem before him. The dull insignia shattered into fragments of light, reforming into a radiant golden badge of honor, the symbol of his ascent to the gold tier. The system notification chimed as Jiang Yu stared at the badge indicating his promotion to Glory Gold, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. He thought back to the beginning of the school term when his low martial arts scores had nearly gotten him expelled. Now, reaching Glory Gold 4 showed that the system acknowledged his strength as at least on par with the gold level. Level 3 enough to hold my ground in the gold division, Zhang Yu murmured to himself. Casually, he pulled up the system tool, took a screenshot, and sent it to Zhang Yuan and Lin Ruoxin via chat. Without waiting for a reply, he closed the app and redirected his focus to the Battle Soul Arena. Glory Gold was just the starting line. Higher ranks meant stronger opponents and greater challenges. A spark of determination flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. I need to keep improving, aim for platinum as soon as possible. I just hope level 3 swordsmanship will be enough. In the last battle, Jiang Yu refined his ultimate technique. That seemingly simple thrust had been the decisive move that defeated Shadow. All sword techniques fundamentally stemmed from the 4 mother swords, yet by combining them in unique ways, vastly different results could be achieved. This was why generations of sword manuals and techniques had been preserved not merely as records of moves, but as the crystallization of practical combat wisdom. We'll call this move Phoenix Feathers Glimpse, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Confuse the opponent with endless variations, and deliver the killing blow with a final direct thrust. A fleeting moment, unforgettable for a lifetime. However, he knew this move still needed further refinement in actual combat. Just as Jiang Yu was about to enter another ranked match, a series of friend request notifications popped up. When he opened them, they were all from Shadow. Frowning, Jiang Yu initially wanted to decline outright but reconsidered, thinking the other might resort to other means of harassment. He reluctantly accepted. Shadow immediately sent a bowing emoji. Thank you so much for accepting. That last match was incredible. Your swordsmanship is amazing. This was a stark contrast to the arrogance he had displayed in the arena. Zhang Yu replied with a single question mark. Shadow quickly clarified. I might have been a bit over the top earlier. It was just a match strategy. Normally, I'm a model student. I really admire your swordsmanship. Seeing such a drastic change in attitude only made Jiang Yu more annoyed. Shadow persisted. I genuinely want to learn from you. That move of yours was so stunning. It's definitely at level 3, right? Likewise, Jiang Yu responded curtly. I checked your match record 5 wins in a row, ranked at gold 4. You must be at level 3, Shadow replied instantly. After a moment of silence, Shadow sent over an image. Due to the system's minor protection protocol, a prompt appeared asking if Jiang Yu wanted to accept it. Though suspicious, Jiang Yu chose to open it. The moment the image loaded, his blood boiled. Jiang Yu's screen displayed a photo. A pair of long, fair legs wrapped in thigh-high black stockings, the fabric pressing slightly into the skin, leaving a faint indentation. The legs were undoubtedly attractive, but he immediately noticed they belonged to a man. Quickly shrinking the image on his screen, he sent a question mark. Is this you? What's the meaning of this? Shadowmaster replied with a grinning emoji. How do you like it? Beautiful, right? It's a photo of yours truly. Recalling the bulky avatar Shadowmaster used in the Soul Arena, Jiang Yu retorted without hesitation. You're kidding me. A girl would never use an avatar like that. In the virtual world, you can choose to be whoever you want, Shadowmaster replied, accompanied by a playful emoji of poking fingers. I just wanted to experience life from a different perspective. So you're not sending this to everyone, are you? Adding friends after a match and then dropping this kind of photo? Shadow Master instantly took offense. What kind of person do you take me for? I've never sent this to anyone else. Humph. Don't you boys like photos like this? At that moment, the pressure Shadow Master was exerting on Jiang Yu felt even greater than during their earlier battle. Hastily, he explained, "That's my bad earlier. I was just trying to provoke you to finish the fight quickly. At first, I saw you were only in the silver rank and assumed you were a rookie. I didn't expect you to be this skilled." Shadow Master responded with a laugh. "Well, since I'm a beautiful girl and even sent you a photo in black stockings, you should forgive me, right? And what exactly do you take me for?" Zhang Yu replied, exasperated. In response, Shadow Master sent another photo of black stocking legs. Zhang Yu glanced at it briefly before closing the window. "You win. I'm not arguing with you anymore." Shadow Master chuckled triumphantly, but quickly shifted to a more serious tone. "Honestly, though, you're one of the few people I've met who's got both skill and a good temperament. So, you've been beaten down by others too, huh?" Shadow Master sent a tongue-out emoji. "Humph. Beaten down? Hardly. Most people just get mad too angry to think straight and I take advantage of their mistakes to finish them off quickly." Jiang Yu caught the hidden implication. Those not mentioned likely defeated Shadow Master and retaliated just as fiercely afterward. He sent a sweating emoji, thinking to himself, "Karma's a funny thing." Shadow Master changed the subject. "How did you manage to beat a gunfighter with a sword? I've tried using a blade before, but I couldn't win. The saying longer weapons have the advantage is so true, which is why I switched to guns." Jiang Yu merely smiled without answering. "Humph. Stingy guy." Shadow Master grumbled. "Still, we're friends now, right? When I start training with a sword later, can I ask you for advice? You're still in high school, right? Where do you find the time for all this?" Zhang Yu asked. Shadow Master sent a smug sunglasses emoji. "That's because I'm a genius. I've already been guaranteed admission to university, so I've got plenty of free time. I've only been training with guns for 3 months. Before that, I trained with blades and staffs only a few months for each, and I reached the 3rd tier with both." Jiang Yu was secretly impressed. For most people, reaching the 3rd tier with any weapon, even a genius, would take years. If Shadow Master wasn't exaggerating, mastering multiple weapons within a year was indeed extraordinary. Then again, who could say for sure? It might just be another ploy to mess with him. "Not bad," Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly. "I've only been training with a sword for 2 weeks." "Impossible!" Shadow Master exclaimed in disbelief. "Su. Teacher Su said my talent was already exceptional. You're making this up." Zhang Yu sent back a sly panda face emoji. After a long pause, Shadow Master finally replied, "Fine, they'll give you the benefit of the doubt. See you later. I'm off to keep training with my gun." Jiang Yu didn't respond, instead opening Shadow Master's match history. He noticed an interesting pattern. Despite being in the gold rank, Shadow Master had nearly 10,000 matches under their belt. It seemed inconsistent with their claim of being a genius. However, upon closer inspection, Jiang Yu realized that every few months, Shadow Master would switch to a new weapon. Their rank would drop from gold to silver, only to climb back up to gold within a month, indicating they had reached the 3rd tier with the new weapon. Then they'd switch again, repeating the cycle. Playing 10 to 20 matches a day, and using sheer volume of practice to rapidly improve this did qualify as martial talent. But compared to Jiang Yu, it wasn't particularly impressive. In just 2 weeks, he had mastered using a weaker sword to defeat stronger, longer weapons. His talent was no less remarkable. Even someone as skilled as Shadow Master wouldn't stand a chance against him with a 3rd-tier blade against his sword. Sure, the system helped, but most of it still came down to his own ability. Just as Jiang Yu was about to queue for another ranked match, he heard his sister-in-law calling from the real world. Exiting the game, he stepped out of his room. "What's up, sis?" "Your brother called," she said, handing him the phone with a smile. Seeing Jiang Yu's stern face on the screen, Jiang Yu felt a pang of unease but still greeted him with a smile. "Hey bro, how's everything at home?" "All good." Jiang Yu's expression softened slightly. "Everything's going smoothly." "Good." Jiang Yu raised his arm, flexing his bicep proudly. "Look at these, my muscles are getting huge. I could probably punch a dragon to death now. The weather here's decent too. Lots of shade, so working outside isn't too bad." "Oh, the homeowner here used to be a nearly 2nd-tier martial artist. Now he's made enough money to renovate his house back home, even the toilets have imported fixtures." Jiang Yu listened as his brother rambled on, his heart aching at the sight of Jiang Yu's sunburnt, peeling arms. Turning back to his room, he snapped a photo of his virtual gaming pod and sent it. "Hey bro, check this out. Recognize it? This is..." Jiang Yu's eyes widened. "I've heard about these from my coworkers. It's a virtual pod, right? These things cost over $1 million. Where the hell did you get one?" Jiang Yu looked Jiang Yu up and down, his expression serious. "I admit you've inherited some of my good looks, but a man has to rely on himself. Don't ever sell your body, You hear me? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched, and he felt a headache coming on. He explained the situation in detail. After hearing the explanation, Jiang let out a complicated sigh of relief. Good, that's what I'd expect from someone of the Jiang family. He turned to look at his sister-in-law standing behind Zhang Yu, a hint of self-deprecation in his eyes. See? I told you my younger brother is more capable than I am. Saying this, he tilted his head back to stare at the ceiling, as if lost in thought. This is as far as he'll go in life. I don't have much talent, and even earning money to buy your supplements is a struggle. But you, Zhang Yu, you're different. Your future is full of possibilities. His sister-in-law smiled and nodded. That's right. Zhang Yu is a smart kid. We've always believed you'll go far. Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Brother, sister-in-law, thank you for your support all this time. I won't let you down. All right. We know you've got what it takes. Just do your best, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. We believe in you. Jiang sighed. Honestly, I feel like I've held you back. Brother, you've already done more than enough, Zhang Yu said, shaking his head. It's fine. Your brother still has some strength left in him, Jiang said with a smile. The landlord here is generous. He'll work hard to make him happy and get paid sooner so I can buy you those supplements. I heard senior year is crucial if you want to improve quickly. You need to eat well and train hard. The family chatted a bit more before Jiang Yu's sister-in-law ended the call, saying she didn't want to disturb his studies. The room fell silent again. Jiang Yu thought back to the concerned expressions of his brother and sister-in-law, and a warm feeling rose in his chest. Though he had transmigrated into this body, the care and love he received from them were genuine. This bond was something he couldn't separate himself from. He made a silent vow to work hard and repay their kindness in the future. Just then, his chat app buzzed. It was a message from Zhang Yuan. Bro, no way. You got placed in gold 4? Zhang Yu, are you hacking? Do you know Leuan, the top student in the school? Even he's only gold 1. Wait, how do you even have the equipment? Man, you really got sponsored by Lin Ruoxin, didn't you? Come on, don't leave me out. Hook me up too. Zhang Yu chuckled and replied. No, it's just luck and skill, you know? Sponsored, my foot. Though I did get a bit of an advantage. He then explained everything in detail. Just as he finished, Lin Ruoxin sent him a message too, starting with a surprised emoji. Wow, you actually got placed in gold? So it's true. Your swordsmanship has reached tier 3. Why does everyone keep saying that? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Who else said it? Lin Ruoxin seemed puzzled, but patiently explained. It's a conclusion based on years of experience. To hold your ground in gold rank, your combat skills generally need to be at least tier 3. Seeing that you won all 5 placement matches, your movement skills must be decent too. Otherwise, just having tier 3 weapon skills wouldn't cut it against high-rank players. In your last match, you must have been paired against a gold-level expert. Zhang Yu suddenly understood. Players with tier 3 swordsmanship usually had solid overall abilities, making it possible to survive in gold rank. With his tier 3 swordsmanship and movement skills, combined with his unique strategies, he managed to win all 5 matches and get placed directly in gold 4. So does that mean you need tier 4 skills to rank up to platinum? He asked. Ambitious, aren't you? Lin Ruoxin teased. Broke? Zhang Yu admitted, a bit embarrassed. Lin Ruoxin sent a nodding cat emoji. That's usually the case, but there are exceptions. Some people with good luck or strong overall abilities can make it to platinum without reaching tier 4. Got it. So, when are we duo queuing? Hehe, how about you help me with this problem first? Lin Ruoxin quickly sent over a screenshot of a math question. Zhang Yu immediately recognized the problem type. He opened his notebook, found the corresponding summary, and took a picture of it to send to her. Wow, I didn't expect you to handwrite your notes. They're so well organized. No wonder you're ranked 3rd in the grade, Lin Ruoxin said, amazed. You just don't appreciate art. This is my self-created Jiang-style cursive, Zhang Yu joked. Do you want the rest? I can send you all my notes. How much? Lin Ruoxin asked. Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned. This little rich girl's generosity made him envious. No need to pay. I'm already grateful for the expensive gaming pod you gave me, Zhang Yu replied earnestly. Lin Ruoxin sent a pitiful emoji. To her, a detailed set of notes from a top 3 student was invaluable, saving her a ton of review time. Zhang Yu's notes were concise and clear, with methods for identifying problem types, step-by-step solutions, and related example problems. For someone as sharp as Lin Ruoxin, it was like a revelation, a true study guide for acing math exams. While competition among students was inevitable, it was rare for someone to share such valuable resources so selflessly. Playfully, Lin Ruoxin said, we should learn to resist the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. Consider this my return on investment. Zhang Yu laughed, knowing she didn't really care about the gaming pod. She just enjoyed this kind of light-hearted banter. Zhang Yu stared at the check in his hand, lost in thought. In this antique vase transaction, who truly profited and who lost? One thing he knew for sure. No matter how valuable an antique is, if no one is willing to buy it, it's just an ordinary vase. And Lin Ruoxin happened to be the only person willing to purchase it with a check. Time flew by, and soon it was the weekend again. With his own cockpit now, Zhang Yu no longer needed to train at school. This puzzled Yin Fu, who lamented how rare it was to see someone so persistent these days. In his view, while Zhang Yu had talent, it was nothing compared to his own determination. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yin Fu suddenly felt a subtle change in his body, which filled him with excitement. In the afternoon, Lin Ruoxin invited Zhang Yu to team up for a duo match. After their previous sessions, the two had developed a good sense of coordination. However, compared to unknown matches, the duo battles took place on maps that were more than twice the size, and each game lasted significantly longer. Within 40 minutes, the two of them had already secured 4 consecutive wins with ease. The final match is the real test, Zhang Yu said, fully aware of how the system's evaluation worked. If it deemed their performance below the gold level, even a 4-game winning streak would leave them stuck at silver 3. This last battle would be the system's way of gauging their true strength. In the team space, Lin Ruoxin, clad in red battle armor, chuckled lightly. No need to stress. For duo matches, reaching platinum is good enough. Jiang Yu silently analyzed the situation. In theory, duo matches were less challenging because teammates could compensate for each other's weaknesses with good coordination. However, if there was a significant skill gap between the players, ranking up would be nearly impossible unless they encountered a particularly skilled player who could carry the team. The game began, and the two entered a dark and eerie forest. The battlefield was clearly inspired by the Source Realm, but its level of eeriness exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. Twisted trees, pitch-black leaves, and withered underbrush blocked their path forward. The two moved cautiously, one in front and the other behind. Their opponents were clearly very familiar with the map and had excellent hiding skills. Zhang Yu made a quick decision. The system won't let the game drag on indefinitely. Let's find a favorable position and wait for the circle to shrink. They chose a massive tree, large enough to require 7 or 8 people to encircle it, as their stronghold. Backing against the trunk, they formed a defensive angle, forcing their enemies to attack hidden. After confirming no one was hiding in the tree, they settled in to wait patiently. By the 10th minute, the AI determined that both sides were in a stalemate and began shrinking the battlefield. At that moment, short blades shot out like venomous snakes from the side, aimed directly at the seemingly unguarded Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smirked, stomping his battle boots against the ground to sidestep with ease. Although the enemy's blade strikes were sharp, he deflected them with composure. After a brief exchange, Jiang Yu unleashed his self-created finishing move, Phoenix Feather Flash. His sword tip pierced through the enemy's light armor like lightning. Lin Ruoxin followed up seamlessly, landing a decisive blow to the throat, taking down the first opponent. Seeing this, the remaining enemies surrendered reluctantly. With 5 consecutive wins under their belt, Lin Ruoxin wrinkled her delicate nose and complained, "We almost got ambushed by them." Zhang Yu analyzed their opponents, saying, "They were probably experienced gold-level players. Their tactics were ruthless. Good thing we changed our route." The duo continued battling until 6 p.m., but their win rate dropped from 100 to 46. The frequent pain from dying in the soul combat space became unbearable, and they decided to call it a day. "Ranking up is tougher than I thought," Zhang Yu remarked. "Their teamwork is so tight. We played all afternoon and ended up losing points instead." Lin Ruoxin put her hands on her hips, brimming with confidence. We're just getting started. We've got 8 or 9 months ahead of us. There's no way we'll fall behind them." During the 2-day holiday, Jiang Yu organized his time meticulously. Mornings were dedicated to practicing stance techniques, followed by ordering nutritional meals at noon to replenish his energy. Afternoons were spent in duo matches with Lin Ruoxin, while evenings saw him return to his stance training, interspersed with cultural studies for balance, before ending the day with solo practice sessions. For Zhang Yu, duo matches with Lin Ruoxin felt more like a task than a choice, as solo gameplay had become his norm. He had no other option. The scholarship promised by teacher Chu he was still nowhere to be seen, and to ease the financial burden on his brother and sister-in-law, he had to find another way. The 10th Usandiyuan prize from the Soul Awakening tournament was enough to cover 4 months of his vital energy supplements, and it had become a goal he dreamt about day and night. By mid to late September, during a martial arts practical class, Jiang Yu maintained his disciplined learning pace. In a classroom duel, he executed the Fengyu Jingha technique, his sword tip appearing like a phantom at Lin Ruoxin's throat. "I lost again," Lin Ruoxin said, removing her helmet and tossing her long hair. "No matter how many times I see that move, I can't counter it." Jiang Yu grinned smugly. A fleeting glimpse, who could predict that? On the sidelines, Su Bowen observed silently, feeling a tinge of frustration. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful tiger's roar in the forest blade technique. Class monitor, Your blade skills have improved again, someone praised. I'm always progressing, Su Bowen replied with a slight nod, his mood easing. Hey, where's Yin Fu? A student asked. He awakened an external force and joined the elite class, Su Bowen answered calmly. Wow, Yin Fu's so lucky. Yeah, not many in the elite class awaken external forces. Most are transferred there due to high compatibility with advanced techniques. What level is his external force? What exactly is his ability? Su Bowen shook his head. That's classified information, and only a few know. But you can infer it from the school teacher Chu he connected him with. If it's a top-tier university, his external force is at least B-level or higher. Hearing this, many students looked envious. One of them glanced at Jiang Yu and sighed. We don't have Jiang Yu's talent, nor do we have Yin Fu's luck. Su Bowen smiled faintly. Then work harder. Everyone's striving for their own goals. Meanwhile, in Teacher Chuhi's office, he stood at the center of the training ground, watching Jiang Yu's performance on a large screen, roughly the size of a blackboard. The screen clearly displayed the scene from Class 6, Grade 12. From start to finish, Jiang Yu appeared calm and confident in his duel with Lin Ruoxin. As a provincial-level distinguished teacher and the instructor for the elite class, Chu He wielded considerable authority within the school. He wore an amused smile. I wonder if he's so engrossed in mingling with the Lin family heiress that he's forgotten everything else, or if he's genuinely keeping his composure. It's been so long, and he still hasn't come to find me. Even someone as experienced as Chu He couldn't resist a bit of curiosity. He had investigated Jiang Yu's activities, but found no faults. This once wayward prodigy had earned his admiration. Yet, he couldn't understand why someone of Lin Ruoxin's status was so close to Jiang Yu. After all, in an environment teeming with top-tier universities, so-called geniuses were as common as fish in a river. Ah, foolish boy. The Lin family's precious jewel isn't someone you can approach so easily. Chu He sighed softly. He understood that not everyone was born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Some were raised in privileged environments, with their paths meticulously planned by their parents. But many others had to navigate through ordinary or even challenging circumstances, groping in the dark until they found their direction. This was precisely why Chu He admired Jiang Yu. He never looked down on him for wasting time in the past, but respected his ability to rise and push forward in adversity. Ibao, connect me to Principal Taing, Chu He said, frowning. To him, Zhang Yu was unlike other students. Time was especially critical in their senior year. Moments later, a projection of Principal Taing Xiaolong appeared. Though he looked like a man in his 40s, he was actually nearing 80. He was seated on a sofa, handling official duties. What's the matter? You don't usually come to me unless there's something important, Taing Xiaolong said with a smile. I want to apply for the first-class progress scholarship for a student. Time is tight in senior year, so I figured coming to you would be faster, Chu He replied bluntly. Taing Xiaolong looked up. Normally, you could just submit the application, and I'd approve it. Since you're asking personally, it must be for that student named Jiang Yu, right? Good memory, Chu He remarked approvingly. Submit the documents, and I'll approve it directly. Only 15,000 yuan. No need to report it to the Education Bureau. You should have the authority for this. Principal Taing rubbed his temples. As the head of a prestigious high school, he held significant power, and it was common to grant favors. But it was rare for a teacher to go to such lengths for a former underachiever. Then again, Chu He's position was indeed exceptional. Chu He, I've reviewed Jiang Yu's file. But Taing Xiaolong clasped his hands on the desk, hesitating to continue. Principal Taing sat in his office, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen as he carefully reviewed Jiang Yu's academic records. These are the only rankings of note so far. Third in the liberal arts section during the entrance exam, bottom of the class in both foundational aptitude and martial arts proficiency. The only exception is that he once ranked first in martial arts within his class, he muttered, shaking his head. With scores like these, applying for the Progress Scholarship is a long shot, let alone qualifying for the top-tier grant. It was clear that Principal Taing's understanding of Jiang Yu went beyond surface-level observations. Due to his high regard for Chu He had already gathered detailed information about Jiang Yu. While Chu He's exact background remained somewhat mysterious, one thing was certain. Even while injured, Chu He maintained the strength of a second-tier martial artist. Having survived years in the fiercely competitive Seoul Fighting Hall and the perilous Source Realm incident, his abilities and history were undoubtedly remarkable. Chu He sent over a video recording with a faint smile. Not enough? Take a look at this. It's footage of his swordsmanship. After watching the video, Principal Taing sighed. Admittedly, he's very talented. To hone his swordsmanship to the point of creating his own killing techniques over just one summer is extraordinary. In my 30 years as principal, I've only seen one other case like this. He paused. But even so, this is merely third-year level. Who can guarantee his performance in future exams? You should remember the story of Xiao Huahua, the fallen prodigy from decades ago. Chu He shrugged nonchalantly, offering no rebuttal. Principal Taing knew Chu He well. This provincial-level distinguished teacher had earned his title through sheer ability. Coming from a similarly impoverished background, He had carved out a place for himself through determination and a fort quality that Principal Taing deeply admired. Given He's status, there was no need for him to take risks over a mere 150,000 yuan scholarship. I trust your judgment, Principal Taing said cautiously. However, even though I have the authority to approve the 150,000 yuan scholarship, it must still be uploaded to the National Oversight Network. Zhang Yu has neither aptitude compatibility nor awakened any external powers. If this decision is scrutinized in the future, the implication was clear. Principal Taing wasn't willing to shoulder that risk. Underperforming students might occasionally surprise, but more often than not, they brought disappointment. Policies are meant to foster talent without prejudice, yet in practice, they often get distorted. He sighed. Seeing the principal's firm stance, he chose not to push further. After all, once Jiang Yu proved himself in the major exams, no one would be able to question his qualifications. But by the time the next major exam comes around, it'll be too late. He said, a trace of frustration crossing his face. Principal Taing quickly offered a conciliatory smile. Martial arts exams aren't like liberal arts. The 3 mock exams are spaced just 3 months apart. The next one is mid-November. Once the results are out, they'll approve it immediately. It won't cause much delay. The two then discussed the resources that could be provided in the meantime. In the end, Principal Taing agreed to supplement Jiang Yu's progress scholarship with an additional 5 bottles of basic blood vitality supplements, bringing the total to 15 bottles. He also granted Jiang Yu access to the school's training facilities. After the call, Principal Taing wasted no time instructing his secretary to conduct a thorough investigation into Jiang Yu's background and contacted Li Sanjiang. When Li Sanjiang received the principal's call, he had been deliberately holding off on processing Jiang Yu's application. But with Principal Taing personally inquiring about it, he had no choice but to approve the request immediately and add the extra 5 bottles of supplements as required. Who exactly is this kid? Li Sanjiang muttered to himself, staring at his screen. If it weren't for him, those underperforming students would have transferred to the liberal arts track ages ago. Now look at them, rallying together with their, if Jiang Yu doesn't leave, neither do we nonsense. This year's graduation rates and bonuses are as good as gone. Despite his frustration, Li Sanjiang processed the paperwork as instructed, uploading Jiang Yu's application to the principal system. For a while, he simply stared at the screen. 10 minutes later, he suddenly froze. Li Sanjiang sat in his office, staring at the approval notice on his computer screen, nearly sliding off his chair in shock. The speed was completely unexpected. Applications submitted in the morning typically didn't receive responses until late afternoon at best. It was clear that Principal Taing had been paying close attention to this matter. He lightly brushed his lips with his fingers, taking a deep breath. Zhang Yu. It seemed he would have to find another way to deal with him. Originally, he had intended to exploit the approval process to make things difficult. From the homeroom teacher's submission, to the grade supervisor's review, and finally to the principal's approval, it should have been a long and tedious progression. By all accounts, having a prodigious student in the school should have been a cause for celebration. This ought to have been a feather in Li Sanjiang's cap. But the situation was different now. If Jiang Yu and his group of so-called problem students stayed, they would undoubtedly tarnish the carefully polished reputation Li had worked so hard to build. Principal Taing, are you really going to let all my hard work go down the drain? He muttered, massaging his temples as he calculated his next move. He had thought he could deal with these students swiftly and decisively, but he had underestimated the unity among them. Jiang Yu, without even lifting a finger, had become a symbol of resistance. Meanwhile, in Chuhi's office, a staff member arrived carrying a silver metal case filled with blood vitality supplements. Chuhi nodded in satisfaction and instructed Yin Fu, who was present in the office, to call for Jiang Yu. Despite knowing that Chuhi had taken a particular interest in Jiang Yu, Yin Fu felt no resentment. With his newfound external forceability, his future seemed bright. Jiang Yu soon arrived, and his eyes lit up when he saw the 15 bottles of basic blood vitality supplements inside the case. This was 5 bottles more than expected, in additional 10,000 yuan's worth, which would significantly ease the financial burden on his family. Seeing Jiang Yu's reaction, Chuhi smiled approvingly. Make good use of these supplements. Don't let the principal's goodwill go to waste. Oh, and there's more good news. If you can improve your ranking by 300 spots in the first mock exam, you'll qualify for a first-class progress scholarship worth 200,000 yuan. Back in the classroom, Jiang Yu resumed his standing meditation, focusing on his training. As his mastery over the fluctuations of true form waves deepened, the conversion of blood vitality into primal energy accelerated. However, this also meant that he was depleting the supplements at a faster rate. What used to last 4 or 5 days now barely stretched to 3. Despite the increased consumption, this rapid pace also signified faster progress in advancing his life level. At his current rate, provided he had enough energy, he could raise his life level by 0.4 to 0.5 within a month. The system's real-time display of his attributes gave Jiang Yu a clear goal: to grow stronger. The days devoted to cultivation were incredibly fulfilling, leaving no room to notice the passage of time. The lingering heat of September had yet to dissipate, and before anyone realized, it was already mid to late October, with the air still carrying the remnants of summer's warmth. Inside the martial arts training hall, the usual lively chatter had gradually faded away, replaced by the rhythmic sounds of labored breathing. With the first mock exam approaching, everyone was immersed in intense training. After finishing his stance practice, Zhang Yu felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at his stomach and let out a bitter smile. What was supposed to be a sufficient supply of basic qi and blood supplements until November had already been exhausted. Pulling up the system panel, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Over a month of grueling effort had indeed paid off. Life level, 5.3 unranked martial artist. Mental level, 15.4. Punch strength, 230 kilograms. Speed, 11 milliseconds. Cultivation techniques, Qi Feng technique, Zhu Yuan manual. Martial skills, swordsmanship, tier 3, 62. Footwork, tier 3, 53. Fist technique, tier 2, 52. Spearmanship, tier 3, 11. Inventory, 710. Though his life level was still below passing, he had reached a score equivalent to 140 points. In this upcoming mock exam, improving by 300 ranks seemed entirely within reach. Let's do some duo matches again this weekend, Lin Ruoxin said with a bright smile as she approached. But first, let's have a couple of custom unknown duels. I feel like my swordsmanship has improved. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Over the past month, the two had grown quite familiar with each other through frequent duo practice matches. However, their journey in duo matches had been anything but smooth. One particularly rough afternoon saw them drop from gold rank all the way down to silver 3, with their win rate plummeting to a mere 43, nearly triggering the system's red heat mechanism. Their opponents were a diverse mixed prodigy youths from various regions, seasoned streamer veterans, and even transcendent master-level players casually partnering with lucky mascot teammates. These adversaries not only possessed exceptional skills and vast experience, but could even predict Jiang Yu's every move. Fortunately, as their teamwork improved, the duo finally clawed their way back to the esteemed Gold V rank. Yet, the road to Platinum remained dauntingly long. On the solo front, Jiang Yu's progress had been a roller coaster. After an initial streak that brought him to Gold 3, he encountered a mysterious young player and was defeated in the 110th move. Following that, he repeatedly faced formidable opponents, narrowly avoiding falling out of gold entirely, and managed to stabilize at a 59 win rate. Sunday evening, 8 p.m., in the Soul Battle Arena, Jiang Yu had been fighting for nearly an entire day. After teaming up with Lin Ruoxin at noon and climbing to Gold 4, he had spent 6 hours solo queuing, playing 120 matches with a record of 64 wins and 56 losses. The system, designed to adjust opponent difficulty based on consecutive victories, had started matching him against hidden high-ranking platinum players whenever he went on a winning streak, making any improvement in his win rate an uphill battle. After hours of intense battles, Jiang Yu had secured 8 clean victories. However, his over 53 win rate clearly demonstrated that his skills far exceeded his current rank. This situation arose because he registered late, starting at a higher initial rank, which made it difficult for the system to accurately assess his true level. As a result, when reaching promotion matches, Jiang Yu often faced opponents who were significantly stronger. Now, he stood at the threshold of advancing from glorious Gold I to majestic Platinum. In the Best of Promotion series, Jiang Yu had already played 4 matches, with 2 wins and 2 losses. Before the final, decisive match, he chose not to start immediately. Instead, he decided to take a short break in his personal space to recover from his fatigue. At that moment, a message popped up from Lin Ruoxin. I noticed your victory points dropped to 83. Why haven't you started your promotion matches yet? Not yet. I'm at 2 wins and 2 losses, so I actually lost some points, Zhang Yu replied. Lin Ruoxin sent a playful tongue-out emoji. This promotion system is such a headache for so many people. Zhang Yu shrugged, silently agreeing with her sentiment. Hang in there. I'm rooting for you to push through and succeed. If you make it, I'll treat you to dinner, Lin Ruoxin added. By then, you'll be the only one in our school to reach Platinum before turning 18. Get ready to break the bank then. Zhang Yu replied with a grin before closing the chat window. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu clicked Start Matchmaking. The timer on the screen ticked second by second, until suddenly, a crisp notification sound rang out. Match found. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu clicked Accept. Meanwhile, in the game Soul Awakening, a title that had become the livelihood for countless fighting game streamers, a live stream titled Situ Yao, 18-year-old majestic Platinum, pushing for Brilliant Diamond, was drawing tens of thousands of viewers. The host was a young woman with striking silver hair streaked with green, clad in a sleek silver-gray suit of armor. She wielded a long spear, and her translucent glass-like wings fluttered gently behind her. The chat flooded with comments. LOL, the streamer is so bad. One more loss and she'll drop back to gold again. How is she even aiming for diamond? Stop hating. Do you know how many people reach Majestic Platinum at 18? Not many. She's just been unlucky. If she hadn't just turned 18, she would have made it onto the Rising Star leaderboard for sure. She's still in her senior year of high school. Reaching platinum at this level could get her a special admission or even a shot at being the top martial arts talent in Lihua City. Situ Yao glanced at the chat, feeling a hint of unease. She shifted her weight slightly and murmured, Yao Yao isn't bad, okay? It's just that the system kept matching me with all these Platinum 3 experts. What could I do? This is actually my second time reaching Majestic Platinum. Just as she was about to say more, the system suddenly notified her of a match. Situ Yao's eyes lit up as she checked the opponent's details. A sweet smile spread across her face. System notification. Match found? Accept? Opponent. Jiang Yu? Situ Yao's radiant smile lit up the live stream, instantly energizing the entire audience of 450,000 viewers, their hearts racing with excitement. Among countless streamers, platinum-level broadcasters were as common as grains of sand, and even dazzling diamond-level streamers weren't a rarity. But Situ Yao, an 18-year-old high school senior who had already reached the distinguished platinum rank and was aiming for the martial arts champion title, possessed a charm like no other. Her image as a pure and bubbly girl next door wasn't the most stunning face on the internet, but when paired with her extraordinary martial arts talent, it was like a trump card, drawing widespread attention from middle schoolers to professional fighters alike. Well, looks like we won't see Yao Yao crying this time. The system's being way too kind. Matching Yao Yao with a golden rookie? Gun versus sword? No way Yao Yao would lose. The live chat scrolled relentlessly. The scene shifted to a floating island arena suspended amidst blue skies and white clouds. Opposite her stood a young, slightly inexperienced boy holding a long sword. Zhang Yu. What? A miner? Maybe it's just a custom avatar. Golden rank miners are super rare. Yao Yao's platinum. This opponent doesn't stand a chance. The audience erupted in chatter. Zhang Yu glanced around, noticing the virtual spectator stands filled with tens of thousands of viewers. Realizing he was up against a popular streamer, he grew more cautious. He fixed his eyes on the fairy-like girl with glimmering crystal wings on the other side, silently bracing himself. Time's up. Situ Yao made the first move, unleashing her 8th level vitality. Her emerald glowing wings shimmered as she darted forward. The spear in her hand struck like lightning, aiming directly for Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu remained composed, skillfully using his footwork and swordsmanship to evade and counter. The clash of weapons echoed without pause. Her crystal spear and his icy, gleaming sword collided, sparks flying with each strike. Situ Yao leveraged the reach advantage of her spear to apply relentless pressure, attempting to corner Jiang Yu. At a critical moment, Jiang Yu abruptly switched tactics. His swordplay shifted from rigid to fluid, resembling the graceful dance of a phoenix. Despite its light and elegant appearance, his sword concealed lethal intent. This forced Situ Yao to divide her attention, gradually growing frustrated. Finally, Jiang Yu appeared to make a fatal mistake, lunging directly toward the tip of her spear. Situ Yao seized the opportunity, her crystal spear striking out like a rampaging dragon. But this was exactly what Jiang Yu had anticipated. Suddenly crouched low, his sword locking onto her spear and slicing across her hand. 4th ultimate move, subduing dragon. Jiang Yu soared like a fiery phoenix, piercing the clouds, his blade slipping past the crystal spear's defense and aiming straight for Situ Yao's throat. The deadly strike came too fast, her wide eyes filled with shock and disbelief. In just 3 minutes, the tides of battle had completely turned. Situ Yao, unwilling to accept defeat, dissolved into scattered starlight, leaving Jiang Yu standing alone on the arena platform, blood dripping from his sword's tip. Jiang Yu gazed up at the vast sky, his mind replaying the stunned expressions of the audience in the stands. On the arena stage, he stood tall and confident, having just defeated Yao Yao, who wielded a spear, using his skills at the gold rank. The scene left everyone in disbelief. The live stream chat buzzed with heated discussions. Some marveled at how this underage boy flawlessly defended against Yao Yao's spear attacks with his sword, showcasing a profound understanding of martial techniques. Others hurled insults at Situ Yao, mocking her for exaggerating her abilities in the title only to lose to someone who hadn't even reached platinum rank. Situ Yao, feeling bitter, stared at her rank dropping back to glorious gold 1 and quietly ended her live stream. As the system announced, player Jiang Yu has won. He transformed into a streak of light and returned to his personal space. The bloodstains on his blade vanished instantly. Excitedly, he opened the rank page to see the dim, illusory badge shatter and reform into a brilliant glass-like emblema had finally ranked up. Congratulations, player Jiang Yu, on advancing to the noble platinum rank, the system announced. As you are under the age of 18, You are hereby granted eligibility for the Earth Rising Stars leaderboard and awarded 100,000 Huaxia credits. Keep striving and make the most of your youth. The previously dull leaderboard came to life, with golden light flowing across it. The system further informed him that he had entered the Earth Rising Stars leaderboard, ranking 16,120th globally, 4,320th in Huaxia, and 43rd in the Nanyue region. At that moment, a small AI assistant in a white dress, standing about 3 fists tall, materialized. She was Xiaoqing, his exclusive helper from the Nuwa gaming pod he had purchased. With a sweet smile, she displayed detailed information about the Earth Rising Stars leaderboard. It was an officially recognized ranking for young prodigies in Soul Battle Awakening, updated every September 8th, and open to all players under 18 who had reached platinum rank or higher. As Jiang Yu looked at his ranking over 10,000 globally and over 4,000 in Huaxia, his initial excitement faded. Though he was unmatched in the martial arts program at Nanha No. 2 High School, he realized that among the billions of talented individuals worldwide, he was still just a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of pride. Rising to platinum rank in just over a month was an achievement worth celebrating. Through Xiaoqing's mind map, Zhang Yu learned more about the rank rewards. Reaching dazzling diamond before turning 18 would earn him 600,000 Huaxia credits, while Ascended Master would bring a reward of 30 million. As for ranks beyond that, they were not listed due to the immense difficulty. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, resolving silently, with the system's help and my own determination, I will one day reach the summit. In this world, the ranking reward system is entirely determined by the player's own conditions. The system is designed with a detailed reward mechanism tailored for different age groups, with a particular focus on adults. To encourage younger players to aim for higher ranks during their prime years, the reward structure is divided into multiple age brackets, with each tier spanning 3 years. Zhang Yu carefully reviewed the reward rules. Radiant Diamond rank, 150,000 Huaxia coins. Extraordinary Master rank, 2 million Huaxia coins. Falling Star rank, 8 million Huaxia coins. What stood out the most was the harsh rule that once a player surpassed the age of 30, they would no longer receive any rewards, even if they achieved higher ranks. For players who missed the age cutoff by just a single day, this rule was undeniably brutal. 30 million Huaxia coins. Jiang Yu murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with longing. This amount of money was enough to place an ordinary person far beyond reach for multiple lifetimes. Obtaining it would mean the freedom to embark on a leisurely journey around the world. But the reality was harsh. Reaching the extraordinary master rank before turning 18 was as challenging as scaling an impossible peak. If it had been 2 years ago, Jiang Yu might have been brimming with confidence. But now, with less than a year until his 18th birthday, advancing his martial artist rank was no easy feat. Once he turned 18, the reward amount would drop significantly. At this moment, aiming for the Radiant Diamond rank seemed like the most realistic goal. The reward of 600,000 Huaxia coins was still quite substantial. Xiaoqing, has anyone on the Rising Star leaderboard reached the Radiant Diamond rank? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Xiaoqing flitted gracefully around Zhang Yu as she replied, Master, currently, there are 180 individuals at the Radiant Diamond rank, but detailed information is unavailable. Zhang Yu scrolled to the top of the leaderboard to take a closer look, but nothing particularly stood out. Some of the listed players might have already reached the Diamond rank, but the system did not display specific details. The leaderboard was sorted by the time players were listed rather than real-time scores. Even if players ranked lower had fallen out of the Platinum rank, their names would still remain on the list. Then, Xiaoqing, how do we claim the rewards? Zhang Yu inquired. As long as you make it onto the leaderboard, the system will automatically review and distribute the rewards, Xiaoqing explained with a wave of her hand, as key information flashed brightly on the virtual interface. The system bases rewards on the highest rank you've achieved. Even if you later drop back to Glory Gold, it won't affect the rewards. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. With his current skills, dominating the gold division was a piece of cake. However, the recent match against Situ Yao had given him a deep appreciation for the exceptional abilities of platinum-level players. The rule design seemed fair after all. Who would dare to keep pushing their limits after reaching a high rank if the risks outweighed the rewards? He casually sent a screenshot of his rank to Lin Ruoxin. A moment later, her reply came with an exaggeratedly surprised emoji. Your progress is unbelievable, Lin Ruoxin wrote. In just 1 month, you've climbed to Noble Platinum. Do you know how long it typically takes most people to move up even a single sub-rank? Jiang Yu rubbed his nose with a faint smile. Guess I'm not doing too bad then. Not bad? That's an understatement, Lin Ruoxin responded bluntly. You're the first student in our school's history to reach Noble Platinum before turning 18. Do you realize what that means? What does it mean? Zhang Yu asked, momentarily confused. Lin Ruoxin immediately switched into knowledge-sharing mode. It means adventurers' guilds and martial halls will definitely approach you. You might even qualify for a special recruitment slot from the school. But she paused, changing her tone. With your current grades, Getting into a top school through special recruitment might be tricky. Don't lose hope, though. Just focus on nailing the college entrance exams. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. He had always been pragmatic, and special recruitment slots felt too uncertain to rely on. Preparing diligently for the exams was already an ambitious goal that surpassed what most people could achieve. The Soul Awakening rank was just a bonus. His real ace lay in excelling at the entrance exams. Still, he couldn't help but feel intrigued by the Adventurers Guild's Lin Ruoxin mentioned. What kind of offers would they propose? Lin Ruoxin, far from being envious of Jiang Yu's success, offered her advice sincerely. If any guilds approach you, make sure to consult with Teacher Chu first, she suggested with a sly smile. He's got a lot of experience with this kind of thing, and he seems to appreciate your potential. Who knows? He might help you secure an even better opportunity. Zhang Yu felt both touched and impressed by how well-informed Lin Ruoxin was. Without her guidance, he wouldn't even know where to start looking for information. You're like a guardian angel sent from heaven, he said gratefully. Does that mean you're going to build me a shrine and worship me every day? Lin Ruoxin teased. Food and drink might pass through my lips, but you'll always stay in my heart. Thinking about you once a day should suffice, Zhang Yu joked in return. Lin Ruoxin's cheeks flushed slightly. No sincerity at all. Despite reaching the noble platinum rank, Jiang Yu didn't let his guard down. He continued his rigorous training and studying routine. Meanwhile, the Martial Arts Education Bureau of Nanyue Province received an official email from the Soul Awakening headquarters. The Bureau's smart management system automatically updated Jiang Yu's file, marking him as a 2043 Earth Star Rising talent list entrant, ranked 16,120. A pending evaluation file was generated, requiring a comprehensive assessment of Jiang Yu's qualifications for special recruitment within 7 working days. The next day, during a cultural studies class, Zhang Yu suddenly felt his smart wristband vibrate. A new message appeared on the screen. October 27, 2042, 9:17. Your account ending in 045 has received a deposit of 100,000.00 Huaxia coins. Current balance, 101,249.25 Huaxia coins. The reward from the Soul Awakening system left Jiang Yu so thrilled that he nearly dropped his pen. 100,000 Huaxia coins comparable to a year's income for an average person. This was the first time in his life he had such a substantial amount of money, and the fact that he earned it entirely through his own efforts made it all the more satisfying. Next to him, Lin Ruoxin turned her head with a knowing, mischievous smile. What's the matter? Finished your paper already? It was clear she had already guessed the reason behind his excitement. Su Bowen was startled and fixed his gaze on the final question. Although he surpassed Zhang Yu in martial arts, he had to admit that he was slightly inferior when it came to academic performance. With a humble expression, he turned to Zhang Yu, hoping to seek his help. Zhang Yu shrugged casually and tilted his test paper slightly without hesitation. Just as Su Bowen was about to lean in for a closer look, the surrounding classmates subtly shifted their attention toward them. The math teacher, finally out of patience, sternly reminded the class, "Do you think this is the college entrance exam hall where you can glance around and whisper to each other?" The other students quickly averted their gazes, and Su Bowen begrudgingly gave up as well. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Taing Xiaolong was engrossed in reviewing documents when the smart assistant suddenly notified him. Director Li from the City Education Bureau is requesting a call. Furrowing his brows slightly, Taing Xiaolong paused for a moment before responding. Answer it. A projection appeared, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket. Taing Xiaolong greeted him with a smile. Director Li? Director Li nodded in acknowledgement and got straight to the point. The provincial office informed us today that a student from your school has been listed on the Earth Star Rising talent rankings. As per protocol, we need you to provide a detailed report on this student. He brought up an information sheet and pointed to a name on it. The student's name is Zhang Yu. Taing Xiaolong leaned in to take a closer look and exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Yu, I know this student. Chu, he even mentioned him specifically before. Director Li chuckled and remarked, it seems he's indeed a promising talent. Congratulations. As a seasoned principal, Taing Xiaolong was well aware of the implications behind such requests for information. His expression turned slightly uneasy. This child's situation is indeed rather unique. Director Li did not press further, merely nodding with a polite smile. All right, I won't take up any more of your time. The call ended promptly. Taing Xiaolong pulled up Jiang Yu's profile and scratched his head in puzzlement as he reviewed it. How did this kid make it onto the rising talent rankings? Based on his exam scores, it shouldn't have been him. Even our top student, Leuan, didn't achieve that. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the smart assistant, connect me to Chu He. When Principal Taing called, Chu He was in his office. After hearing the full story, Chu He couldn't help but silently marvel at how composed the young man was, managing not to reveal even the slightest hint of this matter. Chu He's response to the news was unexpectedly calm. This wasn't because he underestimated Zhang Yu, but because he had carefully considered it from Jiang Yu's perspective. This is just a routine process, Chu he said evenly. Given Jiang Yu's current cultivation level, it's unlikely he'll qualify for special recruitment from those top-tier schools. He continued his analysis. For Jiang Yu to achieve such results with relatively low cultivation levels does showcase exceptional talent. However, it's more likely that his strength lies in his overall martial arts aptitude rather than in pure cultivation ability. If the Martial Arts Education Bureau categorizes him this way, it could make his future path even more challenging. Chu he sighed. After all, a fighter's foundation is their life force level. Against opponents at Su Shiyu's caliber, no amount of refined technique can withstand a casual strike from someone like her. After ending the call, Chu he decided not to inform Jiang Yu about the special recruitment for now, allowing him to remain focused on the college entrance exams. In this world, Soul Awakening was not controlled by a single corporation but was jointly managed by the Soul Hall and various major adventurer guilds. Among them, the Soul Hall, affiliated with the United Earth government, held the largest stake. This multifaceted department not only handled warrior registrations but also commanded the war efforts against the alien beasts. All registered warriors were required to join the Soul Hall Corps to defend Blue Star. In addition to the Soul Hall, there were 4 top-tier adventurer guilds. The Spark Adventurer Guild, founded by humanity's strongest warrior, Su Shiyu, hailed as humanity's sharpest blade. The Pioneers Guild, established by John Evans, a 9th-tier powerhouse from the United States. The Holy Spirit Knights, led by EU Saintess Serafina Bellagio. The Solar Shield, created by the Lion of the Desert, Nasser Al-Karim. In the city of Guangzhou, located in the southern Yu province, the Pioneers Guild's branch was housed in a Western-style mansion with a history spanning 2 centuries. That afternoon, in an office on the 4th floor of the mansion's main building, which retained its century-old decor, the branch's vice president, Li Liani, was in discussion with her subordinate, Lao Shuren. Though this blonde-haired, greeny beauty bore a Chinese name, she was a true native of the United States. Sitting gracefully behind her desk, she asked, Lao Shuren, how is the investigation going on that rising star from Xianxiao who made it onto the star talent rankings? Lao Shuren gave a detailed report on Jiang Yu's family background, concluding that persuading him might not be too difficult. By analyzing the data, they had uncovered something astonishing. Jiang Yu had reached the platinum rank in just 10 days, with an incredible rate of progress, advancing a rank every 2 days. Even more remarkable, Li Liani said, crossing her legs, is that he can participate in hundreds of high-intensity battles daily while still demonstrating such rapid improvement. This indicates that his mental strength has already reached the level of a true warrior. Her emerald eyes gleamed with intelligence. With such exceptional combat talent and mental fortitude, even if his current achievements are modest, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses others. So, tell me, do you think he's worth signing? Lao Shuren nodded earnestly. Chairman Li's words gave him a clearer understanding of Jiang Yu. This 17-year-old boy had shown astonishing progress in his overall martial arts capabilities, especially his exceptional talent in swordsmanship, which far surpassed ordinary people. These traits indirectly confirmed his extraordinary level of mental strength. Compared to those who barely met the age requirement to enter the Rising Star rankings, Jiang Yu's achievements were leagues ahead. In the future, he might very well become a martial arts master, Lao Shuren remarked with admiration. At this time, Li Liani was only a 3rd-tier martial artist, still some distance away from the realm of a 4th-tier master. Typically, a 1st-tier martial artist wouldn't warrant such significant attention from an adventure guild. Only those with the potential to become masters were worth the guild's enormous investment. After all, the starting price for signing a contract with such prodigies was no less than 5 million. A thought struck Lao Shuren. So, are we planning to offer him a clever contract? The pre-signed contracts of major adventure guilds were divided into 6 tiers, a level, clevel, a level, and slevel, escalating step by step. Li Lianya's smile gradually faded. Lao Ren, you've misunderstood. The reason I asked you to conduct a detailed background check wasn't to confirm if he's a genius, but rather, she paused, then continued, we need to negotiate the price down. This is an investment, a business deal. Lao Shuren was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Li Lianya's intention to be bargaining for a lower price. Though he was Chinese, his loyalties lay with his guild, and he felt it wasn't his place to argue. Understood. What's the bottom line? Level, Li Liani replied with a sly smile. Lao Shuren nodded in agreement and turned to prepare the necessary documents. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was lying on his bed, calculating his recent income and expenses. With the prize money he had earned, he could at least sustain himself for 3 months, significantly easing his family's financial burden. Remembering Lin Ruoxin's words, he began contemplating his future path. Being specially recruited by the state promised a stable position, an irresistible offer in any era. While it lacked the glory of fighting on the front lines and earning military merits, the access to national resources would ensure steady development. Joining the Duhun Hall as a soldier would mean direct combat with exotic beasts. On the other hand, adventure guilds, though equally perilous, offered far more lucrative rewards. The next few days passed uneventfully, as if Jiang Yu's promotion to the platinum rank had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. His accomplishments were undeniable, and anyone seeking to approach him had to tread carefully. True geniuses were never so easily won over. When Zhang Yu ran out of basic blood-boosting supplements, he initially planned to purchase them online himself. However, Chu He had anticipated this and generously allowed Jiang Yu to use his account to buy them at a discounted rate of 2,000 yuan per bottle. This wasn't due to any special connections Chu He had, but rather because he had transferred his own subsidy quota to Jiang Yu. This gesture deeply moved Jiang Yu. After all, Chu He wasn't a relative or close friend, and even though the savings were only 100 yuan per bottle, 50 bottles would amount to a substantial 5,000 yuan in total. That afternoon, Jiang Yu received a call from his sister-in-law, informing him that the Pioneer Guild was interested in signing a pre-contract with him. Such agreements required the guild to provide at least 1 million yuan worth of resources annually and had to be notarized by an official certification authority. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately stated that he would first consult his homeroom teacher, Chu He. Arriving at the teacher's office, he respectfully asked, "Sir, what's your opinion on this?" Chu He leaned against the office window, leisurely smoking a cigarette as his gaze drifted into the distance. "Let him come to the school then, and we'll talk here," he said with a light chuckle. "I've got some excellent coffee beans straight from the origin realm." Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a warmth in his heart. "Thank you, teacher. They'll let him know right away. Let's schedule it for tomorrow morning," Chu He added. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. The next morning, Lao Shuren arrived at the school gate right on time. After registering at the security post, he followed the directions to Chu He's office, though a trace of apprehension lingered in his heart. Meeting in the teacher's office, who knew what twists might arise? As he pushed open the door, his eyes fell on a middle-aged man sitting upright on the sofa, exuding an air of authority. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, sat to the side, looking somewhat uneasy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all took their seats. "Zhang Yu has remarkable talent in martial arts," Lao Shuren began with a warm smile. "Although his academic performance isn't ideal at the moment, the Pioneers Guild has always believed in giving young people opportunities. That's precisely why we're here. While other guilds haven't shown up," he continued, "we're prepared to offer Jiang Yu a level contract worth 3 million yuan, spread over 5 years, 600,000 per year. In addition, he'll have access to our guild's facilities, training courses, and other resources. On the day he signs, we'll also provide a one-time grant of 150,000 to help him through the college entrance exams." Pausing for emphasis, Lao Shuren added, "We're here with genuine sincerity." Chu He, lounging lazily on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, wore a faint, enigmatic smile. "The name suits you, Lao Shuren. Sounds like honest man, but I'd say you're quite the smooth operator." His words left Lao Shuren momentarily embarrassed. "My student," Chu He continued with a chuckle, "reached noble platinum rank in just 1 month, advancing a tier almost every day. Go check with the top martial arts universities how many students can achieve that level. As for his poor academic performance, if anything, it's proof of how exceptional his talent is." Lao Shuren nodded in agreement. Indeed, progressing from a martial arts composite score below 100 to noble platinum within just 3 or 4 months, there was no better word for it than genius. Chu He paused briefly, as if there was more he wanted to say. Chu He cast a glance at Jiang Yu, a faint trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This student, who had managed to turn his life around in such a short time, had a resilience that was nothing short of remarkable. Chu He knew well that those who had faced rock bottom and emerged stronger often worked harder than anyone else. "To be honest," Chu He began slowly, "I've seen plenty of geniuses, some from top-tier universities, others from second-rate schools. But the ones who truly go far are usually those with unshakable determination." Jiang Yu sat quietly to the side, his gaze fixed on Lao Shuren, his expression unreadable. He trusted Chu He not to lead him astray, and that trust was enough to keep him silent. Lao Shuren furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Chu He's words carried weight, but what concerned him more was another matter. Did Chu He know about Jiang Yu's extraordinary mental strength? This knowledge could drastically alter the course of their negotiations. "I have to admit, I admire this kid too," Lao Shuren said, feigning reluctance. "But as you know, Mr. Chu, the guild's rules are the rules. Without solid evidence, even if I agree with you, my authority isn't enough to offer him a higher-tier contract. However," he stood up, "let me make a call and consult my superiors." Lao Shuren hadn't slept the night before, choosing instead to spend hours gathering and analyzing information about Chu He. He knew full well that Chu He wasn't the type to exploit situations for personal gain. Proposing a deal without sufficient leverage would only backfire. Chu He offered a polite smile. "Of course, take your time." After stepping out of the office, Lao Shuren ensured no one was watching before pulling out his wristband to scroll through his social feed, killing time. Back in the office, Chu-hee shook his head. Judging by his attitude, a D-level contract is probably the best they're willing to offer. D-level doesn't sound too bad, Jiang Yu mused. At least it's not the lowest tier. Chu-hee lit a cigarette, exhaling a thin stream of smoke. I had a hunch before, but now I'm certain your mental strength is far from ordinary. Otherwise, there's no way you could have endured so many consecutive matches in the Soul Awakening fights. He looked at Jiang Yu with a mix of admiration and complexity in his gaze. If it weren't for the fact that low-level fighters can't fool the blood energy detectors, I'd suspect you were intentionally disguising yourself as a first-tier warrior. With your mental strength, breaking into the first or even second tier should be entirely possible. And considering you've already won 100,000 yuan, you should have no shortage of potions. Chu-hee locked eyes with Jiang Yu, his tone earnest. That's why I hope you'll focus on achieving outstanding results in the upcoming mock exam. With a scholarship, you'll have enough support to train until graduation. If your results are exceptional, securing a better contract won't be an issue. Even in the worst-case scenario, whether it's an E or D-level contract, with your potential, you could easily find sponsorship elsewhere. And if you don't get into a good university, there's always the option of funding a gap year to try again. Only then did Jiang Yu fully grasp the situation. Locking himself into a 6-year agreement for a mere 300,000 yuan was indeed short-sighted. Should better opportunities arise later, the exorbitant penalties for breaking the contract would leave him trapped. Clearly, the guild understood this as well, which was why they'd come to negotiate. When Lao Shuren returned, he informed them that he had managed to secure a D-level contract for Jiang Yu. An initial 300,000 yuan grant, followed by an annual stipend of 1 million yuan for 6 years. Zhang Yu declined without hesitation. Lao Shuren was visibly puzzled. The offer should have been enticing for someone in Jiang Yu's position. He glanced at Chu-hee, who remained impassive, and silently regretted not approaching Chu-hee privately beforehand to sweeten the deal. As Lao Shuren left, Chu-hee reassured Jiang Yu, "Don't feel discouraged. Just focus on preparing for the exams. Leave the rest to me." Jiang Yu recognized the underlying meaning in Chu-hee's words and nodded in agreement. With the mid-November mock exams drawing near, Jiang Yu poured all his energy into studying. Early contracts were ultimately superficial academic performance was the real foundation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had grown uncharacteristically reserved around Jiang Yu. It wasn't jealousy that weighed on him but pressure. If they were to fulfill their promise of venturing into the world together, he couldn't afford to lag too far behind. Although his life level was only slightly lower than Lin Ruoxin's, at the pace Jiang Yu was progressing, it wouldn't be long before he was overtaken. One evening, Jiang Yu opened chat to find a string of messages from Ying Xiao, the playful girl with the striking black stockings. "Hey you, I disappear for a few days, and you're already ranked platinum? Just wait, I'll catch up soon. By the way, little fishy, has any adventurer guild approached you yet?" Jiang Yu's lips twitched. After getting to know each other better, they'd exchanged chat IDs. He chose to respond selectively to her last question. "Yeah, someone from the Pioneer Guild came by today. What kind of offer did they make?" "Level. No upgrade clauses." Ying Xiao sent a laughing emoji. "That's odd. With how well you performed in those matches, you're worth at least a clever contract with upgrade options. Hasn't the Starfire Guild reached out to you?" Zhang Yu gave a wry smile and explained his current situation. A moment later, Ying Xiao replied with a grinning emoji. "All right, I believe you. You really are a genius. Since you're a decent guy, I'll help you out this once. You're from Nanyue province, right?" Jiang Yu nodded in confirmation. After a long silence of over 10 minutes, Ying Xiao suddenly sent a voice message in her sweet, melodic voice. "Uncle Zhong mentioned he'd be heading to Xianxiao. But it seems someone has already put in a good word for you." She chuckled softly, adding, "You sure have quite the connections." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle Zhong? Someone spoke up for me? Was it Lin Ruoxin or Chu-hee?" "Well, I did my part too," Ying Xiao replied with a mischievous tone, accompanied by a smirking emoji. "You'd better remember to thank me later." Although Jiang Yu was still puzzled, he sensed it was something good and responded sincerely, "Thank you, O goddess of black stockings and long legs." On the other end, Ying Xiao instantly blushed and nearly lost her composure. "Shut up. Never say that again, or I'll come after you." Jiang Yu simply sent back a laughing emoji and logged off. As November rolled in, the weather in Xianxiao grew cooler. In front of Nanha Second High School, 3 sleek black sedans pulled up. The striking red arc on the hoods immediately caught the eye. 7 figures emerged from the vehicles. 6 of them wore matching black suits with white shirts, forming a protective formation. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a black jacket. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his presence exuded an intimidating aura. Taing Xiaolong, accompanied by several key school administrators, hurriedly approached them with wide, welcoming smiles. Despite the fact that the guild system and the education system operated independently, Taing Xiaolong treated Zhong Hui, the president of the Nanyue province branch of the Xingho Guild, with a level of respect and deference that far exceeded what he showed to officials from the Education Bureau. President Zhang, it's an honor to meet you, Taing Xiaolong said, extending his hand. Zhong Hui gave a curt nod and responded with a perfunctory greeting. The Xingho Guild, founded by Su Shiyu, held an esteemed reputation throughout Huaxia. Zhong Hui himself was a figure of significant influence and formidable strength. Shall we head inside? Zhong Hui suggested with a polite smile. Taing Xiaolong gestured invitingly. Of course, please. Let's start with a visit to the elite class. In this era, the role of high schools had long evolved beyond preparing students solely for college entrance exams. Martial arts students had multiple career paths, entering martial arts universities through traditional exams, being specially recruited, signing training agreements with adventure guilds, or going directly into society. This diversified system benefited everyone involved. Guilds gained fresh talent, gifted students accessed greater resources, and schools optimized their allocations. The Xingho Guild's privileges in this regard were largely due to its close ties with the Huaxia government and Su Shiyu's personal influence. In contrast, the three major foreign guilds were limited to operating within restricted scopes. After observing the elite class students, Zhong Hui casually remarked, "These students are full of vitality. I believe many of them have the potential to become outstanding martial artists and serve the nation well." President Zhong, do any students stand out to you in particular? Taing Xiaolong asked eagerly. They're all quite promising, Zhong Hui replied with a polite smile. But a detailed evaluation will require a thorough review by the guild. Taing Xiaolong and the other school leaders forced smiles, unable to hide their disappointment. Clearly, none of the students had truly impressed Zhong Hui. Even if some managed to pass the guild's assessment, they would likely only receive the lowest level rating. The fact that even the school's top student, Leuan, failed to meet Zhong Hui's standards was disheartening. Actually, we have a few promising students in the regular classes as well, Taing Xiaolong ventured, unwilling to give up. Perhaps we could trouble you to take a quick look. Zhong Hui simply smiled without commenting. One of the suited men stepped forward and reminded him, "President, we have another appointment coming up shortly." Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Zhong Hui spoke up unexpectedly. "Time is tight, but I suppose we can spare a moment to see a few more. By the way, do you have a student named Jiang Yu at this school? Where is he?" Taing Xiaolong was momentarily stunned but quickly instructed someone to contact Jiang Yu's homeroom teacher, Chu He. "Jiang Yu? He's in my office right now," Chu He replied casually over the phone. "Then bring him over quickly. President Zhong wants to meet him," Taing Xiaolong exclaimed, breaking into a nervous sweat. "No need," Zhong Hui interjected. "I'll go to old Chu's office myself." Turning his gaze to the screen where Chu He appeared, he feigned a stern expression. Making me come to you personally. If you don't bring out your prize tea, just wait and see what I'll do." "Haha, I knew you'd be after my good tea. I've already prepared it," Chu He replied with a laugh before ending the call. Taing Xiaolong was inwardly astonished. He hadn't expected Chu He to be on such familiar terms with Zhong Hui. It seemed the two had been in contact for some time, and Zhong Hui's visit was specifically to meet Jiang Yu. Quickly, Taing Xiaolong led the way while signaling to the other school leaders to notify the top students from the regular classes. The other administrators, however, saw the situation more clearly. Zhong Hui's willingness to stay longer was obviously to meet Chu He and Jiang Yu. If even the elite class hadn't impressed him, it was unlikely that any regular class students would catch his interest. Chu He was clearly doing Zhong Hui a favor by maintaining appearances. "Just call over a few of the best students from the regular classes," one administrator suggested. "It'll be a formality. Otherwise, Principal Taing might blame us later." Meanwhile, everyone was wondering the same thing. What was so special about Jiang Yu that Chu He had gone out of his way to recommend him, and that Zhong Hui had made a point to visit in person? The group arrived at Chu He's office, where Chu He was already waiting at the door with Jiang Yu. When Zhong Hui saw Chu He, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. The two men locked eyes for a long moment, which eventually softened into a knowing smile and a nod. "Old Chu, it's been a while. How's your health?" Zhong Hui's voice carried the restrained concern characteristic of a middle-aged man. "Nothing serious. Let's not dwell on that come in first," Chu He replied softly, his tone tinged with a trace of melancholy. Zhong Hui paused briefly, shaking off the heaviness in his heart, and followed Chu He into the office. Taing Xiaolong and the other two school administrators, standing nearby, couldn't help but exchange subtle glances as they observed the familiarity between the two men. They had previously harbored doubts about Chu He's network and influence, but those doubts were now dispelled. As the president of the Nanyue province branch, Zhong Hui was someone whose connections were far beyond the reach of the likes of Taing Xiaolong and his peers. Inside the office, the tea set had already been neatly arranged. Zhong Hui glanced around and quipped, "Old Chu, looks like you're living quite comfortably these days." As he poured tea for everyone, Chu He shrugged and replied, "Isn't that the whole point of working hard for half a lifetime? To enjoy life a little?" Zhong Hui's laughter lightened the mood, and the others joined in. Tang Xiaolong sipped his tea and complimented. We're truly fortunate to enjoy such fine tea, all thanks to President Zhang. Haha, this is one of old Chu's treasures. He doesn't even drink it himself most of the time, Zhong Hui joked. As the group seemed ready to linger over their tea, Chu's voice turned serious. Perhaps we should get down to business first? Look at you, always in a rush. Zhong Hui chuckled, setting down his teacup. Chu gestured for Jiang Yu to step forward. This young man has potential. Would you take a look at him? Oh, so this is the student you mentioned, Zhong Hui said with curiosity. Your teacher spoke highly of you when we last talked. Let's see what you've got. Someone even old Chu thinks is worth his time. Zhong Hui scrutinized Jiang Yu closely. The boy's handsome face and the maturity in his gaze set him apart from his peers. Zhong Hui thought to himself, he does seem a bit unusual, but nothing extraordinary at first glance. Yet, both old Chu and Xiao Qi have vouched for him. Humph. Let's see if he's the real deal or just smooth-talking his way into favor. The group moved to a room equipped with testing devices. Student potential assessments had become a standardized process, including tests for physical fitness like life level, punching power, speed, and load-bearing capacity, as well as martial arts evaluations covering weapons, hand-to-hand combat, and stance training. As Jiang Yu stepped into the life-level testing machine, the school administrators whispered about his background. Though he had caught the attention of Chang Gaoming, his academic performance had always been at the bottom, and he had yet to awaken any external manifestation abilities. The test results appeared quickly. Jiang Yu, life level 5.3. Tang Xiaolong and the others immediately showed signs of disappointment. The score was below even the average for the elite class. But when the historical data on the second page appeared, everyone froze. Just 2 months ago, Jiang Yu's life level had been 4.3. This meant he had improved by 0.5 levels per month. To put it into perspective, even the top 10 students in South River High School's senior year typically took 3 months to achieve a 0.5 level increase. While a 17-year-old with a life level of 5.3 wasn't particularly impressive, his rate of improvement was extraordinary. Normally, students progressed at a rate of 0.1 levels per month, meaning Jiang Yu would likely reach 6.0 by the college entrance exams. But this kind of rapid breakthrough speed was something even the administrators who were on the verge of breaking through the first-tier martial artist bottleneck had never witnessed. What made it even more remarkable was that Jiang Yu had achieved this without awakening any external manifestation abilities, relying solely on basic cultivation techniques. Interesting, Zhong Hui remarked with a smile of genuine interest. My student isn't too bad, huh? Chu said with a satisfied grin. Jiang Yu maintained a calm demeanor, but he didn't miss the reactions of those around him. He finally understood the reassurance Chu had given him earlier and realized how rare this opportunity was. Based on the information he had gathered from Ming Xiao, Zhong Hu's visit to evaluate him was entirely due to Chu's efforts. Normally, the guild only assessed students in the elite class, given the time constraints and the ability to gauge most candidates' potential from their records alone. Reflecting on how many people had worked to secure this opportunity for him, Jiang Yuan, solitary and overlooked, felt as though he was living in a completely different world. He made a silent vow to himself. He would not let down his teacher or Ming Xiao. Steadying himself, Jiang Yu adjusted his stance. With a twist of his foot, he channeled all his strength into his arm and unleashed a powerful punch. Now, it all came down to this punch. Would it be worth it? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yu stepped up to the punch strength testing machine. He took a deep breath and threw a powerful punch. Bang! The sound was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire room. The numbers on the testing machine flickered rapidly, and Tang Xiaolong, along with the school leaders, widened their eyes in astonishment. As a reference, the data for non-tiered martial artists had already been strictly classified. Level 3, speed 7 milliseconds, punch strength 90 kilograms. Level 4, speed 8 milliseconds, punch strength 140 kilograms. Level 5, speed 10 milliseconds, punch strength 200 kilograms. Level 6, speed 13 milliseconds, punch strength 300 kilograms. Level 7, speed 15 milliseconds, punch strength 450 kilograms. Level 8, speed 18 milliseconds, punch strength 800 kilograms. Level 9, speed 20 milliseconds, punch strength 1000 kilograms. Level 10, first tier martial artist, speed 22 milliseconds, punch strength 1400 kilograms. Logically speaking, with Jiang Yu's current life level of 5.3, his punch strength should be around 230 kilograms. However, actual results often varied depending on the individual. Some excelled in speed, while others had exceptional strength. To accurately assess students' combat capabilities, the testing standards were set to be quite strict. Typically, achieving 95 of the standard value was considered a passing grade, 100 represented the standard level, and exceeding 103.6 was deemed excellent. This test not only measured raw strength, but also evaluated the student's ability to control their body effectively. The final number settled at 253 kg. Perfect execution. Without pausing, Jiang Yu moved directly to the 5-meter-long running test machine. Moments later, the machine buzzed, and the screen displayed speed 11.6 milliseconds. For a moment, the room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone began murmuring among themselves, and even Zhong Hui showed a look of disbelief. Normally, it was understandable for one metric to be slightly above or below average, but Zhang Yu's performance was simply too flawless. Tang Xiaolong glanced at Chu He, his mind full of doubt. Could this be fake? But if it were real, with such a performance, Jiang Yu would have a strong chance of securing a contract. Teacher, I've completed my test, Jiang Yu said respectfully. Chu He smiled approvingly and turned to Zhong Hui. Old Zhong, what do you think of my student? Zhong Hui didn't answer directly, but instead addressed the group behind him. Have you reviewed his records? What's your assessment? The group exchanged glances before one of them cautiously responded, President, this student indeed has outstanding qualities and has shown remarkable progress. However, he hasn't awakened any external force nor demonstrated a high compatibility level. A precise evaluation will require a more detailed assessment by the guild. Zhong Hui glanced at Chu He before speaking directly to Jiang Yu. There's more to him than meets the eye. Jiang Yu has already advanced to Noble Platinum and is currently the strongest martial arts student at Nanha No. 2 High School. This revelation left the school leaders in shock. With 8 months left until the college entrance exams, could this year produce a top scorer in a single subject? Zhong Hui continued. Xiaoqi mentioned you to me last night. She's beaten many people before, but they're quickly left in her dust. You, however, are one of the few she truly admires. Finally, Zhong Hui made a surprising decision. I've decided to offer you a level contract, with an upgrade clause included. This decision stunned everyone present. Even the guild members were taken aback, knowing how strict Zhong Hui usually was. Such an offer was exceedingly rare. Jiang Yu instinctively looked at Chu He, who gave him an encouraging smile. Realizing this was a golden opportunity, and recalling Chu He's genuine support and his own capabilities, Jiang Yu nodded decisively. All right, I accept. Tang Xiaolong finally let out a sigh of relief, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Zhong Hui's lips curled into a faint smile as he glanced at Chu He and teased. This little guy trusts you so much. He's not even worried we might team up to trick him. His words carried a deeper meaning, and Jiang Yu wisely chose to remain silent. Fortunately, Zhong Hui quickly dropped the playful tone, his expression turning serious. All right then, let's get down to business and discuss the contract according to procedure. Fair and square, no secrets, no personal interests. The upcoming discussion involved confidential contract terms, prompting Tang Xiaolong and the school leaders to tactfully excuse themselves. For them, securing this deal was already a win. The specifics of the terms were secondary. They decided to take this opportunity to scout for other promising talents in the regular classes, hoping to find the next Jiang Yu and create another miracle. With the office now cleared, only Chu He, Zhong Hui, and Jiang Yu remained. Zhong Hui got straight to the point. For a level contract, here's my offer, 15 million in cash, plus resources and treasures worth a total of 9 million, to be paid over 6 years. I won't bother with any overblown promisestant want your teacher accusing me of bluffing. He paused briefly before continuing. Of course, you'll have access to guidance from the guild's top instructors and unlimited access to swordsmanship manuals. If you break through to the 3rd warrior level, advanced techniques and manuals will be made available to you as well. These alone are worth no less than 20 million. Zhong Hui then glanced meaningfully at Chu He. Moreover, he added, if you progress quickly or awaken external force compatibility, we'll upgrade you to an A-level contract. The signing bonus will be 10 of the cash offer 1.5 million. Jiang Yu took a sip of tea, trying to mask his inner shock. To him, this was an astronomical sum. The signing bonus alone was equivalent to years of delivering takeout in his previous life. The combined cash and resources, totaling 24 million, were nearly 8 times the value of an A-level contract with the Pioneer Guild. Zhong Hui, after taking a sip of tea himself, remarked, I assume your teacher, Chu, has already told you about your extraordinary mental strength. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. As a transmigrator, he not only had exceptional mental strength, but also practiced a mysterious cultivation technique called the Gathering Essence method. With a mental strength level above 15, he surpassed even many seasoned warriors. Zhong Hui then began to explain the essence of martial cultivation. Martial arts is a process of continuously unlocking one's potential, drawing from ancient wisdom, refining it for modern use, and pushing boundaries to achieve the ultimate state. It's about observing the laws of the universe and harnessing its power through your own body. He briefly outlined the key stages of a warrior's journey, unlocking hidden potential, strengthening the body, and consolidating spiritual intent, but kept the details concise. Through their conversation, Jiang Yu realized the immense importance of the Gathering Essence method, though its mysterious origins continued to trouble him. Zhong Hui, recognizing Jiang Yu's potential, stated bluntly, your rapid progress, martial skill development, and control are all outstanding. Your place on the star talent rankings isn't a coincidence, it's a direct result of your extraordinary mental strength. Zhang Hui didn't hide his disdain for the Pioneer Guild. They see your potential but are unwilling to invest in you. That's an insult to China's martial arts prodigies. These narrow-minded fools chase petty gains but lack the vision and courage for greatness. In the final confirmation stage, Jiang Yu decisively expressed his willingness to sign the contract, only needing to inform his family. Though he was under 18 and required a guardian's consent, this was merely a formality. Zhang Hui extended his hand in approval. Good lad, you've got guts. Don't worry, knowing those people, they wouldn't dare take this gamble. He was referring to the Martial Education Bureau, constrained by bureaucracy and unwilling to take risks. As they parted, Zhang Hui patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder and grinned. Kid, I like your style. After you sign the contract, they'll personally sponsor you an additional 1 million yuan. Thank you, Chairman Zhang. Zhang Yu exclaimed, his delight evident. After concluding their discussion, Chu He and Zhang Hui sat down together and reminisced for a while. During their conversation, Zhang Hui inquired in detail about many aspects of Jiang Yu's situation. Jiang Yu responded with ease and confidence, further impressing Zhang Hui. Before long, Zhang Hui stood up, preparing to leave. Before parting, he exchanged chat contact information with Jiang Yu and said with a smile, if you ever need anything, just reach out to me. As long as I'm not in the source realm, I will respond promptly. He patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder and said earnestly, I really admire you. Young man, stay grounded, and your future will be incredibly bright. Jiang Yu understood the advice. For a young man who had suddenly come into a substantial reward, maintaining a level-headed attitude was crucial. Zhang Hui pushed open the door and stepped out, where a group of outstanding students from the ordinary class had already gathered. Tang Xiaolong greeted him with a broad smile, hoping Zhang Hui would consider other students. However, with his sharp eyes, Zhang Hui took one glance and turned to leave. These students do have potential, but they need more refinement, Zhang Hui remarked thoughtfully. As for Leuan, the top student in the elite class, you can offer him a grade contract. Tang Xiaolong finally showed a hint of satisfaction and quickly nodded in gratitude. A grade contract and a grade contract were not bad results, though it was unfortunate that no one could replicate Jiang Yu's extraordinary success. The following day, Jiang Yu rushed back overnight to accompany Jiang Yu to the Xingho Guild's branch building in Xianshao. Zhang Hui, who had stayed an extra half-day specifically for Jiang Yu, was originally supposed to return to Guangzhou the previous evening. Under the supervision of local certification officials, the contract signing went smoothly, and the documents were uploaded for official review. Once the signing was complete, Zhang Hui quickly departed for Guangzhou. The other student who signed a contract was placed in a smaller meeting room, while the main leaders of the local guild prioritized serving Jiang Yu. They warmly guided Jiang Yu on a tour of the building's facilities, including the cafeteria, therapy rooms, and training grounds, all of which Jiang Yu could use for free. Additionally, they issued membership cards for Jiang An and his wife, allowing them to enjoy various benefits, such as bringing their child to train at the guild. Jiang Yu's sister-in-law was overjoyed, while Jiang An appeared more reserved. As the tour neared its end, a staff member delivered a membership card, a bank card, and an ID card. The guild representative explained, the membership card grants you access to services at guild branches nationwide. Your account has been credited with 3.5 million guild points, including 1 million as a personal gift from Chairman Zhang. These points can be used for any purchases within the guild. Additionally, your annual cash payment of 2.5 million has been deposited into your account. After deducting 500,000 for income tax, the net amount is 3 million. Jiang Yu held the bank card, feeling its unfamiliar weight. 3 million, a sum he could never have imagined in his previous life. In comparison, his soul awakening and scholarship seemed almost trivial. This money would allow him to focus entirely on preparing for the college entrance exam, and it was time to give back to his brother and sister-in-law, who had worked so hard for him. After having lunch outside, Jiang An sighed quietly and returned to the construction site. He resolved to work even harder, determined not to become a burden to Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stayed at the guild building, ready to spend his 3.5 million guild points. Thanks to the system he possessed, other suggestions held little value for him. He chose a private room and logged into the guild's virtual space. The points could be used to purchase any item or service available in the guild's extensive inventory, a testament to the guild's top-tier investments worldwide. As he browsed through the electronic catalog of cultivation techniques, Jiang Yu noticed that while the materials could not be freely reproduced or sold, he could pay a production fee to obtain physical copies directly from the guild. Jiang Yu stared at the list of manuals in front of him, his brows furrowed. He was acutely aware of one harsh reality. If these manuals were to leak in the future, those practitioners who bought physical copies would inevitably be tracked down. However, his attention was completely drawn to two particular manuals. These two, Jiang Yu muttered with determination, tapping the screen with his finger. The first was a second-tier sword technique. Blazing Sun Sword Art, priced at 650,000 points. The second was a second-tier movement technique, Fiery Feather Streamlight, also priced at 650,000 points. Both manuals shared a unique highlight: they were specially marked as improved by Lord Su Shiyu. Although these improvements were made during Su Shiyu's younger years, her extraordinary talent and brilliance guaranteed that these modifications were nothing short of ingenious. More importantly, these two manuals perfectly complemented Jiang Yu's cultivation method, Phoenix Perch technique, aligning seamlessly with his chosen path of agile yet powerful combat. After making the purchase, Zhang Yu's points balance dropped to 2.2 million. Without hesitation, he activated the exclusive AI system of the Starfire Guild, a highly specialized artificial intelligence trained by the guild, far superior to other general models in providing guidance for cultivation. The AI swiftly analyzed Zhang Yu's data, factoring in his primary goal, achieving excellent results in the upcoming college entrance exams, ideally ranking among the top scorers. Jiang Yu also emphasized his strengths: rapid progress, strong mental fortitude, and no reliance on auxiliary aids like medicinal baths. The AI promptly delivered a detailed cultivation plan. 1. Consume 1 bottle of basic qi and blood supplements every 2 days, with a monthly cost of approximately 30,000 points. 2. Take at least 1 nourishment pill each month to stabilize his foundation, with a monthly cost of approximately 150,000 points. 3. Weekly guidance from a second-tier martial artist for sword and movement techniques, with a monthly cost of approximately 100,000 points. Finally, the AI issued a cautious reminder: the above recommendations are for reference only. Please adjust flexibly based on actual circumstances during implementation. Zhang Yu carefully calculated the price conversion of the basic vitality potion. At 2,000 points per bottle, its purchasing power was about 6 higher than the equivalent in Huaxia currency. This realization made his eyes widen and surprised: 29,000 points a month, roughly 304,500 Huaxia yuan. Such an income far exceeded his prior expectations. He pondered how to make the most of these points. The nourishment pill not only nurtured vitality but also stimulated human potential, making it an ideal choice for someone progressing as rapidly as he was. Steady progress is the way to go, Zhang Yu mused to himself. The most important thing right now is to break through to the first-tier warrior level. With the system in hand, there will be plenty of opportunities to earn points later. The decision to hire a high-level coach for sparring sessions left him quite satisfied. Whether or not he could equip the new sword techniques, this investment seemed worthwhile. After all, in the soul battle space, he was only at the platinum rank and had yet to encounter true experts. Moreover, there was always the issue of distortion in soul battle awakening. After joining the guild, Zhang Yu immediately opened the weapons section. The array of standard weapons dazzled him, but 2 swords stood out in particular. One was icy blue like frost, and the other was a brilliant crimson gold. His gaze was firmly drawn to the latter, the Zhang Yu sword. The Zhang Yu sword specifications were impressive: a total length of 120 centimeters, a blade length of 100 centimeters, a blade width of 4 centimeters, and a weight of 8 kilograms. Modeled after the Han Dynasty's 8-sided sword, this weapon was crafted from special materials from the Xinyuan source realm and forged with intricate craftsmanship, making its performance exceptional. As a newcomer under a tire contract, Zhang Yu could purchase this divine weapon at a discounted price of 1 million points, down from its original cost of 1.75 million. While this would reduce his point reserves to 1.3 million, far below the planned 2 million, he quickly convinced himself, he'll need it eventually. Buying it now allows me to test the system's capabilities early, which will be invaluable for future planning. Unexpectedly, this transaction caught the attention of Zhong Hui. Through the guild system, Zhong Hui reached out to him with a warm inquiry about his purchase intentions and expressed support for his decision. "You're a decisive young man," Zhong Hui remarked. "If you ever have questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me." With approval secured, Jiang Yu proceeded as planned, purchasing some pills before logging off. He then went to the guild's main building and printed 2 martial arts manuals, spending 75 Huaxia yuan. The moment he held the books, he felt a mysterious connection: these techniques could be equipped. Though excitement surged within him, he maintained a calm exterior. Back home, Jiang Yu eagerly equipped the second-tier swordsmanship and movement techniques. Instantly, a flood of information poured into his mind, and his stats began to rise. His life level reached 5.3, his mental level increased to 15.5, his punching strength climbed to 253 kilograms, and his speed reached 13.6 meters per second. Even more astonishing, his swordsmanship and footwork directly advanced to the 4th tier, boosting his burst speed by an additional 2 meters per second. Eagerly, Jiang Yu opened the detailed stats page, eager to uncover more. Jiang Yu carefully examined the system panel's description of the flaming feather streamlight technique. This footwork was inspired by the graceful dance of blazing feathers in the wind, its movements as elusive as fleeting light, making it nearly impossible to track. The equipment effect showed that the proficiency attribute could increase the mastery of third-tier footwork techniques by 50, while the agility attribute provided a 6-point speed boost. The system specifically noted that these enhancements would only fully manifest as his life level advanced. What thrilled him even more was discovering that Flaming Feather Streamlight could accelerate his movement technique cultivation speed by 25. This was the first time he had seen an equipment effect that directly increased numerical stats. While the system indicated his speed had already improved by 2 meters per second, he knew this was just the tip of the iceberg. Once he advanced to a first or second-tier warrior, the full potential of this boost would unfold. This meant that even among warriors of the same tier, his speed would far surpass the norm. The thought of equipping even more powerful techniques in the future filled Jiang Yu with excitement. Such an advantage in speed wouldn't just grant him an edge in combat, but could also significantly impact his performance in the upcoming college entrance exams. Next, he turned his attention to the attributes of the Blazing Sun Sword technique. This swordsmanship emphasized precise technique and controlled power, drawing its essence from the blazing sun itself. Its moves were simple yet devastatingly effective. Like the footwork technique, it also featured the proficiency attribute, offering a 50 boost to the mastery of third-tier sword techniques, alongside a 30 increase in cultivation speed. Zhang Yu quickly grasped the foundational principles of both techniques. However, in this world, low-tier warriors, while possessing extraordinary physical capabilities, had yet to unlock the use of spiritual energy or inner force akin to that in cultivation legends. As a result, these techniques, though intricate, lacked supernatural effects and bore more resemblance to the martial arts described in wuxia novels than the awe-inspiring feats of xinxia tales, like splitting mountains with a single strike. But this would all change once a warrior reached the third tier. At higher levels, warriors could soar through the skies, vanish in an instant, and even condense energy into blades. Take Su Shiyu, a 9th-tier warrior. For example, she was said to be as powerful as an entire army, capable of defending an entire region on her own. Historical records described 9th-tier warriors as having the strength to shatter mountains with a single punch, a force comparable to thousands of tons of TNT. Each high-tier warrior was essentially a walking weapon of mass destruction, a true human arsenal. The next day, Jiang Yu received the long-awaited delivery. Without delay, he headed to the guild building, completed the necessary certification, and returned home with his package. Opening the sword case, he was greeted by the sight of a crimson gold longsword. Its blade gleamed with an icy brilliance, exuding an aura of razor-sharp lethality. This Xuanhua sword was forged from shimming iron or combined with high-strength alloy. Although it was a standard-issue weapon, it was undoubtedly a fine blade. The equipment effects revealed a 12-point attack power boost. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu equipped the sword and immediately felt his punching strength surge to 381 kilograms, a staggering increase of 128 kilograms. Though these enhancements had yet to fully manifest, Jiang Yu could distinctly sense that each punch now carried an edge as sharp as a blade. The improvements brought by this equipment seemed to follow a complex calculation mechanism, far from the straightforward stat boosts seen in online games. Yet the impact of these enhancements on his testing scores was undeniable. If he wielded the Xuanhua sword during a test, he might even be labeled as possessing natural divine strength. After all, achieving 6th-tier punching power while still at the 5th tier was practically unheard of, except among the rarest prodigies. The world has its limits, but I have none, Jiang Yu thought to himself. A surge of excitement coursing through him as he envisioned acquiring even more powerful divine weapons in the future. He could already imagine the day he might equip a legendary soulbound artifact and gain an invincible golden body. Reigning in his excitement, Jiang Yu refocused his thoughts on the upcoming mock exams. November had just begun, and the first round of mock tests was fast approaching. It was time to dedicate himself fully to cultivation and preparation. Zhang Yu retrieved a pill from his storage space and examined it closely under the sunlight. Its surface shimmered faintly with a golden-red hue, revealing that it was none other than the precious nourishment pill. In this world, the law of energy conservation reigns supreme. For warriors to elevate their life levels, they require immense energy as support. This energy primarily comes from food and pills. Warriors are akin to high-powered machines. While unleashing tremendous strength, their internal vitality and blood are rapidly consumed, necessitating timely replenishment much like a phone needing to be recharged after its battery runs out. With the arrival of otherworldly beasts shattering the void, the world entered a new era of spiritual energy revival. Scientists discovered spiritual energy particles permeating the cosmos, leading to extraordinary transformations in humans, animals, and plants alike. When warriors reach the 3rd tier of cultivation, they can transcend the mortal divine boundary, achieving a leap in life's essence. At this stage, not only can they absorb and manipulate spiritual energy, but they can also perform incredible feats. High-tier warriors like Su Shiyu can even wield spiritual energy to unleash earth-shattering attacks. The nourishment pill in Jiang Yu's hand contained a faint trace of spiritual energy and a rich reserve of vitality and blood. It could not only accelerate a warrior's progression in life levels, but also stabilize the foundation for someone like Zhang Yu, whose advancement was rapid. However, spiritual energy, though lacking sentience, is notoriously selective. To absorb and utilize the spiritual energy within the nourishment pill, a warrior must either have reached the second tier, awakened compatibility or external manifestation abilities, or, like Zhang Yu, achieved a state of harmony between mind and body through spiritual power far surpassing his life level. Of course, even without considering the spiritual energy, the sheer vitality within the pill already made it a coveted treasure for warriors who had yet to ascend the tiers. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu swallowed the pill without hesitation. A single golden pill downed, a declaration of defiance against fate. My destiny is mine to command, not heaven's. Instantly, a surge of boundless life force spread through his body. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he assumed a meditative stance. One thought filled his mind. For the upcoming mock exam, I must achieve an even better result. With an abundance of cultivation resources at his disposal, Zhang Yu fully immersed himself in his training. Time flew by, and before he knew it, mid-November had arrived. The citywide mock exams, spanning 3 days, were officially underway. The first 2 days focused on academic subjects, while the third day was dedicated to martial arts. After the exams concluded, adhering to the unwritten rule of not discussing answers became a norm. Unlike others who were consumed by exam anxiety, Zhang Yu and Lin Ruoxin directed their efforts toward honing their combat soul awakening. Lin Ruoxin's swordsmanship and movement techniques grew increasingly refined, while Zhang Yu, now at the 4th stage of cultivation, complemented her perfectly. Their teamwork reached new heights, and within just a day, they climbed to the Gold 1 rank. This is insane. It's only been a few days since we last teamed up, and you've improved so much, Lin Ruoxin exclaimed, leaning against a statue while cradling her long sword. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Natural talent. Then let's aim for platinum today. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. At his current level, he was nearly unbeatable unless faced with a mismatched team. His mastery of the blazing sun sword technique grew sharper with every duel against skilled opponents. However, their winning streak didn't last long. They soon encountered a duo of professional smurfs, a middle-aged man paired with a soft-spoken girl who handed them a swift defeat. Damn it, Zhang Yu muttered, rubbing his nose. Lin Ruoxin frowned slightly. I need to get stronger. What's this? Feeling a little discouraged? I'm saying, that way you can be the cute little girl next time. Lin Ruoxin shot him a playful glare. A true man stands tall and proud. How could I ever settle for being second best? Zhang Yu replied with mock seriousness. By the way, don't forget to bring a shield next time. It makes me feel safer. Lin Ruoxin burst out laughing. I think I've finally figured out your strategy. Once they resumed normal matches, their synergy proved nearly unbeatable. Lin Ruoxin's swordsmanship became increasingly fluid, hinting at an imminent breakthrough to the 3rd stage. As Jiang Yu's first and most dedicated disciple, she was beginning to carve out her own unique path. Recognizing their exceptional performance through advanced data analysis, the system determined that their skill level far exceeded their current rank. It directly placed them into a promotion series. The first 2 matches were easily won, leaving the final decisive battle to take place in the shimmering stone forest. Under a gloomy sky, the desolate landscape was dotted with countless cone-shaped stone pillars, their surfaces etched with winding dark gold patterns. Their opponents were a swordsman and a shield-wielding axeman, who taunted them with exaggerated loser gestures and smug emojis. Ah, foreigners from Lingzhou, huh? Zhang Yu remarked, raising an eyebrow. Their ancestors, the Bubazi warriors, were known for their ferocity in ancient times, and gave the Central Plains armies a lot of trouble. The battle began in an instant. Jiang Yu took the lead, launching himself into the air as his shimmering sword sliced through the air in a brilliant arc toward the enemy. The shield-bearer raised his shield to block, using the impact to retreat while the swordsman seized an opening to unleash a blood-red slash. Unfazed, Jiang Yu continued to pursue the shield-bearer relentlessly. Lin Ruoxin stepped in just in time, her icy long sword weaving like a dragon to intercept the swordsman's attack. The clash that followed was intense, with both sides showcasing impeccable coordination in offense and defense. The fight was nothing short of spectacular. In the end, Jiang Yu outmaneuvered the shield-bearer with his exceptional agility, while Lin Ruoxin, following his guidance, cleverly employed an unconventional sword strategy to outwit the swordsman. With a flawless victory in the final match, they successfully secured their promotion. The sound signaling the end of the game echoed in the air as Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin returned to the team lobby. A system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations to players Jiang Yu and Lin Ruo on successfully advancing to the platinum rank in duo mode. As both members of the team are under 18, A reward of 150,000 Huaxia credits is granted to the team. Lin Ruoxin immediately offered to give the entire reward to Jiang Yu. Watching his bank balance steadily increase, Jiang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. Looks like we're pretty good, huh? Managed to jump a rank. Lin Ruoxin said with a grin. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Of course. Our team was practically unbeatable in the gold rank. Yeah. Until we got crushed by the extraordinary masters, Lin Ruoxin sighed with a helpless expression. There's no helping it, Zhang Yu explained. Extraordinary masters have so much battle experience. They're like Go masters, with countless strategies stored in their minds. We're still a little behind in that regard. The two continued chatting, discussing their respective progress. Jiang Yu admitted that his breakthroughs in practicing new sword techniques and movement skills had elevated him to the late stage of the third tier. Lin Ruoxin also showed signs of being on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Ruoxin looked Jiang Yu up and down, eyeing his armored figure. Your gear looks pretty legit, she remarked. Of course. Just looking at me costs money, Jiang Yu replied shamelessly. As Lin Ruoxin leaned in closer, Jiang Yu could clearly see her stunningly beautiful face. In reality, his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. In the game, however, he fought the urge to step back, maintaining his composure as he said, just trying to make sure no one bullies you out there. Lin Ruoxin chuckled softly and took a step back. Jiang Yu, you look kinda cute when you're awkward. With that, she transformed into a streak of light and logged off. Jiang Yu remained still, his emotions unsettled. After a while, he let out a helpless smile and decided to log off to continue his training. The next day, the results for the first mock exam were released. Jiang Yu's report card read, Culture 146 points, Martial Arts Comprehensive 263 points, Physical Fitness 150 points, Total 559 points, ranking 357. During class, Mr. Chu, their teacher, specifically praised Jiang Yu's progress. From being at the bottom of the class to surpassing the second-tier university threshold, Jiang Yu's remarkable improvement sparked a wave of astonishment among his classmates. They whispered among themselves, some marveling at his talent, others admiring his hard work. Finally, Mr. Chu called Jiang Yu into his office and informed him that he was eligible to apply for a first-tier progress scholarship worth 300,000 credits. If his performance in the second mock exam improved further, he could even qualify for a special excellence scholarship of 500,000 credits. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly, his expression serious. I understand, teacher. I won't slack off. In the office, Chu sat behind his desk, a cigarette between his fingers. Looking at the young man before him, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. You're a good kid. Out of all my students, I feel like you're the most obedient and the one who matches my temperament. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled. Keep working hard. Don't limit your vision to just the college entrance exams or martial arts schools. The world is far more vast and extraordinary than you imagine. I truly believe you can aim for the top martial arts academies in the country. Aim high, and you'll achieve more, Chu continued, his tone meaningful. Judging by your current progress, you should push yourself even harder. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Yu immediately grasped his teacher's point. Yes, I understand. I can't afford to relax just because I've made a little progress. Exactly, Chu nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. Remember what I said, those exceptional martial artists dedicate more than 16 hours a day to their training. With the ongoing threat of alien beasts, peace is nothing but a fleeting illusion. His expression turned grim. The earth is riddled with countless dimensional rifts, and alien beasts are pouring through them endlessly. If the defensive lines collapse, they'll spread like fish in water, appearing in any city, hiding in forests, or even breeding underground. It would be catastrophic for humanity. If martial artists ever think that winning one battle means the end of the war, Earth would have long become a paradise for these creatures. Chu stubbed out his cigarette and lit another. Because survival is at stake, every genius is valued, not suppressed. In fact, most organizations and martial artists will quietly protect them. He paused for a moment. Aside from discussing your scholarship, there's another matter I want to talk to you about. What is it? Zhang Yu asked curiously. I think you're ready to join the elite class, Chu said, clearing his throat. Normally, entry requires exceptional grades and a qualifying life force level, but you're a special case. Based on my assessment, your overall martial arts strength has reached at least late stage 3, hasn't it? Jiang Yu was startled, surprised by how sharp his teacher's observation was. He had indeed recently advanced to stage 4. While he lacked actual combat data, his improved test performance was directly linked to his heightened life force, which allowed him to better utilize his martial techniques. Teacher, your insight is truly remarkable, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Chu continued. I've noticed your body control is exceptional. According to school regulations, as long as you can consecutively defeat 3 students from the elite class, you can bypass the usual entry requirements. The matches will be full armor combat. While virtual combat through the Soul Arena is becoming popular, full armor combat remains irreplaceable. Don't worry, there will be several teachers present to ensure safety. Zhang Yu fell into thought, considering a deeper question. If billions of martial artists across the world continuously engaged in simulated battles, could they eventually develop flawless techniques? Like how AI generates new chess strategies, could injecting such perfected data into the top martial artists create an unstoppable force? Joining the elite class will benefit you. He interrupted his train of thought. You'll receive stipends, access to specialized training facilities, and a chance to test your compatibility with advanced techniques. You need to stand out even more so that no one underestimates you because of where you started. Do you understand? Zhang Yu nodded, fully understanding his teacher's advice. It reminded him of stories from his past life, where students from lesser-known schools managed to gain admission to prestigious universities. After finalizing the details, Zhang Yu left the office and headed toward the martial arts training hall. Reflecting on how, just a few months ago, he had been worried about merely getting into a martial arts university, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Jiang Yu had now set his sights on the top universities in the country, and even the world's 3 most prestigious martial arts academies. As he approached the classroom, he noticed from a distance a large crowd of students gathered at the doorway, creating quite a spectacle. What's going on here? Zhang Yu wondered, slowing his pace as he walked forward. There he is. Zhang Yu is here. What a legend. Whispers filled the air as the students lowered their voices to discuss excitedly. Look at his ranking. Last semester, he was at the very bottom, and now, after the first mock exam, he's already climbed into the top 400. At this rate, he might jump another 200 spots by the second mock exam. Jiang Yu walked past the crowd with a calm expression, though inwardly, he was more puzzled than ever since. When had he become this famous? Were all these people here just to see him? Zhang Yu, a thin, timid-looking boy, finally mustered the courage to speak up. Could you share your study techniques with us? Yeah. How did you manage to improve so quickly? The students around him gazed at Jiang Yu with eyes full of hope. Most of them were struggling academically. While their grades weren't great, they were eager to improve, they just didn't know where to start. Apart from a few who cared only about having fun, the majority genuinely wanted to do better. Zhang Yu had become an inspiration, the only student in years to rise from the bottom of the rankings to the middle tier. Zhang Yu gave a wry smile, then thought for a moment before replying earnestly. First, you need to understand your own situation and set realistic goals. For instance, I found through testing that I can stay mentally sharp with just 4.5 hours of sleep each day. Then, I divided my training tasks into different time slots based on my personal preferences. He shared his methods without holding back. While his advice might not work for everyone, for these students struggling with their grades, it was a practical guide they could follow. After finishing his explanation, Jiang Yu returned to the classroom to continue his training. The students left behind exchanged glances, deeply moved. One of them remarked, "People always say only those good in academics can achieve success, but look at Zhang Yu's already surpassing most in martial arts scores." Another student's eyes lit up with determination. "Li Laogue told us to drop out, but Zhang Yu's shown us that hard work can create opportunities. What do we have to be afraid of?" Meanwhile, over in Li Sanjiang's office, a completely different scene was unfolding. In the office, Li Sanjiang sat in his chair, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yu's report card, lost in deep thought. As the grade director, it was the first time he felt he had misjudged someone. His previous decision to persuade Zhang Yu to leave the school, though not entirely ethical, had been undeniably effective. The school leadership held varying opinions on the matter, ultimately choosing to turn a blind eye. Li Sanjiang's expression darkened. He had almost made a grave mistake, nearly driving away a prodigious talent. If Zhang Yu transferred to another school and achieved soaring success, his own position as grade director could very well be in jeopardy. Originally, he had planned to exert further pressure after the first mock exam results were released. Fortunately, his previous measures had been discreet enough not to completely alienate Zhang Yu. He's already a rising star. Should I just let this go unchecked? Li Sanjiang rubbed his temples in frustration. Zhang Yu's rapid academic improvement was undoubtedly a boon for the school. Allowing him to focus on his studies seemed the most favorable option. Coming to this realization, Li Sanjiang turned his attention to dealing with other underperforming students. Talents like Zhang Yu only appeared once in a decade, but for the sake of improving the school's graduation rate, persuading other struggling students to leave remained a necessary tactic. Suddenly, a notification popped up in the school's administrative system, a document submitted by Chu He titled, "Application for Zhang Yu to participate in the Elite Class Advancement Challenge." Li Sanjiang froze. In just a few months, Chu He believed Zhang Yu was ready to challenge the elite class. Reviewing Zhang Yu's grades carefully, Li Sanjiang noted that his scores were primarily boosted by his exceptional performance in martial arts and humanities. While Zhang Yu was clearly intelligent and gifted, his physical abilities were lacking. In martial arts duels, skill was undoubtedly important, but inadequate physical strength could easily lead to defeat, no matter how skilled one was. Looks like Chu He is nothing more than an empty name, Li Sanjiang chuckled as he approved the application, already envisioning Jiang Yu's failure. However, his smugness was short-lived. A new email soon arrived, plunging his mood into disarray. Some of the struggling students, inspired by Jiang Yu's progress, were now even more reluctant to leave the school. The news spread quickly, thanks to an inadvertent slip by a class monitor. That afternoon, as Jiang Yu stepped out of the martial arts classroom, ready to grab lunch, he was suddenly pulled into a headlock by Zhang Yuan. No way. You're actually going to challenge the elite class? Zhang Yuan exclaimed in excitement. Zhang Yuan eagerly explained that this promotion mechanism had rarely been used since its establishment. The only precedent was the individual who originally inspired the creation of the system, and even he had already reached level 6 at the time. When Jiang Yu pressed for details, Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes. I'm talking about the legendary figure from the Origin Realm battlefield, codename Wei. He single-handedly wiped out a horde of beasts of the same level, making history. Of course, that doesn't include Lady Su Shiyu. As they chatted, Zhang Yuan suddenly leaned in with a conspiratorial look. So, are you and Lin Ruoxin together? Jiang Yu nearly tripped over himself, hastily clarifying that it was just a normal partnership agreement. But their classmates around them had already started weaving romantic theories. Oh, so Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin made a pact to get into the same university. The next day, Jiang Yu received the official notification. He was approved to take on the elite class challenge at the school's martial arts hall. The martial arts hall, as spacious as a football field, was equipped with top-notch facilities, including a fully operational soul combat simulation system. Many teachers had arrived early, and students flocked to the scene, with some even sneaking out of classes to watch. Everything was set, and the challenge rules were about to be announced. At the edge of the arena, the teacher loudly announced the rules of the competition. This challenge will be conducted in full armor with blunt weapons. The challenger must defeat 3 elite class students in succession to advance. Victory will be determined by scoring hits, and the matches will end upon a decisive point. The challenger may decide their rest period, but it cannot exceed 1 day. To ensure fairness, the entire event will be live-streamed. On the stage, Jiang Yu, with Chu He assisting him, was putting on a specially designed suit of composite armor. Lightweight yet sturdy, this protective gear offered limited defense against first-level martial artists, but was sufficient for the safety requirements of student duels. Holding a blunt iron sword in his hand, Jiang Yu walked steadily onto the platform. Around 300 to 400 spectators had gathered, mostly first and second-year students, with fewer from the third year. Almost all of Jiang Yu's classmates were present, some whispering among themselves. I heard his combat soul awakening level is really high. Finally, we get to see his actual combat skills today. But it's going to be tough. This is real combat, not soul awakening. Exactly. Even if he's at level 5.5 now, going up against elite class students who start at level 6 will be a huge challenge. Some expressed disdain. I heard he's been acting all cocky just because his grades improved recently. Today, the elite class students will put him in his place. Of course, there were also supporters, especially among the girls, who shouted enthusiastically, "Go, Jiang Yu! Jiang Yu! Be my boyfriend!" Meanwhile, in another room, Principal Taing Xiaolong and several school leaders were watching the livestream on a screen. It's been a while since we've had such excitement, Principal Taing remarked from his seat in the center. The other leaders voiced their concerns. Are we sure it's fine to compete outside of soul awakening tests? In real combat, there are so many variables. With such a large physical disparity, can he even handle it? If he gets injured, it would be a huge loss for the school. Back in the arena, Jiang Yu's first opponent stepped forward. Nieshu, life level 6.4. Please, instruct me, the boy said as he bowed, clad in full armor and wielding a long blade resembling a Miao Dao. Zhang Yu, life level 5.4. Please, instruct me, Jiang Yu responded with a bow. The audience erupted in astonishment. A full level difference. That's a 120 kilogram gap in standard punching force. His explosive speed is nearly a third slower. This is going to be a complete mismatch. As the referee began the countdown 3, 2, 1, start. Nieshu launched forward like lightning, zigzagging across the 25-meter square platform in a zaped pattern. Jiang Yu stood motionless, his sharp gaze tracking his opponent's every move. Suddenly, Nieshu let out a fierce shout, stomping his right foot heavily as he leaped into the air. His long blade descended with overwhelming force, as if splitting the air itself. Facing this ferocious strike, Jiang Yu tilted his head upward, watching his airborne opponent. A subtle smirk appeared on his lips. Clang! A sharp metallic clash echoed as sparks flew in all directions. Jiang Yu's iron sword blocked horizontally, deflecting Nieshu's powerful and heavy strike. The force, as if it weighed as much as a mountain, caused Jiang Yu's stance to bend slightly, his muscles tensing up just enough to hold firm. Nieshu's eyes glinted with sharp focus. Using the momentum, he angled his blade downward, letting it slide along the edge of Jiang Yu's sword. aiming straight for Jiang Yu's throat. This cunning move made Jiang Yu inwardly admire his opponent, truly a master from the elite class. That overhead slash was merely a feint. The real killing blow was the follow-up aimed at his neck. Zhang Yu remained composed. He tilted his head back, pushed forward with his left hand, and rotated his right hand, using the sword to press against Nie Shu's blade, forcing him off balance. Nie Shu's strike was redirected toward the ground, and Jiang Yu seized the moment to sidestep half a step, completely evading the attack. As Nie Shu's blade cut through empty air, the crowd erupted in gasps of amazement, impressed by Jiang Yu's poise in neutralizing this seemingly unstoppable three-strike combo. Among the spectators, someone analyzed the match. If it turned into a prolonged battle, Jiang Yu, who lacked physical endurance, would inevitably lose. Nie Shu seemed to realize this as well, quickly adjusting his strategy to rely on his stamina advantage to outlast Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. He had already seen through Nie Shu's intentions. His footwork was steady yet agile, his movements as fluid as a swimming dragon. The long sword in his hand danced with elegance, like a startled swan in flight, showcasing the mastery of a fourth-tier sword expert, wielding the blade with effortless precision. Flame shadow following the wind. Zhang Yu unleashed his finishing move. His footwork was as swift as the wind, and the sword shadows flickered in and out of sight with each shift in his stance. Nie Shu found himself surrounded by layers of sword shadows, unable to discern the trajectory of the attacks. His arm trembled under the immense force, nearly losing its grip. Although Zhang Yu held back slightly when striking Nie Shu's wrist, the number of hits landing on Nie Shu's body continued to increase. Finally, the referee declared Zhang Yu the victor, having reached 500 points first. Nie Shu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to pinpoint when he had fallen into such a passive state. Bowing his fists in acknowledgement, he conceded defeat. "You're impressive." What remained unsaid was his astonishment at Jiang Yu's unexpected strength. The crowd buzzed with discussion, marveling at how Jiang Yu, despite his physical disadvantage, managed to overpower Nie Shu. School leader Taing Xiaolong observed keenly, remarking, "Jiang Yu's swordsmanship has reached the late stage of the third tier, showing the demeanor of a true master." In his mind, he thought, the prestigious platinum ranking is clearly not Jiang Yu's limit. When asked by the instructor if he needed a break, Jiang Yu shook his head, signaling his readiness to continue. His next opponent, Chang Mingsheng, stepped onto the platform and announced his stats: life level 6.6, punch strength 380 kilograms. "Please guide me." On the stage, a tall, broad-shouldered man with dark skin stood wielding twin axes. Jiang Yu observed the man's imposing figure and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Isn't this just another Cheng Yaojin? The pre-battle exchange between Cheng Mingsheng and Jiang Yu began. Like two predators stalking their prey, they slowly closed the distance, each subtle movement betraying their attempt to read the other's intent. When they were just 3 steps apart, both stopped in unison, beginning to circle each other cautiously. Every step they took heightened the tension in the air, the direction of their toes, the shifting of their weight, the adjustment of their weapons all revealed the meticulousness of these two skilled fighters. "What are they even doing?" a younger student asked from the crowd, puzzled. A senior standing nearby chuckled and explained, "There's a lot more to this than meets the eye. When martial artists face off, brute strength alone won't secure a victory. Right now, they're probing each other, searching for weaknesses, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike." Cheng Mingsheng's twin axes may be powerful, but they lack agility. If he can't land a decisive blow, we might just see a repeat of his loss to Nie Shu. "Wow, senior, you know so much," the younger student exclaimed in admiration. "Haha, honestly, I'm just reading the livestream comments," the senior admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. As expected, Cheng Mingsheng lost his patience and made the first move. His seemingly ferocious three-axe combo was effortlessly neutralized by Jiang Yu, leaving him utterly outmatched. Before long, yet another victory was claimed by Jiang Yu. "Unbelievable. Jiang Yu has 2 consecutive wins now, and both were absolute dominations," gasped someone in the audience. "The next match should be a breeze, right? I doubt the next opponent will be much of a challenge," but others voiced their skepticism. "Something feels off. Jiang Yu's strength clearly exceeds the typical level 5. Is he naturally gifted with immense power? Or could there be some kind of foul play?" Jiang Yu, calm and composed, simply smiled. "Teacher, let's move on to the next match." The teacher's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's been a long time since Nanha Second High has seen a combat prodigy like you. Have you already broken through to platinum rank?" Jiang Yu nodded gently in confirmation. "Fantastic. Our school might finally produce a top-tier champion," the teacher said with pride before randomly selecting the next opponent. As the next competitor stepped onto the stage, Jiang Yu froze for a moment. It was him. Leuan stepped onto the arena with measured steps, holding a long sword in his hand. His every movement exuded an effortless grace. With a life level of 7 and a punching force of 446 kilograms, his confidence was undeniable. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, recalling the time when Leuan had come to challenge him to a full-armor duel. If it hadn't been for Lin Ruoxin's assistance back then, he might have suffered a significant loss. He hadn't expected to face Leuan again, this time on the arena stage. We missed our chance to fight last time. Today must be fate, Leuan said with a grin. Zhang Yu remained silent, pondering the true reason behind Leuan's previous challenge. The situation now, however, was entirely different. Although there was still a gap in life level, Zhang Yu now had the shimming sword in hand. His punching force had risen to over 380 kilograms, and he was equipped with 4th-tier swordsmanship and movement techniques. Even after 2 grueling battles, Jiang Yu felt he could hold his own. As the teacher's countdown ended, the two raised their long swords, cautiously studying each other. Leuan moved with light, steady steps, his form constantly shifting, maintaining an optimal balance of offense and defense. Jiang Yu observed him for a long moment, but could find no obvious flaws in his stance. On the high platform, the school leaders nodded approvingly. Although their own martial abilities were limited, they could sense the transformation in Jiang Yu's mindset. Taing Xiaolong couldn't help but remark, after 2 battles, he's not showing any signs of fatigue. Instead, he seems to grow stronger with each fight. Truly, a sword must be honed to shine. Standing below the stage, Chu He watched with a mixture of pride and anticipation. He understood that only through real combat could Jiang Yu truly grasp his own strength and unleash the sharpness of a young warrior. This experience would be invaluable not only for Jiang Yu's upcoming exams, but also for his future growth. The battle raged on. Jiang Yu abandoned his usual cautious approach and took the initiative to attack. Using his fiery feather stream movement technique, he launched a swift and powerful strike, aptly named Sword Through Dragon Gate. Leuan, relying on his superior physique, parried with ease, but the weight behind the blow made his heart skip a beat. Clang, clang, clang. In the span of just a few breaths, their blades clashed over a dozen times, sparks flying with each collision. Leuan used his speed advantage to close the distance, aiming to force a direct confrontation. Though Jiang Yu managed to deflect each assault, his arms were beginning to numb. If this continued, stamina would become his greatest challenge. After all, without reaching the 3rd-tier martial artist realm, his body was still bound by human limits, and each clash of their weapons brought immense recoil to endure. Jiang Yu's arm trembled uncontrollably, his muscles screaming with intense pain and numbness until he was completely drained of strength. At that moment, he realized the chance for victory was slipping away. From the sidelines came a wave of murmurs. This Leuan is so despicable, just defending without attacking. He's clearly trying to wear Jiang Yu out, someone said indignantly. This is bad. Jiang Yu still hasn't broken through. It's over. Another voice chimed in, full of concern. He's one of the weaker ones in the elite class anyway. The moment he faces a slightly stronger opponent, he's helpless. A voice sneered with disdain. What do you know? Are you even half as good as Jiang Yu? Someone immediately retorted. Stop arguing. Look. The spectators in the stands held their breath, anxiously watching Jiang Yu. Although most of them had never seen him in person, his story had already spread widely across the campus. Known as a dark horse with astonishing determination and talent, Jiang Yu had reached the threshold for entering the elite class in an incredibly short amount of time. His journey earned him admiration and painted a picture of resilience in their minds. Many silently pinned their hopes on him. Of course, not everyone in the crowd was rooting for Jiang Yu. Some harbored resentment, perhaps out of jealousy or due to rumors, and they were all too eager to see him fail. A school leader observed the situation on the field with a furrowed brow. Jiang Yu's determination is commendable, but his physical condition is a glaring weakness. It's already impressive that he's been able to sharpen his willpower like this, but with his current abilities, taking on the elite class challenge might still be premature. Actually, Jiang Yu's promotion to platinum wasn't a fluke, someone analyzed. Just look at his movements, they're incredibly precise. It's his agility that compensates for his lack of speed, making it hard for Leuan to find an opening. I doubt Chu He ever expected Jiang Yu to join the elite class right away. This is probably just a test, a way to gauge his potential. Taing Xiaolong remained silent but had already reached his own conclusion. For a student like Jiang Yu, joining the elite class was only a matter of time. What truly mattered was the spirit and ambition he displayed. With such drive, his future achievements were bound to be remarkable. Even if he didn't make it into the elite class this time, it wouldn't be a big deal. At Jiang Yu's rate of progress, he'd be ready by the second trial. On the field, Leuan glanced at the panting Jiang Yu, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. So, I heard you made it to platinum. But today, it seems that's all there is to you. Who's been filling your head with lies? Your arm's probably losing strength by now, isn't it? Leuan smirked, his tone sharp but calm. Honestly, I'd like to see you join the elite class, but if I hold back, Not only would the teachers see right through it, but it'd also be an insult to true warriors. Jiang Yu flicked his long sword, trying to shake off the numbness in his arm. His voice remained steady. You're right. My strength's fading. Time to end this. Before Leuan could respond, Jiang Yu suddenly surged forward, his feet pressing hard against the ground. His body zigzagged in a lightning-fast zaped motion, vanishing from Leuan's direct line of sight. Feng Yu Jinghong. Jiang Yu seemed to transform into a feather, slicing through the air with uncanny grace, surging toward Leuan's right flank. Taken off guard, Leuan barely had time to react before a heavy strike landed on his side. Even with armor absorbing the blow, he let out a muffled grunt. Two can play that game. Leuan roared, his sword cleaving downward with the force of a mountain splitting. Jiang Yu raised his blade to parry and sidestepped, but his drained stamina was beginning to betray him. Just as Jiang Yu thought he had evaded the strike, Leuan's second blade swing came without warning, aiming directly for his arm. Exhausted and out of options, Jiang Yu found himself in a precarious position. From the stands, whispers erupted among the onlookers. Leuan's exploiting Jiang Yu's exhaustion. What a brilliant move. Jiang Yu's done for now. All that hype about him being platinum class? Just luck, nothing more. But just as defeat seemed inevitable, Jiang Yu shifted his weight. With a precise step of the Tiangang footwork, his body tilted to the side, and his sword swung horizontally to block. A deafening clang rang out as their blades collided. Using the momentum, Jiang Yu spun around, his blade arcing for a counterattack. What appeared to be a desperate strike carried an undercurrent of deadly precision. As Leuan raised his sword to defend, Jiang Yu turned with a faint smile, a dangerous aura radiating from him. Finishing move. Fire Phoenix Rising. Jiang Yu's longsword suddenly transformed from light and swift to heavy and relentless. The blade's trajectory mirrored the rise of the morning sun, sharp and unstoppable. Like a fiery phoenix ascending, his sword aimed straight for the unguarded center of Leuan's stance. Boom! The sheer force of the strike left Leuan's hands trembling, his grip on his sword barely holding. Before he could recover, Jiang Yu pressed the advantage, unleashing a flurry of thrusts. Each strike landed with precision, rapidly racking up points. Beep! The teacher's voice rang out decisively. Jiang Yu achieves a score of 500. Match over. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, the arena buzzing with excitement. This breathtaking showdown of 5.5 level challenger defeating a 6.8 level opponent was a testament to Jiang Yu's exceptional skill, courage, and tactical brilliance. The audience's murmurs continued, now filled with admiration and awe, though more succinctly expressed. Finally, Chu He watched Jiang Yu descend from the stage, his expression one of approval. This electrifying duel had concluded perfectly, leaving an indelible mark on everyone present. The news of Jiang Yu single-handedly defeating 3 students from the elite class spread like wildfire throughout the martial arts hall. A wave of astonished gasps erupted from the audience, as all eyes turned to the tall, composed figure standing in the center of the arena. The battle had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Initially, the crowd assumed that even if Jiang Yu managed to win, it would be after a grueling and prolonged fight. Yet, to their utter disbelief, each match ended within just a few dozen moves. Jiang Yu's performance didn't resemble that of a challenger. Instead, he seemed more like a mentor evaluating his students' abilities. Whenever the elite class students launched their strongest attacks, Jiang Yu would effortlessly turn the tables in an instant. His extraordinary physical prowess left everyone in awe. Not only was his strength on par with his opponents, but he also maintained peak performance through 3 consecutive high-intensity battles without showing a hint of fatigue. This isn't surprising, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in realization. He's the one who defeated Leuan, a level 7 life force warrior. Heaton. Chairman Zhong said he's ranked number 1 in overall martial arts, and it seems the reputation is well-deserved. Aside from the elite class students and a few others who harbored hostility toward Zhang Yu, most of the students quietly hoped that this so-called underdog could achieve a stunning leap into the elite class. Now, that hope had turned into reality. The school administration promptly announced the official results. Congratulations to student Jiang Yu for successfully advancing to the elite class. This competition was conducted fairly and impartially. The video has been submitted to the Xianshao Martial Arts Education Bureau for verification. If there are any objections, please report them to the principal within 3 working days. Afterward, the martial arts hall began to empty out in an orderly fashion. The elite class students split into 3 groups. Some left silently to resume their training, others sought out the defeated students for details, while a few hurried to establish friendly ties with their new classmate. Teacher, I did it, Zhang Yu said excitedly to Chu He, though his face betrayed a trace of exhaustion. Chu He nodded with a smile. Congratulations. Your performance today exceeded expectations. But tell me, why did you choose to go head-to-head instead of leveraging your natural advantages from the start? Didn't you once say not to limit myself to what I've learned in high school? Jiang Yu scratched his head sheepishly. I wanted to prove that even in a direct confrontation, I wouldn't lose to them. As they left the martial arts hall, Jiang Yu noticed Lin Ruoxin standing under the shade of a tree in the distance. She didn't approach but waved at him from afar, her radiant smile lighting up her face. The breeze gently played with her long hair, and under the sunlight, her skin seemed to glow. He caught sight of this and waited until they had walked farther away before speaking. You and Lin Ruoxin seem to get along quite well? Zhang Yu truthfully recounted his experience of teaming up with Lin Ruoxin in a duo match, but tactfully omitted any mention of her external force abilities. Let me ask you this, he said with a teasing tone as he took a drag from his cigarette. Is there anything more going on between you two? We're just regular classmates, Zhang Yu replied firmly. Well, from what I know, Lin Ruoxin has never shown this level of concern for any other classmate before. Chuhi's expression turned meaningful. Do you know anything about her family background? When Jiang Yu speculated whether she might be the wealthiest person in Xianxiao, Chuhi exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. It's probably much bigger than that. Chuhi took a drag of his cigarette, his gaze drifting into the distance, as he brought up the matter of the Lin family from Huaxia to Jiang Yu. The Lin family of Huaxia? Jiang Yu asked with a hint of curiosity. I've seen advertisements for the Lin group. They're involved in real estate, heavy industry, and high-tech sectors. That's right. The Lin group is the Lin family's enterprise, Chuhi explained. The Lin family is a 1,000-year-old lineage and one of the most prominent families in Huaxia, with influence spanning the globe. Even the Lin family branch in the Nanyue province holds considerable power. Lin Ruoxin, for instance, comes from the Nanyue branch. While I'm not sure if she's from the main line or a collateral branch, families like this impose extremely high expectations on their offspring. Judging by her trajectory, her goal is likely to get into one of the world's top martial arts schools. She doesn't seem to stand out much in the school rankings, Zhang Yu remarked. Chuhi gave Jiang Yu a meaningful look. But if she truly soars, do you think you'll be able to keep up? Jiang Yu fell silent. With his current progress, getting into a top-tier martial arts school within the country was within reach, and he even had a shot at the very best. But there were only 3 globally top-ranked martial arts schools. If Lin Ruoxin truly had the strength to aim for that level, he might not match her. The thought of Lin Ruoxin's radiant smile brought a faint sense of melancholy to Jiang Yu's heart. Chuhi patted his shoulder. Some people, some things, are like the fleeting intersection of a meteor and the earth. Whether it's friendship or a budding romance. He paused briefly. If you feel it's a pity, then keep striving. Among my students, many started at second-tier martial arts schools, but eventually worked their way up to the top-tier schools through sheer effort. He gave Jiang Yu a knowing glance. There were even those who excelled on the front lines and were later recommended for advanced training at elite schools, eventually taking on significant roles. I believe your potential surpasses all of theirs. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually became resolute. Understood. Thank you for the guidance, teacher. Chuhi smiled and said no more. Just enough encouragement would suffice. He merely wanted to ignite more motivation in Jiang Yu to push forward. From his time with Jiang Yu, he had come to realize that the young man was the kind of person who, once he set a goal, would relentlessly pursue it. Even with just 4.5 hours of sleep a day and a monotonous training routine, Jiang Yu radiated determination and refused to give up. Meanwhile, in the school office, Li Sanjiang stared at the screen showing Jiang Yu defeating 3 elite class students in succession, nearly leaping out of his chair. Impossible. No one but that person has ever done this before. His eyes widened in disbelief. While challenging the elite class was a shortcut to promotion, the difficulty far exceeded that of exam-based advancement. To achieve 3 consecutive victories against elite class students, especially while at a biological disadvantage, would require unparalleled martial talent. This Jiang Yu, Li Sanjiang muttered to himself, frowning. He's unstoppable now, like a dragon soaring to the skies. With such a strong entry into the elite class, he's bound to draw widespread attention. There's no way to take any action against him now, he sighed, pondering his next move. Unless he was willing to betray Huaxia and join the Vanguard cult or the Beast faction, any attempt to suppress Jiang Yu would undoubtedly ruin his own future. As the head of a prestigious high school, Li Sanjiang understood the stakes all too well. While Jiang Yu had once irked him, such feelings were insignificant compared to his own career prospects. Gradually, his thoughts became clearer. Jiang Yu might actually become a golden opportunity. If he could be portrayed as a success story of perseverance and triumph, Li Sanjiang's reputation in the education sector would undoubtedly rise alongside him. Instead of being adversaries, it would be far more beneficial to collaborate and build the image of a capable mentor. With this in mind, Li Sanjiang immediately picked up the phone to call the school's publicity department. Prepare an article about Jiang Yu. Title it Conquering the Elite Class, The Rise of a Genius. Highlight his achievements, growth story, and outstanding performance in detail. Make it as sensational as possible. I want every student and teacher in the school, and everyone in Xianxiao City, to know his name and see the spirit of inclusivity and excellence at South River No. 2 High School. After hanging up, Li Sanjiang took a satisfied sip of his coffee, as if he could already see the brilliance of Jiang Yu's success reflecting back on him. Yesterday, after Jiang Yu's successful challenge, Nanha Second High School immediately initiated a series of procedures. The school not only submitted the battle footage to the Martial Arts Education Department of Xianxiao City, but also posted it on the campus website and various social media platforms. Ostensibly, this was to ensure fairness and transparency in the process, but in reality, it was more about promoting the school's reputation. After all, the rise of a gifted student like Jiang Yu is not just a personal glory but also a boost to Nanha Second High School's prestige. Principal Taing understood this well and allocated funds to increase the video's exposure, ensuring it reached a wider audience. Meanwhile, Li Sanjiang was busy leveraging his connections to have a local Xianxiao newspaper publish a subtle piece that wove his name into Jiang Yu's success story. Early in the morning, after receiving a notification from Chu He, Zhang Yu packed his belongings and headed to the elite class. Passing through a tranquil little garden, he arrived in front of the Duxing building. Looking up, he saw the bronze plaque gleaming in the sunlight. Standing proudly before the building was a statuette tribute to a legendary alumnus of Nanha Second High School, codenamed Wei. Although news of Jiang Yu advancing to the prestigious platinum rank had not been widely circulated, his feat of defeating 3 elite class students single-handedly the day before had already spread across campus. Along the way, he attracted numerous curious glances, and whispers among his peers reached his ears. The elite class's classroom was noticeably more spacious than the standard ones, with state-of-the-art equipment, though there were far fewer students. As Jiang Yu stepped into the room, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. All eyes turned to him, filled with a mixture of surprise, curiosity, and a hint of reluctance. The elite class students, proud of their status, were clearly not yet ready to fully accept this dark horse into their ranks. The room buzzed with hushed conversations. Some discussed his stunning 3 consecutive victories, others mentioned his restraint during the match against Leuan, and a few even compared him to Leuan. On the surface, Jiang Yu remained calm, but he could feel the weight of the scrutiny, with some gazes carrying a subtle hostility. Just then, a familiar voice broke through the tension. It was Yin Fu, who had once been a quiet and reserved boy but now exuded confidence. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yin Fu briefed Jiang Yu on the dynamics of the elite class and handed him a key to a storage locker. As the bell rang to signal the start of class, the room gradually grew lively. The lesson was martial arts combat, taught by Chu He. Jiang Yu knew that the true challenges were only beginning. Jiang Yu glanced at Chu He, a faint smile playing on his lips. As the standout martial arts theory instructor at Nanha Second High School, Chu He's classes were even recognized as provincial-level exemplary courses. At this moment, Jiang Yu was eager to witness the renowned teacher's prowess in practical combat instruction. Chu He seemed equally pleased by Jiang Yu's arrival. After exchanging a knowing smile, he officially began the class. "We have a new student joining us today, though I'm sure you've all heard by now. Jiang Yu's overall martial arts skills are the best in our school, particularly his swordsmanship. I hope you'll all take the opportunity to spar with him in the future." Chu He's words immediately painted a target on Jiang Yu's back. Jiang Yu shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware that Mr. Chu was paving the way for him. The elite class had long been stagnant, its members largely unchanging. By encouraging the students to spar with Jiang Yu, Chu He clearly intended for him to stir up this still water like a disruptive force. Nearby, a burly man with a beard was eyeing Jiang Yu sharply, his gaze as piercing as a hawk's. Jiang Yu felt the weight of the stare and quickly realized this was Leuan, the school's top student. With a life level exceeding 8 and mastery of the spear, Leuan's strength had already reached the 3rd tier. Jiang Yu rubbed his chin, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with Leuan. Though they had never met, there was something inexplicably recognizable about him. At the same time, Jiang Yu could sense the hostility emanating from him. Just then, Leuan issued another challenge. At his physical peak, Jiang Yu didn't need to rely on brute strength. Facing Lu Ren's less agile swordsmanship, Jiang Yu used swift and nimble techniques to completely outmaneuver him. In just over 20 moves, the outcome was decided. Wow, Lu Ren's no match at all. Jiang Yu's swordsmanship is leagues ahead of his, the spectators murmured among themselves. Leuan, observing the duel, had a complicated expression. As the son of Li Sanjiang, he was acutely aware that Jiang Yu's rise had discouraged many students from switching to liberal arts, directly impacting his father's performance metrics and, in turn, reducing the resources available to him. Initially planning to teach Jiang Yu a lesson and force him to back down, Leuan hadn't anticipated the rapid progress Jiang Yu had made. While Jiang Yu was diligently training in the elite class, Xianxiao City was already abuzz with talk of the young martial arts prodigy from Nanha Second High. Major media outlets flooded their platforms with stories about Jiang Yu's achievements, with headlines like "Genius Teen Sweeps Through Elite Class" sparking widespread attention. Videos, interviews, and match recordings were uploaded simultaneously, igniting a wave of discussion across the city. On martial arts forums, Zhang Yu's name dominated the conversation. Not only did casual martial arts enthusiasts join the chatter, but even prominent figures in martial arts education began to take notice. Some martial arts families discreetly started investigating Jiang Yu's background, and rumors swirled that esteemed elders from certain renowned families were planning to personally assess this young talent. As Jiang Yu's fame grew, so did the challenges. Students from the elite class couldn't resist testing their skills against him. Teachers frequently used Zhang Yu as an example to motivate their students, earning him a growing fan base. Of course, there were also sour remarks claiming he was just lucky, but those voices gradually faded as the second mock exams approached. Interestingly, Lin Ruoxin soon applied to join the elite class. Though her grades had always been good enough, she had previously avoided joining due to the hassle. Now, Zhang Yu's progress seemed to give her a compelling reason to change her mind. When Jiang Yu saw Lin Ruoxin's familiar face, a smile unconsciously spread across his own. Lin Ruoxin teased him, "You look so silly." Little did they know, her arrival in the elite class would set off a rather dramatic chain of events. "Su Bowen, what brings you to the elite class?" Zhang Yu asked curiously, eyeing his old classmate standing before him. Su Bowen's gaze drifted briefly toward Lin Ruoxin, who stood not far away, and a faint smile played on his lips. "Well, since you all made it into the elite class, I, as the class monitor, can't fall behind. We have to improve together, right?" Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to probe further, and turned his focus back to his stance training. Since joining the elite class, Jiang Yu had practically disappeared into his training regimen. Day after day, he immersed himself in cultivation, repeating monotonous yet fulfilling routines. Unlike academic studies, martial arts training offered no variety of subjects to break the monotony, only endless cycles of stance work, martial arts fundamentals, fist techniques, and swordsmanship. Yet Jiang Yu found joy in the process. Watching his power level steadily climb on the system panel filled him with a deep sense of accomplishment. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. February had arrived, and the icy chill of Xianxiao was bone-piercing. No matter how many layers one wore, the damp cold unique to the south seemed to seep into the very marrow. However, within the Starfire Guild's towering building, the warmth was as comforting as a spring day. Inside Jiang Yu's private training room, he stood clad in armor, gripping a long sword, locked in a fierce duel with a towering man nearly 2 meters tall. "Huh!" With a sharp cry, Jiang Yu activated his fire feather flowing light technique, darting forward like a dragon to thrust his sword. The man, armed with a shield and a long staff, moved swiftly. His shield swung out in a powerful horizontal sweep, carrying an unstoppable force. Bang! The clash echoed through the training room. Jiang Yu held his ground, using his agility to circle around his opponent. His sword flashed like a meteor, each strike precise and relentless. Suddenly, he executed Phoenix Feather's grace, shifting his sword's trajectory to strike from the side of the shield. The towering man, though robust in build, displayed remarkable reflexes, adjusting his shield just in time to block the attack. The battle only grew more intense. Jiang Yu unleashed Fire Phoenix Rising, his sword movements blazing like fiery afterimages, so fast they dazzled the eyes. The man's defense began to falter under the relentless onslaught. Spotting an opening, Jiang Yu's sword grazed his opponent's side, and with a final move, Blazing Sunstrike, his blade surged forward with overwhelming force, forcing the man to retreat several steps. "That's enough." The man removed his helmet, revealing a complex expression. "Jiang Yu, you've won." This was Li Qiao, an elite instructor and a level 21 martial artist. He shook his head in admiration. "Your progress is astonishing. Even if I limit myself to level 9 and use a 4th-tier blade technique, I can barely keep up with you." Jiang Yu offered a humble smile, though a sense of accomplishment swelled within him. Over the past 3 months, with the system's support, his life level, swordsmanship, and movement techniques had all advanced significantly. The cost of hiring an instructor alone was a staggering 100,000 guild points per month, but since guild points were only usable for internal benefits, it didn't feel like a waste. Returning to his training quarters, Jiang Yu retrieved a vitality pill. It had been over 10 days since his last dose, and it was time to replenish his energy. As Jiang Yu swallowed the pill, a gentle energy began to radiate from his abdomen, spreading slowly throughout his body like nourishing spring rain. He closed his eyes, feeling his muscles, bones, and flesh greedily absorbing the spiritual power contained within the pill. Crack! A crisp sound broke the silence, as if shattering an invisible barrier. Jiang Yu immediately sensed a surge in his strength. Life level, 7.4. Spiritual level unranked martial artist, 16.3. Punch strength, 810.2 kilograms. Speed, 21.5 milliseconds. Cultivation techniques, Phoenix resting technique, energy gathering art. Martial skill progress. Swordsmanship, 4th stage, 53. Footwork, Fourth stage, 43. Fist techniques, third stage, 55. Spear techniques, third stage, 36. Inventory, fire feather streamlight, blazing sun sword art, shinying sword slots 46. The progress in fourth stage swordsmanship was noticeably slower compared to the third stage. Maintaining a 13 increase per month was already a significant accomplishment. Jiang Yu understood deeply that the path of martial arts was never an easy one. Getting started was hard, mastering it was harder, and reaching perfection was nearly unattainable. Many martial artists stagnated at the third stage, and even seasoned practitioners often failed to break through the barrier to the fourth stage. Even with the system's enhancements, Jiang Yu was beginning to feel the limitations of his current equipment. In the foreseeable future, his advancement would likely rely solely on arduous training. However, his mid-fourth stage swordsmanship had already reached a level where he could seamlessly integrate various killing moves, exuding the demeanor of a master. If he were to go all out, acing the martial arts exams would be well within his grasp. Still, Zhang Yu made it a point to hold back during regular tests, aiming only for the scores required to secure a scholarship, never revealing the full extent of his abilities. He planned to unleash his true potential during the final college entrance examinations. At present, his punch strength had reached an astonishing 810.2 kilograms, surpassing the standard for level 8 life forms, while his burst speed was approaching level 10 benchmarks. With such physical prowess combined with his refined swordsmanship, he was already unmatched among peers of the same rank. Clenching his fists, Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement over the immense potential his system had unlocked. With access to even more powerful items, the dream of ascending to the divine realm no longer seemed out of reach. Yet, as he glanced at his remaining 50,000 guild points, he couldn't help but sigh. Cultivating martial arts was truly a bottomless pit for resources. A single essence pill alone cost 160,000 points. Luckily, he had saved money by foregoing hiring a coach, allowing him to purchase one more pill. Moving forward, he'd have to rely on Huaxia currency for such purchases. Still, the results were undeniable. The pill had solidified his foundation without introducing any hidden flaws from rapid breakthroughs. Reviewing his current assets, bank account balance, 3,821,467. Guild points, 50,000. The upcoming second mock exam was critical. If he could rank in the top 100 of his grade, he would qualify for the special scholarship worth 500,000, the final scholarship the school would offer. With that money, buying another essence pill wouldn't feel as painful. Thinking about his elder brother and sister-in-law, who, despite their modest incomes, had always supported him wholeheartedly, Jiang Yu felt a wave of warmth. He resolved to repay their kindness in 2 stages. First, by transferring them a small amount under the pretense of a New Year's gift, and later, after entering university, by sending them more substantial sums. If they refused to accept the money, he would resort to the classic strategy of threatening not to come home, much like children persuading stubborn parents to seek medical treatment. It wasn't until nightfall that Jiang Yu finally stepped out of the martial arts training room. From time to time, martial artists greeted Jiang Yu warmly, their faces beaming with genuine smiles. This kind of treatment left Jiang Yu deeply moved. Over the past 2 or 3 months, even the most uninformed internal staff had heard about the high school prodigy from the Xianxiao branch who had signed a prestigious B-level contract. The significance of a B-level contract was self-evidently true. Martial arts geniuses could earn such an honor. As the rising star of Xianxiao, Zhang Yu was met with admiration from everyone, from ordinary martial artists to the guild's leadership. Even the higher-ups greeted him with cheerful smiles, as if they were looking at a promising young member of their own family. Thinking back to his circumstances when he first transmigrated, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he had been on the verge of expulsion, completely clueless about the workings of the guild, and treated with disdain by other martial artists. It perfectly echoed the saying, when you're poor, no one cares. When you're successful, even distant relatives come knocking. Strength indeed changed how people treated him. When the elevator reached the 2nd floor, Zhang Yu unexpectedly ran into a familiar face, a burly young man with a beard. It was none other than Leuan. Both of them were a little surprised. Jiang Yu? What are you doing here? Leuan asked in astonishment. Back in their senior year of high school, most classmates were preoccupied with their training, and gossip was merely a topic of casual conversation during meals. As the top student in school, Leuan was even more focused on his cultivation, relying on Li Sanjiang for any news. However, Li Sanjiang wasn't aware that Jiang Yu had already signed with the Xingho Guild. He only knew that Zhonghui and Chu He had planned to meet Jiang Yu. When nothing further came of it, Leuan assumed that Jiang Yu had most likely failed, given his skill level at the time. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, had always been indifferent to his classmates' affairs, except for his close friends Lin Ruoxin and Zhang Yuan. Just handling some things, Jiang Yu replied vaguely. Other than the school leadership and Chu He, no one knew about his contract. Since the school had chosen to keep it quiet, he saw no reason to broadcast the news himself. After all, Bragging about it wouldn't earn him an extra 1,000 huaxia coins. The atmosphere in the elevator grew a little awkward. Leuan tried to strike up a conversation. I remember your home is pretty far away. Are you taking the subway back this late? I'm waiting for a ride. Zhang Yu replied with a shake of his head. What about you? I'm taking the subway. It'll only take me half an hour, Leuan said with a smile. When the elevator reached the first floor, Jiang Yu walked straight toward the exit and stopped by the roadside. Soon, a luxurious business car pulled up in front of him, the kind of vehicle typically reserved for high-ranking guild officials. The driver stepped out, opened the electric door, and lowered the steps. Jiang Yu climbed in calmly, and the car merged into the traffic. Leuan stood frozen in place. Waiting for a ride? He didn't mention it was the guild president's private car. The classmate nearby shrugged nonchalantly, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. You didn't know? Zhang Yu has a level contract. He even gets a luxurious ride from the guild whenever he travels. What? Leuan's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm only on a level contract. How did he manage to get a level one? When did he sign it? It's been 3 months now. People in the guild talk about it all the time. The classmate replied with a meaningful glance at Leuan. You've been too focused on training. You're young, but you've got potential. Leuan fell into confusion. That's impossible. 3 months ago, he hadn't even reached level 6, hadn't awakened his compatibility, or even his external manifestation. His voice trailed off, his eyes clouded with doubt. I'm ranked first, yet I only got a level contract. Am I really not as good as him? Level early contracts always come with upgrade clauses, the classmate explained. The guild sees his potential, so of course they wouldn't skimp on the upgrade terms. Leuan looked down at his calloused hands, lost in thought. For 8 years, he had followed Li Sanjiang's strict training regimen, practicing in the sweltering heat of summer and the freezing cold of winter without ever slacking off. He had finally earned the top spot at Nanha No. 2 High School, believing himself to be a prodigy. But reality hit him like a cold slap in the face. Could there be some kind of corruption involved? The thought crossed his mind, but then his eyes landed on the statue of Su Shiyu in front of the building. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. The reputation of the Xingho Guild was beyond reproach. He considered asking his father for insight, but his innate pride wouldn't allow it. Friday, February 6, 2043. The day the second mock exam results were released. The entire grade was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension. This wasn't just the last exam of the semester, but also a crucial test that could determine which martial arts university students could apply to. With the Lunar New Year approaching, the few days of holiday rest for senior students depended entirely on their performance. In front of the school building, a large screen displayed the rankings, scrolling continuously. Though the exact scores weren't shown, it still drew a crowd of impatient students eager to see the results before their class meetings. When Jiang Yu's name appeared in the top 100, the crowd erupted in astonishment. He made it into the top 100? 3 months ago, he was still ranked in the 400s. That kind of progress is like riding a rocket. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu remained focused on his training in the martial arts practice room, oblivious to the commotion outside. To him, the only battle that truly mattered was the one at the college entrance exams. Leuan stood in Li Sanjiang's office, staring at the results on the screen. His emotions churned. Even though I'm still first, Zhang Yu's progress. He clenched his fists tightly, doubting his own talent for the first time. 8 years of relentless effort had brought him to where he was, yet Zhang Yu was on the verge of catching up in just 3 months. Was this the stark difference between a true genius and himself? That afternoon, during the class meeting, the atmosphere in the classroom was subtly charged. Those who had once mocked Zhang Yu were now silent, overwhelmed by the astonishing transformation they had witnessed. The doubtful glances that once targeted Zhang Yu now quickly averted themselves. Unfazed by the peculiar atmosphere around him, Zhang Yu maintained his usual composure, heading straight to his seat and quietly waiting for Chu He to begin the lecture. Standing at the podium, Chu He swept his gaze across the classroom, taking in the varied expressions on his students' faces. Some were expectant, others nervous, but most carried an unconcealed excitement. When his eyes landed on Zhang Yu, he noticed the boy's ever-calm demeanor and couldn't help but nod in approval. Over the past few months, Chu He had been closely observing Zhang Yu's progress. Initially, he had worried that the high-pressure environment of the elite class might hinder Zhang Yu's performance. However, reality proved his concerns unfounded. Despite being regarded as a competitor by many of his peers, Zhang Yu remained steadfastly focused on his path of cultivation, undistracted by external noise. Now, he had firmly secured a spot among the top 100 students in the grade. This kid is a natural-born warrior, Chu He mused to himself. Resilient, composed, and confident, has it all. Honestly, instead of saying Zhang Yu is lucky to be at No. 2 High School, it's more fitting to say No. 2 High School is lucky to have Zhang Yu. As the report cards were handed out, Zhang Yu looked down to review his results. 148 points in cultural studies, 277 points in martial arts, 221 points in physical fitness, for a total score of 646, placing him 78th overall. He was well aware that this was merely the first step on a long journey toward admission to the top martial arts universities. Chuhi's voice rang out at just the right moment. With Spring Festival around the corner, I won't say anything to dampen your spirits. You've all worked hard these past few months, and you deserve a little relaxation. But don't neglect your foundational skills. There's a reason they say 3 days without practice and your skills will rust. He paused before continuing. For those who didn't perform as well, don't lose heart. Take the holiday to adjust your mindset and come back ready to push forward. Remember, anything is possible. Jiang Yu is living proof of that. At these words, the elite class couldn't help but murmur among themselves, their gazes instinctively drifting toward Jiang Yu. Nonetheless, everyone's thoughts were already on heading home for a much-needed break. All right, everyone, Chuhi said with a smile, scanning the room. Enjoy the Spring Festival and take a proper rest. I won't keep you here any longer. You might start cursing me behind my back if I do. The classroom erupted in cheerful laughter. As the Lunar New Year approached, the usually tense atmosphere in the senior year classrooms was replaced by rare moments of joy and laughter. Students gathered in small groups, eagerly discussing their holiday plans, the lively temple fairs in their hometowns, and the delicious food their parents were preparing. Some whispered about whether they could pause their martial arts training for a while and fully enjoy the rare holiday break. Zhang Yu stood in the empty hallway, watching the classroom door crowded with students ready to leave for home. Every face was lit up with relaxation and anticipation, a stark contrast to their usual stress-filled expressions. The younger students from the first and second years had already left, leaving only the seniors on campus. Some students, especially those traveling from far away, had even decided to stay at school for the new year. After packing his bag, Jiang Yu stepped out of the teaching building. The winter sunlight fell gently on his shoulders, carrying a chill but also a comforting warmth. Boarding the bus home, he noticed the interior was already decorated with red paper cuttings and small lanterns, while soft festive music played in the background. Passengers, carrying New Year goods, chatted warmly with smiles on their faces. Sitting by the window, Jiang Yu gazed at the fleeting scenery outside, letting his thoughts drift. Although he would be reuniting with his family in this world, his old hometown no longer had any relatives or friends. Thinking of his caring brother and sister-in-law, the possibilities of interstellar travel, the extraordinary abilities of martial artists, and the ever-looming threat of ferocious beasts, a surge of determination suddenly replaced his homesickness. At this moment, he felt like a ship ready to set sail, heading toward a vast, uncharted world. When he arrived home, the sound of bubbling soup came from the kitchen, where his sister-in-law, Leuan, was busy cooking. "Xiao Yu, you're home early today," she said with a warm smile, wiping her hands. His young niece ran up to him excitedly, and Jiang Yu picked her up, lifting her high in the air, making her laugh gleefully. After some playful moments, Jiang Yu finally voiced his concern. "Sister-in-law, has my brother said when he'll be back?" Leuan's smile faltered slightly as she sighed softly. "He said he still has some finishing touches to do but will be back very soon. The homeowner offered a good wage, and he's trying to finish the renovations before the new year." Ever since Jiang Yu had signed a contract with the guild, Jiang An had been working even harder, seemingly reluctant to appear incapable in front of his younger brother. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the outskirts to check on him," Jiang Yu said firmly. Leuan nodded in agreement. "That sounds like a good idea. He worries about you the most. Seeing you will definitely cheer him up." As night fell, the city grew quieter. Suddenly, piercing alarms rang out across Xianxiao City's guild offices, and the wristbands of the responsible personnel vibrated and flashed simultaneously. The message read, "Traces of the pioneer cult have been detected in Xianxiao City. Dimensional fluctuations from an otherworldly beast have been observed near Nanan Road and Qining Lake, resulting in 25 fatalities. All units are ordered to dispatch personnel immediately to assist the local Beast Management Bureau in controlling the situation." In an instant, everyone mobilized, preparing to respond to the emergency. The offices of the major guilds in Xianxiao City echoed with the piercing sound of alarms. The guild leader wore a grave expression as he swiftly coordinated his forces. His commands were sharp and decisive. Team 1, cooperate with the Exotic Beast Management Bureau to lock down the south side of Nanan Road. Team 2, secure the perimeter around Qining Lake. Team 3, assist the military in clearing out the exotic beasts. Team 4, begin civilian evacuation immediately. All reserve units, remain on standby. Since the Great Spatial Shift event 50 years ago, the world order on Earth had undergone a dramatic transformation. Su Wenyu, Zhang Linshun, and other academicians from the Huaxia Academy of Sciences achieved groundbreaking advancements in quantum tunneling and celestial gravitation, successfully developing the quantum spatial field device. This device, in conjunction with the global satellite matrix Sky-Eye system deployed by the United Earth government, formed a highly sophisticated exotic beast monitoring network. Every warrior's smart wristband was tightly integrated with the identity system of the Battle Soul Hall. When an exotic beast appeared, the system would immediately alert the nearest warriors while simultaneously notifying the local guilds and the Exotic Beast Management Bureau. Assisting the official forces in eliminating exotic beasts and safeguarding Earth's peace was a duty every guild was honor-bound to fulfill. At this moment, the smart wristbands of all warriors were flashing with an ominous red light, and the air was thick with suffocating tension. Urgent orders were transmitted through the communication system. The situation is critical. The death toll is rising rapidly. The presence of the Vanguard cult has been confirmed. All personnel, proceed to Nanan Road immediately. In the headquarters of the Exotic Beast Management Bureau, an electronic map was densely marked with red indicators, representing the arrival points of exotic beasts from the source realm. Monitoring staff, pale-faced, continuously reported the deteriorating situation. Suddenly, one of them widened their eyes, their voice trembling. Wait! Look at the Vanguard cult's movement trajectory and the distribution of exotic beast arrival points. In the surveillance room, a group of people was intensely analyzing data. The screen displayed an alarming overlap between the activity trajectories of the pioneer cultists and the locations where the creatures from the abyss appeared. This was no coincidence. The pioneer cultists appeared earlier than the creatures. A young man remarked with a frown. It's highly likely they've discovered a method to guide these beasts. This organization, calling itself the Holy Pioneer Sect, claimed to be the vanguard of humanity. They believed that the creatures from the abyss were a superior form of life far surpassing humans in physical prowess, longevity, and cultivation potential. In their view, humanity should abandon its arrogance as the masters of all creatures and accept the rule of these beasts to evolve together. This extreme ideology drove their obsession with studying the creatures. Given how fanatical these lunatics are, they might have accidentally stumbled upon the secrets of spatial transfer, someone speculated. Impossible, another person exclaimed in disbelief. They haven't even figured out the origins of the creatures or the principles behind the spatial rifts. How could they possibly have mastered a way to exploit them? Should we report this to the provincial authorities? Let the experts decide. The team captain hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Without concrete evidence, filing a report could lead to accountability issues. Well, mention it in the post-action report. Have Xiao Lu handle the formatting. At this, everyone exchanged awkward glances. Xiao Lu was just a temporary worker. The night sky over Xianxiao City was tinged with a faint red glow. The pre-holiday rush of people returning home had swelled the city's population by millions, significantly increasing the challenges of maintaining order. To prevent widespread panic, higher authorities issued a directive to have the situation under control by 7 a.m. the next day, ensuring citizens could enjoy a peaceful Lunar New Year. Within 5 minutes, the martial forces had been swiftly deployed, with some of the nearest units arriving on site in just 2 minutes. The area from Nanan Road to Qinding Lake was cordoned off, and the martial artists worked closely with the military to establish multiple layers of defense. These seasoned professional fighters, veterans of countless battles, acted under the command of headquarters. Some pursued the pioneer cultists, while others focused on subduing the creatures. In the alleys and woods, the black-robed pioneer cultists attempted to flee but were quickly surrounded by martial artists who had been strategically positioned in advance. Drones hovered above for surveillance, while the martial artists shadowed their every move on the ground. Trying to run, a martial artist shouted angrily, his glowing spear aimed directly at a cultist's throat. You dare cause trouble during the new year. Cornered, the cultists launched a desperate counterattack but were swiftly overwhelmed by the coordinated strikes of the martial artists. Amid the flashes of swords and the cries of combat, the battle ended quickly. Over half of the pioneer cultists were killed or injured, and the rest were captured. Meanwhile, at the creature battlefront, elite squads led by top fighters from major guilds were in action. Clad in nanotech combat suits, the martial artists resembled black humanoid weapons. Those at the second tier and above demonstrated astonishing power, darting over 10 meters in an instant. Their blades carved through the air in sharp arcs, slicing the creatures apart with precision. These strange beasts resemble giant rabbits but stand as tall as high school students. With blood-red eyes and long swords in hand, they exude an aura of ferocity. The authorities have named these creatures super big-eared rabbits, each possessing a first-tier level of strength. A fierce battle is on the verge of breaking out. The next day, cold winds swept over the skies of Xianxiao City, and the morning light was dim. Despite it being a holiday, Jiang Yu maintained his disciplined routine. He woke up after just 4.5 hours of sleep and methodically completed his daily studies. During his break, Jiang Yu habitually opened his wristband to browse the day's news. Nazar Al-Karim, the president of the Solar Shield Guild, successfully led his team in repelling an attack by height-ear beasts the previous day. Meanwhile, scientists in the United States had discovered a new material using the GE model that could enhance the protective capabilities of battlesuits. In China, a team of scientists, inspired by the iron-coated teeth of prehistoric beasts, proposed a revolutionary adaptive self-repairing coating technology for robotic exteriors. After reading about these groundbreaking technological advancements, Jiang Yu reflected on how Earth's technology had made remarkable leaps forward in the wake of the beast invasions, driven by the collision of different civilizations. By around 7, Leuan was already up and busy. After breakfast, Zhang Yu briefly informed her of his plan to head out to the suburbs. Before leaving, he called Zhang Yu, but after waiting a long time with no answer, he thought to himself, already working this early? Just as he stood outside the door, ready to leave, Zhang Yu suddenly turned back and said to Leuan, "Sister-in-law, I transferred 220,000 yuan to your account and 30,000 via Shat. See if there's anything we need to prepare for the new year. Don't you dare transfer money to me," Leuan said while holding the little one in her arms. "Just use it to buy toys and snacks for the kid. Otherwise, I'll take your brother on a trip during the new year." "Got it, sister-in-law. Take care," Zhang Yu replied with a smile and quickly shut the door behind him. Leuan stood staring at the closed door, lost in thought, her eyes welling up with tears. That kid, Xiao Yu. He's really such a thoughtful soul. After the battle, Xianshao City remained shrouded in the darkness of night. By the lakeside of Qinding Lake, faint traces of blood and lingering smoke drifted through the air. Though the vanguard cultists and otherworldly beasts had been defeated, the martial artists continued their search operations. A new command flashed on their smart wristbands. 6 hours remaining, leave no stone unturned. The martial artists swiftly dispersed like silent shadows, combing through every street and alley. Overhead, drones hovered, conducting ground scans as infrared sensors keenly detected any abnormal energy fluctuations. This comprehensive surveillance system was part of China's proud Skynet project. Beyond the satellite matrix observing from above, the ground was covered with high-definition cameras, making China one of the safest nations in the world. This system had significantly increased crime-solving rates and created an environment where residents felt secure even at night. Crime had almost become a foreign concept in daily life. East side of Nan'an Road clear, one martial artist reported cautiously, scanning his surroundings before speaking into his communication device. Qinding Lake area clear. Logistics teams are commencing battlefield cleanup. As dawn began to break, the search operation neared its end. The soft morning light spilled across the grass, bringing a sense of calm. Throughout the night, the martial artists tirelessly scoured every corner, ensuring no vanguard cultist could escape. In contrast, dealing with the otherworldly beasts was far simpler. They lacked the ability to hide or blend into human crowds. Years of refinement in the intelligent Skynet system, powered by deep learning and advanced target recognition technology, left these creatures with nowhere to hide. The team leader glanced at the final confirmation displayed on his smart wristband, exhaled deeply, and promptly reported back to the command center. At Xianshao City's emergency command center, the lights remained bright. The office busier than usual with the Lunar New Year approaching buzzed with tense but orderly activity. A staff member spoke in a low voice reporting, "The vanguard cultist presence has been confirmed. The beasts have been eliminated. Casualties, 35. A somber tone hung in the air. No one in the room had slept through the night. This wasn't a routine small-scale invasion of otherworldly creatures. Xianshao City, being a key transportation hub across multiple provinces, frequently faced incursions from otherworldly beasts, which were typically handled with ease by the military and martial artists. However, the involvement of the vanguard cult made this incident uniquely challenging. Standing at the command platform, the mayor furrowed his brow, his gaze steady and resolute. "Release a briefing immediately. Emphasize that the government and the martial artists guild have the situation fully under control. Classify this as a routine invasion of otherworldly creatures to avoid causing unnecessary panic," he continued, issuing further orders. "Increase undercover patrols and conduct thorough sweeps in key areas. Direct the public relations team to guide the narrative and shift attention toward the upcoming holiday celebrations." He looked around at the team, his tone softening. "Looks like we'll be spending the new year in the office this year. Thank you all for your hard work." The staff nodded quietly and returned to their tasks. Behind the scenes, the crisis was being resolved, while the festive atmosphere of the Lunar New Year in Xianshao City remained undisturbed. Zhang Yu, wearing a black hoodless down jacket paired with jeans, appeared lightly dressed, though he secretly wore thermal pants underneath. As an unranked martial artist, his resistance to cold and heat was no better than that of an ordinary person. Only upon advancing to the first rank would such abilities improve significantly, with high-ranking martial artists even achieving immunity to extreme temperatures or fire and water. Following the navigation on his smart wristband, he boarded the subway, preparing for a one-and-a-half-hour journey to his destination, where he would transfer to the 275 bus heading to the outskirts. A notification from Lin Ruoxin suddenly popped up on Jiang Yu's phone. "Jiang Yu, are you home?" Zhang Yu stared at the message for a moment before replying, "No, I'm out. Have you seen the warning about abnormal beasts in the Origin Realm? Last night, there was a significant beast invasion near Qinding Lake. Lin Ruoxin quickly followed up with a reminder. Zhang Yu immediately opened the chat app to check. The latest announcement from Xianxiao City stated that the beasts had been completely eradicated. These kinds of invasions had become so routine for the general public that as long as the beasts were confirmed to be cleared, the risk was negligible unless another spatial shift occurred. He thought to himself that Qinning Lake was in the opposite direction of his destination, so there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Ruoxin messaged again. Just thought I'd remind you. You never seem to pay attention. There might still be stray beasts in other areas. Who says that? The first thing I do every morning is check the news, read comments, and keep up with the latest world events through trending posts. Jiang Yu immediately countered. Ugh, that makes it even worse, Lin Ruoxin replied with a shocked emoji. Jiang Yu rubbed his nose. I feel like I'm getting ridiculously strong lately. Just as he was about to end the conversation with Lin Ruoxin, a call came in from the head of the Xingho Guild. On the other end, the leader's tone was unusually serious. Zhang Yu, be careful over the next couple of days. This beast invasion feels different. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment. I saw the news just now, but I'm just going to see my brother and then coming back. It should be fine, right? All right. The leader paused briefly. Since you're heading in the opposite direction of Qinning Lake, there shouldn't be an issue. Just try to make it quick. They'll send 2 martial artists to pick you up. After hanging up, Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the perks of a Class B contract. Yet unease crept into his thoughts. What exactly did different mean? Could it have something to do with the Vanguard cult? He tried calling Jiang Yu again, but there was still no answer. Burdened with worry, Jiang Yu boarded the bus. On the bus, winter sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Jiang Yu. He dialed Jiang An's number for the 3rd time, but still, no one picked up. With a slight frown, he turned his gaze outside. The towering cityscape was gradually giving way to rolling hills and scattered buildings. Stretching across the horizon, barren fields painted a desolate picture. Although the authorities had officially announced the complete eradication of the exotic beasts from the abyssal realm, the cautionary words from the Xingho Guild's leader left a lingering unease in Jiang Yu's heart. What troubled him even more was the news that the cultists of the Vanguard Order were expanding their activities closer to Xianxiao City. Another beast invasion right before the new year? Even Uncle Amo called to remind me to stay safe. It's like the calm before a storm, Jiang Yu muttered under his breath. Glancing at the route displayed on his wristband, he noted that the bus would only stop along the main road. From there, he'd have to walk a short distance to reach the estate where Jiang Yu worked. Through the window, abandoned factory buildings flashed by, followed by a small village nestled in the distance, smoke curling gently from its chimneys, a scene of quiet rustic charm. Next stop, Luo Bay Village. Passengers, please exit through the rear door. As Jiang Yu stepped off the bus, he watched it disappear down the road. A biting wind swept across the open wilderness, prompting him to pull his coat tighter. Following the route indicated on his wristband, he saw that his destination lay at the base of a nearby mountain. Crescent-shaped peaks cradled a cluster of faintly visible buildings. The surrounding trees and streams composed an idyllic landscape, like a painting brought to life. The rich really know how to live, Jiang Yu remarked to himself, quickening his pace as he headed down the dirt path leading toward the mountain. The construction site was bustling with activity. European-style villas stood alongside traditional Chinese-style courtyards, their contrasting designs forming a striking harmony. Workers were busy everywhere. Some worked on exterior decorations, while others laid flooring in the gardens. The generous pay had convinced many migrant workers to stay behind and push through the holiday season, delaying their return home for the new year. Inside one of the unfinished homes, Jiang An was carefully laying ceramic floor tiles. He spread cement paste evenly across an 80-centimeter tile, positioned it precisely, and then used a rubber mallet to tap it gently into place. Finally, he checked its alignment with a level, ensuring it was perfectly set. Hey, Lao Jiang, you're a local. With New Year's just around the corner, why haven't you gone home yet? A tan coworker asked. Cigarette dangling from his lips, Jiang An didn't pause in his work. The homeowner offered extra pay for a rush job. He'll work 2 more days and head back on New Year's Eve, he replied, then added after a brief pause. My younger brother's taking the martial arts college entrance exam soon. I'm not much of a success myself, so the least I can do is earn enough to cover his tuition. I can't afford the resources for his training, but I can make sure he doesn't have to worry about things like taking his girlfriend out for a meal. You're doing your best. For people like us, this is about as much as we can manage, the coworker said, patting Jiang An's shoulder. Suddenly, a deep rumbling noise shattered the steady rhythm of the construction site. Heads turned upward in unison, eyes scanning for the source of the disruption. What was that sound? Probably those drillers again, someone speculated, their tone tinged with resignation. Heard the spot they drilled yesterday wasn't up to those martial artist standards. They made them move and start over. An older worker leisurely puffed on his cigarette, squinting as he spoke. It might not be anything serious. Houses like this in the outskirts usually come with a precautionary underground basement. It's standard to build a shelter with concrete and steel reinforcement. I heard the basement for this place is almost finished, so they're probably just running some safety tests. He paused for a moment, recollecting. I saw it once. The walls of that basement are thick enough to withstand attacks from low-level beasts. But I also heard they're planning to install an even sturdier door. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement and added, apparently, the door is being specially ordered from Dadong province, and it'll take quite some time to get here. Before his words fully settled, the low rumbling sound echoed again. But this time it felt different. Unlike the intermittent noises from before, the rumbling became more frequent, each tremor causing the ground to subtly shake. A heavy, oppressive tension seemed to fill the air. The workers exchanged uneasy glances. The light-hearted laughter and casual chatter from earlier faded away, replaced by an unspoken sense of apprehension. In the distance, the mountains and forests were eerily silent, as though the entire world was holding its breath in anticipation. Did you hear that? The older worker flicked the ash off his cigarette, his expression serious. Something about that sound isn't right. Could it be a beast? One of the workers asked in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with reluctant doubt. Don't talk nonsense, another worker retorted, trying to sound composed. The beast invasion ended a long time ago. Besides, that happened in Xianxiao City, which is miles and miles from here. Yet his voice wavered, betraying his unease. Zhang Yu glanced down at his phone and realized the signal had vanished at some point. Maybe we should step outside and check what's going on, he suggested. Just as they were about to head out, the rumbling suddenly intensified, growing deafeningly loud. Then, a piercing screech echoed from afar, a sound that could only be described as the anguished cry of some kind of creature. Jiang Yu's heart tightened abruptly. A piercing, unnatural roar shattered the silence, something no machine or ordinary beast could possibly produce. Without hesitation, he led the group out of the villa courtyard. The scene before them left everyone frozen in shock. On the flat, barren ground, a bizarre, twisted distortion had suddenly appeared. Light bent and warped unnaturally as it passed through, only to vanish entirely. Such a phenomenon should only occur near massive celestial bodies like black holes or neutron stars, yet it was now alarmingly close. The space around them began to distort violently, flickering between light and darkness. Several ominous, grayish cracks hovered in the air, seeping dense black mist. The trees shook wildly, and the moisture in the air condensed into fine rain, as though the very earth and sky were mourning this rift. From the depths of the cracks, gray mist churned, exuding an overwhelming chill that made it hard to breathe. The surrounding air grew heavy, and sounds became warped and muffled. The ground trembled as loose gravel lifted into the air, drawn toward the cracks by an unseen force, only to be suddenly repelled. Deep within the fissure, an indescribable scene unfolded. Past, present, and future seemed to intertwine, bursting forth all at once before dissipating in an instant. Terror gripped everyone's hearts. They wanted to flee but found themselves paralyzed, helplessly watching as the rift expanded further. Within the swirling mist, a twisted forest began to take shape, its fluorescent leaves glowing faintly. Strange, distorted structures and colossal shadows loomed in and out of view. Suddenly, a soul-shaking roar erupted from the depths of the fissure, brimming with fury and greed. A massive claw, engulfed in black flames, slowly emerged from the crack, only to be struck back by some unseen force. Then, several skeletal warriors wielding rusted swords stepped through the rift. Their ashen-gray bones creaked eerily at the joints, and their hollow eye sockets burned with flickering blue-violet flames of soul energy. In the distance, two young men knelt on the ground, bowing fervently as they murmured with fanatic devotion, "This is the will of the gods, granting us the power to connect worlds." With that, they quickly fled into the forest, planning to escape via the stream and their makeshift rafts. What are these monsters?" a worker stammered, his voice trembling under the weight of terror. The group suddenly regained control of their bodies. Jiang Yu glanced around, a bone-chilling cold coursing through him as he tried to make sense of the chaos. The once bustling construction site was now desolate and eerie. The air was thick with the stench of death, spreading like a tangible force. The ground turned a lifeless black, trees withered in an instant, and workers fell one by one, some shattered into fragments, some dissolved into rotting flesh, and others stood motionless with hollow eyes, as if their souls had been drained away. A piercing howl echoed all around. Jiang Yu's heart pounded violently in his chest. He had never witnessed such a horrifying scene, dozens of people perishing in mere moments. "Run!" he instinctively shouted, only to realize his own body was rapidly weakening, as if invisible parasites were sucking the life out of him. The other survivors also tried to flee, but the oppressive aura emanating from the skeletal warriors weighed on them like lead. No matter how hard they struggled, their movements were sluggish, as though they were wading through quicksand. Despair surged through every heart like an unstoppable tide. Jiang Yu pounded his stiffening legs in frustration. The biting wind kept sapping away his body heat, leaving him colder with each passing moment. The shelter. The thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The underground shelter is our only chance. Driven by a fierce will to survive, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and forced his legs to move, following his fellow workers toward the shelter. The skeletal warriors, however, seemed in no rush, as if they were acclimating to their new domain. Their movements were slow yet unervingly graceful. After what felt like an eternity, the skeletons finally began to act. They moved like deliberate, unrelenting harbingers of death, wielding long swords as they closed in on Jiang Yu and the others. Though they moved at a measured pace, their speed far outmatched the staggering survivors. One particular skeleton appeared to retain a glimmer of humanity. Watching the desperate, crawling figures of Jiang Yu and the others, it raised its sword, opened its jaw, and let out a chilling, rasping laugh. Heh, so amusing. Why not share the joke with me? A youthful voice rang out in the cold wind, clear and composed. It was strikingly out of place amidst the chaotic, apocalyptic atmosphere, yet it froze the air heavy with despair. The biting wind began to die down, and the rustling leaves stilled. From the cracks in the earth, several skeletal warriors emerged first, their bone joints grinding together in an unsettling, grating noise. Their hollow eye sockets flared with flickering soul flames, fixed intently on the human who dared trespass into the realm of death. Not far away, on a narrow forest path, a high school student in a black down jacket approached slowly. His hair was disheveled, his breathing labored clearly. He had just endured a frantic sprint. The workers who had been fleeing for their lives caught sight of the boy and, as though seeing a savior, raced toward him. A warrior. We're saved. Zhang Yu stood like a lion facing the tide, expressionless and resolute. In his hand, he gripped a crimson gold longsword, its blade 2.5 fingers wide and 3 feet 3 inches long. The lowered edge gleamed coldly, as if it could slice through the very air. 7 or 8 skeletal warriors, their movements growing more fluid as they adapted to their bodies, began advancing toward Jiang Yu. Their soul flames locked unwaveringly onto his weapon. In their singular consciousness, only one thought remained: weapon, enemy, annihilation. If they could eliminate this human, the others would be nothing more than helpless prey. Zhang Yu quickly spotted Jiang Yu in the distance and, seeing he was unharmed for the moment, felt a small sense of relief. Jiang Yu, drenched in sweat and stiff-legged, rekindled his hope for survival the moment he saw Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Why are you? Jiang An's voice trembled. Jiang Yu walked to his brother's side, steadying his faltering figure. Brother, are you okay? He asked calmly. Why aren't you at home? Jiang An's eyes reddened as his voice cracked with anxiety. Jiang Yu said nothing further. He stepped forward, shielding Jiang An behind him, and raised his crimson gold sword slightly. The blade's cold glint shimmered ominously. In a sudden motion, he struck. Clang! The corroded iron swords of the skeletal warriors held their ground, as if imbued with some mysterious power, resisting the shimming sword. Jiang Yu skillfully redirected the force of the clash, quickly assessing that these skeletal warriors possessed a strength equivalent to level 9. While they hadn't yet crossed into a higher tier, Jiang Yu himself was currently without the full power of the shimming sword, leaving him at a disadvantage. Even so, Jiang Yu stood firm, unwavering. He knew his strength was limited, yet he felt compelled to protect his family. To turn away out of fear today would mean standing idle tomorrow while others perished due to his cowardice. Such a path could never align with the heart of a true warrior. In combat, raw power was not the only factor. Skill was equally vital. Though Jiang Yu lacked the brute strength of his opponents, he far surpassed them in speed. A swordsman must always have the courage to draw their blade against an enemy, but recklessness was not an option. The skeletal warriors quickened their pace, their soul flames burning brighter with murderous intent. Jiang Yu ran his hand lightly along his blade and let out a cold laugh. The frost-covered blade has yet to taste blood. Come, bow before me. Leaning forward, his sword pointed ahead, his aura surged. With a sudden burst of power, the ground beneath him shattered as he shot forward like a streak of light into the enemy ranks. Phoenix wing strike. Jiang Yu called out softly. His sword glowed with a fiery brilliance, like a phoenix taking flight, as its crimson gold radiance pierced toward one of the skeletal warriors. Despite being a first-tier weapon, the shimming sword was more than capable of dealing with first- and second-tier beasts. Mid-charge, a skeletal warrior leapt toward him, swinging down fiercely. Jiang Yu stomped hard on the ground, pivoting his body mid-spin, and drove his blade into the gap between its ribs. Understanding his enemy's vulnerabilities, he swiftly retreated while slashing precisely at the joint of the skeleton's elbow. Crack! The blade struck as if hitting solid stone. There was no blood, no broken bones. Yet the skeletal warrior's soul flame flickered violently, and its arm became sluggish and difficult to control. Zhang Yu frowned. Though these skeletal warriors weren't yet tiered, they were even more challenging than tiered beasts in feeling, unafraid of death, and with unnaturally hardened bones. Rattle, rattle. The skeletal warriors let out their eerie, grating laughter once more. The corroded blade of the sword sliced through the air, emitting a teeth-grating screech of metal grinding against metal. This rusted weapon, long eroded by time, seemed to silently foretell the coming of an apocalypse. Flame shadow, ride the wind. Jiang Yu's voice was calm but commanding. In a flash, his figure transformed into a streak of blazing firelight, vanishing from his original position. The shimming sword in his hand glowed with a fiery golden hue, and as it swept through the air, it seemed to ignite into real flames, radiating scorching heat as it surged directly toward the skeletal monster. The sword's gleam streaked through, tearing through the air like a predator. Jiang Yu's expression remained composed as the shimming sword pierced cleanly into the eye socket of the skeletal warrior. The moment the blade touched the flickering soul flame within, the creature convulsed violently. It let out a sharp, grating caw sound, its bones rattling and creaking as though they might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, a burst of fire erupted from its core, only to fade swiftly into darkness. The weak spot is the soul flame in its eye socket. Zhang Yu's mind sharpened with clarity. That seemingly intangible flame had a tangible quality, like piercing through a balloon or compressing cotton. The injured skeletal warrior's frame was now marred with cracks, its strength visibly drained, though it had not yet fallen. Behind him, the sharp sound of wind slicing through the air surged suddenly. Reacting on instinct, Jiang Yu twisted his body and leapt aside, narrowly evading a flurry of incoming sword strikes. A swarm of skeletal warriors, weapons raised, closed in around him. The shimming sword parried an iron blade with a metallic clang, and Jiang Yu seized the moment, landing a precise kick on the brittle leg bone of his opponent. Using the momentum, he propelled himself backward, escaping the encirclement. Fixing his gaze on the weakened skeletal warrior, Jiang Yu moved with the grace of drifting willow leaves, his body light and swift. The flame in the creature's eye sockets flickered frantically, as though sensing its impending doom. Before it could react, the shimming sword was already upon it. In an instant, the brilliance of the sword and the soul flame intertwined, streaking like a meteor across the night sky, enveloping the skeletal creature entirely. Ka! The skeletal warrior let out one final, piercing scream. Zhang Yu's eyes were cold as steel. With one hand gripping its skull, he wielded the shimming sword with precision, severing the creature's spine in one clean stroke. The skeletal warrior disintegrated instantly into a pile of brittle bones, leaving only its skull firmly clutched in Jiang Yu's grasp. The last traces of the blue-violet flame in the air slowly dissipated. Then, without warning, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Ding! 3 consecutive notification sounds echoed in Jiang Yu's mind, almost giving him a splitting headache. Congratulations to the host for your first beast kill. The system has activated a new module. Host has slain a beast, gaining 0.1 awakening points. Refined Iron Sword X1 acquired as a drop item. Zhang Yu immediately opened the system interface to check his updated status. Zhang Yu. Life level, 7.4 unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 16.3. Punch force, 637.2 kilograms. Speed, 21.5 milliseconds. Cultivation techniques. Phoenix resting technique physical body. Essence gathering manual energy. Combat skill proficiency. Swordsmanship, Tier 4, 53. Footwork, Tier 4, 43. Fist techniques, Tier 3, 55. Spearmanship, Tier 3, 36. External force awakening progress, 0.1 unawakened. Inventory, 510. Flame feather radiance. Blazing sun sword technique. New function. Insight allows observation of target's basic information. Zhang Yu noticed the system notification about acquiring a refined iron sword, but it wasn't displayed in his inventory. His gaze fell on the iron sword left behind by the skeletal warrior at his feet, and he immediately understood. As he rolled to the side to evade another incoming strike, he bent down and grabbed the weapon. So that's how it works. The so-called acquired equipment has to be picked up manually, he muttered. With a single thought, Jiang Yu equipped the refined iron sword. His inventory updated from 510 to 410, and the system displayed the weapon's details. Refined iron sword. Description. A standard weapon for ancient warriors, weathered by time but still usable. Effect. Sharpness, 4 attack power. His punch force attribute instantly increased to 737.2, got 100 kilograms boost in explosive power. The realization made his heart race with excitement. Each skeletal warrior carried an iron sword. If he could collect 8 of them, his punch force would gain another 800 kilograms, putting him on par with a Tier 1 martial artist. Even more crucially, Slaying these creatures granted awakening points, paving the way for unlocking external force. Gripping the shimmering sword tightly, Jiang Yu could feel the surge of power coursing through him. His fighting spirit soared as he scanned his surroundings. Several skeletal warriors were closing in on him, their slow, lumbering movements accompanied by floating information above their heads. Skeletal warrior. Level 810 unranked. Origin: Morning Light Forest. Through the rift in the source realm, Jiang Yu could faintly see the lush greenery of the Morning Light Forest, shrouded in a hazy mist. This was likely a Tier 1 source realm rift, but the appearance of level 10 skeletal warriors made the situation far more dangerous than expected. Worse still, his wristband had lost all signal. The magnetic interference from the rift had severed communications entirely. Suddenly, one of the skeletal warriors launched an attack, its movements noticeably smoother and more coordinated than before. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu sidestepped and delivered a powerful side kick, destabilizing the enemy. With a swift and precise thrust, his shimmering sword pierced the warrior's eye socket. The soul fire within erupted momentarily, devoid of heat, as though it were an illusion. Ding. Awakening point 0.1. Ding. Refined iron sword acquired. Since you're already dead, stop haunting the living. Zhang Yu growled under his breath. He stepped forward, deflecting the skeletal warrior's blade with his own before severing its bony fingers in a clean strike. Snatching up the fallen iron sword, he watched as it was automatically stored in his inventory. His strength surged again, and the shimmering sword in his hand seemed to grow even sharper. These skeletal warriors were unlike ordinary creatures from the source realm. They resembled fully armed human martial artists, their combat techniques eerily similar to those of trained warriors. However, Jiang Yu's refined martial skills and agile footwork allowed him to hold his ground. Each kill not only granted him greater strength, but also brought him closer to awakening his external force. Though the skeletal warrior's coordinated assaults forced him to stay on the defensive, evading and countering with precision, the tide of battle was gradually shifting in his favor. Victory was no longer a distant hope, it was within reach. Zhang Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his sharp gaze scanning his surroundings. Over a dozen skeletal warriors had encircled him, their hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie blue soul flames, exuding a chilling aura of decay. What a hassle! Jiang Yu took a deep breath, gripping his shimmering sword tightly. Suddenly, his stance shifted. With the agility of a first-tier martial artist, he unleashed the fire feather streamlight technique. His figure blurred into a streak of light, charging straight at an 8th-level skeletal warrior. The shimmering sword, radiating intense heat, pierced through the warrior's skull with precision, extinguishing the ghostly blue flame in an instant. The other skeletal warriors, however, remained unfazed by their comrades' demise. Instead, they pressed forward, tightening the encirclement and cutting off all of Jiang Yu's escape routes. These ancient warriors, dormant for millennia, were no longer guardians of their homeland but harbingers of eternal doom, intent on dragging all life into the abyss. Jiang Yu knew that being surrounded by these tireless skeletons would spell disaster. He had to end this quickly. Moving deftly, he exploited the skeleton's sluggish movements to strike with precision. The system notification chimed repeatedly, ding awakening point 0.1, but he paid it no mind. A 9th-level skeletal warrior wielding an iron sword suddenly struck with a powerful slash. Zhang Yu couldn't fully evade in time and was forced to block with the shimmering sword. The sheer force of the blow sent a numbing shock through his hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip. The soul flame in the skeleton's eyes flared violently as it launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. In a critical moment, Jiang Yu's martial instincts sensed a deadly strike coming from behind. He rolled swiftly to evade, and with the wealth of experience he had gained in the soul awakening space, he managed to counterattack in the blink of an eye. Phoenix Rising. This technique, a blend of light and heavy strikes with an unpredictable rhythm, unleashed a sudden burst of power at the precise moment when the opponent's momentum faltered. The shimmering sword flared with brilliance, piercing through the skeletal warrior's skull and extinguishing its blue flame. The prolonged battle drained Jiang Yu's stamina, but the searing heat emanating from the shimmering sword gave him an edge against these cold, unfeeling adversaries. The remaining skeletal warriors formed an ancient battle formation and launched a coordinated assault. Zhang Yu remained composed. These low-level spectral creatures were ultimately lifeless beings with predictable moves. Swiftly maneuvering with the Taing footwork, he became an elusive blur, his shimmering sword striking like a fiery serpent. Each thrust found its mark, shattering the skeleton's weak points. One by one, the soul flames were snuffed out, and the remains of the skeletal warriors crumbled to the ground. Raindrops began to fall, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. The last 3 skeletal warriors continued to advance, but their formation was too fragmented to pose a serious threat. Jiang Yu, clad in his black down coat, faded in and out of view amidst the falling rain. The faint glow of the shimmying sword in his hand flickered like an unyielding flame. Seizing the arm of the final skeletal warrior, Jiang Yu pulled it closer. His calm eyes locked onto the flickering soul flame in its sockets, as if reflecting the fire within. With a decisive thrust, the shimmying sword pierced through the skeleton's eye socket. The blue flame dissipated, and the skeleton crumbled into a pile of bones, scattering into the wind with a lingering resentment. Phew. Ding. Awakening points 0.1. Zhang Yu let out a sigh of relief, gazing at the rain-soaked world before him. The rift of the origin realm, a gaping wound that tore through the heavens, and earth seemed to have calmed temporarily. He glanced around, ensuring there was no sign of life or lurking monsters. Zhang Yan and the others had successfully retreated to the underground shelter. On the surface, this invasion from the origin realm appeared to have ended, but Jiang Yu knew better. This was merely a brief reprieve. The system interface promptly appeared before his eyes. Zhang Yu's vitality level, 7.4, unranked martial artist. Mental level, 16.3. Punch strength, 1,337.2 kilograms, 700 kilograms. Speed, 21.5 milliseconds. Physical training technique, Phoenix Perch technique. Energy training technique, Essence gathering art. Martial skills, swordsmanship level 453, footwork level 443, fist techniques level 355, spearmanship level 336. Awakening progress, external manifestation, 0.9, unawakened. Inventory, flaming feather radiance, blazing sun sword technique, refined iron swords multiple. Abilities, insight, observe basic information of specific targets. Jiang Yu swiftly equipped 7 refined iron swords, instantly boosting his punch strength by 700 kilograms, slightly exceeding the threshold for a newly advanced first-rank martial artist. He deliberately left one inventory slot empty. Books, after all, could be replaced at the bookstore if lost. However, the true form manuscript was unique, and he couldn't risk it being damaged, as it was critical for meeting certain equipment conditions. Just as he was about to head toward the underground shelter, a heavy, rhythmic thudding echoed from the distance. Jiang Yu instinctively looked up, spotting a massive figure emerging from the shadowy depths of the dawnlight forest. It was a skeletal warrior, far larger than any he had encountered before. Clad in battered armor, its decayed remains clung stubbornly to its bones, with maggots writhing in the rotting flesh, exuding a nauseating stench. Jiang Yu noticed something unusual. Shreds of fresh, crimson flesh still clung to some of its bones. The skeletal figure stood nearly 2 meters tall, wielding an enormous battle axe. Its eye sockets burned with an intense soul fire, far fiercer than that of ordinary skeletons, radiating a suffocating pressure. The system immediately displayed its stats. Skeletal warrior first rank. Vitality level, 12. Description: a skeleton that slumbered for centuries in the dawnlight forest, awakened by a mysterious force. Cold sweat broke out across Jiang Yu's body as the oppressive aura surged toward him like a tidal wave. If not for his exceptionally high mental level, he would have collapsed under the weight of the pressure. This kind of force could only be withstood by a first-rank martial artist. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu turned and bolted. As a swordsman rather than a berserker, he knew that facing this skeletal Lord Hedon was a fool's errand. His only chance of survival lay in one option: escape. He sprinted toward the underground shelter with all his might. His speed, nearing first-rank martial artist levels, gave him a slight edge. Yet, the skeletal lord, though sluggish in its movements, demonstrated unnerving intelligence. With a sudden, calculated motion, it hurled its massive battle axe through the air. The axe sliced through the wind, hurtling toward Jiang Yu's back. His heart sank as he instinctively rolled to the side. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. As Jiang Yu scrambled to his feet, a shadow loomed overhead, a black silhouette descending like a meteor. The skeletal lord had leaped into the air, aiming to crush him with its full weight. Crash! The ground trembled violently as debris and dust flew in every direction. The skeletal lord peered down but found no trace of Jiang Yu beneath its feet. Nearby, Jiang Yu lay sprawled in the mud, disheveled and battered. His clothes were torn, feathers from his padded jacket scattered around him, and blood trickled from a gash on his arm. The undead lord seemed to catch the scent of blood, turning its hollow gaze toward the kneeling Jiang Yu. Its jawbone twitched, yet the grotesque remnants of flesh clinging to it remained eerily still. Jiang Yu glanced at the underground tunnel entrance not far away inside. It was too late. If he continued fleeing toward the shelter, the skeletal lord would undoubtedly catch him at the entrance, possibly preventing the doors from closing. That would put everyone inside at risk. The skeletal lord tilted its skull, retrieving its battle axe before kicking the shimming sword lying on the ground toward Jiang Yu. "You fight good." Its gravelly voice carried a chilling undertone, revealing its lingering passion for combator, perhaps its twisted delight in watching prey struggle in vain. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yu picked up the shimming sword and rose to his feet. The creature before him, with a vitality level of 12, was clearly no ordinary monster. It had evolved, gaining more sophisticated abilities akin to a first-rank martial artist's comprehensive advancements. The path to the shelter was cut off. Zhang Yu scanned the surrounding forest, his mind racing. Only one choice remained: run. Zhang Yu's heart tightened as he swiftly turned and sprinted deeper into the forest. The undead lord's hollow eye sockets burned with an intense soul fire. It let out a hoarse growl, as if unable to comprehend why a human warrior capable of effortlessly cutting down other skeletons would choose to flee so decisively. It had offered a fair duel, only to be met with the sight of its opponents retreating back. The dense forest, with its intricate terrain and abundant foliage, provided Jiang Yu with ample cover. Using his fire feather glide technique, he weaved nimbly through the trees. The light rain slicked the ground, but it did nothing to hinder his pace. In stark contrast, the towering undead lord lumbered awkwardly through the forest, its massive frame ill-suited for the tight spaces. It swung its immense battle axe to clear a path, the crashing of trees echoing through the woods. I can't head toward the plains. That would strip me of my advantage, Jiang Yu thought as he ran. If I can put a kilometer between us, I can call for backup from the Xingho Guild. But in terrain like this, my stamina is draining fast. Meanwhile, it's an undead tireless and relentless. Sooner or later, it'll catch up. Making a split-second decision, Jiang Yu skidded to a halt and leapt onto a tall tree. The undead lord, sensing his presence, burned with even greater fury, its soul fire blazing brighter. With a single swing of its axe, the tree was cleaved in two. But Jiang Yu was ready. He used the falling momentum to propel himself toward another tree, his shimming sword gleaming with a chilling light. Blazing sun sword technique dawnbreak. The sword's light streaked through the air like the first rays of morning, striking directly at the undead lord's head. With a sharp clang, the blade left only a shallow mark on its armor. Zhang Yu frowned, retreating swiftly. As he darted through the trees, his sharp eyes caught sight of a crack in the undead lord's left shoulder armor, where faint strands of fresh, crimson flesh were exposed. Fresh flesh? Could it still have the potential to regenerate? Jiang Yu slowed his pace, deliberately luring the undead lord closer. As the gap between them narrowed, he suddenly turned, channeling all his spiritual energy into his sword. Blazing sun sword technique annihilation. The blade pierced through bone, and the undead lord froze momentarily, its soul fire flickering violently as it let out a guttural roar of pain. Jiang Yu withdrew his sword and struck repeatedly, all the while keeping a wary eye on its movements. When he saw its left fist coming toward him, he delivered a powerful kick to its pelvis, using the force to propel himself backward. The battle grew increasingly intense. The undead lord swung its colossal axe downward with devastating force, narrowly missing Jiang Yu. As his down jacket tore from the violent movements, Jiang Yu ripped it off and hurled it at his opponent, using the moment to catch his breath. The undead lord swatted the jacket aside with its axe, but abruptly shifted its tactics, leading with a heavy punch. Jiang Yu twisted to dodge the gust of wind from the punch, only to see the undead lord seamlessly follow up with a sweeping axe strike. This blow carried the weight of destruction itself, as if it could cleave the very earth in two. In that split second, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in shock. His jaw clenched tightly. There was nowhere left to escape. In an instant, Jiang Yu thrust his left hand forward, positioning the shimmying sword horizontally in front of him. Clang! The clash of divine weapons echoed through the heavens, the sound of metal reverberating like a symphony of destruction. The massive axe of the undead lord descended with terrifying force, meeting the shimmying sword in a bone-shaking impact. The blade trembled under the strain, bending dangerously as if it would shatter at any moment. Boom! The sheer power drove Jiang Yu to one knee, slamming it heavily into the ground. Pain surged through his body, his internal organs screaming in protest as blood trickled from his nose. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the metallic taste of blood that threatened to choke him. His right arm, already wounded, continued to bleed as the tension in his muscles tore the wound further. Yet, summoning every ounce of strength, he held the sword steady with both hands, his gaze locked onto the towering figure of the undead lord above him. The axe blade, under the relentless pressure of the enemy, inched closer and closer to Jiang Yu's face. Die! The undead lord's voice rasped like a broken bellows, its chilling tone matching the icy rain that pelted down, soaking Jiang Yu to the bone. The edge of the axe kissed his forehead, drawing blood that trickled down the blade's surface. At the brink of death, a fiery energy erupted from Jiang Yu's core, surging through his veins like molten lava. Get off me! He roared, twisting his body with every ounce of strength he had. The sudden shift sent the axe veering off course, grazing his shoulder and tearing through his sleeve, leaving a fresh wound in its wake. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Jiang Yu rolled backward, putting distance between himself and the undead lord. Enraged by the counterattack, the undead lord's soul flame burned brighter, its intensity flaring with fury. It let out a guttural growl and charged once more, its axe raised high. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Zhang Yu shouted defiantly. He planted a foot firmly on a tree trunk, using the momentum to leap upward and grab hold of a sturdy branch. Swinging himself to another tree, he narrowly evaded the devastating strike that followed. A deafening crash echoed as the massive tree behind him splintered and fell. From his new vantage point, Jiang Yu steadied himself, glaring down at the seething undead lord. He took a deep breath, gripping the shining sword with both hands as it began to glow faintly. "Time to taste my phoenix cry of the 9 heavens." With a powerful leap, he launched himself downward, channeling all his strength into the sword. Like a blazing dragon, he descended, aiming directly for the undead lord's eye sockets. The undead lord, unable to retract its axe in time, swung a massive fist to intercept the attack. Jiang Yu braced himself, meeting the punch head-on. Boom! The impact sent blood spurting from his mouth, but his sword found its mark, piercing through the undead lord's eye socket. The soul flame within flared wildly before beginning to flicker and wane. A thunderous roar of agony erupted from the creature, its foul stench making Jiang Yu's stomach churn. The undead lord thrashed violently, swinging its arms and axe in a desperate attempt to dislodge Jiang Yu. But he clung on with unyielding determination, using the lodged, shining sword as leverage. The blade twisted and churned within the soul flame, disrupting its core. Finally, in a last act of desperation, the undead lord grabbed Jiang Yu and hurled him away with tremendous force. Crash! Jiang Yu slammed into a tree, the impact sending him sprawling to the ground. Pain coursed through his battered body, every bone feeling as though it had been shattered. Blood spilled from his lips once more, but he forced himself to rise, his vision swimming. Through the haze, he saw the undead lord faltering, its soul flame now dim and its movements sluggish. "Guess it's my turn to send you off," Zhang Yu growled, pushing through the agony as he charged forward. Despite his injuries, his strikes remained fierce and precise, bolstered by the system's enhancements. The undead lord, now a shadow of its former self, could barely lift its axe in defense. In one final act of defiance, Jiang Yu leapt high into the air, the shining sword blazing with radiant light. Like a falling star, he plunged the blade straight through the undead lord's skull. Squelch! The sword drove deep into the bone as the soul flame extinguished in an instant. The undead lord let out one last, furious howl before its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending mud and water splashing in all directions. Its once impenetrable armor disintegrated, crumbling alongside its skeletal remains. As the rain reclaimed the battlefield, Jiang Yu staggered forward, his adrenaline fading and his strength draining away. He collapsed onto the muddy ground, gasping for air as the rain washed over his burning skin. Looking up at the stormy sky, a weary smile spread across his face. "Ha ha, finally. It's over." Jiang Yu lay motionless, staring up at the heavens. Then, breaking the silence, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. A new notification popped up on the system panel, and Jiang Yu's eyes quickly scanned the information. External Force Awakening Progress 1.9, not awakened. Defeated a Tier 1 Skeleton Warrior, obtained Refined Battle Axe X1. The rain began to subside, and the dark clouds dispersed. A ray of sunlight pierced through the sky, falling directly on Jiang Yu. A faint smile curved on his lips. "This is just the beginning. My journey is far from over." Straining against the exhaustion weighing down his body, he forced himself to stand. The most pressing matter now was to move to a safer location. There was no telling how many more creatures from the Source Realm might emerge from the rift. Jiang Yu approached the pile of skeletal remains left by the defeated warrior, his gaze lingering momentarily on the heap of bones. "In life, you may have been a remarkable general." Using his sword, he nudged aside the decaying remains, crouching to pick up the black battle axe that lay among them. The system immediately issued a prompt. Discovered an equipable item. Equip now? Black Iron Battle Axe Description. A battle axe forged from black iron. Effect: Heavy Impact, 8 attack power. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. The attack boost from this battle axe was double that of his refined iron sword, second only to a Tier 1 shining sword. Without hesitation, he swapped out the refined iron sword, and his punching power instantly increased to 1,437.2 kilograms. Recalling the principle of diminishing returns he'd once studied, Jiang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Back when his punching power was only 100 kilograms, equipping the black iron battle axe would have increased his strength by 200. But now, with his power at 1,300 kilograms, the same weapon yielded only a 15.38 improvement. The sky grew darker, and Jiang Yu bit the tip of his tongue to force himself to stay alert. He glanced at his wristband. There were no new monsters emerging from the Source Realm rift for now. The underground shelter's defense systems should be sufficient to keep his brother and the others safe for the time being. Just as he prepared to leave and seek reinforcements, a series of hurried footsteps echoed in the distance, growing closer. Jiang Yu tensed immediately, summoning the last remnants of his strength to grip the shinning sword tightly. His eyes remained fixed on the direction of the approaching sound, every muscle in his body on high alert. Zhang Yu, where are you? A familiar voice called out, but Zhang Yu held his guard. It wasn't until he saw who it was that he allowed himself to relax slightly. It was Li Yiqing, an elite instructor from the Xingho Guild, flanked by 7 fully armed warriors. I'm Li Yiqing, sent by President Amo to bring you back. Li Yiqing displayed his Xingho Guild identification and quickly moved to support the staggering Jiang Yu. The other warriors fanned out immediately, scanning their surroundings for potential threats. What happened to you? You're covered in injuries. Li Yiqing frowned as he handed Jiang Yu a small glass vial containing a pale yellow liquid. This is a recovery serum. Drink it to regain some strength. While it couldn't heal wounds, this advanced energy-boosting formula worked swiftly to replenish stamina. Jiang Yu's trembling hands accepted the vial, and he downed its contents in one gulp. The bitter taste spread across his tongue, but almost instantly, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, its effects strikingly similar to a potent energy drink, though engineered with cutting-edge molecular technology for rapid absorption. The guild received your message. A large team of warriors will arrive soon. What happened here? Li Yiqing glanced around, his expression serious. The moment we got off the vehicle, we could sense the ominous aura of the Source Realm rift. Were these injuries from your attempt to escape? Zhang Yu pointed to a nearby building. There's a Source Realm rift over there. Currently, 10 creatures have emerged from it. He paused briefly. The first to cross over was a particularly strange monster, but I've already taken it down. He gestured toward the pile of decayed bones on the ground as he spoke. Though the warriors standing guard remained silent, they couldn't help their internal skepticism. A student, not only surviving but also defeating creatures from the Source Realm? What's next? Claiming Su Shiyu herself is your girlfriend? What? You're saying you defeated 10 Source Realm creatures? Li Yiqing stared at Jiang Yu in disbelief. As a branch contract student officially evaluated by the guild, Jiang Yu was known for his honesty and straightforward demeanor. There was no reason for him to fabricate such claims in a situation like this. Still, the notion of a single student exhibiting such extraordinary combat prowess was beyond imagination. Originally, Li Yiqing had thought it a miracle that Jiang Yu had merely escaped with his life. Li Yiqing stared at the scene before him, his expression filled with shock. He had never expected Jiang Yu, someone who hadn't even reached level 8, to be able to fight against such a large number of creatures from the Source Realm and still survive. Even other level contract geniuses would likely pale in comparison to this monster student standing before him. What shocked him even more were the scattered white bones on the ground. These were the remains of Source Realm creatures. Li Yiqing's face turned serious in an instant. What on earth happened here? Explain it to me in detail. Recalling the battle, Jiang Yu still felt a lingering fear. Those creatures that broke through the barrier, I've never seen anything like them. They were skeletons, completely devoid of flesh and blood, yet they retained human-like consciousness. What's even more unbelievable is that their bones moved freely, defying all scientific principles. Li Yiqing frowned deeply, a sense of dread creeping over him. For decades, the Source Realm creatures we've encountered have all been beings with flesh and blood. Some species even resemble humans, capable of communication and advanced enough to master metallurgy-level technology. The Source Realm is indeed full of bizarre and diverse life forms, even including legendary Western dragons. He picked up a bone and examined it closely. But they all share one defining characteristic: they exhibit signs of life. No one in the world has ever encountered creatures like these before. They're practically like the undead from myths. Exactly, Jiang Yu quickly added. During my fight with them, I noticed something peculiar. Inside their skulls burned a blue-purple flame, which seemed to be what powered them. Their bones were unbelievably hard, but that flame turned out to be their weakness. Strangely enough, when my weapon pierced the flame, it felt like passing through cotton. Some of the skeletons even showed signs of regeneration, with fresh flesh growing between their bones. That, too, seemed to be another weak point. Li Yiqing looked at Jiang Yu with a complex expression and nodded. I see. You're still just a student, and yet you've managed to accomplish so much. Taking down Source Realm creatures is already an incredibly dangerous task for someone like you, and you even observed and recorded their traits and weaknesses during the fight. He spoke half-jokingly, though his words carried genuine admiration. I have to admit, you geniuses are just as terrifying as the creatures from the Source Realm. Jiang Yu offered a faint smile, easing the tense atmosphere around him. The alert warriors pricked up their ears, listening intently as he described the characteristics of the creatures from the Source Realm. After all, with an impending direct confrontation with these unknown monsters, Understanding their weaknesses in advance was crucial. Two nearby warriors exchanged a meaningful glance, their hearts shaken. In such a critical moment, Jiang Yu's detailed description of the skeletal warrior's traits was far from exaggeration. What worried them even more was the implication of these traits. The longer the Source Realm fissure existed, the higher the likelihood that stronger creatures would descend upon Earth. Li Yiqing, though yet to witness the fissure with his own eyes, judged from the anomalies that its level wasn't particularly high. He had encountered Source Realm fissures of the 3rd tier and above before, and the changes in the skies during those events were far more terrifying than what he saw now. All right, I've got a general understanding of the situation, Li Yiqing said, patting Zhang Yu on the shoulder. You've done a great job. They'll report this information accurately. For now, we need to move everyone to safety before the Source Realm creatures gather. His determined gaze gave Zhang Yu a sense of reassurance. The group nodded in agreement, quickly adjusting themselves and focusing on the task at hand. Shall I arrange for someone to escort you out first? Li Yiqing asked, looking at Zhang Yu. No, I'm staying with you. My brother is still inside. Jiang Yu shook his head firmly. Splitting our forces to escort me would only weaken the group. Besides, I just took a restorative potion, so I still have some combat strength. If we're escorting so many people, you might not have enough manpower. Li Yiqing silently admired the young man's decisiveness. Without hesitation, he swiftly outlined a simple yet effective plan. Group A will lead the way, Group B and Jiang Yu will cover the rear. Everyone move out. Under Jiang Yu's guidance, the team navigated through the shadowy forest. At the edge of the woods, the Source Realm fissure came into view, a shimmering, jade-like rift embedded in the fabric of the world. Through its hazy ripples, a glimpse of an underwater realm could be seen. The group remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any threats. Once they confirmed the area was clear, they quickly moved toward the underground shelter. A staircase led deep into the ground, ending at a heavy iron door. From a distance, Li Yiqing held up his identification. "In with the Spark Guild. We're here to evacuate everyone to safety." The iron door creaked open, and a dozen workers emerged one by one, their faces streaked with tears of relief. For many of them, this was their first encounter with a beast invasion, and only after a brief moment of reassurance did they begin to calm down. "I remember you, young man. You saved us. If it weren't for you holding off those creatures, would all be done for." A student fighting Source Realm creatures? Truly remarkable. He's Zhang Yu's younger brother, a genius from one of the top high schools. Grateful gazes turned toward Jiang Yu, with some even attempting to kneel in thanks. Li Yiqing quickly stopped them. "Please, there's no need for that. Let's get out of here first." Jiang Yu let out a small sigh of relief and shot Li Yiqing a thankful look. Though he had indeed saved them, he wasn't ready to accept such grand gestures of gratitude. Still, as he glanced at the tearful, grateful faces, a strange sense of pride welled up in his chest. Perhaps this was the meaning behind warriors risking their lives to fight. Something's wrong. Li Yiqing suddenly ordered everyone to halt. "Stay here, and if anything feels off, retreat to the shelter immediately." With that, his figure disappeared in a flash, darting up the underground staircase. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, followed by the sound of intense fighting. These half-dead creatures can still fight with the strength of a first-tier warrior. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of worry in his heart, but quickly calmed himself. Li Yiqing and the others were well-trained first-tier warriors, and Li Yiqing himself had already advanced to the second tier. Since they were aware of these creatures' weaknesses in advance, they should be able to handle the situation. Turning to look at Jiang Yu, he saw that although his brother was unharmed, the light in his eyes had dimmed, and he looked utterly exhausted. Jiang Yu felt a pang of pain in his heart and softly reassured him. "It's okay now, brother." Jiang Yu tightly gripped his younger brother's hand, his eyes reddening. "I'm sorry. I almost got you killed." "Let's not talk about that," Zhang Yu said with a gentle shake of his head and a faint smile. Tears slid down Jiang Yu's face. "If you died saving me, what would be the point of me staying alive? How could I face your sister-in-law or our parents? It's all because of me," Jiang Yu said in a low, bitter voice, pounding his leg in frustration. As an older brother, he had failed to provide Jiang Yu with a prosperous environment for cultivation. Instead, Jiang Yu had managed to secure contracts on his own to resolve their financial struggles. Even though Jiang Yu no longer needed the money, Jiang Yu stubbornly kept working to send him funds. But now, not only had he failed to earn much, he had nearly caused the death of his younger brother. Zhang Yu listened quietly without offering any words of comfort. As a soul from another world, a man in his 20s, he understood that what a proud man like Jiang Yu needed least at this moment was consolation. He simply lowered his head slightly, a deep sigh rising in his heart at Jiang Yu's sincerity and simplicity. Time passed slowly, and the sounds of fighting outside came to an abrupt end. Just then, a dark figure emerged into the light. Jiang Yu cautiously looked up and saw Li Yiqing standing there with a serious expression. "The danger is over. Move quickly." Li Yicheng shouted in a deep voice. Everyone seemed to snap out of a trance and rush to move toward the surface. The martial artists quickly organized an evacuation team. One of them shouted loudly, "Don't panic, take it slow." With that command, the chaotic crowd immediately became orderly. Jiang Yu supported Jiang Yu with one hand, while tightly gripping the Xianying sword with the other, staying at the back of the group. Li Yicheng followed closely behind, his face heavy with concern. "Jiang Yu, you were absolutely right. These creatures from the Source Realm. No, calling them monsters seems more fitting," he said grimly. Glancing down at his wristband, he continued, "These monsters are too bizarre. I need to adjust the mission priorities. In all my years as a martial artist, this is the first time I've encountered something so strange. We must report this immediately and request provincial authorities to send investigators." Recalling the battle with the skeletal warriors, Li Yicheng still felt a lingering sense of fear. Although these skeletal warriors weren't particularly strong and he could easily defeat them, their ability to rise from the dead was utterly horrifying. In his understanding, the underworld was nothing more than a myth. Death was supposed to be the end, that was the immutable law of the world, even for creatures of the Source Realm. He thought back to a time when a 9th-tier Source Realm beast, resembling a phoenix, had claimed to be immortal. It boasted about its ability to be reborn after death, calling itself a god and striking terror into the hearts of frontline martial artists. Yet, in the end, Su Shiyu's sword proved that even this so-called immortality had its limits. It could only resurrect 3 times before finally becoming a lifeless pile of bones. But now, even a mere first-tier monster can defy the laws of life and death? Li Yicheng muttered with a frown. What about 9th-tier beings, or even those beyond the 9th tier? If such entities truly exist and can overturn the rules of life and death, the Earth Federation government will be thrown into chaos. This new Source Realm has introduced an entirely different set of rules. The universe is vast and humanity knows far too little about it. Fortunately, Li Yicheng added, this Source Realm seems to be just a first-tier rift. My life level exceeds 2nd tier, so I'm completely barred from entering. It simply rejects me. Zhang Yu nodded in understanding. With his sharp spiritual sense, he had already suspected as much. For martial artists who constantly hone themselves, such instincts were nothing unusual. By the time they reached the surface, Jiang Yu felt dizzy and on the verge of collapse. He discreetly pressed on his wound, using the sharp pain to stay conscious. However, his head throbbed faintly, as if urging him to rest. He surveyed the surroundings. Piles of bones were scattered near the rift, but thankfully, no other creatures had discovered this place yet. After Li Yicheng and the others had defeated more than a dozen skeletons, the area had returned to an eerie calm. A few axes lay abandoned on the ground, making Jiang Yu uneasy. He had struggled to kill just one skeleton with the help of the terrain. Yet these martial artists had managed to take down several heathen in a short time. The disparity in strength was staggering. Truly, the coordination of well-trained martial artists is on another level, Jiang Yu thought to himself, realizing just how far he still had to go in his own cultivation journey. Li Yicheng assigned a 2nd-tier martial artist to remain behind and work with others to establish a defensive line, ensuring the rift was monitored to prevent any monsters from escaping. He then led 2 other martial artists to escort the group to safety. Despite the tense journey, everyone ultimately made it out of the forest unharmed. 2 vehicles were already waiting for them. As they looked out at the vast fields, a collective sigh of relief spread through the group. At that moment, the signal on Jiang Yu's wristband was restored, and his device began vibrating incessantly. Messages and calls flooded in from Lin Ruoxin, Chu He, Uncle Amo, and others. After glancing at them, Jiang Yu answered Uncle Mo's call. "Uncle Amo, I'm fine," he said. Uncle Mo's holographic projection appeared in midair. "That's good to hear. I've already sent Yicheng to meet you." Li Yicheng stepped forward and said, "President, the mission is complete, but the situation is a bit unusual." He then detailed the phenomenon of the skeletal warriors coming back to life. Uncle Amo frowned. "Understood. I'll report this immediately. Send over the footage and data." Jiang Yu and Li Yicheng both nodded and quickly uploaded the information through the 5G network. Jiang Yu also submitted his battle recordings with the skeletons as evidence, though he carefully omitted any indication of his ability to absorb the iron sword. None of his co-workers had witnessed him kill the skeletons, as they had all been hiding in the shelter. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Amo said, "I've already dispatched several guild members to the site. Your task remains the same: escort Jiang Yu safely back to headquarters. The military should arrive shortly." Li Yicheng nodded and ended the call. It seemed as though Uncle Mo's words were about to be proven right. In the distant sky, a formation of military helicopters rapidly approached in a combat arrangement, the roar of their engines growing louder and clearer. Li Yicheng glanced down at his wristband, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Less than 20 minutes impressive response time. The helicopter squad quickly arrived on site, and combat-uniformed warriors efficiently leaped out of the cabins. Their leader stepped forward, raising a hand in signal. Xianxiao's Special Operations Unit, codenamed Xiaoyue. Though the other soldiers remained silent, their alert postures left no doubt they were prepared for any sudden developments. Li Yicheng stood at attention and returned a crisp military salute. Xingho Guild, Li Yicheng. Xiaoyue gave a slight nod. We've been briefed by our superiors. We are here under orders to assist in handling this Origin Rift incident. His gaze swept over the rescued civilians nearby, his tone softening with concern. What's the casualty status? Do you need medical support? No casualties at the moment. Good. Xiaoyue immediately issued instructions. Escort them to the forward base. Il assigned 2 soldiers to assist. Li Yicheng turned to 2 of the warriors and gave concise orders. You'll drive and transport these people to the forward base. Then, addressing Jiang Yu, he explained, he'll personally escort you back to the guild. It's my responsibility. The others will need to go through standard screening procedures and psychological counseling. Witnessing creatures like this isn't something everyone can easily process. Zhang Yu nodded in understanding but couldn't help asking, will one vehicle be enough for all these people? It'll be enough. We're using the legendary wielding. Jiang Yu quietly watched as over a dozen people filed into the armored van, which seemed to hold an almost otherworldly capacity. Through the window, he saw Jiang Yu calmly waving at him. Don't worry, Jiang Yu signaled. With 4 warriors guarding them, Jiang Yu had already regained his usual composure. After transmitting the AI-compiled video footage via his wristband to Xiaoyue, Li Yicheng turned to Jiang Yu. It's time for us to leave. The rest is in their hands now. Exhausted, Jiang Yu simply nodded and followed silently. As soon as Jiang Yu got into the car, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion hit him like a tide. He leaned back against the seat, closed his eyes, and let the low rumble of the engine fill his ears. The pain from his wounds and the depletion of his strength blurred his consciousness. He could faintly hear Li Yicheng's anxious voice calling his name before he drifted into sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was the stark white ceiling and bright fluorescent lights of a hospital room. The sharp scent of disinfectant filled his nose. Am I in a hospital? Jiang Yu murmured to himself. He glanced down and found his entire body tightly wrapped in bandages and gauze, resembling a mummy. Who did this wrapping? I only remember having a few injuries. Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, the door creaked open gently. Lin Ruoxin walked in with a bouquet of fresh flowers in her hands. The moment she saw Jiang Yu awake, a delighted smile lit up her face. Humph, you lazy pig. You've been asleep for an entire day, she teased as she quickly approached his bedside, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Jiang Yu glanced at his heavily bandaged body and let out a deep sigh of despair. So, doctor, how long do I have left? He asked, feigning dramatic resignation. Lin Ruoxin tilted her head playfully, clearly amused by his exaggerated expression. Unable to hold back her laughter, she leaned in closer, so close that only about 20 centimeters separated them. The faint scent of her perfume made Jiang Yu's heart race and his temperature rise. My brave hero, Lin Ruoxin said with a playful grin, her eyes shining. The doctor said you're just exhausted and have a few internal injuries. The external wounds aren't that bad. All your vitals are great, and you'll be fine after some rest. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief but couldn't help asking, then what's with all these bandages? Well, Lin Ruoxin began with a laugh. I heard you're a young hero. The intern nurse got so nervous that she ended up using an entire roll of bandages on you. Jiang Yu stared at the bow-tied bandage on his hand, his mouth twitching. By the way, how did you know I was here? And what's this young hero thing about? Crossing her arms and tilting her chin slightly, Lin Ruoxin explained. In the past day, the dimensional rift in Luobei village has been classified as level 1 and renamed Morning Light Forest. It's now a military zone. The province has dispatched troops to fortify the area, and martial artists from all over have gathered. And you, as the first student to fight against rift creatures and save over 10 people, naturally made the headlines. She pulled up a virtual projection, showcasing a series of news headlines. Young hero Zhang Yu battles rift creatures, saves over 10 lives. Zhang Yu, senior at Nanha Second High, single-handedly fights rift beasts. Morning Light Forest Battle. The rise of Nanha Second High's prodigy Jiang Yu's journey revealed. The online comments were buzzing with excitement. The first-person footage released by the Spark Guild is incredible. This kid is insanely talented, with outstanding combat skills and sharp judgment. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly after reading. It's not as dramatic as they make it sound. I just stepped in a little, that's all. Lin Ruoxin mischievously pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of Jiang Yu, complete with his bow-tied bandages. Before he could protest, the two were interrupted by a doctor entering the room to check on his condition. You're recovering well, the doctor noted while flipping through Jiang Yu's chart. With the high-quality medication you've received, you'll be ready to leave the hospital in 2 days. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Can I be discharged today? The doctor hesitated. Technically, yes, but that's not up to me. Then who's in charge? Jiang Yu asked, just as the sound of commotion came from outside. The doctor glanced toward the door and replied, perhaps the person in charge is about to arrive. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, exuding a calm yet commanding presence. Behind him closely followed Uncle Imo, and the arrival of these two prominent figures in the martial arts world instantly made the atmosphere in the hospital room heavier. Uncle Imo, as the president of the Xianshao City branch, was advanced in age but still full of vitality. He was highly respected in the martial arts community. Given that Jiang Yu was the city's only holder of a level contract, Uncle Imo had always extended his guidance and care to this young talent. As for Chu He, though he was a man of few words, his concern for Jiang Yu was evident in his actions. Privately, he treated Jiang Yu as his own protege, nurturing him with great dedication. At this moment, Chu He was more anxious than anyone else. He had already visited the hospital yesterday when Jiang Yu was unconscious. Today, unable to put his mind at ease, he drove over again. Seeing Jiang Yu now awake, a sense of relief colored his voice as he said, Jiang Yu, you're awake? Uncle Imo approached the bedside, scrutinizing Jiang Yu carefully. A hint of delight flickered in his eyes. Haha, how's your recovery coming along? Although Jiang Yu's body still ached faintly from his injuries, the presence of these two elders reassured him greatly. Sitting up slightly, he glanced at the doctor beside him and replied, not bad. The doctor said I'm recovering well. The doctor adjusted his glasses and flipped through the report in his hands. To be precise, it's not just, well, it's unusually fast. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Chu He's eyes. What do you mean? The doctor elaborated on the principles behind the cellular regeneration therapy chamber, detailing how its 5 key technology hyperbaric oxygen therapy, bioelectric field stimulation, pulsed electromagnetic therapy, ultrasound therapy, and photon therapy worked in synergy. He noted that Jiang Yu's recovery speed was exceptional, as if his body contained its own high-efficiency healing mechanism capable of self-repair on all fronts. Chu He nodded thoughtfully. I've heard that some martial artists, during periods of unconsciousness, can unlock latent potential. Not only does it speed up recovery, but it can also turn adversity into opportunity, pushing their cultivation to the next level. The doctor agreed, mentioning that he had encountered similar cases during his clinical career. Chu He seized the moment to change the subject. This kid is lucky. He's not even a first-level martial artist, yet dared to take on creatures from the source realm hidden. Uncle Imo chimed in seamlessly. Exactly. While your skills are impressive, it's still too risky to fight a first-level source realm creature. Jiang Yu scratched the bandage on his head and admitted his mistake humbly. I'm sorry for making you and Uncle Imo worry. I'll be more cautious in the future. Chu He nodded in satisfaction and then praised him. That said, I watched your battle footage. It was impressive. You're a natural-born martial artist. You seamlessly apply techniques from the combat spirit space and your usual practice into your fight against the source realm creature. Haha, your swordsmanship and movement technique easier at the 4th level now, aren't you? Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but marvel at his teacher's sharp perceptionable to deduce his advancement to the 4th level from just a battle video. Advancing to the 4th level of swordsmanship is marked by the ability to perceive the subtle and master the profound. Wielding lethal moves effortlessly, Chu He said with a teasing smile, though his eyes revealed genuine admiration. Kid, you've made quite a name for yourself in the Morning Light Forest. A young hero, standing alone against creatures from the abyssal realm and protecting more than a dozen people. Uncle Imo chimed in, his voice filled with appreciation. Kid, you did well. Don't worry, the city will surely reward you for this. I wasn't really thinking about all that at the time, Zhang Yu said, lowering his head in embarrassment, though a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. But how much money do you think it'll be? Chu He and Uncle Imo exchanged a knowing look and burst into laughter. You rascal, they said in unison, their laughter filling the room. The doctor, observing the light-hearted interaction, tactfully spoke up. Since Jiang Yu is in stable condition, he'll go check on the other rooms. This is a VIP ward, fully equipped with medical staff. Just press the call button if you need anything. With that, he left with the nurse. Seeing you're okay puts my mind at ease, Lin Ruoxin said, trying to sound composed, though the blush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. He'll head back to school now. Chu He and Uncle Mo's gazes flickered between the two young people, making them both a little uncomfortable. Lin Ruoxin, maintaining her poise, politely said, Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, President Imo. She turned and closed the door behind her, her footsteps quickening until they faded down the hallway. As the room fell silent once more, Uncle Mo's expression turned serious. Just wait and see. The province is planning to make you a role model, he said meaningfully. A hero must bear the weight of responsibility, but the benefits that come with it won't be small either. Pausing for a moment, Uncle Imo continued, The anomalies in the morning light forest this time are no trivial matter. Although the military has established a defensive line there, the abyssal realm rifts are unpredictable and could trigger even greater disturbances at any moment. Since you were involved in the initial battle, there are some things I'd like to consult you about. Zhang Yu immediately straightened his back, his expression turning serious. Uncle Amo retrieved a file from his briefcase, carefully flipping through it before looking up and asking, during the battle, did you sense any unusual energy fluctuations from the origin rift, or notice anything out of the ordinary? Recalling the battle, Jiang Yu thought back to the chaotic scene. Despite the initial confusion, he vividly remembered a chilling force surging out from the depths of the rift the moment the creatures from the origin realm appeared. I did feel a strong energy fluctuation, he said, frowning as he tried to put it into words. It felt like something was watching us from the shadows. And when we first entered, some kind of force seemed to drain the workers' life force directly. Even the survivors felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. He continued, what's even stranger is that this force seemed to spread, leaving the land lifeless wherever it passed. Uncle Amo exchanged a grave look with Chu He. What you sensed might not just be ordinary energy fluctuations, Amo said slowly. According to intelligence reports, the origin rift in the morning light forest may lead to a deeper, more dangerous dimension, one that harbors entities far stronger than the creatures we've encountered so far. Are you saying the origin rift contains nested spaces? Zhang Yu asked in surprise. But aren't there rules preventing high-level life forms from entering? Even origin realm creatures shouldn't be able to cross over. Emo nodded. That's correct. But this still needs further confirmation. The revelation left Zhang Yu shaken. The situation in the morning light forest was far more complex than he had imagined. Those creatures are proof enough, Zhang Yu added. They can come back to life. Skeletons that can move, even without flesh or blood, powered only by soul flames. Through testing, we've identified this as their sole weakness. That aligns with the reports, Emo said with a faint smile. As for skeletons above Tier 1, they've started showing signs of regaining flesh, which is deeply unsettling, as though they're trying to return to life. We've officially classified them as undead. Mo's expression turned serious. Although no abnormalities have been observed in those who first encountered them, we can't yet determine what other effects this strange energy might have. More importantly, there are traces of the pioneer cult involved in this. The pioneer cult? Jiang Yu exclaimed. You mean that group that always claims responsibility for terrorist attacks? The cause of the origin rifts is still unknown. How could they possibly control them? Emo revealed that 2 pioneer cult members had recently been found near Jiang Yu River. They had attempted to flee by boat after the morning light forest incident, but capsized and drowned. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel that the world was becoming stranger by the day. In any case, the pioneer cult has acquired some ability related to these bizarre phenomena, Emo said without elaborating. For now, we can only focus on containment, but the disturbances in the origin rift are far from coincidental. Your generation may face challenges far more complex than ours. These words weighed heavily on Jiang Yu. The strange forces of the origin rift and the pioneer cult schemes were far beyond his comprehension. Originally, his goal was simply to get into a prestigious martial arts academy and become a skilled warrior to protect his loved ones. Now, the situation seemed far more daunting. Noticing his troubled expression, Chu He reassured him, these matters are still far off for you. The higher-ups will handle them. Your priority now is to focus on your training and get into a good academy, so you'll have the strength to face these challenges later. Worrying too much now won't help. Zhang Yu nodded. Teacher, Uncle Amo, I feel good enough to return to training. I don't want to just lie here. He was eager to grow stronger and protect the people he cared about. Uncle Amo and Chu He exchanged a knowing smile, appreciating Jiang Yu's resilience and determination. However, when the doctor came to check on him, they advised caution. Although your condition is improving, it's best to stay under observation for another day, the doctor said. Your body is still recovering from significant exhaustion and internal injuries. Once discharged, avoid intense training for a while. Techniques requiring full body exertion, like swordsmanship or armored combat, should be postponed. Emo patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder. Listen to the doctor. You need to recover fully to fight again. Chu He added. Don't rush. The path of cultivation is a long one. Plus, it's almost the new year. Take this as an opportunity to rest. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu agreed, though he was already planning how to train lightly in the hospital. After Emo and Chu He left, they reminded him, don't overthink things. Rest well. We'll inform you if anything comes up. Lying on the hospital bed, Zhang Yu stared at the ceiling, contemplating his next steps. He decided to focus on practicing the gathering origin technique. Since he couldn't move much, he would dedicate himself to mental cultivation and spiritual training, which had proven to be more valuable than he initially thought. However, one question still lingered in his mind. How had the original owner of his body obtained this technique? Most importantly, he checked the system. Jiang Yu quietly reviewed the data on his system panel, level 7.4, unranked martial artist. Mental strength had surged to 18.3. Punching power reached an astonishing 1,437.2 kilograms, 800 kilograms. Speed remained steady at 21.5 milliseconds. His cultivation techniques included the perching phoenix technique and the essence gathering art, while his martial skills consisted of swordsmanship tier 4, 64, footwork tier 4, 62, fist techniques tier 3, 60, and spear techniques tier 3, 40. His external force awakening progress was stuck at 1.9, and his item inventory had yet to unlock. Currently, he possessed equipment such as the Flaming Feather Streamlight, Blazing Sun Sword Technique, Black Iron Battle Axe, and Refined Iron Sword. He was stunned to discover that his mental strength had increased by 2 full levels during his period of unconsciousness. This abnormal surge left Jiang Yu deep in thought. Without the system panel's real-time records, he might not have even noticed this significant transformation. It could very well be the key to his body's rapid recovery. At the current stage of martial arts development, many phenomena remained unexplained. The general understanding of mental strength was limited to its ability to enhance body control, improve cultivation efficiency, boost learning and memory, and assist martial artists in breaking through the third barrier. As for this particular anomaly, it might have been the result of the essence gathering art, or perhaps, as the doctor suggested, the effect of breaking down to rebuild. The truth might only become clear when Jiang Yu's strength grew and his perspective broadened. As his thoughts wandered, Jiang Yu unconsciously entered a meditative state. He could distinctly feel the flow of energy and blood within his body, while the soreness from exhaustion gradually subsided. Although the recovery benefits of the essence gathering art were not as exaggerated as he had hoped, they were sufficient to support foundational training. The advantage of the soul combat arena became evident. It could substitute for some physical training. For Jiang Yu at this stage, as long as he mastered the core stance techniques, refining his swordsmanship became secondary. With a bit more effort, he could easily reach the upper limits of the martial arts entrance exams. Night fell, and the soft, tranquil glow of the hospital room's lights enveloped the space. Zhang Yu gazed at the starry night sky outside the window, his resolve burning brightly as he prepared himself to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke early to practice the essence gathering art. He found that meditation had become noticeably easier, likely due to his enhanced mental strength. With difficulty, he managed to complete basic hygiene routines using his bandaged hands. Shortly after 7, a fair-skinned, sweet-faced nurse entered the room quietly and gently asked if he would like breakfast, though it would have to be liquid food. "Is it any good?" Jiang Yu asked, a hint of concern in his voice. The nurse covered her mouth with a soft laugh. "Don't worry, today's liquid meals are as tasty as jelly and just as nutritious." Restricted by the bandages covering his body, Jiang Yu had no choice but to accept the nurse's assistance in feeding him. 2 hours later, Jiang Yu sat idly watching the news on TV. The broadcast was focused on the latest developments regarding Morning Light Forest, a Tier 1 source realm. Construction companies had begun building war fortresses around the forest to prevent incursions by source realm creatures. The area was quickly becoming a haven for martial artists, who ventured there to hunt monsters and gather rare materials. Many had struck it rich overnight from their exploits. As Jiang Yu was engrossed in the news, the door to his hospital room swung open. An elderly man with neatly combed white-streaked hair, dressed in a sharp black official jacket, entered the room, followed by Uncle Amo and a few others. Despite the hint of fatigue on his face, the man greeted Jiang Yu with a warm smile. Uncle Amo quickly stepped forward to introduce him. "Xiao Yu, this is Mayor Li of Xianxiao City. He came specifically to visit you." Caught off guard, Jiang Yu was about to rise and pay his respects when the man spoke in a gentle tone. "Hello, Jiang Yu. I am Li Zhangdao, the mayor of Xianxiao City." Inside the hospital room, Li Zhangdao wore a gentle smile as he raised a hand to stop Jiang Yu from trying to get up. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow on the hospital bed. Accompanying staff members stepped forward carefully, presenting fresh fruit and vibrant flower baskets. "Focus on your recovery. We are all deeply concerned about your health," Li Zhangdao said in a calm and steady tone. Jiang Yu returned a polite smile, his expression composed and unflustered. "Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your concern. I just spoke with the doctors, and they've assured me that your recovery is progressing remarkably well." Li Zhangdao nodded, his gaze reflecting approval. "Young people like you truly have a stronger constitution, and that's one of the great advantages of the younger generation in our Xianxiao City." He cast his eyes around the room before settling his gaze back on Jiang Yu. "Jiang Yu, you are a role model for Xianxiao City. Your courage and wisdom have not only brought honor to our city, but also set a shining example of perseverance and excellence for all of us. The glorious history of Xianxiao City will be written by young individuals like you." After a brief pause, his tone grew even more solemn. "When faced with challenges and adversity, I hope more people can emulate your steadfastness and determination. By staying true to their principles and taking concrete action, They can protect our homeland and drive Xianshao City toward an even brighter future. With your efforts and contributions, I firmly believe Xianshao City will achieve even greater heights. The accompanying staff nodded in agreement, their gazes lingering thoughtfully on the young man in the hospital bed. They all understood that this visit from the usually discreet and pragmatic mayor was far from a routine gesture. In this critical period, with Xianshao City confronting challenges such as the pioneer sect's unrest and the Dawn Forest Realm's emergence, Li Zhengdo's personal visit carried significant intent. Everyone in the room couldn't help but ponder quietly. This exceptionally gifted young man, arriving at such a pivotal moment and earning the mayor's recognition, seemed destined for a meteoric rise. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hospital room subtly shifted. Everyone present, seasoned individuals in positions of power, began silently exchanging meaningful glances. They were all trying to discern the intentions of Li Zhangdao, the top leader of Xianshao City. Known for his low profile, the mayor's every move today seemed meticulously calculated. Standing behind Li Zhangdao, Pu Weiji, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau, appeared deep in thought. Although the Martial Arts Education Bureau operates under the provincial authorities, its administrative ties remain with Xianshao City. Pu keenly sensed that Li Zhengdo's actions were not just about elevating Jiang Yu as a heroic figure, but carried deeper strategic considerations. If it were merely a simple commendation, a banner, a monetary reward, and a few media reports would have sufficed. However, Li Zhangdao had convened a special meeting the previous day, emphasizing the importance of fostering a spirit of courage in combating creatures from the source realm. Clearly, he intended to use Jiang Yu's exemplary actions to inspire more young martial artists to take part in the defense and exploration of the source realm. Suddenly, Pu Weiji's body tensed, and his pupils slightly widened. He had finally seen through the true intentions of this low-profile Mayor Li Zhangdao was, in fact, a dormant tiger lying in wait. The adventurers' guilds were likely to be disappointed, as it now seemed that the Dawnlight Forest would not be open to external parties. Li Zhangdao intended for Xianshao City to take it on entirely with its own resources. Risk and opportunity often go hand in hand. If successful, Xianshao City would undoubtedly rise to new heights. And Jiang Yu was the first banner in Li Zhengdo's grand plan. By heavily rewarding this young man who had bravely fought creatures from the source realm, Li Zhangdao was sending a clear and resolute message to everyone. Pu Weiji's gaze fell on Jiang Yu, whose body was wrapped in bandages. The young man's face still carried traces of youthful inexperience, yet his demeanor exuded a quiet determination. Was this a matter of sheer luck, or was it his strength that had brought him here? Pu silently resolved to align himself with Li Zhengdo's vision and to recognize Jiang Yu's contributions at the right moment. With a calm smile, Li Zhangdao delivered a speech, emphasizing that the future of Xianshao City rested on the shoulders of the younger generation. They must not only be bold in their struggles, but also strategic in their efforts. He then announced the establishment of a fund named after Zhang Yu, aimed at rewarding local martial artists who excelled in the Dawnlight Forest. As the fund's first beneficiary, Jiang Yu was awarded 2 million Huaxia yuan, along with a banner inscribed, "A rising sword in the vast waves, a young hero rescuing the perilous." Jiang Yu accepted the banner and certificate, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The dangerous journey he had undertaken to find his brother had unexpectedly turned into a blessing in disguise. His strength had grown, his spiritual power had increased, and now he had earned the title of hero along with generous rewards. It was a true reflection of the saying, "Do good deeds without asking for rewards." After Li Zhangdao and his entourage left, the hospital room returned to its former quiet. Jiang Yu watched their retreating figures, pondering the weight of the word role model. It was not just an honor, but also a responsibility. Everything seemed interconnected. Seeking his brother had led to a fierce battle, saving lives had brought him recognition, and life itself was a chain of cause and effect. One morning, Jiang Yu awoke to a sense of vitality coursing through him. His energy felt restored, and his mind was clear. Stretching his body, he felt a lightness in his movements and thought to himself, "It's time to get discharged." Zhang Yu picked up his phone and dialed Uncle Mo's number. "It's New Year's, I can't just stay in the hospital, can I?" he said with a smile. On the other end, Uncle Mo was silent for a moment before finally agreeing, though he repeatedly reminded Jiang Yu not to rush and to remember the principle that slow is fast. Jiang Yu solemnly promised to heed his advice. Before long, staff from the guild arrived to help with his discharge paperwork. Jiang Yu took a moment to send messages to those who had been concerned about him. Chu he replied with a brief good before calling him to chat about training and cultivation. This was typical of Chu He. Very conversation revolved around Jiang Yu's growth and progress. But then again, with Chu He's vast experience, it was clear that Jiang Yu had little reason to worry about him. Jiang Yu also reassured his sister-in-law and brother about his recovery. During his coma, his sister-in-law had visited him, but Chu He had persuaded her to return home to care for the child. After all, the hospital environment was complicated, and with top-notch medical care and guild personnel watching over him, There was no need for a child to stay there for long. As Jiang Yu stepped out of the hospital, he froze at the unexpected sight before him. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, workers and their families, along with other bystanders, totaling 50 or 60 people. Among them were those he had saved and others who had been moved by his story. Each pair of eyes gleamed with gratitude and respect. "Thank you. If it weren't for you risking your life to save us, we might have perished at the hands of those monsters. We owe you a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. Say thank you to brother Jiang Yu. You should learn from him in the future." Jiang Yu instinctively took 2 steps back, bewildered. He had only informed a few close people about his discharge. How had so many others found out? Just then, several black sedans pulled up, and out stepped the deputy mayor and other officials. Reporters, who had been lying in wait, swarmed forward, cameras and microphones aimed squarely at Jiang Yu. "Jiang Yu, what gave you the courage to fight those monsters to the death? How did you first discover the presence of those creatures?" Faced with the barrage of questions, Jiang Yu gave a few brief answers before losing patience. Turning to the gathered workers, he waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. I just did what anyone should do. I'm heading home now. Happy New Year to you all." With that, he activated his fire feather streamlight technique and nimbly slipped into a business car prepared by the guild. The vehicle slowly pulled away from the hospital and merged into the city traffic. Phew, that was insane. Zhang Yu exhaled deeply, frowning as he tried to figure out how these people had discovered his discharge. The driver chuckled. "You're the hero of Xianxiao City now. Even the provincial and national authorities have praised you. Your hospital stay was never a secret. Those families have been coming by every day. As for the others, someone probably tipped them off. I heard the mayor went to the provincial capital today, specifically to discuss the campaign rights for the Morning Light Forest." Jiang Yu felt a little overwhelmed. Having been in this world for just over 6 months, he knew nothing of the political maneuvering at higher levels, nor did he care to. He believed that as long as his strength continued to grow, everything else would naturally fall into place. "All these titles mean nothing to me. I just hope the reporters stop bothering me soon," Jiang Yu said. The driver smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry, things should calm down quickly. You're still a student, and they won't let this disrupt your education. As for your reputation, there are plenty of people who will take care of that for you." Zhang Yu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. When Jiang Yu returned home, his elder brother Jiang An and sister-in-law Leuan were waiting anxiously at the door, with his close friend Zhang Yuan also present. "Why didn't you wait for me inside?" Zhang Yu asked, concern evident in his voice. Leuan approached with a warm smile. "We're here to welcome the great hero home." The little one in her arms eagerly reached out, rubbing Jiang Ye's chin while exclaiming, "Uncle, hero." Jiang An remained unusually silent. Noticing his brother's demeanor, Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. If he couldn't come to terms with it, it might take some time for him to move on. After chatting with his brother and sister-in-law, Zhang Yu threw an arm around Zhang Yuan's shoulder. "So, what do you think? Impressive, right?" In the presence of elders, Zhang Yuan uncharacteristically toned down his usual banter. "All right, you're impressive. But next time there's a chance to shine like this, don't forget to call me." Zhang Yu simply chuckled without replying. Though the new year passed quietly, Jiang Ye's heroic deeds continued to make waves. Even high school seniors had to return to class before the Lantern Festival, with no holiday break. In the still chilly city of Xianxiao, a fervent buzz was building. The Xianxiao Daily published a bold headline: "The Dawn Hero Teenager Fights Off Otherworldly Creatures Alone to Protect Workers." The accompanying image, generated by AI, depicted Jiang Yu wielding a longsword, clad in tattered armor, bloodied but resolute. The report detailed his lone battle against otherworldly creatures in the Morning Light Forest to protect the workers and hailed him as the young guardian of Xianxiao City. The newspaper sold out across the city in no time. On every street corner, in cafes, and on buses, people were discussing the sudden rise of this young hero. The Southern Yu Province Daily and Moon City Evening News also followed up with stories, praising his courage and expressing high hopes for his future. The Moon City Evening News editorial wrote, "Jiang Yu is not just the hero of this incident. His emergence heralds the dawn of a new era. In the future, we may see more young warriors wielding swords, fearless in the face of challenges, clearing the skies with a single strike." Even the nation's most influential publication, the Huaxia Daily, joined in, commending Jiang Yu for not only his exceptional combat skills, but also his fearless spirit and selflessness. The article called for more young people like him to safeguard peace and forge the future. During the holiday, countless admirers flocked to Jiang Ye's neighborhood, hoping to catch a glimpse of the hero, only to be stopped by the security guards at the entrance. Qin, the elderly guard who revealed himself as a first-tier martial artist, sternly warned, "Keep it down. Don't disturb the residents' lives, or I'll call the police." Hearing this, the crowd dispersed reluctantly. Having witnessed countless internet celebrities rise and fall in his past life, Jiang Yu understood well that humanity loved to create heroes and just as quickly tear them down. Remembering Chu He's advice, he suppressed his emotions, drew the curtains, and focused on his training. Meanwhile, the neighbors suddenly became unusually friendly, frequently visiting the Jiang household. Frowning, Zhang Yu took the opportunity to suggest, "I've got enough money now, plus the city's reward. How about moving to a place with a better environment?" Although the invasion of the otherworldly beasts had caused housing prices to rise, it wasn't worth waiting endlessly for them to drop. Jiang, however, firmly shook his head. "No need. This house is still livable. Once you go to college, the attention will naturally die down. Besides, I've read online that first-tier martial artists have significant expenses." Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, recognizing his brother's resolute stance. Still, Jiang had a point. The rare resources from the otherworldly rifts required martial artists to risk their lives to collect, keeping their prices high. Even though scientists were working on cultivating medicinal herbs through genetic coding, the laws of energy conservation meant their growth still demanded substantial resources. The brief holiday ended, and Jiang Yu returned to school, immediately sensing a different atmosphere. The usual stress and anxiety over exams and training among students were gone. Instead, all eyes were on him. In the hallways, underclassmen whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration. "Is that Senior Jiang Yu? His life is so legendary, so jealous. Yeah, he single-handedly defeated so many creatures from another realm. That's something only a first-rank martial artist could possibly achieve." This statement echoed throughout the campus. As Jiang Yu stepped onto the school grounds, he was immediately surrounded by a swarm of students. They carried notebooks and pens, their eyes brimming with admiration. Some even held up today's newspaper, the front page boldly displaying Jiang Yu's heroic image. Faced with this sudden wave of attention, Jiang Yu's lips twitched slightly. It was clear he wasn't used to such a scene. "Senior Jiang Yu, could you sign this for me?" Amid the chorus of requests, he had no choice but to pick up a pen and start signing the notebooks and newspapers handed to him. The crowd only grew larger, and a few bold girls, blushing deeply, even handed him pink envelopes, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Yu smiled wryly to himself, but maintained a polite smile as he patiently addressed each person's request. Fame and fortune truly have a way of intoxicating people, Jiang Yu mused inwardly. Everywhere he went, he was followed by gasps and whispers of admiration. This overwhelming attention left him feeling somewhat uneasy. When he finally stepped into the elite classroom, his footsteps instinctively paused. The atmosphere inside was completely different from before. The subtle hostility and competitive tension that had once lingered in the air were gone, replaced by reverent gazes. "Jiang Yu, you're incredible," a male classmate exclaimed sincerely. "I used to think I could compete with you, but now I realize we're not even in the same league. I've watched the first-person footage of your fight dozens of times, and I learned something new each time. Your martial skills? They've probably reached the 4th rank, haven't they?" The classroom fell silent. It was clear that this was a conclusion they had all already reached. They understood the significance of being a 4th-rank martial artist. In the soul combat space, Jiang Yu could easily toy with all of them. Even in the real world, none of them believed they were stronger than the skeletal warriors Jiang Yu had defeated. To face so many otherworldly creatures alone in the morning light forest and still manage to protect the lives of over a dozen workers, that kind of courage is truly admirable. Another classmate chimed in. Jiang Yu could sense that his classmates in the elite class now regarded him in a completely different light. They no longer saw him as a rival, but as someone to look up to. Faced with this shift, Jiang Yu merely smiled faintly and shook his head. His gaze inadvertently met Lin Ruoxin's. He noticed that she, too, had been quietly watching him. In the corner of the classroom, Leuan silently observed Jiang Yu's figure from behind. As the school's top student, he had always taken pride in his talent and determination. Yet at this moment, watching the trajectory of Jiang Yu's growth, a ripple of unease stirred within him. What's the point of being number one? Leuan questioned himself inwardly. He had never faced life-and-death trials like Zhang Yu, nor had he ever unleashed true strength in moments of desperation. The trophies and certificates he had accumulated over the years now seemed pale and insignificant compared to Jiang Yu's heroic deeds. This self-doubt grew heavier in Leuan's heart. He had once believed he was destined to carve out a name for himself in the martial arts world, but now the path ahead seemed uncertain and obscured. Maybe I'm not cut out for martial arts after all, he sighed to himself, his gaze dimming. But in the next instant, a spark of resolve ignited within him. Clenching his fists tightly, Leuan steeled himself. "No, I can't give up so easily. I must face Zhang Yu in battle. Only then will I discover my true place and whether I have what it takes to keep moving forward." He lifted his head, his eyes locking onto Zhang Yu with determination. Quietly, he vowed to challenge this prodigy in the soul combat arena. Meanwhile, the school's assembly was underway on the sports field. The host enthusiastically introduced the distinguished guests in attendance. "Today, we are honored to welcome Deputy Mayor Ling Yoxin, the City Martial Arts Bureau Chief Suji Jin, the City Education Bureau Chief Chen Mingxin, and Mo Yong, president of the Spark Guild Xianxiao City chapter, along with over 20 other esteemed leaders. The students whispered among themselves. This is unprecedented. Even Ningyi First High doesn't get this kind of attention. Yeah, with the deputy mayor here, something big must be happening. After a series of lengthy and monotonous speeches by the leaders, the students' initial excitement began to wane. Finally, the assembly reached its concluding segment, the awards ceremony. The host announced the outstanding results of the second mock exams. Jiang Yu ranked first in the city's liberal arts category with a score of 740, while Leuan and several others secured spots in the top 100 of the martial arts division. To everyone's surprise, the host deviated from tradition. Instead of calling Leuan, the top overall scorer, to the stage, the host's gaze landed on Jiang Yu among the crowd. Next, we have a special recognition for a student who not only excels in martial arts but also displayed extraordinary bravery in a moment of crisis. Jiang Yu. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. The host proceeded to recount the events of the Morning Light Forest incident. How Jiang Yu, with his unmatched swordsmanship, fended off hordes of undead despite not yet being a ranked martial artist, and ultimately defeated a ranked undead, demonstrating exceptional skill and composure under pressure. Thunderous applause erupted across the field. His swordsmanship is unbelievable, far beyond what a student should be capable of. I heard even second-tier martial artists praised his strength. The students murmured in awe, their eyes filled with admiration. Amid the roaring applause, Jiang Yu rose from his seat with a calm demeanor and walked toward the stage. Jiang Yu, dressed in a pristine white martial arts training uniform, exuded an aura of power and agility with his tall, well-proportioned figure. His composed demeanor and faint, confident smile captivated the audience as he walked gracefully toward the podium, drawing gasps of admiration from the crowd. As Jiang Yu stepped onto the stage, the host promptly began the awards ceremony. One by one, the officials on the platform approached him, shaking his hand and posing for photos, their eyes filled with unmistakable admiration for the young man. When it was Mo Shu's turn, he gave Jiang Yu a friendly pat on the shoulder and asked with a warm smile, "So, how does it feel to be in the spotlight lately?" Jiang Yu immediately straightened his expression and replied earnestly, "I train day and night, never daring to slack off." Mo Shu chuckled approvingly. "You're a responsible young man. I always knew you'd see through the superficial nature of fame and fortune. As long as your strength is formidable enough, these so-called accolades will naturally flow to you like rivers converging into the sea." "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mo Shu," Zhang Yu responded with a calm smile. Next, the deputy mayor took the stage to give a speech. Following him, Su Jijin, the head of the city's Martial Arts Education Bureau, addressed the audience. Zhang Yu, a student from Nanha No. 2 High School, is not yet 18 years old, with a life level under 8. Yet, he managed to defeat an entry-level creature from the Source Realm. Such a feat is rare not only in China but across the globe. This is a testament to the success of our nation's martial arts education. He paused to scan the audience before continuing. Our country has always emphasized well-rounded development in morality, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. In martial arts education, we particularly stress the unity of martial virtue, martial skill, and martial will. Jiang Yu is the perfect embodiment of these principles. Deputy Mayor Ling Yoxin nodded in agreement, smiling warmly. Chen Mingxin, the director of the Education Bureau, then stood up to deliver an enthusiastic speech, emphasizing that Jiang Yu's accomplishments were not only a personal triumph but also a source of pride for the education system as a whole. Finally, Su Jijin announced, to honor Jiang Yu's heroic deeds, the City Martial Arts Education Bureau has decided to award him the title of Student Martial Arts Role Model, along with a prize of 1 million yuan. The auditorium erupted into thunderous applause. Jiang Yu humbly accepted the certificate and prize money, bowing deeply in gratitude. Camera flashes lit up the stage, capturing this momentous occasion. Although defeating creatures from the Source Realm was not unheard, offline forums often buzzed with discussions on techniques like sliding tackles to take down entry-level Source creatures. The feat Jiang Yu accomplished was extraordinary. A high school student, not yet an adult, single-handedly vanquished 9 non-entry-level skeletal warriors and an entry-level monster. Such combat prowess was almost unparalleled. In this world plagued by invasions from alien beasts, martial artists capable of defeating Source Realm creatures were held in the highest regard. The students in the audience were electrified. The boys were inspired, eager to follow in Jiang Yu's footsteps, while the girls swooned, some shouting their hopes of him becoming their boyfriend. His real-world combat skills far outshined any academic achievements. Zhang Yu, he's really something, isn't he? Su Bowen muttered, standing beside Lin Ruoxin, his gaze fixed on the stage. Lin Ruoxin snapped out of her thoughts and smiled. Everyone's calling him a hero now. It's pretty impressive. And what's your opinion of him? Su Bowen asked curiously. He's a bit of a fool, Lin Ruoxin replied with a mischievous wink. But then she added thoughtfully, still, His family background isn't great, and his grades were pretty bad at first. To achieve what he has in such a short time, besides natural talent, he must have worked harder than anyone can imagine. Su Bowen was taken aback. He had never heard Lin Ruoxin speak so highly of anyone before. In the snowy, frigid winter, he instinctively took 2 steps back as a sharp pang shot through his chest. Lin Ruoxin, quick to notice his unease, tilted her head and asked with concern, "What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind." "It's nothing, just feeling a bit reflective," Su Bowen replied with a faint, forced smile before swiftly changing the subject. "By the way, there's a question I can't quite figure out." This youthful, unspoken affection he had for her had never been confessed, yet Su Bowen now realized it had quietly withered away. Looking at Jiang Yu, standing confidently on stage, he thought bitterly. Are geniuses really just this unstoppable? Excelling in every field, always surpassing others? Lin Ruoxin only gave a faint smile, her gaze shifting to the boy on stage. Jiang Yu stood at the podium, brimming with energy, as if challenging the heavens themselves. After the student assembly concluded, the school leaders exchanged a few brief words with Jiang Yu before driving off the campus. The playground, now deserted, echoed only with the howling wind. The other students had returned to their classrooms to resume lessons, but Jiang Yu received a call from Chu He, asking him to come to the principal's office. Pushing open the office door, Jiang Yu noticed that, besides Chu He, there was also a stranger present. "Teacher, this is Director Taing from the Education Bureau," Chu He introduced. After some polite exchanges, everyone took their seats. Director Taing smiled and said, "I'm here today to discuss a few matters with you. First, Principal Taing and Mr. Chu have already applied for the special scholarship on your behalf, and it has been approved. You can check your bank account now. 500,000 yuan should already be deposited. This is a national award, so it's tax-free." Zhang Yu felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected Principal Taing and Chu He to secure this scholarship for him before he even asked. Secondly, Director Taing continued, "Although you've been awarded the title of Student Martial Arts Role Model, according to the latest decision passed by Su Shiyu, future bonus point policies will be limited to a few specific categories, such as External Force Awakening and Children of Fallen Heroes. However, special circumstances call for special measures." Director Taing's face lit up with a pleased smile. "You truly deserve the title of Young Hero. Even for an average Tier 1 certified martial artist, achieving such results on their first battle would be a rarity." He went on to explain the title approval process in detail. Director Sun of the Martial Arts Bureau had specifically instructed to expedite the review process in order to complete it before the new policy took effect. With Mayor Li and Director Sun personally reaching out to the provincial authorities, the approval process was fast-tracked and completed in just 2 days. "If we had been a day later, those extra points wouldn't have been added," Director Taing said with a hint of pride in his voice. "Thank you so much." Zhang Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He had already heard about this decision. The old version of the college entrance exam bonus point policy had been in place for decades, including categories like External Force Awakening, Hero Titles, and Children of Fallen Heroes. A hero title could add 20 points to one's martial arts score, a significant advantage in the fiercely competitive college entrance exams where even a single point could place you ahead of thousands of other candidates. However, the policy had its downsides. Some wealthy individuals exploited loopholes, securing hero titles for their children through hefty bribes, thereby gaining an unfair advantage in the martial arts exams. To address this, Su Shiyu proposed a new set of bonus point regulations during the 2041 conference. The new policy adjusted and removed certain bonus categories while introducing compensatory measures to ensure fairness in the exams without discouraging student motivation. For Zhang Yu, External Force Awakening was still an unattainable goal. Those 20 points were incredibly crucial for his aspirations of getting into a top-tier university. "If you want to thank someone, thank the country," Director Taing said with a smile. "The nation has always been dedicated to supporting true martial arts talents. We're merely implementing the policies." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. With so many martial artists requiring resources and support, the financial burden on Huaxia's government was unimaginable. Even with the ongoing exploration and development of the Source Realm, the state remained cautious in selecting who to fund. After Director Taing left, only Jiang Yu, Tang Xiaolong, and Chu He were left in the principal's office. Principal Taing leaned on his desk, speaking slowly. "I've recently received a few calls about you calls from the admissions offices of martial arts universities, including some first-rate and even top-tier institutions." He projected several contracts onto the screen through his wristband, explaining that these universities held a certain number of special admission slots each year to recruit exceptional talents or specialists in advance. "If you accept their offer, you can directly enroll in university without taking the college entrance exam." "Why would they target me for special admission?" Zhang Yu asked, surprised. Principal Taing explained, "These universities are trying to secure you early to gain an edge. With your current achievements, even without the extra points, you're guaranteed to rank among the top of second-tier universities. If you perform exceptionally well in the exams, even top-tier universities are within reach. They're essentially betting on your potential. Even if you only qualify for a first-tier university in the end, securing you in advance would still be a strategic advantage for them. He pointed to one of the contracts on the screen and spoke with emphasis. The admissions officers believe that young individuals like you, who already have real combat experience in their senior year of high school, are extremely rare. In the Morning Light Forest, you not only protected over a dozen workers, but also single-handedly defeated multiple Source Realm creatures. Your combat experience and mental fortitude far exceed those of your peers. For these universities, martial arts proficiency and potential are their primary considerations. While exam scores are still important, real-world combat skills, overall abilities, and mental resilience are equally crucial. And you possess all of these qualities, Principal Taing said, pausing for effect. More importantly, you've demonstrated exceptional learning and adaptability traits that are highly valued by every martial arts university. For the school, nurturing talents who can stand out in the battles of the Origin Realm is their most critical mission. Principal Taing sat in his spacious office chair made of mahogany, his sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Yu as he explained the deeper significance of the special recruitment. Your performance aligns perfectly with the school's expectations, Chu said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. A lot of people are betting on your potential now. I'd wager the Pioneers Guild is already kicking themselves with regret. Principal Taing nodded slightly, his hands clasped together on the desk as he continued his analysis. Another key advantage of special recruitment lies in timing. If we wait until after the college entrance exams to compete for talent, the rivalry among top universities would become even more intense. Through special recruitment, the school can not only secure the most outstanding students in advance, but also reduce the pressure of competition and focus on targeted training. He paused briefly, his gaze deepening. This is especially true for the top martial arts universities. Their goals go far beyond academic achievements. They place greater emphasis on practical combat skills and fostering a sense of social responsibility. By recruiting promising candidates like you ahead of time, they aim to cultivate more martial arts elites with leadership and combat capabilities who can shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding humanity. Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully. He was well aware that many people choosing martial arts universities eventually opted out of the front lines, instead pursuing humanities as a secondary focus and taking up administrative jobs after graduation. This trend had further dimmed the job prospects for pure humanities students. Yet this phenomenon seemed inevitable. Humanities were easier to study but harder to find jobs in, while martial arts students who supplemented with humanities had a broader range of career options despite the academic challenges. These individuals could leverage the heightened vitality and sharp thinking that came with higher life levels to secure advantageous positions in government roles or martial arts-related industries. After listening to Principal Taing's explanation, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He hadn't expected that his battle in the Morning Light Forest would open so many doors of opportunity for him. However, special recruitment was a double-edged sword. While the entry threshold was high and the resources provided even exceeded those of students admitted through regular exams, some aspiring to enter top-tier universities were often willing to accept fewer resources for the chance. Ultimately, it came down to personal choice. With a gentle smile on his face, Principal Taing turned his gaze to Jiang Yu. So, what are your thoughts, Zhang Yu? Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. The allure of a special admission was indeed hard to ignore. Exemption from the grueling college entrance exams, direct entry into a prestigious or even top-tier martial arts university, along with access to abundant resources and guaranteed opportunities for growth. In some ways, it seemed even more advantageous than gaining admission to a top university through traditional means. However, special admission also came with certain limitations on future paths. Jiang Yu recalled the life-and-death battle he faced alone against creatures from the Origin Realm in the Morning Light Forest. That experience had deeply instilled in him the importance of strength. He didn't want to choose a seemingly safer path only to miss the chance to pursue greater power. No need to rush your decision, Chu said with a smile, noticing Jiang Yu's hesitation. Take a couple of days to think it over and then give us your answer. As Principal Taing mentioned, special admission has its pros and cons for someone like you. After returning to the elite class, Zhang Yu found Lin Ruoxin, who was taking a break. With over 100 days left until the college entrance exams, which school are you aiming for? Zhang Yu asked. What? Planning to eliminate the competition early? Lin Ruoxin teased. Do I look like that kind of person? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. If I were, I'd hire someone to handle it discreetly. Maybe bribe a truck driver to hit the jackpot on a rainy night after a few drinks, then pay his family off with cash for insurance. How are you so skilled at coming up with these scenarios? Lin Ruoxin pretended to be frightened, crossing her arms. Years of reading novel comment sections and watching videos. You really pick up a lot, Jiang Yu said, rubbing his nose. If nothing goes wrong, my goal is Taing University, Lin Ruoxin said, her tone suddenly serious. Taing University? One of the top 3 martial arts schools in the world. where even Su Shiyu herself studied in her youth. It's just the two of us here, you don't need to repeat all that, Lin Ruoxin said with a playful scoff. What about you? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Zhang Yu told her he had received multiple special admission offers today, all with A-level benefits. Upon hearing this, a trace of quiet disappointment appeared in Lin Ruoxin's gaze. Special admission is a great opportunity. It shows you're already ahead of many people, she said softly. You have so many options while I can only follow the path that's already laid out for me. She turned away, a faint smile on her lips. Either way, I'll be waiting for you at Taing University. If you make it in later, it'll be your senior. Though she didn't say it outright, her feelings were unmistakable. Watching her walk away, Jiang Yu spoke with solemn determination. I'll do my best. Lin Ruoxin understood the promise in his words. She turned around, beaming at him with a smile more radiant than any scenery. On the second morning, the chill of winter had given way to the crisp freshness of dawn. At the campus of Nanha No. 2 High School, students were busy preparing for their upcoming exams. Jiang Yu made his way to the training grounds and saw Lin Ruoxin practicing her swordsmanship. Her movements were fluid and graceful, resembling a celestial being dancing in the air. Watching Lin Ruoxin's sword techniques, Zhang Yu suddenly had an epiphany. As a fourth-level martial artist, he had already mastered the ability to execute lethal moves at will, no longer constrained by rigid forms. While this level of skill could be considered exceptional, he was still confined to the fourth realm in martial arts. A thought began to take shape in his mind. The essence of swordsmanship lies in forging one's own intent, and intent originates from the heart. As he observed Lin Ruoxin's figure, Zhang Yu's thoughts became clearer. The special admission opportunity offered abundant resources, ideal for a steady and methodical path, eventually leading to enrollment in a top-tier martial arts university. However, in this era of unprecedented change, falling behind by 3 or 4 years would mean losing the chance to keep pace with the times. Only the truly elite universities were at the forefront of this era, offering perspectives and access to information far beyond what ordinary resources could provide. I still tend to view things through the lens of my past life. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. This world is far more vast and tumultuous than my previous one. His goal was not merely to train on the platform of a first-class university, but to step onto the pinnacle stage that belonged to him and personally participate in the transformative tides of this world. My intent is like this sword hidden in its sheath during times of dormancy, but razor-sharp when unleashed, Jiang Yu thought with determination. If I had cowered and fled in the morning light forest back then, how could I have earned today's reputation as a hero and the offer of special admission? Without hesitation, he sought out Principal Taing and politely declined the special admission offer. I want to give my all on the college entrance exams and see how far I can go on my own, Zhang Yu said, keeping his ambition of targeting the world's top 3 elite universities to himself. After all, even securing a spot in one of the country's top schools was no easy feat, as the old saying goes. Success comes from secrecy, while failure stems from carelessness. Principal Taing gazed at Jiang Yu for a moment before smiling with approval. Very well, Jiang Yu. You have the heart of a true martial artist. I will support whatever decision you make. When Jiang Yu returned to the elite class, he felt his fighting spirit rekindled. The next 100 days would undoubtedly be grueling, but he was ready to embrace the challenge. He was no longer the newcomer who had just arrived in this world. That evening, when he saw Lin Ruoxin again, she looked at him with a puzzled expression. Zhang Yu simply smiled in response. They were both striving for greater goals, unwilling to settle for second best. As Jiang Yu was granted the title of Student Martial Arts Role Model by the Martial Arts Bureau, his reputation once again surged in Xianxiao City and across the internet. With the mayor's endorsement and extensive media coverage, he became a national icon for students. Online, countless epic videos of him went viral, and even slogans like "Believe in Jiang Yu" and "Your exam scores will rain down like blessings" began to circulate. Despite Jiang Yu's reserved nature and his refusal to create any public social media accounts, fans took it upon themselves to establish fan clubs on various platforms. These groups required members to emulate Jiang Yu's drive for constant improvement, effectively transforming into study motivation communities. You've got an image to maintain now, Zhang Yuan teased. Guess we can't go back to sitting on the roadside eating beef offal and checking out girls' legs anymore. Noticing Lin Ruoxin sneaking a glance at him, Zhang Yu scoffed. Nonsense. If I were distracted by girls, you'd have already eaten all the offal in my bowl. After some playful banter, they quickly returned to their training. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. As the subject of public scrutiny, Jiang Yu's life had finally returned to normal. Amid the storm, he found an unusual sense of calm at its center. His daily routine was simple and disciplined, from school to home, and from home to the Spark Guild branch. Aside from occasionally flipping through his humanities textbooks for review, he devoted all his energy to practicing basic cultivation techniques and swordsmanship. Thanks to his extraordinary mental strength, he could precisely monitor his physical state and adjust the pace of taking basic vitality supplements and essence pills. As his training intensity increased, his consumption of these resources accelerated significantly. From the moment he opened his eyes to the moment he closed them, cultivation became the sole focus of his life. It was as if his world had been packed into a silent, colorless box, and the passage of time grew indistinct. Only on the arrival of a new Monday would he realize the weekend had slipped away unnoticed. He was entirely immersed in the flow state of a martial artist. His bank account balance plummeted rapidly, and his accumulated points had long been depleted. On average, he spent nearly 180,000 yuan every 10 days, sometimes even more. Even with Jiang Yu's exceptional willpower and mental resilience, the intensity of his training was taking its toll. The foundational gathering essence technique was no longer sufficient to meet his recovery needs, forcing him to purchase additional supplements and energy-restoring foods. The repair of physical damage was equally urgent. Even with the guild's treatment pods aiding his recovery, the pace could not match the demands of his training regimen. His muscles and tissues were constantly being strengthened through cycles of exertion, damage, and healing. This process, though grueling, was an essential path for martial artists, far surpassing ordinary fitness methods in sophistication, depth, and effectiveness. On March 6, 2043, after completing a day's training and returning home, Zhang Yu washed up, lay on his bed, and opened his system panel to check his stats. His life level had broken through the 8th tier threshold, advancing by 0.6 levels in just 3 weeks. This speed was astonishing, as higher levels typically meant slower progress. The principle was akin to filling a larger container with water at a constant flow rate. It naturally takes longer to fill. However, scientists had discovered that the progression of martial artists doesn't follow a simple downward curve. At critical thresholds like the first tier or third tier breakthroughs, the body's transformations can significantly accelerate the cultivation process. Even without equipping the shinning sword, Jiang Yu's strength and speed already far exceeded that of a newly advanced 10th tier martial artist. If he replaced his refined iron sword with the shinning sword, his strength would increase by an additional 140 kilograms. However, given the sword's clearly traceable origins, he was in no rush to use it. The only bottleneck he faced was in his swordsmanship training, where progress had noticeably slowed. Without the system's support, he might have found himself stagnating at the 4th tier like many other martial artists for decades. To break through, he would likely need a more advanced sword technique, or perhaps he needed to discover his own unique intent. Zhang Yu lowered his head, gazing at his hands as a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself, not even 18 years old, yet already possessing strength that others could only envy. Looking across the globe, aside from those rare prodigies or individuals born with innate martial physiques, it would be nearly impossible to find someone his age who could rival him. As the weekend arrived, Jiang Yu's consciousness effortlessly sank into the soul combat awakening space. His presence transformed into a streak of light, descending directly into his personal space from the vastness of the universe. "Master, welcome back," greeted Shaoqing, an elf dressed in traditional attire, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Show me my personal stats," Zhang Yu replied succinctly. In an instant, a glowing screen materialized in the air. A miniature model of Jiang Yu's character stood motionless on the left side, while a luxurious emblem floated on the right, accompanied by a softly billowing flag below. The statistics read, win rate 86. Since advancing his swordsmanship to level 4 at 60 proficiency, Jiang Yu had become a dominant force in the noble platinum rank. Winning 9 out of 10 matches, he was practically unrivaled in this tier. However, the system imposed penalties on consistent winners. Over the course of 3 consecutive matches, Jiang Yu was pitted against opponents from the high diamond rank and even the master rank. These opponents, equally talented and possessing advanced level 4 skills, leveraged their few extra years of experience and refined techniques to hand Jiang Yu some defeats. Facing such polished and strategic adversaries, he could only sigh inwardly at the challenges. As his strength and rank improved, the law of diminishing returns became increasingly apparent. At the level 4 stage, victory often hinged on experience, strategic thinking, and meticulous attention to detail. In the noble platinum rank, aside from a few players who climbed through sheer persistence, most were either highly skilled or exceptionally gifted. Their foundational abilities were solid, and unless they were having an off day, they rarely made basic mistakes. To triumph at this level, one had to rely on creativity and precision in execution. Zhang Yu understood this well. He knew that even a 10 improvement in proficiency could lead to a noticeable rise in rank. One more win and I'll qualify for the competitive league. Zhang Yu's lips curved into a faint smile as he calculated in his mind. Reaching the brilliant diamond rank before turning 18 would earn him a reward of 600,000 Huaxia yuan. That money had to be saved. It would be crucial during the 2 golden months after the college entrance exams to use the system to enhance his strength. Though the college entrance exams were his main focus right now, Jiang Yu never let his pursuit of strength waver. He had even gone to the library in search of books that could be equipped, but his efforts yielded little. Everyday books, encyclopedias, and novels couldn't be equipped, and the cultivation manuals he found were no better than those commonly available. Still, these books weren't entirely worthless. Perhaps they were just shy of meeting the system's requirements. Interestingly, while most knowledge-based books couldn't be equipped, Zhang Yu had once encountered an Iona photocopied manuscript of geometric principles authored by a philosopher and mathematician from thousands of years ago. That seemingly incomprehensible work had surprisingly improved his geometry skills. Unfortunately, its practical use was limited, so he hadn't bothered to make a copy for himself. At present, Zhang Yu's usable training equipment was limited to his own manuscripts. For swordsmanship and movement techniques, he still needed to purchase manuals from the guild. Unlike in movies, there were no godly techniques lying around in libraries waiting for a protagonist to stumble upon them. Clicking into the match, Zhang Yu felt a surge of anticipation. Let's see if this system can actually stop me, he muttered. He opted for a versatile loadout longsword paired with light armor, sacrificing defense for mobility. Some extreme fighters chose cloth garments for maximum agility, though they offered no protection. After a long wait, the matchmaking succeeded. Zhang Yu accepted without hesitation, his consciousness transforming into a stream of light as he descended into an underground cavern. The map was called the Shadowy Cavern. The wet ground glistened as the sound of a subterranean river echoed faintly. Dim light from crystal formations illuminated the area like the first glimmer of dawn. A biting chill filled the air, and a system prompt immediately warned Jiang Yu that he was being affected by the cold. Over time, his body would grow increasingly stiff. Jiang Yu frowned, already feeling his grip on the sword tightening as his hand began to stiffen. Maps with debuffs like this were always troublesome. The cavern was too dark, and the crystals obstructed visibility, making it impossible to spot his opponent. He moved cautiously, his footsteps echoing through the vast chamber. His opponent seemed to remain completely still. Zhang Yu quickly realized that the silence was unnatural. Any sound would be amplified in this environment. Of course, there was also the possibility that his opponent had a way to move silently. As time passed, the cold seeped further into his body, slowing his movements. Fortunately, he was wearing light armor. Heavy armor would have made him even clumsier. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to focus, fighting off the creeping stiffness. It was clear his opponent was a seasoned player, someone who knew this map inside and out. The system issued a cold reminder. Time remaining under cold debuff, 3 minutes. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of frustration, needed to end this quickly. The complex crystal formations cast eerie shadows on the walls, creating the perfect cover for an ambush. His opponent could strike at any moment from behind the crystals. Zhang Yu gripped his longsword tightly, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from deeper within the cavern. Zhang Yu halted, holding his breath as he strained to catch the intermittent noise of movement. In the next instant, a dark figure darted out from between the crystals, charging straight at him. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu swung his sword to block, precisely deflecting the attack. His opponent, clad in dark light armor and wielding a sharp blade, moved with agility and precision. It was clear they were a skilled and experienced knife fighter. The opponent struck first, their blade flashing like a shadow as it sought an opening. Zhang Yu remained calm, parrying the initial strike with precision. The clash of metal rang out sharply, and the opponent immediately followed up with an even more aggressive second strike. Zhang Yu sidestepped swiftly, countering with a reverse slash of his own. "You've got some skill," the opponent remarked with a smirk. "But it doesn't matter, I'm on a 9-win streak today." 9 wins, huh? Zhang Yu asked, loosening his shoulders slightly as he felt the cold's effects ease up. "That's right," the knife fighter said confidently. "You might as well surrender now. Save yourself the humiliation and the mental strain of being defeated. From my extensive research into this game, I know that when I'm 1 win away from promotion, the system always matches me with someone weaker, someone like you." Jiang Yu smiled faintly. "I see. So that's why we were matched." "Oh." The opponent raised an eyebrow. "Because after a winning streak," Jiang Yu said, drawing his sword with a flash of icy determination, "comes a losing streak. And I'm the one the system sent to break yours." With that, Jiang Yu activated the fire feather flow technique, channeling his combat soul into a state of awakening. His muscles and bones surged with power, unleashing astonishing speed and strength. In that moment, his aura, force, and agility reached their peak. "Let's see who gets the last laugh." Jiang Yu moved with the agility of a dragon, his longsword gleaming coldly in his hand as he aimed straight for the swordsman's vital points. The swordsman swiftly sidestepped, gripping his blade with both hands and carving sharp arcs in an attempt to block the oncoming assault. The two exchanged blows in a flurry of steel, the clash of their weapons creating a dazzling display of flashing blades. The swordsman smirked coldly, his longsword swinging like a dragon in flight. His speed suddenly surged, the blade slicing through the air like lightning, heading straight for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu stood his ground, raising his sword to meet the attack. The sound of metal colliding rang out sharply as cold energy and sword aura intertwined in the air, creating turbulent currents that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Jiang Yu took a slight step back, his sword drawing a streak of energy that targeted the swordsman's side. The swordsman dodged swiftly, pressing his blade downward with even greater ferocity. Their weapons clashed midair once more, producing a symphony of metallic echoes that resembled the fierce battle of two dragons. Not bad. Your skills are impressive, the swordsman said, a glint of arrogance in his eyes. But can you handle this? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he unleashed a series of rapid strikes, his longsword slicing forward in a direct cut, followed by a reverse grip for another slashing strike. Hidden strength, Moon's return, Dragon's ascent. The swordsman growled, his blade trembling with power. It moved like a dragon concealed within the clouds, ready to strike at any moment. Good move, Zhang Yu exclaimed, recognizing the upward momentum of the attack. With precision, he pressed his sword horizontally, neutralizing the rising dragon's strike. The swordsman's face turned pale with shock. His meticulously prepared finishing move had been effortlessly countered. What kind of move is that? He shouted in disbelief. Jiang Yu did not reply. Instead, he smiled faintly, flicked his wrist, and disarmed the swordsman with a swift motion. Blazing sun sword technique, scorching dragon pierces the clouds, he declared. His sword shot upward like a blazing sun breaking through the clouds, radiating golden light as it struck directly at the swordsman. With a sickening sound, the unstoppable strike pierced through the swordsman's body. Impossible. You're so young. My Moon's return, Dragon's ascent. The swordsman muttered in disbelief, collapsing to his knees in defeat. Zhang Yu flicked his sword clean of blood. The once invincible swordsman, who had dominated with his fourth-tier blade techniques in the prestigious platinum rank, had been defeated by the 17-year-old Jiang Yu. The swordsman's figure dissolved into blue light, and the system announced Jiang Yu's victory. Just as Jiang Yu was about to advance to his next match, a notification interrupted him. You have entered the promotion series from Platinum to Diamond. The rules have been updated. Please review. Frowning, Jiang Yu opened the notification to confirm. The familiar best-of format had been replaced with something new. He summoned Shao Qing, his assistant, for clarification. Shao Qing explained that the updated rules required competitors to battle virtual creatures from the source realm instead of other players. The battlefields would be randomly generated and populated with corresponding source realm creatures. These virtual opponents were created by AI using real-world data, boasting 80 realism, unique attack and defense mechanisms, and self-learning capabilities. The promotion series was now a single elimination challenge. Defeat all creatures and survive to win. Failure would result in a loss of 50 victory points, while success would grant permanent promotion to the diamond rank. This new system introduced greater danger and unpredictability, demanding competitors possess comprehensive skills to adapt to diverse terrains and opponents. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, holding it as he focused, his eyes gleaming with determination. He fixed his gaze on the promotion match button displayed on his career panel. This wasn't just a battle for advancement, it was the ultimate test of a warrior's strength. As a martial artist, he understood that the final adversary was not his peers, but the mysterious creatures from the origin realm. The moment he pressed the button, the dual soul awakening space distorted violently. The scene before him rippled like water and transformed in an instant into a lush mountain forest. Towering ancient trees intertwined with thick trunks, and golden maple leaves drifted down in the wind, creating a surreal coexistence of midsummer and late autumn. The air was thick with a primal, untamed aura, as though no human had ever ventured into this place. A system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Welcome to the promotion arena from Noble Platinum to Radiant Diamond. The challenger must face 12 creatures from the origin realm and defeat them all to advance. Just a bunch of mangy bears. Let's see if there's a bald strong among them. Jiang Yu chuckled as he unsheathed his long sword, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk. He knew the 12 creatures could appear at any moment, leaving no room for carelessness. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a deep rumble, and the trees swayed violently. Several massive figures came charging from the distance, accompanied by deafening roars. As they came into view, Zhang Yu saw they were enormous black bears, but unlike any bears found on Earth. Their limbs were encased in bone armor laced with iron, blue corrosive saliva dripped from their mouths, and their blood-red eyes burned with a feral bloodlust. One of the armored black bears lunged forward to attack, its speed astonishing, covering 100 meters in less than 5 seconds. The beast rose onto its hind legs, its ironclad fist crashing down with a deafening roar. Jiang Yu activated his flowing fire feather step technique, dodging like a streak of light, as the bear's punch left a deep crater in the ground. Another sweeping strike followed, and Jiang Yu narrowly evaded it. Observing carefully, He quickly discerned that these Origin Realm bears specialized in using their ironclad limbs for devastating sweeps and heavy blows. A direct hit would undoubtedly cause severe injury. Their combat style was unlike earthly beasts, blending primal instincts with intelligent, calculated attacks. Seizing an opening, Jiang Yu maneuvered to the side of one of the bears and unleashed his blazing sun sword technique, Blazing Sky Surge. His sword slashed through the air like a fiery phoenix, striking precisely at the bear's side where its armor was thinnest. Landing the blow, he immediately retreated, fully aware that greed or overconfidence in such a battle could prove fatal. The wounded bear roared in fury, retaliating with a ferocious counterattack, while another bear closed in, attempting to trap Jiang Yu between them. This life-or-death struggle had only just begun, and this was merely the first wave of the challenge. Zhang Yu's eyes were sharp and piercing as he swiftly scanned his surroundings, making a quick assessment of the situation. Surrounded by the bone-armored black bears, he knew he had to take the initiative and break the deadlock. "Fengyu Jinghong," he shouted. The long sword in his hand transformed into a streak of light, each strike precisely targeting the weak points of the bone-armored black bears. His figure weaved through the massive beasts like a flash of lightning, the glint of his sword dazzling and making it nearly impossible for the bears to lock onto him. The clanging of metal echoed relentlessly. The bone-armored black bears used their hardened exoskeletons to block Jiang Yu's relentless attacks, sparks flying with each collision. The force of the impact left his arm numb, and he realized he had to avoid direct clashes with their indestructible armor. Unleashing his self-created technique, Fengyu Jinghong, Jiang Yu's swordsmanship became even more fluid and agile. Each strike resembled the graceful wings of a phoenix, light yet imbued with lethal intent, striking precise vital points on the bears' flanks and necks. The bone-armored black bears roared in fury, their massive claws sweeping through the air with ear-piercing whooshes. With his fire feather flowing light footwork, Jiang Yu moved like a fiery shadow, effortlessly weaving in and out between the bears. Suddenly, he leaped into the air and unleashed Breaking Dawn, a technique from his blazing sun sword art. The long sword struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the neck of one black bear. Blood sprayed into the air as the bear let out a harrowing roar of agony. Jiang Yu withdrew his sword and retreated, delivering a powerful kick to the injured bear. Before he could react further, another black bear's massive fist came crashing down, smashing the injured bear's skull into pieces. Blood mist filled the air, painting a gruesome scene. The last surviving bone-armored black bear, now drenched in blood, looked even more menacing. Its foul, hot breath puffed out in bursts, and blood seeped from the gaps in its armor, giving it the appearance of wearing a crimson suit of armor. It let out an earth-shaking roar, causing the leaves to tremble, before charging toward Jiang Yu like a cannonball. Jiang Yu nimbly dodged the bear's ferocious charge and drove his sword straight into its abdomen. The attack landed, and blood gushed out. The black bear retaliated wildly, swiping its claws in a frenzy. Jiang Yu parried with his sword, the clashes ringing out sharply. When the bear suddenly reared up on its hind legs to stomp down, Jiang Yu rolled to the side to evade. With a swift move, he executed, turning back to gaze at the moon, driving his sword precisely into the bear's eye socket. The massive beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up clouds of dust. A system prompt announced the completion of the first wave of the challenge, with the second wave about to begin. In the distance, 4 more bone-armored black bears emerged from the forest. These beasts, native to the Origin Realm, possessed combat capabilities comparable to first-tier martial artists, their attributes far surpassing those of human warriors of the same level. Jiang Yu tightened his grip on his long sword, his fighting spirit surging. This was the path of a martial artist: constant challenges, constant breakthroughs. As he gazed at the 4 newly arrived beasts, his eyes burned with an unquenchable thirst for battle. For bone-armored black bears closed in steadily, their oppressive presence making the forest air feel suffocating. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his sharp gaze burning with determination as he summoned every ounce of his strength, his body coiled like a spring ready to unleash. "Flaming feather streak," he roared. In an instant, his figure transformed into a blazing streak of fire, streaking toward one of the bears. The beast swung its massive claw down, but it only struck empty air. Jiang Yu's sword had already sliced through, swift and precise, piercing the bear's flank like a phoenix's feather. Blood erupted in a crimson arc, but Jiang Yu didn't linger. He swiftly withdrew his blade and retreated. 2 bears charged from opposite sides, their bone plates colliding with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, the 3rd bear lunged from the side, its colossal paw descending with the force of a landslide. Jiang Yu dropped low, narrowly evading the deadly strike, and sprang back to his feet in one fluid motion, his sword gleaming with icy light. Solar Flare Sword Technique, 3rd Form: Scorching Sun's Break. The blade's momentum shifted dramatically, cutting through the air like a vessel splitting turbulent waves. The sword tip, radiating an intense heat, arced upward with precision. A faint blue ring shimmered around Jiang Yu's wrist, signaling the system's recognition of his flawless execution. His blade plunged into the bear's paw, embedding itself 10 centimeters deep. The bear roared in fury, swinging a massive punch toward him. Zhang Yu hastily raised his sword to block, the weapon vibrating with a strained hum under the sheer force of the impact. The blow sent him hurtling through the air, his arm numb from the shock, but he twisted mid-flight, landing deftly atop a fallen tree trunk, his breathing steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. These beasts are tougher than I thought, Jiang Yu muttered, his mind racing to recall how seasoned martial artists would handle creatures like these in the real world. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward again, a streak of motion aimed at the bear furthest back. The black bear rose on its hind legs, its powerful limbs sweeping outward in a wide arc. Jiang Yu twisted his body midair, narrowly dodging the attack, and drove his blade toward the beast's throat with surgical precision. Dawnbreaker! The blade sliced through the thick hide, and Jiang Yu grabbed a fistful of the bear's coarse fur for leverage, wrenching his sword sideways with all his strength. The blade tore halfway through the creature's neck, severing its major artery. Blood erupted in a violent spray, drenching Jiang Yu's white armor in crimson. The bear collapsed with a deafening crash, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The remaining 3 bears flew into a frenzy, their eyes glowing an even more menacing red as blue liquid oozed from their wounds, dripping onto the forest floor. They charged as one, their massive forms a wall of unrelenting fury. But Jiang Yu moved like a shadow, weaving through the chaos with the agility of a mountain monkey, constantly probing for an opening. Spotting a vulnerable flank, he struck. His sword flashed like lightning, plunging into the side of one bear. The beast howled in agony, swiping at him with a massive paw, but it only struck the fading afterimage he left behind. Jiang Yu's relentless assault continued, each movement a calculated step in the deadly dance between man and beast. Jiang Yu was locked in fierce combat with a bone-armored black bear when a sudden rush of wind at his back alerted him another black bear was charging from behind. He swiftly turned, holding his sword single-handedly to block the attack. The blade clashed with the bear's sharp claws, and the immense impact sent a numbing shock through his arm, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Yet this retreat was exactly what Jiang Yu had anticipated. Using the momentum, he adjusted his stance, his toes lightly touching the ground before he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. His sword aimed directly at the hind leg of one of the black bears, the blade slicing through muscle and instantly hindering the massive beast's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu deftly sidestepped the other bear's attack and, with a sweeping slash, executed the 5th form of the blazing sun sword technique, Great Solar R. The relentless sword strikes, sharp and precise, cut through the bear's neck. With a deafening roar of agony, the bone-armored black bear collapsed to the ground. Sweat beaded on Jiang Yu's forehead, and his breathing was slightly labored, but his eyes remained as sharp as ever. The battle was far from over. The 2 remaining bone-armored black bears now glared at him with intensified crimson eyes, their movements revealing an unexpected level of coordination. One pressed forward from the front, while the other attempted to flank him. "Looks like you've gotten smarter," Zhang Yu remarked with a cold smirk as he quickly retreated to create distance. He knew he had to take them down one at a time. Allowing them to work together would be disastrous. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu suddenly shifted direction, darting toward the side of one of the black bears like a hunting falcon. The bear attempted to turn and counter, but it was too late. The sword sliced through the air, piercing directly into its eye. As the blade sank into flesh, the black bear let out a howl of pain, its massive body convulsing violently. Jiang Yu seized the moment, delivering a powerful kick to the bear's chest, using the force to propel himself upward and evade the other bear's incoming attack. The 2 bears collided with a heavy thud, momentarily disoriented. The instant Jiang Yu landed, he wasted no time and charged at the injured bear. "This ends now," he declared, raising his sword high before bringing it down in a decisive strike. The blade tore through the bear's throat, blood gushing forth. The final black bear, now vulnerable and defenseless, fell swiftly under Jiang Yu's relentless assault. A system notification echoed. Player Jiang Yu has slain 4 bone-armored black bears within the time limit. Second wave challenge completed. But Jiang Yu remained on high alert, for the next system prompt had already begun to sound. The 3rd wave of the challenge was about to begin. Jiang Yu stood in the center of the forest clearing, taking a deep breath to steady his breathing. From a distance, heavy footsteps echoed closer and closer. 5 bone-armored black bears emerged, their massive forms even larger than before. At their center, a particularly enormous black bear appeared, its body sheathed in gleaming, thorn-covered armor, exuding an aura that made it seem like the ruler of this forest. "A bone-armored black bear clad in thorns?" Jiang Yu muttered under his breath, his expression tense. The presence of this thorn bear king was entirely different from the ordinary bone-armored black bears. The spines on its back glinted coldly under the sunlight, as if capable of tearing through anything. The 5 bone-armored black bears quickly spread out, surrounding Jiang Yu. The thorn bear king stood at the rear, its eyes filled with disdain as it observed his every move. I can't let them trap me, Jiang Yu decided, launching an attack without hesitation. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed toward one of the black bears, driving his sword into its flank. But the other bears immediately lunged at him. Zhang Yu withdrew his blade and flipped backward midair to evade their encirclement. At that moment, the thorn bear king let out a low roar, and the spines on its back quivered violently before shooting out like a barrage of arrows. Zhang Yu twisted his body to dodge, his heart pounding. Seriously? This bear can do ranged attacks? What is this? A black bear with a grudge, or a porcupine on a bender? Realizing the threat posed by the thorn bear king, Zhang Yu resolved to end the fight quickly. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he charged directly at the bear king. The 5 bone-armored black bears roared in anger, trying to intercept him, but Jiang Yu's agile movements allowed him to weave effortlessly between them. The thorn bear king clearly hadn't anticipated that Jiang Yu would target it so directly. It bellowed in fury, firing another volley of spines. Jiang Yu dodged like a phantom, leaping high into the air with his sword raised, aiming to strike down on the bear king. The beast swiped its massive paw, forcing Jiang Yu to twist midair to evade, his blade slicing toward its neck. But the attack didn't land as intended. The sword veered off course, striking the bone-armored surface of the bear king's head with a sharp metallic clang. Jiang Yu frowned as he retreated, his eyes narrowing in caution at this heavily armored opponent. Now thoroughly enraged, the thorn bear king roared and lunged forward, its enormous bone-clad claws slashing down. Jiang Yu anticipated its trajectory and leapt backward, but he was a fraction too slow. The claws tore through his light armor, leaving 3 bloody gashes across his chest. To make matters worse, the bear king shook its body, sending another deadly shower of spines flying. Jiang Yu rolled across the ground in a fiery blur, narrowly avoiding the barrage, only to find himself directly in front of a bone-armored black bear that had been lying in wait. The bear reared up and slammed down with its massive paws. Jiang Yu scrambled to dodge, rolling and weaving frantically as he found himself caught between the 5 bears. Finally managing to retreat to a safer position, Jiang Yu was covered in dust, his breathing labored. The thorn bear king's attacks were not only deceptive but seamlessly alternated between close-range and long-range assaults, leaving him no room to catch his breath. Frustrated, he muttered, with range like that, it might as well be an archer. How am I even supposed to fight this thing? A sharp glint of calmness flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes as he deciphered the thorn bear king's battle pattern. Every time the massive beast unleashed the spines from its back, it required a brief recovery period, during which the other bone-armored black bears would form a tight defensive circle around it. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement in Jiang Yu's heart. After the most dangerous moment passed, it would be his perfect opportunity to strike. Several bone-armored black bears let out deafening roars, charging at him with ferocious intent. Razor-sharp claws slashed through the air, heavy bodies lunged down with crushing force, and powerful hind legs delivered devastating kicks. The relentless flurry of attacks came at him like a raging storm. But Jiang Yu's eyes remained sharp and focused. After countless combat encounters, the fire feather flow movement technique had become second nature to him. His keen mind instantly calculated all possible attack trajectories, and his body instinctively moved toward the safest openings. The sound of howling wind swept past as Jiang Yu's figure wove through the onslaught like a willow leaf in the breeze, sidestepping with precision. He wasn't merely dodging countered with calculated strikes. His long sword traced arcs of chilling light through the air, leaving deep wounds on the bone-armored black bears. All the while, he steadily closed the distance between himself and the thorn bear king. Suddenly, one of the bone-armored black bears twisted its body and swung a heavy punch directly at Jiang Yu's face. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu raised his longsword in a defensive move known as gazing back at the moon. The clash of steel and bone echoed as the tremendous impact sent him flying. Yet this was far from unfamiliar territory for him. Having faced such situations countless times, he adjusted effortlessly. The moment his feet touched the ground, he regained his balance, his movements light and fluid as he maneuvered skillfully around the thorn bear king. Seizing the right moment, Jiang Yu leapt onto a massive boulder. Just as he anticipated, the thorn bear king unleashed a barrage of spines, which rained down at sharp angles, stabbing into the earth with deadly precision. A single misstep could have been fatal. But Jiang Yu's lips curled into a confident smile. He had been waiting for this. The thorn bear king was now heaving for breath, saliva dripping from its mouth, and its back was entirely void of spines. Now, it's my turn to attack. A wall of 5 black bears loomed before Jiang Yu, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. In the brief moment it took to steady his breath, the power within him surged to his feet, and the fire feather streamlight technique was unleashed. Jiang Yu's figure darted through the forest like a blazing meteor, his movements so agile they dazzled the eye. One bear's claws swiped at empty air as he twisted mid-motion, using the momentum to leap over another bear's back, heading straight for the Thorn Bear King. Sensing the impending danger, the Bear King let out a furious roar, but its injuries slowed its reactions. With his eyes locked on the Bear King's movements, Jiang Yu's sword gleamed coldly, and a single thought consumed his mind. This strike must hit. He launched himself off the ground with explosive force, soaring through the air. In a flash, he executed the scorching sun sword technique, blinding red Sunday. The swordplay shifted unpredictably, its shadows multiplying like a thick fog blanketing the sky. The Thorn Bear King stumbled backward, its eyes darting in panic, unable to discern the real sword from the illusions due to its limited intelligence. The blade, whistling with the sound of the wind, struck with precision at the gap in the Bear King's neck armor. A sickening thud echoed as the sword found its mark. Blood splattered as the Bear King let out a deafening howl of pain, its massive body swaying violently. Without pause, Zhang Yu delivered a powerful kick to the wound, using the force to propel himself away, evading the Bear King's wild, pain-fueled swipes. The air behind him was filled with the sound of claws tearing through space as the other black bears closed in. Zhang Yu's gaze remained steady, his resolve unwavering. Take them down one by one. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, he dashed forward, locking onto a black bear clad in bone armor. With a swift twist of his blade, the sharp sword light forced the bear into retreat. Without the Bear King anchoring the battle, the pressure on Jiang Yu significantly eased. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu moved like a phantom through the group of black bears. Each strike hit its mark with pinpoint accuracy, targeting their weak spots, flanks, underarms, and the backs of their knees. Though the bone-armored bears were strong and fast, their bulky frames made their close-quarters movements cumbersome, an inherent flaw. Despite their ferocious attacks, they failed to land even a single strike on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's mind raced, his focus narrowing to the trajectory of the bear's attacks. In this state of absolute concentration, his movements were as light and elusive as a ghost, effortlessly slipping through the gaps in their strikes. His sword no longer aimed for brute force but danced with precision, exploiting every opening with uncanny accuracy. Once again, he weaved through the pack of bears, his blade slicing toward the Thorn Bear King. The Bear King roared in fury, its labored breaths echoing through the forest. It attempted to fire the spines from its back, only to realize it had already exhausted its supply. Jiang Yu seized the moment, darting close to the ground for several paces before leaping upward. His blade arced upward, targeting the vulnerable underside of the Bear King's jaw. The Bear King jerked its head up in a desperate attempt to evade, but it fell right into Jiang Yu's trap. The sword's trajectory shifted mid-strike, slashing cleanly at the side of its neck. Another sickening thud rang out as the blade tore through the Bear King's soft flesh. Blood sprayed in torrents, the wound tearing wider, exposing raw tissue as the beast's roar reverberated through the forest, scattering birds in all directions. Yet its movements betrayed its growing weakness. Zhang Yu knew this was the decisive moment and dared not let his guard down. With a swift step, he vaulted into the air, evading the other black bear's attacks. His sword flashed like a streak of light, relentlessly striking at the Bear King's wounded neck. The Thorn Bear King, driven to madness, charged recklessly in a futile bid to shake him off. But Zhang Yu's movements were far too precise, leaving the beast with no chance to recover. Under the relentless assault, the Thorn Bear King finally succumbed. Its front legs buckled, and its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Gravely wounded, it succumbed to its injuries, dying on the spot. Zhang Yu knew he could not afford to give the remaining bears any chance to regroup. A glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he calculated his next move. Suddenly, he activated his fire feather streamlight technique, transforming into a streak of crimson light, darting straight toward the nearest bone-armored black bear. The bear let out a furious roar, attempting to counterattack, but it was a moment too late. Zhang Yu's sword had already pierced its side with precision, causing blood to gush out. Before the bear could recover, Jiang Yu twisted his body, and his blade, swift as lightning, slashed toward its neck. The massive creature crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Seizing the moment of hesitation among the other bears, Jiang Yu darted forward like a flash of lightning. His sword traced a cold arc through the air, striking the second bear's hind leg with pinpoint accuracy. The bear lost its balance and collapsed heavily. Without wasting a second, Jiang Yu's blade plunged into its neck, ending its struggle. Though the remaining bears were ferocious, they found themselves outmatched by Jiang Yu's agile movements. He weaved around them, exploiting openings and delivering lethal strikes. In no time, 2 more bears fell into pools of their own blood. The last black bear, instead of retreating, charged at Jiang Yu in a frenzy. With a light step, Jiang Yu dodged like a phantom, his movements swift and elusive. His sword sliced through the air in a gleaming silver arc, targeting the bear's vital points with precision. Using his agility to exhaust the beast's strength, Zhang Yu bided his time before delivering the final blow, ending the fight decisively. The battlefield grew silent once more, leaving only the lifeless bodies of 5 enormous black bears. Zhang Yu stood there, breathing heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat. The vivid intensity of this awakened combat experience left him deep in thought. He raised his head to the sky, awaiting the system's announcement. The melodious yet powerful female voice of the Soul Awakening system echoed in Jiang Yu's ear. Player Jiang Yu has successfully killed 6 bone-armored black bears within the time limit. Third wave challenge complete. Congratulations to player Jiang Yu for accomplishing the challenge. Jiang Yu cast one final glance over the battlefield before his figure transformed into a streak of light, returning to his personal space. The damage to his armor, the blood stains, and the sweat on his body vanished in an instant. He felt refreshed, as if all negative effects had been wiped clean. Eagerly, he opened his personal career interface and fixated on the luxurious platinum badge that shimmered with a jade-green radiance. Suddenly, the badge dimmed and shattered into fragments of light, reassembling into a dazzling diamond badge that radiated a brilliant blue and purple glow. Finally, I've reached the radiant diamond rank. Jiang Yu's heart surged with excitement. This was a milestone once achieved. It could never be downgraded. The system's female voice chimed in again. Congratulations to player Jiang Yu for successfully advancing to the radiant diamond rank. As you are under 18, you are now eligible for the Young Prodigy leaderboard. Your ranking has been updated, and you have been awarded 600,000 Huaxia credits. Wishing you great success in your martial journey. Zhang Yu keenly noticed a subtle shift in the system's phrasing from persevere and cherish your youth to wishing you great success in your martial journey. This change underscored the prestige of reaching Radiant Diamond before the age of 18. On the leaderboard, Zhang Yu's name streaked across the screen like a stream of light. A new system prompt appeared. Congratulations! Your updated ranking on the Young Prodigy leaderboard. Global rank 280, Huaxia region rank 92, Southern Yu region rank 9. Curious about the leaderboard, Zhang Yu sought clarification from Xiaoqing. She explained, the Young Prodigy leaderboard is exclusively for players ranked Radiant Diamond and above. Its rules are similar to the Rising Star leaderboard. After reviewing the rankings, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Making it onto the Rising Star leaderboard was already an achievement, but reaching Radiant Diamond before the age of 18 was a rare feat reserved for the best of the best in each region. He wondered how many of these players had barely made the cut before the deadline. Initially, he had thought himself exceptional, but now it was clear that the competition was fierce. However, Zhang Yu quickly adjusted his mindset. Everyone has their own timeline and opportunities, he reminded himself. Past success stories have proven that falling behind temporarily isn't the end. What matters is consistent progress and waiting for the right moment. Obsessing over others' achievements will only lead to losing focus. Cultivating martial skills requires steadfast dedication to oneself. Gripping his long sword tightly, he made a silent vow. Having come this far, he would not allow himself to stagnate. He then opened the chat interface and shared a screenshot of his rank advancement with Lin Ruoxin, Zhang Yuan, and Xiao Qi, who was nicknamed Shadow. Lin Ruoxin was the first to respond. Are you even human? You're like a monster in human skin. Reaching Radiant Diamond this quickly. But for your information, I've just advanced to Platinum V and am not that far behind. Reading her message, Jiang Yu could almost picture her bright eyes and her slightly pouty expression. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, bombarded him with voice messages, demanding Jiang Yu unmute himself. The moment Jiang Yu did, Zhang Yuan exclaimed, "Are you even human? How did you go from Platinum to Diamond in such a short time? Do you think ranking up is as easy as drinking water?" "For me, ranking up is as easy as drinking water," Zhang Yu replied with a chuckle. Though his words sounded arrogant, they were undeniably true. His Rising Star leaderboard ranking was proof enough. Zhang Yuan laughed and said, "Well, I'm almost at gold rank now, but the system keeps sabotaging me. I keep getting matched with players using boosting services. Once I hit gold, though, they'll definitely shoot straight to diamond. You know I like to take my time. I'm more of a slow burn type of guy." "Get lost," Zhang Yu retorted, exasperated. Zhang Yu was casually chatting with Zhang Yuan and Lin Ruoxin, giving his tired mind a brief moment of relaxation. This kind of break has scientific backing. It allows the brain to shift from intense work to something light and enjoyable, promoting dopamine release and creating positive neural pathways. Similar to training animals, humans also train their brains this way, teaching them that hard work is followed by rewarding relaxation, which in turn encourages greater productivity. At that moment, an important piece of news quietly spread across various departments. Jiang Yu had advanced to the rank of Radiant Diamond in Soul Awakening. This news quickly drew the attention of the Martial Arts Bureau of Nanyue Province, the Nanyue branch of the Xingho Guild, as well as its Xianxiao City division. In the conference room of the Martial Arts Bureau in Nanyue Province, a technician named Zhou Lei was rapidly scanning a notification that popped up on the system. 18 years old and already at Radiant Diamond? This kid's talent is unbelievable, he exclaimed. We need to report this to the leadership. Immediately qualifies for special recruitment. The department head, Qingguang, heard this and a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. A talent like this must be closely monitored. Especially after Soul Awakening, his real-world potential could be far beyond what we can imagine. However, he frowned slightly. Wait, a prodigy like this should have been flagged when he advanced to Noble Platinum. How did he slip through the cracks? Zhou quickly pulled up Jiang Yu's profile on the projector. When he advanced to Noble Platinum, his performance and strength were actually quite low. The assigned agent went to check on him, but returned without any follow-up. Qingguang carefully reviewed the file, his jaw nearly dropping. What on earth did this kid take? In just a few months, his life level jumped from level 4 to level 8, and he can even take down Origin Realm creatures on his own? Why wasn't a special recruitment notice issued? There's a process for approval. At the time, his performance didn't meet the criteria, so the application was rejected, Zhou explained timidly. Meanwhile, in the Nanyue branch of the Xingho Guild, branch leader Du Yin had also received the same news. Interesting. Reaching Radiant Diamond at such a young age, many only hit that rank right at the age of 18, he remarked. His growth speed is truly astonishing. Oh, is he one of old Zhong's students? If only I had noticed this talent earlier. Du Yin continued to ponder. Old Zhong certainly has guts. He gave this kid a grade contract despite those initial results. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have even considered a grade contract. He chuckled. Good thing old Zhong is still in the Origin Realm. Otherwise, he'd be rubbing this in my face. But before he left, he did tell me to keep an eye on this boy. I guess I've been negligent. With that in mind, Du Yin quickly handled a few approvals and left his office. As the provincial capital of Nanyue, Guangfu City's Xingho Guild provincial headquarters held a unique position. While the Nanyue branch and the Xianxiao City division were nominally equal, the Nanyue branch often functioned as the cabinet of the provincial headquarters, effectively overseeing other divisions. The headquarters building was designed with four corners guarding the center layout, and the Nanyue branch occupied one of the four auxiliary buildings. Access to this core building was highly restricted, limited to personnel with level 2 clearance or higher as well as essential staff. On the 9th floor of a sleek, modern office, large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the campus lake and surrounding greenery. Standing inside the office, Du Yin bowed slightly and said, Provincial President Su. Within the hierarchy of the Nanyue Guild, Du Yin and Zhong Hui hold equivalent ranks, a status that represents the pinnacle of power within a province. The guild operates independently of the Huaxia government, meaning Du Yin has no need to show undue deference even to the governor of Nanyue Province. After all, the guild shoulders a significant portion of the region's defense responsibilities. The senior leadership of the Xingho Guild is well-versed in the art of balance. To address the unique position of the Nanyue Guild, they dispatched a highly respected martial artist to oversee Operation Su Quan. As the president of the Jiangsu Province Guild, Su Quan made a name for himself with remarkable achievements during the Yuanjia War. Known for his integrity and impartiality, he is undoubtedly the most prominent figure in the Nanyue branch. Even the provincial governor treats him with the utmost respect. Currently, Su Quan, who appears to be in his 50s or 60s, is seated in his office, leisurely enjoying a pot of tea. Seeing Du Yin arrive, he chuckles and quips, well, Xiaodu. You don't usually show up without a reason. Du Yin casually takes a seat in front of the desk, his eyes immediately drawn to the tea leaves on display. Come on now, can't I visit just to see how you're doing? Wait a secondis, that high mountain snow? That's some premium tea. Mind sharing a bit? Su Quan shakes his head with a smile. If I'd known you were coming, I wouldn't have taken it out. After some light banter, Du Yan's expression turns serious. President Su, regarding the application I submitted earlier to upgrade Jiang Yu's level contract to a level, I'd like to request your approval. Oh? Is this Jiang Yu really so exceptional that it warrants such urgency? Su Quan raises an eyebrow in mild surprise. President Su, it's not just my concern, Du Yin replies earnestly. Please take a look at the dossier. A talent like this, now beginning to shine, is bound to attract unwanted attention. Su Quan opens his computer and quickly scans through Jiang Yu's profile. This young man indeed has a legendary background. Exactly, Du Yin agrees, clearly impressed. Even back in high school, he had an extraordinary record of combat achievements. His martial arts skills and cultivation potential are nothing short of astounding. In just a few months, he's advanced from platinum to diamond, reaching the 4th tier in martial arts, a level that even seasoned fighters often struggle to attain. Du Yin continues his analysis. At the moment, though Jiang Yu has yet to awaken his external manifestation ability, he is unparalleled in terms of mindset, practical combat, cultivation, and martial arts. Zhang Hui holds him in high regard as well. Even without awakening his external manifestation or achieving compatibility, his innate talent for mental strength alone makes him worth prioritizing. Mental strength, you say? Su Quan's interest is piqued. Du Yin then elaborates on the three major milestones in a martial artist's journey. Unlocking the body's hidden potential to enhance physical strength, refining muscles and bones to establish a strong foundation, and harmonizing the spirit with the body to achieve unity. He emphasizes the critical importance of mental strength not only as the key to mastering one's body, but also as a bridge to connect with the forces of nature, serving as the gateway to extraordinary realms. As it stands, Du Yin concludes, the fact that Jiang Yu's external manifestation and compatibility haven't awakened only makes his future even more unpredictable. Who knows what level of external manifestation he might unlock, or perhaps he could even pioneer entirely new techniques. In today's martial arts world, there are very few comprehensive techniques that can guide future generations. Many martial artists do not lack talent, but often face repeated setbacks when trying to forge new paths in martial arts. This journey is undeniably arduous. Inside the tea room, Su Quan sat in the main seat, a gentle smile on his face. He occasionally nodded slightly, exuding an air of calm composure. As a martial artist with profound abilities, his mastery of self-discipline had reached a level that ordinary people could hardly fathom. President Su, Du Yin said respectfully, as you know, the military, the martial arts bureau, and all the major guilds have intelligent alert systems. They are bound to pay attention to Jiang Yu's journey. These forces are known for poaching talent, and there's no guarantee they won't make a move on Jiang Yu. More importantly, Jiang Yu's main focus is swordsmanship, which aligns perfectly with our guild's legacy, especially since we have the complete swordsmanship system left by Master Su Shiyu. In the province of Nanyue, as the leader of the Xingho Guild, Su Quan held decisive authority. As a transcendent martial artist far beyond the third tier in strength, he could easily overpower someone like Du Yin, a third-tier martial artist. For this reason, Du Yin chose to directly seek Su Quan's support, knowing it was the most secure approach. Su Quan's gaze fell on the tea canister on the table, as if through this small object he could see a distant future. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Young people must face the storms themselves. What our generation can do is shield them from the wind and rain, creating a better environment for their growth. Ultimately, however, they are the true masters of the future. Finally, Su Quan made a bold and decisive decision. Upgrade Jiang Yu's contract to Grade A and increase all benefits by 30. Additionally, he trailed off, knowing there was no reason to let a genius walk their path alone. Su Quan fell into deep thought before speaking slowly. If Jiang Yu can advance to a 5th-tier warrior before the age of 20, not only will I upgrade his contract to class, but I will also gift him a Dihua Jade Pearl. Moreover, the earlier he achieves this advancement, the more generous my rewards will be. Du Yin was taken aback upon hearing this. A Dihua Jade Pearl? He had originally assumed that Su Quan was indifferent toward Jiang Yu, but now he felt a sense of astonishment. After all, Su Quan was a powerful figure in the ranks of transcendent warriors, a level worlds apart from ordinary warriors. To become a transcendent warrior, one must break through the 3rd tier. Once someone enters the transcendent ranks, their very essence undergoes a qualitative transformation. If warriors below the 3rd tier can be likened to ordinary humans, then transcendent warriors are akin to advanced life forms in the process of evolution, almost resembling the descendants of gods from mythology. They can channel their spiritual energy to unleash terrifying power, fly through the air, and are nearly immune to conventional firearms. At this level, a warrior's raw physical strength alone could shatter city walls with a single punch, and during combat, they could easily flatten villages and small towns. Young people jokingly refer to them as walking demolition machines, a humorous yet vivid description. Scientific studies have shown that a warrior's strength grows exponentially stable and without limit. For this reason, Du Yin had initially worried that Su Quan's high standards might cause him to overlook and underestimate talented newcomers. But now it was clear. Su Quan, known for his wisdom and far-reaching vision, lived up to his reputation. Offering a treasure as rare as the Dihua Jade Pearl was an act that left even Du Yin, who had barely heard of it, deeply impressed by its immense value. Smiling, Du Yin poured tea for Su Quan and himself. Your wisdom and decisiveness are truly unmatched, Su Lao. Su Quan found Du Yin's respectful yet composed demeanor rather amusing. With a sigh, he said, at my age, there's not much left that I can do. I've walked the path of a warrior to its end. But you're a transcendent warrior, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. There's nowhere you cannot go, Du Yin replied with a smile. Su Quan shook his head with a light chuckle. You flatter me too much. I've been in the transcendent ranks for many years, but all I've gained is age and a handful of treasures. It may look impressive on the surface, but I know my talent has reached its limits, and further progress is unlikely. He looked at Du Yin kindly. My talent has always been modest. Everything I've achieved is thanks to the support of the nation and the guild. I started with nothing. If these resources and legacies can help nurture more martial arts prodigies, then I'll feel I've done my part. Du Yin straightened up and replied earnestly, your virtue and achievements humble us all, Su Lao. But entering the transcendent ranks is no small feat. It's fine. Su Quan waved a hand dismissively. You and Zhong Hui both show great promise. You might go even further than I did. As for Jiang Yu, his potential is truly immeasurable. The future will belong to your generation. We oldtimers are merely here to pave the way. Looking out at the serene scenery beyond the window, Su Quan continued, we must think of the long term, for the sake of future generations. When we encounter talent, it's our duty to guide and support them. I've experienced all the highs and lows of my youth, and now I'm simply passing time. If a crisis comes, sacrificing this old body of mine would be no big deal. Though Du Yin understood the deeper implications of Su Quan's words, he tactfully chose not to comment directly. You're truly selfless, Su Lao. Su Quan chuckled. It's just an old man's musings. No need to take it too seriously. I know you're worried that I might dismiss Jiang Yu and miss out on a talented individual. Du Yin only smiled in response. In fact, Su Quan went on, I pay closer attention to these young talents than anyone else. Over the years, I've seen many martial arts prodigies. Most of them follow one of two paths. The first is like Su Shiyu, a peerless genius who crushes all competition and reaches the pinnacle of human achievement. The second shines brightly at first but fades into mediocrity later, heroes only in their early days. He glanced at Du Yin. What do you think Jiang Yu will become? Du Yin hesitated. Do you believe he's the first type? Neither, Su Quan replied, sipping his tea. There's a third kind, the hidden dragon. At first, they show no extraordinary qualities, but when the time is right, they soar to unimaginable heights. Du Yin was astonished. Are you saying Jiang Yu might be? It's too early to say for sure, Su Quan interrupted. In middle school, he showed no particular promise, and before his senior year of high school, he even seemed to be in decline. Whether he's a true dragon remains to be seen. Du Yin joked, well, for now, it seems the hidden part is certainly accurate. Su Quan nodded. Exactly. Hidden dragons need a stage to rise. At the very least, he has the potential to become a dragon. Curious, Du Yin asked, can you tell me more about the Dihua Jade Pearl? What kind of treasure is it? Su Quan did not answer directly but instead said, they'll approve the application shortly. Go ahead and help Zhong Hui with the contract. When there's a chance, bring him to see me. Understanding that Su Quan did not wish to elaborate further, Du Yin simply nodded. Understood. The effects of such rare treasures were often shrouded in mystery. Go on, and pay extra attention to this young man. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of waves he'll stir up. Understood. After leaving the office, Du Yin immediately sent a message to the Xianxiao City branch. When Uncle Amo received it, an unusual expression flickered across his face. Uncle Amo looked at the message from Du Yin on his phone and couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. The importance of Jiang Yu in the eyes of the higher-ups far exceeded his expectations. The vice president of the Nanyue branch, Du Yin, had immediately finalized the promotion to an A-level contract after Jiang Yu's advancement and had specifically requested Mo to cooperate in fulfilling the contract's terms. President Du, what's going on here? How did the A-level contract get approved so quickly? Uncle Mo, whose strength was on par with Du Yin, asked in a casual and relaxed tone. This is the directive from the president of the Su province headquarters. Du Yin replied cryptically. Uncle Mo swallowed hard, his initial suspicions now mostly confirmed. It seemed Jiang Yu was not only highly valued, but also had recognition from Su Quan himself. Understood. We'll make sure the contract is implemented promptly. When are you arriving in Xianxiao City? Tomorrow morning. Why, are you planning to personally pick me up? No, just asking. Don't take it seriously, Uncle Mo replied nonchalantly. After hanging up, Uncle Mo pondered for a moment before dialing another number. Shortly after, a chubby young man walked into his office. President Mo, you called for me? We've just issued an A-level contract. According to its terms, aside from upgraded benefits, the recipient is also entitled to free housing in the guild's residential area. An A-level contract? The chubby young man was taken aback. Who is it? As far as I remember, the only person who got a B-level contract was Zhang Yu. Is there someone even more impressive than him? The B-level contract was indeed Zhang Yu's. And this A-level contract, Uncle Mo paused deliberately, is also Zhang Yu's. No way. He just got the B-level contract, and now it's upgraded? Whose secret heir is he? The chubby young man joked before adding with a sigh. These geniuses nowadays are truly extraordinary. But honestly, Zhang Yu is remarkable. The only person who can surpass him is his future self. Uncle Mo nodded in agreement and then suggested, there's a 250 square meter luxury unit still vacant at the Xingho community by Cheneng Lake. Why not allocate it to Jiang Yu? That's reserved for S-level contracts. The chubby young man frowned. Would need authorization from above for that. Jiang Yu's A-level contract was personally approved by the president of Su province, Uncle Amo said calmly. It's just sitting empty anyway, and S-level contracts are rare here. Giving it to Jiang Yu isn't exactly bending the rules earned it. After weighing the situation, the chubby young man nodded. Understood. They'll take care of it right away. The next morning, Du Yan's plane landed smoothly. Uncle Amo, along with a group of people, waited in the terminal, holding a sign that read, "Welcome President Du Yan." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all got into cars and headed toward the school. I heard from old Zhong that teacher Chu He's tea rivals the alpine snow tea favored by the president of Su province. I must try it, Du Yan remarked with a meaningful smile during the ride. Soon, the group gathered in Chu He's office. Du Yan carefully studied Jiang Yu, sensing the strong aura of vitality and spiritual energy emanating from him, as well as the sharp, battle-hardened presence that had been forged through his confrontation with the undead. So, you're Zhang Yu, Du Yan said with a smile, dressed in a Taing suit embroidered with golden threads. Fighting alone against creatures from the Source Realm and rapidly advancing to the Radiant Diamond rank. Each of these feats makes my younger self pale in comparison. You flatter me, President Du, Zhang Yu replied modestly. Du Yan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This young man was indeed the prodigy Su Lao had described, a true hidden dragon. Jiang Yu, in light of your performance in the Morning Light Forest and your advancement to the Radiant Diamond rank during the Soul Awakening, I've submitted an application to the president of Su province to upgrade your contract to a level. The president of Su province? Jiang Yu immediately recognized the significance of this figure as the real authority behind the Xingho Guild in Nanyue province. But isn't advancing to Radiant Diamond the only condition I've met? I don't seem to fulfill the other requirements yet. Your other outstanding achievements more than make up for it, Du Yan replied with a smile. The president of Su province has instructed us to provide exceptional young talents with the best possible environment for growth. With your pace, meeting the requirements is only a matter of time. Why delay? This is a win-win situation for both sides. Zhang Yu nodded. Though he was still a few months shy of his 18th birthday, with ample resources and the system's assistance, achieving a level 2 double kill with Han Xin would be well within reach. They'll send you the terms of the A-level contract now, Du Yan said, raising his hand to transmit the document through the Xingho Guild's internal system. Zhang Yu's wristband buzzed, and he quickly received and reviewed the file. His gaze soon locked onto the resource allocation section. The differences between the A-level and B-level contracts left Jiang Yu pleasantly surprised. The allocation of resources far surpassed the previous B-level contract, which had only offered 15 million in cash, a 5 signing bonus, and 3.5 million guild points. In contrast, the new A-level contract provided an annual package of 7.5 million in cash and 7.5 million guild points, extending over 6 years. A simple calculation revealed just how generous this offer was. The cash alone totaled 45 million, and when combined with the equivalent amount in guild points, the overall package reached a staggering 90 million Huaxia credits, nearing the threshold of what some might jokingly call a small fortune. Even more astonishing, the Xingho Guild displayed remarkable generosity by allowing Jiang Yu to retain the 2.5 million cash already paid under the B-level contract. The new A-level contract would reset the timeline and even make up the difference in the signing bonus. But it was the final clause that truly widened Jiang Yu's ISAN additional 30 increase in all resources and benefits. The sheer generosity of the offer left him nearly speechless. Compared to the restrictive special recruitment contracts offered by other universities, Xingho Guild's terms stood out as far more flexible and accommodating. Once signed, the A-level status would never be downgraded, regardless of Jiang Yu's performance. In contrast, university contracts often imposed strict performance requirements and numerous freedom-limiting clauses, with the constant threat of demotion or termination for the slightest misstep. An extra 30 annually. This clause, what does it mean exactly? Zhang Yu asked cautiously, voicing his doubts. Du Yan chuckled and explained, there's no need to worry. This clause was personally added by the provincial guild president. He's well aware of your situation and has been paying close attention to you. You should know, to hold the position of provincial president, one must at least be an extraordinary ranked martial artist. Jiang Yu held his breath at this revelation. The provincial president's rank and authority were akin to that of a regional governor, and his martial prowess placed him among the top echelon of fighters, just a step away from an even higher realm, though reaching it would demand a lifetime of effort. That such a prominent figure would take an interest in him was almost beyond belief. Du Yan continued, this is no empty flattery. You've made quite a name for yourself in Guangfu City. Young people these days are active on social media. Take a look, and you'll see. Jiang Yu felt a bit awkward, as if he were suddenly the center of attention at a family gathering, with relatives enthusiastically discussing his achievements. Don't underestimate yourself, Du Yan said, taking a sip of the fine Chu River tea. Your talent is truly exceptional, and it's only natural for the provincial president to take notice. He's known for his kindness and genuine care for the younger generation. When you get the chance to meet him, you'll understand. Leaning in slightly and lowering his voice, Du Yin added, there's one more thing. If you manage to reach the 5th rank before the age of 20, your contract benefits will increase even further. The earlier you achieve this, the greater the rewards. Additionally, you'll receive a precious item, the Dihua Baiyu Pearl. All of this is outlined in the supplementary clauses. When Zhang Yu inquired about the Dihua Baiyu Pearl, Du Yin admitted he didn't know much about it, but skillfully reassured him. If it's a treasure bestowed by the provincial president, it's undoubtedly something every martial artist dreams of. You'll understand its value when you obtain it in the future. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Du Yin then remarked, the guild's level contract far surpasses any university recruitment offer. Honestly, those standard university contracts aren't even worth considering. I understand, Zhang Yu replied with a firm nod. Just looking at the benefits of this A-level contract makes the comparison clear. The freedom it offers, the generous resources, and the lack of restrictive obligations, it's perfect for focusing on my cultivation at my own pace. Any other questions? If not, you can start considering signing the contract, Du Yin said. No further questions, Jiang Yu responded earnestly. I'm more than willing to sign this contract. Thank you to the guild for nurturing me, and to you, President Du, for your support. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have this opportunity. The Xingho Guild had treated him with the utmost respect and sincerity, prompting Jiang Yu to silently vow to repay such kindness in kind. As a reborn individual who had experienced the complexities of life, he understood that in the adult world, hesitation often signaled rejection. Faced with the guild's heartfelt offer, he knew he had to demonstrate unwavering commitment to avoid disappointing Du Yin. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu accepted the invitation from the Xingho Guild. It was a mutual choice. Xingho valued his potential, while he resonated with the guild's principles and sincerity. Zhong Hui, Du Yin, and the provincial president Su Sheng, whom he had yet to meet, all left him with an excellent impression, filling his heart with gratitude. Good, Du Yin said with a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, no wonder Zhong Hui held this young man in such high regard. Decisive in action and mature beyond his years, Jiang Yu had a natural charm that made people admire him. Under the witness of everyone present, Jiang Yu signed a new contract with Du Yin, officially joining the Xingho Guild. Afterward, the group sat together, chatting casually. Du Yin sipped on the fine tea from Chu He's collection, enjoying the lively conversation. Next time, don't come unless you have a good reason. I won't be serving you, Chu He said, his mouth twitching slightly as he watched Du Yin down cup after cup of his prized tea. Although their friendship wasn't as deep as that between Chu He and Zhong Hui, they were still close friends. Haha, no wonder old Zhong said you're stingy. How much tea can we even drink? Du Yin laughed heartily. Did he not tell you? Every bit of tea I drink is one less bit I have. Chu He sighed, shaking his head. Du Yin froze at the remark, his expression turning serious. What's going on? Isn't this tea harvested from the source realm? A source realm capable of producing such tea shouldn't be this limited, right? Chu He simply nodded in silence, and both men's expressions became somber. Jiang Yu observed the exchange, his heart quietly filled with anticipation. One day, he hoped to venture into the source realm himself and witness its breathtaking wonders. After seeing Du Yin off, Imo Shu turned to Jiang Yu with a warm smile. I've got good news for you as well. He proceeded to explain the housing benefits he had secured for Jiang Yu, a luxurious apartment in the Xingho community near Qining Lake, complete with a 30-year residency, 15 years of waived property management fees, and top-tier educational resources in the surrounding area. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. Imo Shu, with benefits like this, doesn't this A-level contract seem a bit too generous? A 30-year residency was nearly half a lifetime of housing security for a second-tier martial artist with an average lifespan of 150 years. The value of this contract was clearly in the billions. This is in line with the directives of the provincial president, Imo Shu explained with a smile. The aim is to ensure that young talents like you are free from material worries and can fully dedicate yourselves to the pursuit of martial excellence. Do you know what Xingho Guild is known as? The sharpest blade of humanity? Imo Shu nodded proudly. Exactly. Our martial artists are on the front lines of the battle against source realm creatures. Especially in combat against high-tier entities from the source realm, Xingho Guild's warriors are undeniably humanity's most lethal and dependable weapon. These words sent a surge of excitement through Jiang Yu, giving him goosebumps. To be a blade carrying the hopes of humanity, to bear the responsibility of safeguarding all mankind, what a thrilling and noble mission. Well, thank you, Imo Shu, Jiang Yu said, taking a deep breath. His voice was heavy with resolve. Just a small favor. Uncle Imo smiled warmly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. As long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to help you. If I can't solve it, I'll seek help from someone above who can. His tone was gentle yet firm, and every word carried genuine sincerity. Zhang Yu looked into Uncle Mo's eyes and nodded slightly. Thank you, Uncle Amo. If I need anything, I'll be sure to reach out. Though he understood that he might not actually seek Uncle Mo's help, the man's heartfelt sincerity and goodwill made it seem too distant to respond with excessive formality. Life soon returned to its usual calm. 2 days later, Jiang Yu's communicator buzzed with a message from the Xingho Guild. The Nanyue branch had approved his application. While this approval wasn't strictly necessary, as Xianyao City already had the authority to handle such matters, Du Yan had carefully stamped the application with his own seal. This provided Zhang Yu with the strongest backing possible. It was more than just a simple approval, it was Du Yan's way of showing his support for Zhang Yu, preemptively silencing any potential doubts or criticisms. The moving day arrived quickly. Uncle Amo had arranged for a professional and efficient moving company, which neatly packed and transported everything to the Xingho community by Chineng Lake. Leuan stood in the empty room, her gaze sweeping over the old belongings left behind, as the new home already had all the necessary furniture. Sunlight slanted through the windows, casting a warm glow on the floor. She sighed softly. I never thought there would come a day when we'd leave this place. In this city, wherever Jiang Yu went, he could feel the kindness radiating from those around him. Perhaps this was the privilege of being a genius, or perhaps this goodwill was simply a reflection of the bright future they were destined to have. After all, with Jiang Yu's talent, this was merely an early realization of the inevitable. Leuan stood in the empty room, a wave of indescribable reluctance washing over her. This space held countless memories, with every corner etched with traces of their life. But a new chapter was unfolding, and a fresh start was calling them forward. Leuan stood in front of the familiar small house, her eyes filled with deep affection. She let out a soft sigh and said to Jiang and beside her, all these years, this house has carried so many memories for our family. Jiang smiled and gently put his arm around his wife's shoulder. Honey, no matter where we go, as long as we're together, that's home. Not far away, Jiang Yu was focused on packing their belongings. Leuan gazed at her son's back with pride shining in her eyes. Xiao Yu has really grown up. I used to worry about him working too hard, but seeing how far he's come now, I'm truly happy and proud of him. Who would have thought that we would end up being the ones to enjoy the good life? Jiang watched his younger brother with a smile, though a mix of emotions stirred within him. He knew how much Jiang Yu had sacrificed for the family to achieve their current life. Yeah, Xiao Yu has really made us proud. Everything he's accomplished is because of his own hard work, Jiang said quietly, a hint of self-reflection in his tone. He thought to himself, if only I were more capable, maybe Xiao Yu wouldn't have had to shoulder so much. As an older brother, Jiang had never imposed undue pressure on Jiang Yu. He firmly believed that the deepest motivation for anything comes from within, not from external demands. Even when Jiang Yu's grades had slipped in the past, Jiang had only offered support and encouragement. Leuan held her husband's hand and said softly, we're a family, supporting each other, that's the best life we could ask for. Xiao Yu works so hard, but he also has you, such a wonderful brother. I'm sure he feels proud to have you as his big brother. With his sharp hearing, Zhang Yu quietly stepped away to give his parents a moment alone. Jiang, hearing his wife's words, felt a weight lift off his heart. A relieved smile spread across his face. You're right. There's still a long road ahead. We'll all get better, not just Xiao Yu, every one of us. Before long, the family moved into their new home in Xingho community by Chineng Lake. It was a high-end residential area with tall walls, surveillance cameras, and a 7-tier security system, complete with wartime defense capabilities. Their new home was a spacious lakeview villa with 4 bedrooms, each featuring an en-suite bathroom. Both the master and secondary bedrooms had walk-in closets. The expansive living room was connected to an open-plan kitchen with excellent natural lighting, and there was even a dedicated underground training room. Leuan walked through the house, her face brimming with joy. This house is amazing, so much bigger than our old place. Even the balcony overlooks the lake. Zhang Yu smiled and said, one day when I get the chance, I'll buy you an even better house. Oh, there's no need to waste money on that, Leuan playfully scolded. If you're not home, we wouldn't even know how to enjoy such a fancy house. This is more than enough. Besides, you'll need plenty of money for your training. In Nanha District's second high school, the last citywide mock exam before the college entrance exam known as the third mock was about to begin. This exam would largely determine the rankings for the upcoming college entrance exam. With only a month left until June 8th, Zhang Yu maintained his disciplined routine, going to bed at midnight, waking up at 4:30 a.m., practicing the gathering chi technique, and catching the 6 a.m. subway while reviewing humanities subjects on the way. Thanks to the new home's convenient location, it now took only 15 minutes to reach school. Upon arriving at the training room, he would begin his standing meditation practice. This unwavering habit made him like a stream flowing steadily along a fixed channel. His mind's resistance gradually diminished, and his actions became increasingly natural. As Jiang Yu stepped out of martial arts room number 9527, his gaze instinctively drifted toward room number 9525 next door, the exclusive training space of Lin Ruoxin. Ever since awakening her external force, Lin Ruoxin's strength had skyrocketed. Combined with her privileged family background, her progress was nothing short of meteoric. Yet, compared to Jiang Yu's even more astonishing rise, her advancement seemed almost modest. This only deepened Jiang Yu's suspicion that she had been deliberately concealing her true abilities. Haven't seen her in a while, Jiang Yu muttered to himself, a faint sense of loss welling up in his heart. He couldn't help but recall the first sum of startup funding Lin Ruoxin had generously provided him. Gratitude surged within him. It was that crucial support that had allowed him to seize his opportunity and soar to new heights. After Jiang Yu informed Lin Ruoxin of his decision to decline the special recruitment offer from the Martial Arts Academy, it seemed she had made up her mind about something. Not long after, she took an extended leave under the pretense of participating in specialized training, effectively vanishing from school life. When Zhang Yu mentioned this to Chu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Kid, don't worry too much. With Lin Ruoxin's background, this kind of specialized training may be tough, but the rewards will undoubtedly be significant. Who knows? She might come back even stronger than you." He chuckled at the thought there was a time when the idea of Jiang Yu surpassing Lin Ruoxin would have been laughable. Yet now, he found himself wondering if Lin Ruoxin could even catch up to Jiang Yu. He lit a cigarette and continued, "You turned down the special recruitment offer and chose a much more challenging path. I understand your ambition, but time is tight. Even with your exceptional talent, it won't be easy to compete with those who have abundant resources." Jiang Yu nodded silently, but his eyes burned with unshakable determination. Seeing the young man's resolve, He offered some advice. If things don't work out, there are other top-tier universities in the country worth considering. For example, Jinling Martial Arts University has a joint training program with Taing University. You could aim to get into Jinling first and then strive for that advanced opportunity. He was already confident that Jiang Yu had what it took to get into one of the nation's top martial arts schools. In just a few months, Jiang Yu's sheer determination and talent had propelled him to an entirely new level. Most people progress step by step, climbing the ladder one rung at a time, He said earnestly. The best pace is the one that suits you. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, teacher. I'll pace myself, Jiang Yu replied, knowing that He was concerned for his well-being. But to Jiang Yu, a healthy relationship was one where both parties motivated each other to grow, not one where every action was second-guessed. This was the vast, dynamic world of martial artists, not some third-rate romance drama. Besides, Zhang Yu himself couldn't quite define his feelings for Lin Ruoxin, and he suspected she felt the same. Still, he held on to their promise to meet again at Taing University, one of the 3 most prestigious martial arts schools in the world. He continued analyzing, to be honest, you do have a shot at Taing University. The current era is relatively stable, and the combat readiness of students isn't as high as it used to be. Back in our day, it only took 2 or 3 years before we were sent to the front lines. Before that, there were times when we were thrown into battle after just a few months of training, some of us not even 18 years old. Jiang Yu listened with reverence. Without the sacrifices of those who came before, humanity might have long been driven back into a corner. Students with real combat experience like you are in high demand, He noted. While you might miss out on certain rewards, with the support of the Spark Guild contract, you'll still have opportunities to compete for scholarships based on merit. In the cafeteria, Zhang Yuan stared in amazement at Jiang Yu, who was devouring his meal. Jiang, you're way too calm. This is the last mock exam. It basically determines your final score for the entrance exams. Jiang Yu had already piled up several empty plates in front of him. As a martial artist, his appetite was naturally enormous, especially when it came to his favorite dish, rice noodle rolls. You know, if you eat it every day, it gets old. But after a while, you start craving it again. Man, I wish I had your mindset, Zhang Yuan sighed. I've been so nervous these past few days I can barely eat. Meanwhile, you're eating more than usual. Jiang Yu put down his chopsticks and smiled. Don't stress. It's just a mock exam. There's always room for improvement until the very end. Remember, the journey of 100 miles is only halfway at 90. We're just getting started. Su Bowen and Yin Fu joined the conversation. So, how many ranks are you aiming for this time? Yin Fu teased. Are you planning to steal Li Yuan's first place? For my buddy here, that's a piece of cake, Zhang Yuan declared loudly. Su Bowen forced a smile. Since the beginning of the semester, Jiang Yu's academic scores had consistently been at the top, while his martial arts rankings climbed steadily. By the second mock exam, he had already broken into the top 100. His rate of improvement was nothing short of terrifying. To Su Bowen, Jiang Yu was like someone driving a sports car while everyone else trudged along on foot, powerless to stop him from pulling further and further ahead. Time flew by, and the 2 days of written exams passed in a blur. On the third morning, it was time to test compatibility and external force abilities. The 2-day cultural exams didn't feel particularly long to Jiang Yu. The difficulty of the final exam was relatively mild, designed to ease students' anxiety and give them a boost of confidence. Apart from putting in some extra effort on Chinese, Jiang Yu breezed through the other subjects, completing all the questions and reviewing his answers in just half the allotted time. While early departure was allowed for subjects like mathematics, Chinese, and foreign languages, other exams required students to stay for the full duration to avoid missing any questions. Jiang Yu didn't mind staying. He quietly remained in the examination hall until the end. On the morning of the third day, students lined up for tests measuring their external manifestation power and compatibility levels. The external manifestation power test involved stepping into a sealed device that played specific frequencies to detect signs of awakening. As expected, Zhang Yu received a result indicating no signs of awakening, consistent with the status displayed on his system panel. External manifestation power is often regarded as a gift from the heavens while, theoretically, everyone has the potential to awaken. Many extraordinary martial artists never experience it. Next came the compatibility test, which measures how well students align with the 8 major cultivation paths. Higher compatibility means significantly faster progress when practicing the corresponding techniques. However, even without compatibility, cultivation is still possible. It just requires greater personal effort. It's akin to choosing a pair of boots. The right fit allows you to walk farther and faster. Zhang Yu's test results showed that he didn't have a compatibility level exceeding 90 with any of the major cultivation paths. Advancements in technology have been striving to break through the bottlenecks in creating new cultivation techniques. Some scientific teams have used trillion-parameter specialized models to simulate potential breakthroughs, but progress has been limited due to the scarcity of data samples. Other teams have tried exhaustive methods combined with AI-driven evaluations, yet results remain slow. In contrast, a company specializing in soul awakening seems to have made notable progress by integrating years of martial artists' combat data with AI technology. During the martial arts practical test in the afternoon, Jiang Yu stood in the slow-moving queue, observing the surroundings. One student stepped up to the testing platform, where the scanning equipment revealed his life level to be 8. Moving on to the strength test platform, the student took a deep breath, bent his knees slightly, and channeled all his strength into his right arm before delivering a powerful strike to the testing pillar. Boom! A heavy thud echoed as the numbers on the monitor flickered rapidly before settling at 800 kilograms. This was a 20 improvement over his previous score, drawing admiration from the surrounding students. With such results, paired with decent martial skills, he stood a good chance of being admitted to a top-tier martial arts academy. A nearby teacher confirmed the data and uploaded it to the candidate system of Xianxiao City. This centralized, fully networked system ensured the authenticity of the test results, leaving exam proctors with no ability to alter any information. As Jiang Yu observed everything, he couldn't help but reflect. If he ever ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary, perhaps he could leave his mark on the monumental journey of creating new cultivation techniques. After all, ancient martial artists learned from nature itself, studying the laws of the universe, the mysteries of evolution, and combining these insights with their own understanding to forge unprecedented paths of cultivation. The system's anti-heating mechanisms are renowned for their impenetrable defenses, requiring the breaching of 3 major layers of security to even attempt tampering. First, one must bypass the machine's numerous hardware locks and AI detection systems to implant a backdoor. Next, they would need to infiltrate the nationally networked, heavily protected student database. Finally, persuading on-site exam supervisors and network monitoring personnel to cooperate, all while evading the scrutiny of cloud computing platforms, adds yet another nearly insurmountable challenge. With such a high level of complexity, it makes far more sense to focus on improving one's abilities rather than wasting energy on exploiting loopholes. Zhang Yu stood silently in a corner of the testing hall, observing as one student after another stepped forward for their assessments. While everyone usually downplayed the importance of mock tests, on this day, they gave it their all, hoping for even the slightest improvement. It was understandable this was a brutal competition where a single point could determine the futures of thousands. The testing procedure proceeded methodically. First, life force fluctuation detection, followed by a punch force test, and finally, a 50-meter sprint to measure explosive speed. The wide testing area featured a prominent red track embedded into the ground. At that moment, a student had already taken their position at the starting line, adopting their optimal stance. Without any need for a starting signal, they suddenly burst forward, triggering the electronic timing system, which boasted an astonishing precision of 1,000th of a second. In a flash, the results appeared 15 meters per second, a standard level 7 speed. Whispered comments spread through the crowd. At this level, they'll probably only make it into a second-tier university at best. Many couldn't help but shift their attention to Jiang Yu, who remained calm and composed. It's almost Jiang Yu's turn. I can't believe we're competing alongside our idol. What an incredible opportunity. Anticipation filled the air, and all eyes were on Jiang Yu, eager to witness the true capabilities of this prodigious talent. In the testing area, whispers rippled through the crowd of students. How many points do you think Jiang Yu will score? One student asked in a hushed voice. Probably on the higher side, but IDs say around level 8.5. Their companion replied with a tone of anticipation. Who knows? This is Jiang Yu we're talking about. It wouldn't even be surprising if he broke the testing machine. Come on, you're just flattering him too much. Jiang Yu stood silently in line, completely ignoring the murmurs around him. Just then, the examiner's voice broke through the chatter. Next up, Zhang Yu. Please be ready. Zhang Yu gave a slight nod and was about to step forward when an uproar suddenly erupted from another line. Look, Leuan, the school's top student, is about to take the test. All eyes immediately shifted to Leuan. His tall, broad-shouldered figure stepped onto the testing platform. His unshaven face exuded a calm and composed demeanor. He cast a quick glance in Jiang Yu's direction, a flicker of concern crossing his brow. But in an instant, he steadied himself, and a sharp determination gleamed in his eyes. I don't believe Jiang Yu could have improved that much. Besides, I've been making progress too, Leuan thought to himself, clenching his fists as an intense aura emanated from him. He removed his shoes and stepped barefoot into the testing apparatus, which resembled an oversized pepper grinder. The machine's mechanical arms emitted soft blue laser beams, scanning his entire body. Leuan. Age, 17. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Life level, 9. Gasps echoed across the room. He's been improving at a rate of 0.13 levels per month for the past 3 months. Life level 9? He's guaranteed a spot in a top-tier university. Leuan advanced to the strength testing platform with unwavering confidence. I've held the top spot for the past 3 years, and am not giving it up to anyone. With a powerful punch, the numbers on the testing column surged to 1,020 kilograms, 102 above the standard punching strength, as expected of the school's number 1. Next came the speed test. Leuan darted forward like a cheetah, covering 50 meters in mere seconds. His final speed registered at 19.5 millisecond. Though there was a hint of disappointment, the crowd still erupted in applause. The teacher gave an approving nod. Not bad. Keep pushing, and you'll secure your place in a top university. Leuan stepped down from the platform with a composed expression. His gaze swept over to Jiang Yu, a glint of challenge in his eyes. Yet, the way his clenched fists tightened belied his inner unease. Jiang Yu, it's your turn, the examiner called. The room fell silent in an instant as everyone held their breath. Watching Jiang Yu take the test makes me more nervous than taking my own. Do you think he can beat Leuan? Don't underestimate our Jiang Yu. He's made massive strides every term this year. Surpassing Leuan? That's a piece of cake for him. Leuan had just measured a life level of 9, with his punching power surpassing the standard benchmark. The crowd in front of the testing platform buzzed with discussion. Some were visibly excited, while others remained cautious. I think, at Jiang Yu's current rate of progress, he might catch up to Leuan by the time of the college entrance exams, someone analyzed in a low voice. This statement garnered agreement from the surrounding students. Compared to the beginning of the semester, everyone's evaluation of Jiang Yu had undergone a dramatic transformation. No one doubted this rising genius anymore. As an officially recognized role model for young martial artists, Jiang Yu had even been featured in a full-page article in a national newspaper. Even those classmates who previously doubted their own ability to get into second-tier universities had to admit Jiang Yu's undeniable talent. Level 9 is indeed the critical stage for preparing to become a ranked martial artist. Progressing more slowly at this point actually makes sense, someone added. Everyone knows the principle of building a strong foundation before making a breakthrough. Jiang Yu paid no attention to the chatter around him and walked calmly toward the testing platform. In contrast to Leuan's sharp and showy demeanor, Jiang Yu exuded a composed and restrained aura. He placed his ID card into the identification slot, passing the facial recognition process with ease. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu steadied his breathing, his presence growing increasingly tranquil. The air around him seemed to ripple faintly with each breath, and all discussions abruptly ceased as the crowd's attention shifted entirely to him. Jiang Yu removed his shoes and stepped barefoot into the testing apparatus. The mechanical voice came to life. Jiang Yu, age 17, height 181 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, life level. The numbers began climbing steadily. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the final result. Life level, 9.7. The numbers appeared on the screen, and the testing arena fell into an instant, stunned silence. A heartbeat later, the room erupted in gasps and exclamations. The students' reactions varied wildly. Some stared wide-eyed, nearly screaming, others drew sharp breaths, while most simply looked utterly incredulous. Surpassed Leuan? From 4.3 to 9.7, how is that even possible? He's just a step away from level 10. The whispers and murmurs swept through the crowd like wildfire. Amid the commotion, Leuan's face turned ashen. Nearby, a girl sighed softly, her voice tinged with awe. As expected of Jiang Yu. He always achieves things the rest of us can only dream of. Hold on, someone interjected. He still has to test his strength and speed. That single remark was enough to silence everyone. The entire room collectively held its breath, and even the testing process momentarily paused. But Jiang Yu didn't immediately proceed. Instead, he lowered his gaze, appearing deep in thought. Concerned, the teacher stepped forward. Jiang Yu, is something wrong? He asked gently. Apologies, teacher, Zhang Yu replied with a polite smile. I need a moment. The teacher glanced at the staggering 9.7 displayed on the screen and softened his tone. Take your time. This is just a mock exam, not the official test. A minute won't hurt. Zhang Yu nodded and opened his system panel, scanning through his stats meticulously. Life level 9.7, mental power level 18.5, punch force 1958 kilograms, speed 27 milliseconds, alongside various martial skill levels and inventory details. He began calculating swiftly. The standard for a level 9, non-tiered fighter was a punch force of 1,000 kilograms and a speed of 20 meters per second. Level 10, a tiered fighter, required 1,300 kilograms and 22 meters per second. The stats for level 13 were 2,101 kilograms and 25.17 meters per second. Given that the testing machines were only built to measure up to the attributes of a level 12 fighter, Jiang Yu quickly reached a conclusion. He needed to hold back adjusting his punch strength to exactly 1,271 kilograms and his speed to 22.47 meters per second. This way, he could secure a perfect score without drawing too much unwanted attention. Having finalized his calculations, Jiang Yu stepped up to the punch strength testing machine. The crowd buzzed with hushed speculation. Some worried he might struggle to control his newfound power after such a rapid leap in levels. Others wondered if the pressure on him was unbearable. Whenever you're ready, the teacher said softly. Jiang Yu exhaled slowly, steadying himself. He closed his eyes for a moment, centering his thoughts. When he opened them again, a flicker of fire seemed to ignite in their depths. With deliberate precision, he raised his right fist. His muscles, taut and sculpted like marble, seemed to ripple with restrained energy. A faint, almost imperceptible glow shimmered around his hand as it hovered midair. The atmosphere in the testing arena grew dense, as if the very air had thickened. The students stood frozen, holding their breath in anticipation. All eyes were locked on him. Jiang Yu was about to strike. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu's every move. Standing before the testing machine, Jiang Yu was like a predator poised to strike, calm, focused, and devoid of any unnecessary motion. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the power within him surged, coiling tightly before erupting like a thunderclap. Boom! His fist slammed into the testing machine with immense force. The display screen flickered violently as a powerful tremor rippled through the entire arena. Numbers on the screen jumped rapidly before freezing at an astonishing 1,271 kilograms. Zhang Yu glanced at the precise number, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. For a moment, the testing area was dead silent, only to erupt moments later with gasps and exclamations of disbelief. 1,271 kilograms? That's way beyond the standard punch force. How did he do that? It looked like he barely tried. Isn't that approaching a level 10 benchmark? Standing nearby, Leuan's face went rigid, his fists clenching so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The sheer display of strength left him feeling utterly powerless. At this rate, Zhang Yu's current level 9.8 physique was on the verge of breaking through to the level 10 warrior standard, a feat that seemed unattainable for most. The teacher's eyes flickered with astonishment before a pleased smile spread across his face. Zhang Yu, as expected, you didn't disappoint. Jiang Yu slowly retracted his fist, his expression calm and composed. Internally, he reflected, with my heightened mental discipline, precise bodily control, and relentless training, I've achieved mastery over the exact force of my punches. This is what true warriors strive for: absolute control. The surrounding students buzzed with chatter, unaware of one crucial fact. This wasn't Jiang Yu's full strength. While they were pushing themselves to their limits, Jiang Yu was merely testing the precision of his power. The gap between them was no longer just significant, it was insurmountable. This is his baseline? Someone murmured in disbelief. Geniuses really are on another level. What we consider extraordinary is just their starting point. Although Xianxiao City wasn't a provincial capital, South River High School had never seen a talent like Jiang Yu before. Not even 18 years old, and he was already nearing the threshold of a first-level warrior. Leuan had also reached level 9, but the leap from level 9 to level 10 typically took at least a year. At Jiang Yu's current pace, however, he might break through in just 2 months or even before university started. Next up, the speed test, the teacher announced. Zhang Yu stepped onto the starting line without any elaborate preparations. Unlike the other students who had to adopt the crouched starting position, his control over his leg muscles was so refined that such techniques were unnecessary. After holding still for 3 seconds, his figure shot forward like a blur, covering the distance in a flash. Speed. 22.5 meters per second. Once again, the arena was plunged into stunned silence. The standard speed for an entry-level martial artist is 22 meters per second, yet Jiang Yu has already reached this benchmark even before officially advancing, showcasing an extraordinary level of potential as a pre-martial artist. In the classroom, a student stared intently at the calculator on their wristband and murmured to themselves, "Double 105? A dual strength speed prodigy like this is incredibly rare." Indeed, for most people, even geniuses, exceeding the standard level usually happens in either punching force or speed, but not both. A talent like Zhang Yu, who has achieved a perfect 105 in both categories, is truly one in a million. This means he not only possesses astonishing attack speed, but also delivers powerful strikes with every punch. The invigilating teacher glanced at the statistics displayed on the screen, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. The data clearly demonstrated Jiang Yu's exceptional performance, far surpassing the standard threshold. "It looks like our school is about to produce a top scorer in foundational physical attributes," the teacher thought to themselves. This is already at the level of a pre-martial artist. With just a 0.1 level improvement, his physical condition will fully meet the requirements for entry-level martial artists. During the subsequent rounds of physical assessments, Zhang Yu's performance continued to redefine everyone's expectations. In a corner of the classroom, someone couldn't help but mutter under their breath, "Damn it, comparing yourself to others will only drive you crazy." This was the final mock exam. Thanks to advancements in AI technology, grading efficiency had improved significantly. For foreign language exams, AI could now handle the entire evaluation process, with teachers only stepping in to review errors. Only a few subjects with complex questions still required full teacher involvement in grading. As for martial arts results, the process was even more streamlined once accuracy was verified. The cloud computing platform automatically generated report cards and statistics. In the principal's office at Nanha District No. 2 High School, Taing Xiaolong sat in his chair, waiting for the higher-ups to send over the results. Suddenly, his AI assistant announced, "Master, Deputy Director Chun from the Martial Arts Education Bureau is calling." "Deputy Director Chen?" Taing Xiaolong raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why the call was coming at this time. Without hesitation, he answered. A holographic projection quietly appeared in the middle of the office, revealing the image of Deputy Director Chun, a man in his 40s dressed in a black office jacket. "Your school has really been the talk of the town this year," Deputy Director Chen remarked with a meaningful smile. "Director Chun, what's this about?" Taing Xiaolong asked, feigning confusion despite already having a hunch. He was well-versed in the art of diplomacy. Pretending ignorance often encouraged the other party to reveal more. "Of course, I'm talking about the citywide mock exams," Chen replied with a light chuckle. "Principal Taing, you've always been sharp. I'm sure you had an inkling the moment you got the call. Judging by the results, it looks like the city's martial arts champion title might just go to your school this year." The city's martial arts champion? Taing Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat. While Nanha No. 2 High School was respectable, it was still overshadowed by Nanha No. 1 High School in the district. In the broader scope of Xianxiao City, it barely made the cut as a first-tier school. During past school board meetings, his primary goal had always been to maintain their position, nothing more. "Director Chun, which student are you referring to?" "I can only tell you this much for now. There are two subject champions," Chen said, leaving some suspense. "You'll know once the score reports are released. But I'm here today on behalf of the City Bureau to discuss a few matters with you." 10 minutes later, after wrapping up official business, the call ended. Taing Xiaolong leaned back on his sofa, eyes closed, deep in thought. Zhang Yu's soul of combat had already awakened to the diamond tier, and his remarkable performance in the Morning Light Forest made it almost certain he would claim the martial arts comprehensive champion title. Although Nanha District's No. 1 High School also had a student capable of achieving a perfect score, Taing Xiaolong knew the key difference. Jiang Yu was only limited by the 300-point cap, while the other student barely scraped together those 300 points. Before long, the score reports arrived, and Taing Xiaolong's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Yu was ranked first. Cultural Studies, 148 points. Martial Arts Comprehensive, 300 points. Basic Aptitude, 300 points. Total score, 748 points. Perfect scores in both Basic Aptitude and Martial Arts Comprehensive? Taing Xiaolong immediately pulled up Jiang Yu's scores from 2 months ago and had the AI assistant analyze the progress percentages. An increase of 2.3 life levels in just 3 months? And that's without any compatibility enhancements or external force augmentation. Taing Xiaolong was stunned. If it weren't for the need to build a solid foundation for the first martial artist trial and the fact that his physical attributes are nearing their limits, his progress might have been even faster. Nanha No. 2 High School had never seen a talent like this in its history, and even top schools in the provincial capital would struggle to find someone comparable. No wonder the Spark Guild was so invested, with even the president of the Nanyue branch making frequent visits. Taing Xiaolong felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Yu was practically a gift from the heavens. Thankfully, His earlier waywardness had been replaced by newfound determination. This achievement would undoubtedly bring glory to the school and, by extension, to Tang Xiaolong himself. As the principal of a key public school in Nanhe District, this success might just pave the way for him to advance to the City Martial Arts Education Bureau. With that thought, he picked up the phone and dialed the number of an old friend who worked at a neighboring school. Hello? How's your health these days? Oh, nothing much. Just curious though, you happen to know which school produced the martial arts comprehensive champion this year? Funny, I don't recall hearing about them before. The moment his old friend opened the report card, his eyes immediately locked onto the name Jiang Yu. He was all too familiar with the school Jiang Yu attended. His lips involuntarily twitched, betraying a hint of discomfort. I'll hang up for now. Let's catch up another day, he said. It was Thursday, May 14th, 2043. The class meeting system for the elite class was different from that of regular classes. All non-academic meetings were conducted within the elite class itself. Along with the meeting, the citywide rankings and the estimated score thresholds for martial arts universities would also be announced. Today, due to an unexpected matter, Mr. Chu, the regular teacher, was replaced by the grade-level director, Ms. Chen, to host the meeting. Ms. Chen walked in wearing a crisp white blouse paired with tailored trousers. Despite being middle-aged, as a martial artist, she maintained a figure enviable even to the younger generation. The moment she pushed open the classroom door, the previously lively room fell into immediate silence. All the students instinctively straightened their backs, their eyes uniformly fixed on the podium. The nickname Exterminating Teacher wasn't given lightly. As a provincial-level elite educator, Ms. Chen had built up a commanding presence over the years. Even Jiang Yu, who had been reborn after graduating from university and was now a ranked martial artist, couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease in her presence. Your teacher, Mr. Chu, is occupied today, so we'll be taking over, Ms. Chen announced in a calm but firm tone. Her voice carried such authority that even the more physically imposing students couldn't help but shrink back slightly, recalling past scoldings. You all did quite well in this mock exam, Ms. Chen said, her rare smile softening her demeanor. It's clear that you've been preparing diligently for the college entrance exams. She glanced down at the report card in her hand and continued. Of course, by the standards of the elite class, a few of you might have underperformed, but there's still a month left to make adjustments. At the back of the classroom, a banner reading, 24 days until the college entrance exam, stood out prominently. The students stared at those words, emotions swirling within them, a bittersweet mix of reluctance to part with their high school days, anticipation for what lay ahead, and the inevitable anxiety about the upcoming exams. Now, I'll announce the results, Ms. Chen said, her voice cutting through the brief silence that had settled over the room. Director Chen adjusted her glasses and began announcing the results in a gentle tone. Her sharp yet composed gaze swept across the classroom as she started with the usual ranking of the top 5 in academic performance. Our class's academic achievements are outstanding, even when compared to specialized academic classes, she remarked slowly before announcing the rankings. 5th place, Zhao Yuan, 99 points. Zhao Yuan's face flushed slightly as he lowered his head, avoiding the gazes of his classmates. In a class filled with prodigies, making it into the top 5 was no small feat. 4th place, Su Yi, 102 points. Seated in the front row, Sui adjusted her glasses and smiled faintly. She had always competed only with herself and was quite satisfied with this result. 3rd place, Lin Shui, 111 points. 2nd place, Li Yuan, 139 points. Ranked 2nd in martial arts performance and 34th in the Nanhe district, Li Yuan remained expressionless, seemingly dissatisfied with his score. He glanced briefly at Jiang Yu, his straight posture unconsciously slouching ever so slightly. 1st place, Jiang Yu, 148 points. Director Chen paused before adding, this score is not only the highest in second high school, but also the highest in the entire Xianxiao city. The classroom fell into a stunned silence. The students exchanged bewildered looks, struggling to process what they had just heard. For a martial arts student, achieving Li Yuan's level in academics was already considered extraordinary. Yet Jiang Yu had surpassed all the liberal arts students. Director Chen tapped the podium lightly to signal for quiet before continuing. Next, we'll move on to the martial arts results. Before she could finish, all eyes turned to the front again, especially those of the students with exceptional martial arts talent, who held their breath in anticipation. 1st place, Jiang Yu. The room was once again plunged into shocked silence. Jiang Yu had not only secured 1st place in academics, but had also outperformed Li Yuan in martial arts. What was even more astonishing was that he had risen from being at the bottom of the rankings to the very top in just 10 months. Director Chen proceeded to reveal the detailed scores. Martial arts comprehensive score, 300 out of 300. Basic attributes, 300 out of 300. The classroom erupted in disbelief. Yin Fu and Su Bowen were the first to react. Jiang Yu, with the additional points for being a youth martial arts role model, doesn't that push his score beyond 750? Yin exclaimed. His raw score alone is 748. With the bonus points, it's 768, exceeding the maximum score. Su shouted excitedly. The class was abuzz with excitement, and many speculated that Jiang Yu might be the city's top scorer. Director Chen tapped the podium again to calm the room. Including external force compatibility and other bonus policies, Zhang Yu ranks third overall. However, in terms of raw score, he is undeniably the top scorer in the city. Unstoppable, man. Jiang Yu is incredible, someone shouted, their voice cracking with excitement. Jiang Yu sat quietly, deep in thought. He had initially estimated that his 9.7 level life force and sub 1300 punch strength would only earn him around 290 points. It seemed that exceptional control, combined with a near 10 level life force, was enough to achieve a perfect score. Although their class didn't take first place, the fact that the city's martial arts champion was among them filled everyone with excitement. Those classmates who had once competed against Jiang Yu were now completely in awe of his strength, cheering and applauding him with enthusiasm. In response to their fervor, Jiang Yu remained as composed as ever, gently shaking his head, fully aware that his achievements were still far from the ultimate goal. Teacher, this doesn't seem right. One student raised a hand to question. The national regulations state that the maximum score for the college entrance exam is 750. How can there be scores exceeding that? Doesn't that make the rule meaningless? Director Chun responded with a familiar smile, one she wore almost every year when addressing this question. You're correct that the final score is standardized on a 750-point scale. However, some students receive bonus points for outstanding performance in certain specialized areas. These extra points are taken into account when determining the final rankings. This means that even if two students have the same total score, their actual rankings may differ. She paused briefly, scanning the classroom with a more serious expression. Her tone deepened as she continued. While Jiang Yu's performance and martial arts aptitude are near flawless, I want to remind everyone that scores are merely a foundation. They do not determine future success. The real challenge lies in continually surpassing oneself. Her voice grew even more solemn. From a martial arts perspective, your true opponents are not the classmates sitting beside you. They are the countless formidable individuals you have yet to encounter, the unimaginable challenges that lie ahead in the future. Her words struck the students like a heavy blow, leaving the classroom in a moment of silence. Gradually, determination began to spark in many of their eyes. A flicker of fiery resolve appeared in Jiang Yu's gaze as well. He understood clearly. To truly reach the summit, he had to move beyond Xianxiao, beyond Nanyue, and push past the limits of humanity itself. To Zhang Yu, Xianxiao City had become far too restrictive. The equipment he currently relied on either came from the Xingho Guild or was loot from the creatures of the Source Realm, which barely allowed him to tap into his system's full potential. Opportunities for finding rare items were scarce, and relying solely on the Xingho Guild's purchases was constrained by funding. After all, cultivation itself required significant resources. Just then, the door to the principal's office was knocked on urgently. As it opened, a man dressed in the uniform of the Martial Arts Academy strode in with a stern expression, holding an electronic document in his hand. Jiang Yu was sitting in the classroom, deeply engrossed in his book, when his wristband suddenly vibrated. A message marked with asterisks as an urgent notification appeared before his eyes. Jiang Yu, there's an urgent notice for you. Please proceed to the principal's office immediately. Pushing open the door to the principal's office, Zhang Yu saw Principal Taing Xiaolong sitting behind his desk, a warm smile on his face. Zhang Yu, you're here. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea? Just plain water will do, Zhang Yu replied, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Principal Taing got up personally, poured a cup of warm water from the dispenser, and handed it to Zhang Yu along with a document from his desk. Zhang Yu took the document and focused on its contents. It was a special invitation letter from the Martial Arts Department of the Southern Yu Province. Zhang Yu, Principal Taing began, we sincerely invite you to join the province's martial arts special training camp. The camp offers the best training resources, as well as the chance to train alongside top-tier instructors and other exceptional talents your age. Noticing the change in Jiang Yu's expression, Principal Taing explained further, this is a special recruitment invitation from the Martial Arts Department. If you accept, you'll be a key development candidate, receiving targeted training. The training camp not only includes university-level courses, but also unique programs. However, your career path after graduation may not be entirely up to you. As a state-selected candidate, you might be assigned to critical positions. While the prospects are promising, the level of freedom and potential risks may vary. At that moment, a convoy entered the campus. Black executive cars, adorned with small red flags, were flanked by escort vehicles at the front and rear. A man with a resolute expression, accompanied by young guards in tactical uniforms, walked into the principal's office. My name is Zhang Jixiang, Major General of the Southern Yu Province Military District. The man introduced himself without preamble. The military district greatly values talents like you with exceptional combat capabilities. If you're willing to join us, I can promise you the highest level resource agreement to help you grow at the fastest pace. Zhang Jixiang continued with his analysis. Based on your recent mock exam results, your cultivation speed has only started to slow as you approach the bottleneck of becoming an entry-level martial artist. This is perfectly normal. At level 9.7, the training pace for pre-entry martial artists naturally decreases significantly, as it's a process of building up strength for the first breakthrough. Your progression over the past 2 months has likely been over 1.1 levels per month, correct? You're absolutely right. Jiang Yu confirmed with a nod. Zhang Jixiang pressed on. Your growth rate is extraordinarily rare in the history of martial arts. While there have been geniuses in the past, such as Su Shiyu, who reached unparalleled heights, even during the most prosperous eras, a general capable of turning the tides of history might not emerge within a century. You, on the other hand, have achieved remarkable results despite lacking external force awakening, natural compatibility, or the support of an influential family background. You've managed to compete with and even surpass the accomplishments of those deemed prodigies in your age group. That's precisely why I believe in your potential. Jiang Yu fell silent, lost in thought. Every individual standing at the forefront of the world has their own unique perspective, often shaped by their life's journey. After careful consideration, Zhang Yu made his decision. Zhang Yu maintained a rational and selective approach to absorbing information. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't respond immediately, Zhang Jixiang continued. Even the world's top martial arts schools cannot compare to the military district. What we offer isn't just training, it's real combat experience. Only through actual battles can you push beyond your limits, confront your weaknesses, and become a true warrior. Fixing his sharp gaze on Jiang Yu, Zhang Jixiang added, I've watched your footage. Deep down, you're someone with courage and spirit. The military district is undoubtedly the place for you. Meeting Zhang Jixiang's eyes, Zhang Yu replied calmly, Sorry, Major General Zhang, but I want to focus on the college entrance exam for now. I'll make my decision after the exams. Zhang Jixiang didn't seem surprised by this response. Standing up, the young soldiers in tactical uniforms behind him quickly gathered around. Very well. Whatever you choose, the doors of the military district will always be open for you, he said in a deep voice. The future battlefield needs talents like you. The benefits I promised will always stand. With that, he waved his hand, and his team left the principal's office. Watching their figures fade into the distance, waves of emotion stirred in Jiang Yu's heart. He was acutely aware that he stood at a crossroads in life, where every choice carried unknown risks and opportunities. June arrived quietly. On June 1st, the pressure hadn't eased with time. Instead, it grew heavier, like a mountain pressing down. Some began to despair, hoping to rush through the college entrance exam as quickly as possible just to end it. Yet Jiang Yu maintained his calm smile, unmoved by fluctuations in his performance. In Xianxiao City, June already carried hints of summer. Standing in the martial arts training room, Jiang Yu watched sunlight stream through the window, wiping the sweat from his chin. He raised his hand to check his bracelet, which displayed a new notification. Guild points deducted, 1,380,000. Remaining balance, 0. This was the cost of the training resources he had purchased from May to June. After advancing to an A-level contract, payments for May could be deferred by a month, offering greater flexibility. Since reaching level 7, Jiang Yu's consumption of elixirs had increased significantly to maintain his training pace. This wasn't just because higher levels demanded more intense training, but also because he needed to enhance his physical resilience and flexibility while practicing cultivation techniques. Additionally, he had to purchase the 150,000 per bottle Qiyang bomb. On average, Jiang Yu consumed 1 Yun Tsang pill and 1 bottle of Qiyang bomb every 3 days, possibly due to mild resistance developed from frequent use. Wealthy heirs who grew up with access to rare treasures never faced such challenges. By the end of the month, his expenses totaled 3 million points. Yet every bit of it was worth it. Jiang Yu not only maintained his training speed, but also ensured his cultivation progress was exceptionally stable. His body received comprehensive nourishment, achieving results equivalent to years of effort. This laid a solid foundation for his future promotion to higher-level martial artists, avoiding any long-term drawbacks. Suddenly, his bracelet vibrated. June 1st, 2043, 11:17 a.m. Your account ending in 045. Balance 9,180,000.00 Huaxia yuan. Jiang Yu transferred the odd amount into Vshat for daily expenses, leaving the neat figure in his bank account, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. This was his entire fortune at the moment. With his guild points depleted, he had just begun dipping into his 1.68 million in cash. Although the city-issued bonus was tax-free, the 7.5 million guild points transferred to him were subject to taxation. Some suggested substituting points for cash, but Zhang Yu found this too restrictive. Points could only be used within the guild and, while they could be traded privately among martial artists for cash, they were not official currency. Furthermore, regulations required state-recognized legal tender to meet the minimum contract amount. Now that his points were exhausted, Jiang Yu began using cash. This investment ensured he had the energy supply and physical nourishment necessary for his breakthrough to the next martial level. However, his swordsmanship progress had noticeably slowed, likely indicating a bottleneck. To become an advanced martial artist, reaching 4th-tier martial arts was a strict requirement. To advance to the 1st-tier martial artist level, the minimum requirement was 2nd-tier advanced martial arts. This was because martial arts directly reflected one's ability to control muscle groups. Of course, if someone demonstrated exceptional muscle control, they could still advance to higher-tier martial artists even if their martial arts skills were slightly lacking. After all, martial arts were tools, not absolute necessities. Some martial artists specializing in spiritual power relied entirely on their mental abilities for combat. The first major hurdle for martial artists: unlocking the body's potential to strengthen oneself. Is this what it feels like? Zhang Yu murmured, sensing the barrier before him as he climbed toward a higher level of existence. It felt like a heavenly gate blocking mortals from ascending to an immortal realm. All his training seemed to have stagnated, with no changes even in his system panel. Jiang Yu. Life level, 9.9. Unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 18.6. Punch force, 2,033 kilograms. Speed, 28.9 milliseconds. Physical training technique, Shi Feng Gong. Spiritual energy technique, Ju Yuan Ju. Martial skills, swordsmanship tier 480, footwork tier 477, fist technique tier 397, spearmanship tier 350. He was just one step away from crossing the threshold into a 1st-tier martial artist, but that step seemed like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bridge it. It was no wonder this stage filtered out so many people. The essence of this challenge lay in breaking through one's physical potential and opening the door to greater power. It was like standing before a staircase where ordinary steps were no longer sufficient. You had to leap. For some, the step was higher, requiring stronger muscles and more energy reserves. In terms of physics, it was akin to providing enough energy for a quantum particle to jump from a lower state to a higher energy state. At this moment, everything in the universe seemed interconnected. Human ancestors once braved harsh environments, battling the elements and conquering challenges. Yet their legacy extended far beyond survival. In the ancient past, humanity's ancestors stood shoulder to shoulder with massive, formidable beasts, competing for survival against creatures of unparalleled strength. Despite their crude tools, they faced these ferocious adversaries with raw courage and unyielding determination. This primal survival instinct was never lost, but instead lay dormant in the genetic code of humankind, awaiting the right moment to awaken. This latent power was not merely a physical phenomenon but a profound adaptation accumulated throughout the course of human evolution. Over countless millennia, these hidden potentials extended beyond bodily capabilities, encompassing mental fortitude and the intricate workings of bioenergetics. Yet, such dormant abilities could only be activated under extreme conditions or through rigorous and specialized training. The human body harbored immense strength, but as evolution prioritized intellect, physical prowess gradually waned. In response, the path of the warrior emerged, built upon two pivotal steps. First, unlocking the ancestral treasures within one's bloodline to enhance the body's capacity for greater power. And second, learning from nature itself, fashioning to the forces of heaven and earth to grasp the essence of universal laws. Jiang Yu stood in the training chamber, a faint smile playing at his lips. For him, these challenges were far from insurmountable. Closing his eyes, he allowed his formidable mental energy to sink deep into his flesh and dantian. At that moment, his dantian felt like a volcano on the brink of eruption, brimming with astonishing energy. Theoretically, the higher a warrior's talent, the greater the rewards upon breakthrough. However, those with exceptional aptitude often progressed more swiftly, accumulating power faster and facing relatively lower barriers to advancement. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He understood that the true challenge lay not in amassing power, but in using it to propel a transformation of his very being. With his potent mental acuity, Jiang Yu could clearly perceive his physical state, free from the self-doubt that plagued many others. He knew that breaching this barrier would yield a transformative leap, a complete renewal of body, mind, and spirit. Resolved, Jiang Yu strode purposefully toward the gravity chamber. Closing his eyes, he focused inward, his consciousness diving into the depths of his being in search of the wellspring of his power. In the darkness within, a faint yet resolute light flickered, a gift from his ancient forebears. As his mental energy delved deeper, Jiang Yu drew closer to that light. He could sense the immense energy hidden behind it, like a slumbering primordial dragon waiting to be awakened, capable of shaking the heavens and earth. The power felt tantalizingly close, yet maddeningly out of reach, the contradiction almost enough to make one despair. Zhang Yu dismissed all distractions, focusing solely on his training. Under the heightened pressure of the chamber, his blood surged violently, his body trembling as sweat beaded on his brow. His qi and blood roared like a raging tide, driving every cell in his body to awaken its latent potential. After completing an intense standing meditation, Jiang Yu did not rest. Despite his body's cries of exhaustion, he pressed on. Gripping his long sword tightly, the blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight. With eyes closed, he tuned into the rhythm of his heartbeat and the flow of his blood. Gradually, his breathing steadied, and his consciousness aligned seamlessly with his physical form. He began to wield the sword, each movement slow yet deliberate. Every stroke carved unseen trails through the air, each swing accompanied by searing pain in his muscles. Though his mind screamed for reprieve, his will remained unshaken. This was the culmination of all his preparation, a moment to fulfill every expectation he had placed upon himself. Immersed in his practice, Jiang Yu felt every contraction and release of his muscles. Time seemed to stand still as he lost himself in the rhythm of his swordsmanship. His movements became increasingly fluid, the force behind his strikes growing, like a storm brewing on the horizon. Though his body grew heavier, a new energy began to stir within him. Suddenly, a warm surge of vitality gathered in his core, a result of his cultivation of the sheathing technique. His consciousness entered a state of serene clarity, instinctively drawn to the mysterious light within him. In an instant, his entire being felt ignited, a searing heat radiating from his chest as the energy in his dantian erupted like a volcano, surging through his limbs and veins. The unprecedented sensation made Jiang Yu furrow his brow, as though a hidden gateway within him was beginning to open. Going with the flow, he continued swinging his sword, allowing the torrent of energy to course through him. Finally, in a moment of perfect harmony between body and mind, Jiang Yu's eyes snapped open with a piercing intensity. The long-accumulated momentum of the sword was on the brink of eruption. Jiang Yu's long sword slashed forward like a strike of lightning, its blade cutting through the air with a low, thunderous hum. In an instant, his body trembled violently, and a surge of overwhelming power erupted from every fiber of his being. The energy coursing through his meridians surged like a raging torrent, breaking through layer upon layer of barriers. At that moment, Jiang Yu heard a call from deep within his soul, a voice ancient and timeless, echoing across millions of years of history, reaching the depths of his consciousness. Each wave of energy coursing through him brought transformation. His meridians grew wider, his bones stronger, and his flesh brimmed with vitality. It was as if his entire being was undergoing a complete metamorphosis, awakening the primal instincts of his ancestors who once fought against the heavens and the earth. Success. Jiang Yu murmured to himself. The pallor of his face began to fade, replaced by a healthy flush, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He lowered his gaze to his hands, feeling the newfound strength of a first-tier warrior coursing through him. His body teemed with unprecedented vitality, and every movement carried an aura of ancient power, far more intimidating than ever before. This was not just an increase in strength, it was a leap in the very essence of life. Jiang Yu could clearly sense that he had stepped onto the path of evolution. Rising slowly to his feet, he clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Opening the system interface to review his status, he froze for a moment. Life level, 10.5 first-tier warrior. Mental level, 19.5. Punch force, 2,183 kilograms. Speed, 30 ms. Body refinement technique, resting phoenix art. Energy refinement technique, Yuan convergence method. Martial skills, swordsmanship tier 480, footwork tier 477, fist technique tier 397, spearmanship tier 350. External force, awakening progress 3 not awakened. Innate traits, spiritual perception, unyielding will. His life level had soared directly to 10.5, a reward for his breakthrough. With the addition of his equipment bonuses, his punch force had reached the standard of a 13th tier warrior, and his speed was astonishing, equivalent to that of a 17th tier warrior. Jiang Yu pondered silently. At the lower levels of martial cultivation, improving speed was far more challenging than enhancing strength. This was due to the limitations of human physiology and the laws of physics, just like in his previous life, where the 9-second barrier in the 100-meter sprint remained unbroken. Only by elevating the essence of life itself could speed achieve a qualitative leap. He recalled a news report he had once read. When Huaxia launched its latest intercontinental missile, several high-tier warriors accompanied the mission to prevent agents from certain nations from retrieving missile debris for technological analysis. These warriors could easily keep pace with missiles traveling at over 9,000 meters per second, 25 times the speed of sound. At such a level, crossing vast distances in the blink of an eye was no exaggeration. Thanks to his keen mathematical intuition, Jiang Yu noticed patterns in the data displayed on his system interface. Modern science, through statistical analysis, had measured and modeled the physical attributes of warriors at various stages, developing predictive functions. While these functions were only accurate for low to mid-tier warriors, the precise data from his system revealed that his improvements indeed aligned with the predicted trends, albeit with slightly different coefficients. Jiang Yu sank into deep thought. Zhang Yu carefully pondered the potential value of the newly acquired life-level observation of function. This ability was far more profound than it appeared on the surface. If it could be perfectly integrated with the system and its precision enhanced, combined with his insight skill, he would be able to swiftly assess the fundamental stats of any opponent. Whether to fight or retreat, he could make far more informed decisions in the future. Feeling his stamina gradually recovering, Jiang Yu retrieved a few pills from his storage space and took them to quickly replenish his depleted energy. He then entered the therapy capsule to begin repairing his body. During the healing process, Jiang Yu summoned the system interface once again and discovered that after breaking through to the first-tier martial artist level, the system had unlocked a new module, Reservoir. Driven by intense curiosity, he immediately opened the Reservoir module. The interface displayed two sub-options, Spiritual Sense and Unyielding Will. The description of Spiritual Sense was captivating. Unlock the human reservoir, trace back to the origin. It referred to the innate instincts honed by humanity's ancestors in harsh environments and acute perception developed for hunting prey and avoiding danger. Once activated, it would significantly enhance the sensitivity of all five senses, allowing for even more refined awareness. The introduction of Unyielding Will was equally inspiring. Unlock the human reservoir, trace back to the origin. This represented the resilient physique forged by ancestors in challenging conditions, enabling them to unleash extraordinary strength in moments of crisis. Upon activation, it would not only accelerate recovery and enhance physical constitution, but also push the limits of explosive power. Gazing at the two options, Jiang Yu closed his eyes and reflected, sensing the latent energy coursing through his body. It felt as though an ancient and profound force resided in every vein and bone, far more enigmatic than mere physical strength. What did these cryptic descriptions truly signify? Jiang Yu began to grasp the essence. Unlocking the reservoir meant awakening the innate gifts passed down from his ancestors. The system's entries, it seemed, pointed directly to this dormant inheritance. Jiang Yu fell into deep thought as images of humanity's ancient past flashed through his mind. In that primordial era, our ancestors fought ferocious beasts across vast wildernesses, evaded venomous snakes in dense forests, and braved storms in their search for food. It was these life-and-death trials that forged the powerful survival instincts of humanity. Over millions of years, these instincts have been ingrained, evolving into modern human abilities like spatial memory and learning through dreams. Suddenly, it all became clear to him: intuition and resilience are manifestations of these awakened ancient genes. Intuition grants martial artists extraordinary combat instincts and environmental awareness. In high-level battles, victory often hinges on instinctive reactions. Relying solely on the brain to command the body, even with the fastest neural responses, would still lead to defeat under an opponent's attack. This is why martial artists train tirelessly to transform conscious thought into instinct. Resilience, on the other hand, is reflected in recovery ability and peak performance under extreme conditions. In gaming terms, it boosts health regeneration, increases physical limits, and enhances resistance to damage. It even enables explosive bursts of strength when on the verge of death. This is why the gap between a first-tier martial artist and someone who has yet to ascend is not just about physical attributes, but also about the qualitative leap in both their minimum and maximum capabilities. When Jiang Yu stepped out of the therapeutic chamber, he was only wearing his underwear. Thanks to the combined effects of the psychic energy cultivation method and the therapeutic chamber, his muscles had become noticeably stronger. Although he still felt some soreness, he was much improved. Fully adapting to the abilities of a first-tier martial artist would take another day or two. This timing presented a new opportunity. Advancing to a first-tier martial artist right before the college entrance exams might give him a better shot at securing a place in one of the top 3 elite martial arts universities. It wasn't just about the prestige of a top-tier school. More importantly, these institutions gathered the world's most exceptional martial arts talents and resources. There, he could achieve comprehensive growth in both practical combat and theoretical knowledge. Zhang Yu immediately sent the news of his breakthrough to Chu He and Uncle Amo. Before long, Chu He called to sincerely congratulate and encourage him. Chu He reminded him to adjust his state of mind over the next few days, suggesting he spend more time on his liberal arts studies while maintaining his martial skills. This thoughtful advice filled Jiang Yu's heart with a warm sense of gratitude. Jiang Yu nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you, Teacher Chu. I will do my best." Not long after putting down the phone, Jiang Yu's phone rang again. It was Uncle Mo calling. "Good kid. You've already advanced to a first-tier warrior so quickly." Uncle Mo's booming voice was filled with excitement. If this news gets out, those so-called geniuses in Xianxiao City will be absolutely stunned. They'll report this great news to the Nanyue branch. Who knows, we might even secure some special funding for you. Uncle Amo, thank you so much, Zhang Yu said, a bit surprised. Don't mention it. We're family, Uncle Amo waved it off, his tone turning serious. But there's one more thing I need to tell you in advance. The guild is planning to arrange an interview about you. An interview? Yes. This has actually been in the works for a while. Your performance in the Morning Light Forest is still being talked about, and combined with your outstanding results in the mock exams and now breaking through to a first-year warrior, you are full of buzzworthy topics. With the college entrance exams coming up, this interview is part of the guild's plan to build your personal brand. It's even mentioned in the contract, Uncle Mo explained with a smile. ITLL be great for your image and the guilds, and ITLL also attract more talented individuals to join us. Jiang Yu could feel Uncle Mo's genuine care for him. I understand. When will it take place? Is there anything I need to prepare? Don't worry about that, Uncle Mo said earnestly. Right now, the most important thing is the college entrance exam. Your future isn't just about this one step. We need to think further ahead. The interview will be scheduled at the right time and won't interfere with your preparation. I'm looking forward to seeing you get into one of the top academies and stand on the world stage. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, feeling a surge of determination rise within him. He answered firmly, I understand. Uncle Mo will give it my all and won't let anyone down. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu mentally outlined his goals. 1. Ace the college entrance exam in June. 2. Use the summer vacation to comprehensively enhance his skills. 3. Advance to a transcendent grandmaster by the age of 18. 4. Find ways to earn money to purchase equipment. 5. Strive to reach the 5th tier in martial arts as soon as possible. 6. But first eat and sleep. After a moment of rest, Zhang Yu unlocked his phone to check the chat with Lin Ruoxin. The last message from her read, wait till I get back you're in for a big surprise. Since then, the two had barely been in touch, each preoccupied with their own lives. But with the college entrance exams approaching, she should be returning soon. After replying to Ying Xiao's message, Zhang Yu made a mental note of his friend's recent progress in Soul Awakening, where he had been focusing on mastering the spear and had already climbed to the noble platinum tier on the verge of surpassing Jiang Yu himself. As night fell, Zhang Yu logged into the world of Soul Awakening. His current rank displayed Brilliant Diamond, with a win rate of 57. Though his skills allowed him to navigate this tier with relative ease, achieving a dominant edge was no small feat compared to Noble Platinum. Players in Brilliant Diamond were not only more experienced in combat, but also highly adept at leveraging terrain and other nuanced strategies. At this level, players began to meticulously calculate their opponent's attack cooldowns and memorize their signature moves. Due to the smaller pool of high-ranking players, Jiang Yu often faced the same opponents multiple times. He had already encountered one particular rival 3 times, each match a thrilling battle of counters and counter-counters. Looking up at the ultimate reward displayed in the Soul Awakening Spasea prize of 30 million Huaxia Yuan for reaching the Transcendent Master rank before turning 18, Jiang Yu felt a surge of determination. With just over 3 months left until his 18th birthday on September 11th, the goal still seemed within reach. However, climbing ranks quickly in such a short time was no easy task. The system implemented special matchmaking for players on winning streaks, pitting them against opponents of significantly higher skill to test their limits. Winning these matches would result in rapid promotion, while losing required players to undergo further evaluations until the system could accurately place them. That night, Jiang Yu battled from 8 p.m. well into the early hours. In a pivotal match, he found himself in a bamboo grove clearing, wielding a longsword against a dual-blade expert. His opponent's attacks were swift and calculated, showcasing years of experience, but ultimately, Jiang Yu's agile and unpredictable swordplay secured his victory. Most opponents at this level were real-world Tier 1 advanced or Tier 2 martial artists with at least 3 years of combat training. Despite having only started Soul Awakening less than 10 months ago, Zhang Yu excelled at learning from each fight, constantly refining his techniques and expanding his repertoire. By the end of the night, Zhang Yu had advanced to Brilliant Diamond Eye, with his win rate climbing to 59. The system promptly notified him of his new ranking, 67th globally on the Youth Skybridge leaderboard, 33rd in Huaxia, and 1st in the Nanyue region. Every promotion inspired Jiang Yu to carefully review the leaderboard, reminding himself to stay humble. His eyes burned with resolve as he thought, right now, there are still 66 prodigies ahead of me, but one day, perhaps they'll be the ones looking up at me. At that moment, Xiaoqing appeared, fluttering joyfully in front of him. Her delicate, translucent feet shimmered like jade as she announced the good news with excitement. Congratulations, Master. The Soul Awakening space has granted you a qualification for the Summit of Legends. The pinnacle of supremacy? Xiaoqing gracefully waved her hand, and a holographic projection unfolded in midair. She began explaining the intricate ranking system. To achieve the rank of Extraordinary Master, one's martial skills must reach the pinnacle of the 4th tier, a level known as Master of the Path. Advancing beyond that becomes exponentially harder. Reaching the Starfall rank requires mastering the insight into the subtle state, while the Moonshade rank demands breaking through to the peak of the 5th tier, known as the Mortal Path Zenith. As for the Sunfire rank, it necessitates touching the mysterious 6th tier. Based on this ranking system, the Soul Combat Space launched the Pinnacle of Supremacy event. Any player who becomes an extraordinary master before the age of 18 will not only earn the title Supreme Master and a reward of 30 million Huaxia credits, but will also receive a mysterious gift. Most importantly, these prodigies will gain access to an exclusive tournament for the world's top martial arts talents. Xiao Qing floated in front of Jiang Yu, resting her chin in her hands with an admiring expression. Thanks to Master's special permissions, I was able to learn all these classified secrets. Zhang Yu chuckled, lightly poking Xiao Qing's forehead. So, what exactly is this mysterious reward? The exact details are still unknown, but it's a roulette-style draw. The minimum prize is worth 500,000 credits, and every spin guarantees a win. Xiao Qing responded while pulling up data. Zhang Yu sighed, half amused. Well, at least there's a guaranteed 500,000. Every bit counts when money is earned bit by bit. Xiao Qing's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Keep going, Master. I'm sure you'll reach Extraordinary Master soon and claim the Supreme Master title. Zhang Yu nodded, calculating inwardly. His martial skills were currently at 80 of the 4th tier, nearing its peak. Advancing to Extraordinary Master was within reach. If he could achieve this before September 11, 2043, the 30 million reward would be his. The thought of such a massive sum quickened his heartbeat. Just a few months ago, when he was still struggling in the gold and platinum ranks, this prize had seemed like an unattainable dream. But now, he felt a 90% certainty of success. As someone with a background in finance, Zhang Yu understood the importance of resource allocation. He needed to strike a balance between purchasing equipment to boost combat power and ensuring sufficient resources for training. Overspending on gear could slow his training progress, potentially costing him the comprehensive evaluation and making the effort counterproductive. Just as Jiang Yu was about to log off, a voice call popped up from Ying Xiao. Hey, you freak. What's up? Zhang Yu asked casually. You're insane. You climbed to Radiant Diamond Eye in a single night. Ying Xiao exclaimed. Zhang Yu downplayed it. Just got lucky. Yeah, right? Ying Xiao rolled his eyes. By the way, which university are you aiming for? Why? Afraid he'll steal your spotlight. Ha, impossible. I'm the star wherever I go. Well, a shiny bald head does stand out, Jiang Yu teased. What did you say? I mean, even if you were bald, you'd still be the most dazzling in the crowd, Jiang Yu quipped with a grin. Ying Xiao finally relented, laughing. Heh, that's more like it. But I still need my hair, thank you very much. I'm planning to apply to Taing University, Zhang Yu said, steering the conversation back. That's a lofty goal, Ying Xiao replied, his tone turning serious. But with your duo ranking and Radiant Diamond Eye status, as long as your life level assessment meets the standard, you'll be guaranteed admission to any top-tier university. Taing University is tough, but with your comprehensive martial prowess, you'd rank among the best even there. Just make sure your life level doesn't fall short. No matter how outstanding you are, you'd still be filtered out if it doesn't meet the mark. Zhang Yu listened to Ying Xiao's analysis, his expression gradually becoming serious. He had already had some expectations regarding Taing University's admission standards, but hearing such a detailed breakdown still brought a sense of pressure. Your score should be around 700, right? Ying Xiao looked at Zhang Yu and said, your martial arts composite score is definitely full marks, and reaching level 9 in life rating is already impressive. While your liberal arts score might not be ideal, a total score of 680 shouldn't be an issue. Faced with this speculation, Jiang Yu merely shrugged without giving a direct response. But deep down, he knew his abilities far exceeded what was being assumed. Ying Xiao continued, in the past, a score of 700 might have been enough to get a glimpse of Taing University's threshold, but now it's hard to say. Noticing the confusion in Jiang Yu's eyes, she elaborated further. The current bonus point system has left too much room for exploitation. On top of that, candidates who are tested for compatibility or awaken external manifestation abilities often have astonishingly high scores. Taing University only admits about 4,000 students each year, and they reserve a portion of those spots for the world's top-tier talents, Ying Xiao said with increasing seriousness. If you're relying solely on bonus points to reach 700, it's hard to compete with those who are naturally gifted and have every possible advantage. Zhang Yu fell silent. Although his impressive performance in the Morning Light Forest had earned him some bonus points, his true strength was far beyond what Ying Xiao imagined. His base score was close to full marks, and while the exam difficulty wasn't high, his martial arts abilities were undeniably solid. However, Ying Xiao's analysis was troubling. Even with a perfect 600 points in martial arts, a mediocre liberal arts score, say, 90 points could mean being eliminated. Those from influential families, clans, and wealthy backgrounds had the upper hand, leveraging their access to information and resources to maximize their competitiveness within the rules. For someone like Jiang Yu, an ordinary candidate, the path to joining such a globally elite martial arts university was exceptionally challenging unless he could awaken compatibility or external manifestation abilities, along with demonstrating extraordinary talent. Even setting aside underhanded methods, the descendants of these elite families were often leagues ahead of ordinary talents. That's why Taing University is essentially filled with the creme de la creme, the elite of the elite, the best of the best, Ing Xiao explained. It's also why Su Shiyu, the renowned reformist, has been pushing to overhaul the bonus point system, attempting to sever the grip of the elite class, though the resistance has been immense. Zhang Yu listened quietly as Ing Xiao shifted her tone. That being said, Taing University still retains significant autonomy. Ing Xiao sat upright, his posture formal, as he meticulously explained the special admission policies of Taing University to Jiang Yu. There are quite a few special admission slots, but the rules are extremely strict. They're mainly designed for top-tier talents who underperform in the college entrance exams, he said with a tone of evident pride. This is the essence of Taing University, dedicated to nurturing the world's most exceptional students, never bending the rules to favor wealthy heirs or those with connections. Zhang Yu quickly picked up on the subtle implication in Ing Xiao's words. So, most of the wealthy second generation either go to top universities abroad or other prestigious institutions domestically, Jiang Yu remarked. Ing Xiao stuck out his tongue playfully, adding meaningfully, exactly. Jiang Yu immediately understood the underlying message. It was clear that some of the most powerful families and influential clans still had their ways of securing a spot at Taing University through special channels. If the admissions office personally visits you, it means you've already earned the right to step through Taing University's gates. Ing Xiao observed Jiang Yu's thoughtful expression and smiled. I think even if you haven't awakened your external manifestation ability, your soul combat awakening level alone might catch Taing's attention. Zhang Yu knew his compatibility score was his weak point. Otherwise, with his achievements, he would have already been offered a special admission spot at Taing. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu said firmly, Taing University is the best platform, a place to receive top-tier education and compete with the world's brightest talents. Good mindset. Ing Xiao nodded approvingly. Taing indeed offers the highest and broadest platform. Heh, you're quite the ambitious one, aren't you? Well, I have a backup plan, Zhang Yu said with a relaxed smile. If Taing doesn't want me, I can always go to another school. By the way, you're guaranteed admission to Taing, right? Ing Xiao merely smiled without answering. Jiang Yu didn't press further, but based on Ing Xiao's analysis, he was already determined Taing University was his goal, and he would stop at nothing to achieve it. In this world, Huaxia stood as the global leader in comprehensive national strength. Outstanding students from Huaxia were highly sought after by international elite universities, as excelling in such a competitive educational environment was a testament to exceptional ability. While students varied in creativity, leadership, and other skills, countless schools vied to recruit Huaxia's best each year, hoping to foster competition within their own ranks. This year, the college entrance exams were set for June 8th to 10th. It was now June 5th, and the last class at Nanha Second High School was about to end. Starting that afternoon, students would be given free time to prepare until they reunited at the exam hall 2 days later. For the senior students, this marked the final class of their high school journey. The classroom buzzed with energy. Aside from a few students still diligently studying, most had already set aside their books. At this stage, everyone knew where they stood. There was no room for miracles in the 2-day martial arts exam. The best approach now was to maintain a calm mindset and review key points in liberal arts subjects. Jiang Yu sat quietly at his desk, observing the lively scene around him. His classmates were discussing their futures, some with excitement, some with nervousness, and others joking lightheartedly. Although the college entrance exams would determine their destinies, the atmosphere carried more freedom and less heaviness than expected. Many students in the elite class had already secured guaranteed admissions, opting for top positions at lower-ranked universities, and they appeared especially relaxed. Finally, it's coming to an end, one classmate exclaimed, ruffling his hair. I haven't played Source God in ages. After the exams, I'm going all out. Zhang Yu smiled faintly but said nothing. This world also had a similar game, where players honed their skills in the Source realm. In Zhang Yu's experience, however, post-exam life often brought a sense of aimlessness, and those long-anticipated leisure activities often lost their appeal. I hope I can find a sweet romance in college, Yin Fu said, his face turning red as he finally voiced his inner thoughts. Well, you'll have to work on not blushing every time you see a girl, and maybe stop being so quiet, Su Bowen teased with a laugh. Scratching his head, Yin Fu sighed. That feels harder than cultivating. Where there's a will, there's a way. Change isn't that hard, Su Bowen said, glancing at Zhang Yu. Look at Zhang Yu, transformed completely over just one summer. Zhang Yu responded with a faint smile. Yin Fu fell into thought, recalling how Zhang Yu had once seemed like a dejected boy under a gloomy sky. Yet after that summer, he was like an entirely different person. Not only could he now chat effortlessly with the school beauty Lin Ruoxin, but his academic performance had also improved dramatically. Wasn't it Lin Ruoxin who had gifted him a gaming helmet? A golden dragon cannot stay confined to a pond. It rises to the skies when the winds and clouds converge, Yin Fu thought, looking around at the unfamiliar faces in the elite class. In just a few months, there hadn't been enough time to form deep friendships. Without Lin Ruoxin around, Zhang Yu seemed even more solitary. Yin Fu smiled bitterly, sensing an invisible barrier between them. He had once thought that awakening his external manifestation ability would allow him to surpass Jiang Yu. Little did he know, it wasn't that they were drifting apart, it was that Jiang Yu had already surged far ahead. Although Jiang Yu had joined the elite class, he spent most of his time training with the guild. His academic progress was meteoric, and his cultivation advanced even faster. Even with Yin Fu's awakened external manifestation ability, his achievements were only enough to secure a spot at a first-tier university. But Jiang Yu? Everyone in the elite class understood that after the exams, Jiang Yu would soar like a dragon, taking to the skies. Domestic top universities might not even catch his eye. Only the world's 3 most prestigious martial arts academies could match his ambitions. Zhang Yu deeply understood that some things are destined to be beyond the control of individual will. After high school graduation, classmates would go their separate ways, making reunions unlikely. Even the closest friends might gradually drift apart during their university years. Initially, they were equals, brought together by the chance of sitting in the same classroom, but as time passed, differences in effort and talent became evident. What once seemed like coincidence had quietly transformed into sheer luck. Despite this, Jiang Yu still cherished the simplicity of the present. This might be my last day reliving high school life, he thought to himself. The upcoming university life will be completely different from my previous experiences. Training in the source realm as a team will become the norm. The final class began. He walked into the classroom, gently tapping the podium to signal for silence. His gaze swept across the room, lingering on each student before settling on Jiang Yu. His eyes held a mixture of emotions, complex and hard to decipher. Classmates, he began, his voice tinged with sentiment. This is our last class together. Whether we've spent 3 years or just a few months as classmates, the moments we've shared are invaluable. Watching you grow from naive teenagers into spirited young adults, this time will undoubtedly become one of your most cherished memories. The classroom gradually fell silent, and many students' eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Yu looked at his teacher, who cared for his students more than some parents cared for their own children, and a wave of bittersweet emotions surged through his heart. He continued, I believe you will all perform to the best of your abilities in the college entrance exams. But remember, your scores do not define your life. No matter where the future takes you, I hope you stay true to yourselves and courageously pursue your dreams. He paused briefly, then smiled and said, no lessons today. Feel free to move around, but please keep the classroom clean. I hope you create some memorable moments here. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted into applause. Groups of students gathered together. Some took photos, some exchanged autograph books, while others quietly wiped tears from their eyes. A few girls glanced shyly at Jiang Yu, holding letters they ultimately couldn't bring themselves to deliver. In this digital age, handwritten letters carried a unique sincerity, but they all knew their admiration was for the dazzling young hero Jiang Yu had become during the latter half of their senior year. Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the window. Sunlight streamed through the glass, and tiny particles of dust danced in the beams. At that moment, his heart was filled with a mix of melancholy and anticipation for the future. Zhang Yu, let's go grab some food, Zhang Yuan said, patting his shoulder and trying to sound casual. Sure, it's on me today, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. The two walked out of the classroom, the sunlight warm on their backs. On the sports field, students were busy taking group photos. Walking ahead, Zhang Yuan looked up at the sky, his expression carrying a subtle air of solitude and depth. What's on your mind? Reflecting on the fleeting nature of youth and the inevitability of farewells? Zhang Yu asked softly, catching up to him. Zhang Yuan turned around, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, Zhang Yu. You've improved so much, how am I supposed to keep up with you? When you get into a top university and make it big, don't forget about me. Even Qi Tongwei, when he made it big, took the village dog to become a police dog. Zhang Yu was speechless, his face twitching. He had expected Zhang Yuan to say something heartfelt, but this unexpected humor only highlighted the genuine bond between them. Don't worry. If any beautiful girls try to bother you, they'll have to get past me first, Zhang Yu said, feigning seriousness. Well, not everything needs to trouble you. Get lost. Later, Zhang Yu made his way to Chuhi's office. The teacher was sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. When he saw Zhang Yu, he smiled. Both of them knew that seeing each other again after this farewell would not come easily. Chuhi gave him some final advice. Do well on your exams. You've been doing great, but don't let your guard down. With your ability and mindset, You should be fine if you perform as usual. But don't relax too much in these last 2 days. Zhang Yu nodded earnestly. I understand. I'll follow your advice, study diligently, and take every exam seriously. A warrior must never become arrogant. Chu smiled with satisfaction. You're the best student I've had in all these years, intelligent, hardworking, and willing to listen. Sometimes, I might have been a bit nagging, but it's because I truly care for you as if you were my own child. Teacher, I understand, and am grateful for all your care. You're the best teacher I've ever met, Jiang Yu said sincerely. Time quietly leapt forward to June 8th. In the final 2 days before the college entrance examination, Jiang Yu maintained his rigorous training routine. His calm and composed demeanor stemmed from an unshakable confidence within. Every day, he followed a disciplined schedule of training and reviewing humanities subjects, as if the upcoming exam were just an ordinary test rather than a pivotal moment in his life. On June 8th, the day of the exam, test locations were randomly assigned across districts. Jiang Yu was sent to the third high school in the Nanhe district. Over these few days, the entire city of Xianxiao was mobilized to support the examinees. Taxi drivers prioritized transporting students, while traffic police and guild members took to the streets to maintain order. Simply mentioning the destination as an exam site would open up a clear path, often accompanied by additional flying vehicle services. The 2043 Xianxiao City College entrance examination officially commenced. The Xingho Guild even dispatched a flying vehicle to transport Jiang Yu and his family to the test center. While Jiang Yu appeared spirited and confident, his parents, Zhang Yu and Leuan, had spent a sleepless night. Even though they knew their son was exceptional, as parents, they couldn't help but worry until everything was settled. The exam consisted of 2 days of humanities tests and 1 day of martial arts evaluation. On the afternoon of June 10th, when Jiang Yu walked out of the exam hall, it marked the conclusion of his senior year of high school and the beginning of a new chapter in his youth. June 25th arrived the day exam results were released. At their spacious villa in the Xingho community by Thousand Lantern Lake, Jiang Yu's family waited in anticipation. Their home, with its private garden and panoramic view of the artificial lake, was a serene retreat. The three of them sat in the living room, anxiously waiting for the results portal to open. Rumors circulated that some had managed to access their scores during a brief system glitch, but the truth of these claims remained uncertain. A robotic vacuum glided across the polished floor as Zhang Yu watched Zhang Yu and Leuan fidget in their seats. Smiling, he reassured them. Don't worry, brother, sister-in-law. The humanities questions weren't difficult. I should score around 130, which is more than enough for a top university. This was the confidence of a top student. Years of relentless practice had honed his ability to estimate his performance accurately. The only variable lay in the grading of subjective questions. As for the martial arts test, he was even more assured. And if anything unusual did occur, the Xingho Guild would step in to investigate the exam records immediately. Despite Jiang Yu's calm, Zhang Yu couldn't hide his nervousness. His palms were sweaty, and though he craved a cigarette, he refrained out of respect for his wife. The closer the moment of truth approached, the more anxious his parents became. They understood all too well the challenges of life without a strong academic background. During the wait, relatives called incessantly to inquire about the results. Jiang Yu was the family's brightest hope. Some offered sincere blessings, while others harbored ulterior motives, even secretly wishing for his failure. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Zhang An's family kept to themselves, primarily maintaining ties with Leuan's more supportive relatives. Since the passing of Jiang Yu's grandparents, contact with the Jiang side of the family had dwindled. At exactly 9 p.m., the results portal went live. Leuan exclaimed excitedly, while Zhang Yu suddenly composed himself, watching Jiang Yu in silence. Using his wristband, Jiang Yu navigated directly to the official website. After a brief moment of lag, the page displayed. The results you are searching for do not exist. Jiang Yu panicked immediately, and Leuan's eyes welled with tears. Jiang Yu double-checked his account information, confirming it was correct, and quickly contacted his homeroom teacher, Chu He. Chu reassured him that it could be a system error due to an exceptionally high score and promised to report the issue to the principal. Zhang Yu also called Uncle Amo, awaiting further investigation. Soon, Chu He reached out to Principal Taing Xiaolong. The results are unavailable? As the star student of Nanhe Second High, Zhang Yu's situation sent a wave of concern through Principal Taing. Taing Xiaolong pondered over the surprisingly high ranking and continued making phone calls to report the situation. Upon receiving the news, the District Martial Arts Bureau took it very seriously and immediately assigned staff to check the internal system. However, they discovered that the relevant information could not be accessed. Congratulations, Principal Taing. It seems the city's top martial arts scholar this year is coming from your school, Deputy Director Chun said with a smile. Taing Xiaolong instantly grasped the implication. Are you saying that this student from our school is at least in the top 10 in the entire province? That's correct. According to the regulations in Nanyue province, the scores of the top 10 students are automatically concealed, Deputy Director Chen explained. This Jiang Yu student really lives up to his reputation. Our city has never produced a talent ranked even in the top 50 of the province. The fact that the system shows the information as inaccessible means the score is exceptionally high and beyond our clearance level, not an issue with data entry. Students at this level can only be reviewed by provincial or national authorities to prevent excessive publicity and unhealthy competition among universities. He quickly relayed the news to Jiang Yu. Looks like you performed too well this time. Your score has been hidden, and it'll take some time before it's officially released, he said, a trace of pride in his voice. You're about to become famous. Get ready for a wave of universities competing to recruit you. Zhang Yu felt slightly relieved but remained composed. Thank you, Teacher Chu, for looking into it. I didn't expect this to happen. Keep a low profile, will you? Chu he advised. The next few days probably won't be very peaceful, so prepare yourself mentally. After hanging up, Zhang Yu turned to Jiang Yu and Leuan, who both looked concerned. Brother, sister-in-law, the results are out. My score has been blocked by the system. Blocked? What does that mean? Jiang Yu and Leuan asked, puzzled. It means my score is so high that once it surpasses a certain ranking, the system automatically conceals it, Jiang Yu patiently explained. Hearing this, Leuan excitedly patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. This is amazing. I told you our Jiang Yu would make it. Jiang Yu, equally overjoyed, hugged Leuan tightly. This kid has really brought honor to our family. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Am I good enough for Taing University? He said. Brother, sister-in-law, over the next few days, there may be many university representatives visiting. Please keep an eye out for them. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu's bracelet buzzed at it was Uncle Imo from the Xingho Guild. Uncle Imo, in his usual hearty tone, informed him that the matter had already been reported to the Nanyue branch, and they would likely find out his score and assist in connecting him with universities. Not long after, President Du Yin also called. Jiang, my boy, Du Yin's voice was both authoritative and kind. Your score has made the entire Nanyue branch proud. Across the whole province, only 10 students, including you, have had their scores concealed by the system. I've already managed to get your result in advance. They'll send you a screenshot shortly so your family and teachers can rest assured. As for universities, you might as well prepare for a flood of visitors knocking on your door. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Over the past few days, admissions offices from top-tier universities had been reaching out to him with enticing offers. Among them were prestigious institutions like Xianshui Martial Arts University and Jinling Martial Arts University, each offering highly attractive terms. So, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Which school are you most interested in? Du Yin asked. Taing University. Zhang Yu replied without hesitation. Du Yin paused for a moment, then smiled knowingly. I knew it. You're aiming higher than these top universities. But just so you know, Taing University hasn't made any moves yet. Why? Are my scores not good enough? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled. Based on his calculations, even though he ranked 10th in the Nanyue province, his national ranking should easily place him in the top 1,000, well within the qualifications for admission. Du Yin let out a sigh. According to last year's data, Taing University only admitted about 3,500 students in total. Of those, only 40.6 were through the national exams. The rest were recruited through various special programs. Seeing Zhang Yu deep in thought, Du Yin added, but don't worry. We've already contacted several top universities. They'll send representatives to discuss offers, and our legal team will help review the contract terms. Thank you, President, Zhang Yu said earnestly, nodding. They'll carefully weigh all the factors and make the best decision. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu gazed out the window. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, and the flowers and plants in the garden swayed gently in the breeze. His parents, Jiang Yu and Leuan, watched him with concern. Don't worry, I won't make any rash decisions. If the conditions are right, they'll consider the top universities too. Zhang Yu reassured them with a smile. Soon, Du Yin sent over a screenshot of Jiang Yu's score report. Jiang Yu immediately projected it to take a closer look. Basic attributes, 300. Martial arts composite, 300. Cultural studies, 143. Bonus points, 20. External force awakening, not awakened. Compatibility, none. Total score, 750. Provincial ranking, 1. National ranking, 563. Ranked first in Nanyue province, but only 563rd nationally? Zhang Yu was surprised. It seems there are quite a few candidates in other provinces who've awakened external forces or achieved compatibility. Still, with this ranking, I should be able to get into Taing University through the standard admissions process. In the days that followed, recruitment teams from various universities visited Jiang Yu's home one after another. Jinling Martial Arts University offered a check for 50 million yuan, along with promises of top-tier resources and an exclusive training facility. Tianhai Martial Arts University went a step further, bringing in a martial arts master to support their pitch. offering generous funding and the opportunity to train under a martial arts grandmaster. During dinner, Jiang Yu glanced at the AI assistant's summary of the university's offers and couldn't help but sigh. The conditions these schools are offering are all in the tens of millions. That just proves our Xiao Yu is a hot commodity, Leuan said proudly with a smile. Jiang Yu stared at the moonlit lake outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, lost in thought. Leuan gently held his hand and said softly, Xiao Yu, whatever decision you make, we'll support you. That's right, Jiang Yu said, patting his son on the shoulder. These offers are already incredible, but I have a feeling the real big players haven't shown up yet. No one found fault with Jiang Yu being highly sought after. Professor Chung from Yinjing University was right. Few are qualified for such attention, and Jiang Yu happens to be one of them. After a night of deliberation, it seemed that the delegations from the top universities had reached a silent understanding. As before, Yinjing University took the lead, followed by Xianshui University, and then Jinling, Tianhai, Suihua, Yuntai, Lingyun, Xianxiao, and Lingwu universities, each visiting in turn. Yinjing Martial Arts University, as the premier institution of the capital, offered an incredibly generous package signing bonus of 150 million yuan in cash, along with a series of benefits designed to ensure Jiang Yu could focus on his cultivation during his time at the school. Xianshui University, from the financial capital, upped the ante with a 200 million cash offer. The other universities made similarly competitive proposals, each attempting to gauge what Jiang Yu valued most. This round of negotiations ended with Jiang Yu stating that he needed to discuss matters with the Xingho Guild. The representatives left with mixed feelings of anticipation, sensing that the tug-of-war was nearing its climax. They departed, each preparing a report for their respective institutions to decide whether further incentives should be offered. That evening, at 8 p.m., in the distant Taing University, a towering office building that combined traditional Chinese aesthetics with modern sci-fi elements, an important meeting was taking place in a conference room. How are we progressing with this year's candidates? Asked a middle-aged woman in a white dress. Almost complete, replied a refined young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. We've sent out admission offers to the top-ranked students. As one of the world's 3 elite martial arts universities, our offers are generally met with enthusiastic acceptance. And what about Zhang Yu? The woman pressed. A male professor immediately brought up a projected ranking chart. 743 points, ranked first in the nation with raw scores. Still no awakening of external manifestation or compatibility. The woman, Dean Murong, appeared thoughtful. Correct. Not only did he achieve full marks in martial arts, but his soul combat rank has reached Radiant Diamond Eye. Combined with his practical experience in the Morning Light Forest, his mental strength talent is exceptional. All 8 top martial arts universities in the country have already approached him in Xianxiao City. Xianshui University has offered a 200 million signing bonus with its class contract. Dean Murong smiled enigmatically. Then it's time for us to make our move. We'll secure him with its class contract. There's no institution better suited for him than Taing University. This is a perfect match for both sides. On the third morning, tension filled Jiang Yu's home. For the first time, the recruitment teams from all 8 top martial arts universities had gathered under one roof for the final round of negotiations. Yinjing University took the lead, raising their offer to 250 million yuan, along with the promise of a private cultivation sanctuary and a mentoring team of 3 martial arts grandmasters. Xianshui University countered with 300 million yuan and access to training in the prestigious Tianqing Pavilion. The other universities followed suit, presenting dazzling arrays of resources, from rare treasures to elite mentors, pulling out all the stops. Amid this feverish bidding war, steady footsteps echoed from outside the door. A middle-aged man, exuding an imposing yet calm presence, entered the room dressed in the uniform of Taing University. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for the interruption. I am Lu Yuanshan, Director of Admissions at Taing University. The atmosphere in the conference room froze instantly. The representatives from the 8 martial arts universities exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions subtly shifting as a trace of apprehension flickered in their eyes. Taing University, one of the top 3 martial arts institutions in the world, was an unshakable giant whose heritage and strength far surpassed that of its peers. In the martial arts world, it stood like a towering mountain, reigning supreme, universally recognized as the sole Tier 0 academy globally. Damn it! Isn't it enough that Taing University recruits so many top students every year? Now they're here to snatch Zhang Yu from us too. One representative muttered under his breath. This is monopoly behavior. They ought to be taken to court. The sudden arrival of Lu Yuanshan forced the representatives of the 8 martial arts universities, who had been poised for confrontation, to rein in their hostility. At this moment, Taing University became their mutual adversary. While Jiang Yu has excellent academic performance, he lacks external manifestation abilities and compatibility. Director Lu, is this really necessary? One teacher couldn't help but voice his skepticism. Lu Yuanshan's gaze swept across the room before finally resting on Jiang Yu with a look of admiration and expectation. I have studied Jiang Yu's profile thoroughly. Taing University has always valued students who are intelligent, brave, resilient, and guided by a strong sense of justice. In my view, talent pales in comparison to the virtues of benevolence and righteousness. He slowly recited the school motto, handwritten by Lady Su Shiyu herself. A martial artist is a chivalrous soul. To embrace benevolence and love, to lead with courage, to sacrifice oneself for justice, to aid those in distress, to purify the heavens, this is the ultimate virtue. Zhang Yu's actions in the morning light forest align perfectly with our school's principles, Leuan Shan said with a smile. Dean Murong specifically instructed me to extend and steer contract to you, after careful consideration. The room erupted in astonishment. An steer contract was a rare privilege reserved for the most extraordinary prodigies in Taing University's history. Every recipient of such a contract had been a genius among geniuses. What made this even more shocking was that this contract traditionally required compatibility in the awakening of external manifestation abilities. Ignoring the stunned expressions around him, Lu Yuanshan continued, here are the contract details. First, a signing bonus of 400 million yuan, paid in installments over 5 years. During your time at the university, all expenses excluding those for purchasing resources will be fully covered. The room collectively gasped again. These terms, which far exceeded what any other university could offer, showcased Taing University's immense resources and sincerity. Jiang Yu, what is your decision? Lu Yuanshan asked expectantly, his eyes fixed on the young man. Zhang Yu smiled and nodded. I accept. Over the next hour, the two parties engaged in detailed discussions. The contract was reviewed by a top-tier legal team from the Nanyue branch and finalized under remote notarization. It was then uploaded to the national database and the Nanyue Guild system. In July, Jiang Yu received a gilded letter, delivered personally by a first-tier martial artist from the Wherever Express service. The envelope was inscribed with the characters Taing University in ancient seal script and bore a golden seal. Inside was a uniquely textured piece of paper adorned with engravings of Mount Kunlun and the university's architecture. Accompanying the letter was a piece of jade carved with a mountain peak and a goddess figurine artifact known as the Tranquility Jade. It was said to originate from western Kunlun and had been meticulously crafted by master artisans. Jiang Yu gazed at the spirit-focused jade in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. This treasure, sourced from one of the world's top martial arts universities, was undeniably priceless. Not only could it enhance spiritual cultivation speed by 25, but it also boosted focus by 15. Without hesitation, he equipped the jade, marveling at how his hometown, Xianxiao City, had such a limited perspective. Now that he had stepped onto a larger stage, treasures once considered rare were suddenly within reach. His admission letter bore the prominent signature of Principal Zhang Weiji. Jiang Yu has been accepted as a professional martial arts research student with a 5-year program. The journey would officially begin in July 2043. Before that, Jiang Yu had been invited to South Yu province to participate in a program, earning an impressive 5 million yuan in the process. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Du Yin introduced him to the president of the Jiangsu Province Martial Arts Association. To Jiang Yu's surprise, Zhong Hui, who had been missing for quite some time, also appeared, arriving alongside Chu He for the meeting. The provincial president spoke highly of Jiang Yu's abilities and even promised that in the future, Jiang Yu could be contacted directly via chat for assistance. Over dinner, Zhong Hui explained, I've been assigned to the Source Realm for some time to handle affairs. I didn't expect that when I returned, you'd already become a young hero. With that, he pulled out a box from behind him, revealing a thornbone armor plate, sourced from the skull of a bear king. This is a gift for you. I had intended to give it to you after you became a martial artist. The second stage of martial artist training involves strengthening bones and tendons. Once ground into powder, this armor can help fortify your bones. As Jiang Yu opened the box, a familiar system notification appeared before him. Thornbone armor plate. Extracted from the skull of a bear king in the mountainous forests of a fragmented realm, this item possesses bone-strengthening properties. Equipped effects. Thorns. Reflects 8 of incoming damage back to the attacker. Hardbone. Increases bone density by 10 and adds 4 points to strength. The discovery delighted Jiang Yu. It turned out that special parts of creatures from the source realm could also be equipped. He calculated in his mind that this item could temporarily replace his refined iron sword. Later, it could be ground into powder to aid in his cultivation, ensuring it was used to its fullest potential. Returning to Xianxiao City, Jiang Yu began his training regimen, utilizing first-tier martial artist grade pills and materials. During his spare time, he studied in-depth guides on various weapons, approaching his training from the perspective of someone at the 4th-tier advanced swordsmanship level. This allowed him to practice other weapons without interference, creating a mutually reinforcing effect. On July 8th, the final day for registration at Taing University, a small flying vehicle sent by Uncle Amo hovered in the air. Zhang Yu leaped effortlessly over 2 meters to board the craft, carrying only a simple backpack. Take care of yourselves, sister-in-law. Brother, I've transferred 2 million yuan to your account and be too frugal with it. Jiang Yu waved goodbye to Leuan, whose eyes brimmed with tears, and Jiang Yu, who stood silently with a tight-lipped expression. The flying vehicle ascended, making its way to a nearby military airport. There, Taing University's private aircraft awaited, ready to transport Zhang Yu to the beginning of his university journey. On his way to the military airport, Zhang Yu received a message from Lin Ruoxin. Today is the last day for school registration. Have you left yet? Heading to the airport now. What about you? Zhang Yu replied, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. They were heading in the same direction, having been the only two students in the entire Nanyue province admitted to Taing University. Sitting nearby, Uncle Amo gave him a meaningful smile. Young people should be full of energy and ambition, unafraid of challenges. Whatever matters to you, give it your all and fight for it. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, feeling a ripple of emotion surge in his chest. Upon arriving at the military airport, he saw Lin Ruoxin already waiting. As an class student, Jiang Yu was entitled to a private flight. Naturally, Lin Ruoxin, being from the same city, was also arranged to board the same aircraft. After passing identity verification and security checks, the two were escorted to the plane designated for Taing University students. Before their departure, Uncle Amo smiled and reminded him, you don't have to worry about anything back home. They'll have someone keep an eye on things here. Thank you, Uncle Amo. Zhang Yu glanced at the flight schedule and bid a brief farewell. Go ahead. May you have great success and soar to the skies. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Xining Airport in the Shanghai province. They then transferred to another aircraft that would take them to Taing University, hidden deep within the Kunlun Mountains. No one told me that getting into Taing University meant becoming a monk in the mountains. Zhang Yu joked as he watched the cityscape fade into the distance. The thought of spending the next 4 years without food streets, entertainment venues, or even nearby subway stations made him chuckle wryly. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxin couldn't help but burst into laughter. The teacher accompanying them reassured him, don't worry. Taing University has everything you'll need. Zhang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he wouldn't have much time to enjoy those amenities, it was comforting to know they existed. By midday, the majestic scenery of the Kunlun Mountains unfolded before their eyes. Towering peaks stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal dragon lying across the land. The snow-capped summits, glistening under the sunlight, pierced through the clouds like celestial swords. Mist swirled through the valleys, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Rushing streams cascaded down steep cliffs, spraying water as they plunged into bottomless gorges. Ancient forests swayed under the sunlight, resembling rolling waves of green. Jiang Yu was lost in thought. The Kunlun Mountains, revered as the ancestral mountains of China and Taing, symbolizing the pinnacle of Taoist philosophy, indeed carried profound significance. The aircraft glided gracefully through the air, descending toward a secluded plain nestled within the mountains. Taing University was located here, surrounded by massive defensive fortresses seamlessly integrated into the mountain ranges. These fortresses, known as the Shield of China Western Gate, were built to defend against creatures from the Source Realm. Like the Ming Dynasty's capital in Beijing, Taing University served as the first line of defense in western China. The mountaintop plain stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with architectural marvels that blended ancient and modern styles. Some clung to the mountain ridges, while others extended along the slopes, shimmering under the sunlight. These structures, resembling celestial palaces, showcased the pinnacle of human ingenuity. The university's campus was divided into 9 levels, with the central pathway featuring a towering staircase equipped with escalators. At the summit, a grand hall stood proudly, guarded by a colossal statue of a Valkyrie. Radiating brilliance, the statue held a sword and gazed down upon the campus with an air of majesty. Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement. The scene before him was far more inspiring than any video he had seen online. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to reach the pinnacle of his potential here. The aircraft landed at a small airport, where a teacher in Taing University's uniform greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome to Taing University. Starting today, you will embark on a 5-year journey of martial arts training. May you achieve great success and excel in your endeavors. Standing beside Jiang Yu, Lin Ruoxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The two exchanged a glance and smiled, as if an unspoken understanding had passed between them. Let's go, Jiang Yu, Lin Ruoxin said softly. In the distance, at the center of the square, stood several imposing statues tributes to the most distinguished figures in the history of Taing University. Smiling warmly, the welcoming teacher, Ms. Xiao, said, I'll take you to complete your enrollment procedures, and then arrange for you to rest at the Martial Arts Academy dormitory. Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin exchanged a knowing smile before following the teacher to board a low-altitude shuttle car within the campus. They soon arrived at a sleek, modern office building. Inside, the highly digitized system made the enrollment process remarkably efficient. Before long, Both of them received their campus ID cards. Jiang Yu's was a striking black card with gold accents, prominently marked with an S, while Lin Ruoxin's was a standard blue card. This will serve as your second ID on campus, Ms. Xiaoxiao explained. It's integrated with numerous functions, and you'll gradually become familiar with them over time. Lin Ruoxin curiously examined Jiang Yu's card. You got in strength contract? Did you awaken some kind of external force? Jiang Yu shook his head, his tone slightly somber. No, obtaining this strength contract wasn't easy. It's a lot of pressure. Pressure? You mean like being chauffeured everywhere, free meals, and regular vacations? Lin Ruoxin teased, playfully shaking her small fists in mock protest. Shoo, stop talking, or this conversation might get a bit impolite. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile at her lively demeanor. Next, they headed to the dormitory area. The living conditions were exceptionally luxurious. Each student was assigned a standalone villa equipped with robotic cleaners and caretakers. These villas featured fully equipped kitchens and convenient unmanned delivery services. Along the way, Lin Ruoxin received a call and was soon surrounded by members of the Lin family who had come to greet her. Clearly, a prestigious lineage often went hand in hand with admission to a top-tier institution. A dedicated guide led Zhang Yu to a villa situated on higher ground, far from the standard dormitories. The location boasted stunning views and was part of the exclusive perks of holding an strength contract. The guide explained, as an strength contract student, you are provided with a personal life manager. You can contact them for any needs through the university's messaging system. They will also inform you of tomorrow's schedule. Thank you, Zhang Yu replied with a polite nod. Later, as he lay on the soft bed in his villa's second-floor bedroom, Jiang Yu felt a surge of anticipation for the university life ahead. With those thoughts, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Jiang Yu maintained his routine of waking up at 4:30, even in this unfamiliar environment. After washing up, he pushed open the door to his room, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight before him. A blonde woman was busily working in the kitchen. She was dressed in an elegant black maid's uniform. The outfit accentuated her tall, slender figure perfectly. The hem of the skirt fell gracefully to her knees, swaying slightly with her movements. A pristine white apron was tied around her waist, with a bow at the back forming an exquisite curve. The lace trim on her cuffs and collar glimmered softly in the morning light. Her every motion exuded an air of poised elegance. Good morning, Mr. Jiang Yu. The blonde maid greeted him, turning around with a perfectly measured smile. I'm Lydia, a graduate of the Versailles Women's Academy in Gallancy. I've been assigned by the school as your personal maid, responsible for your daily needs. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, quickly recalling the terms of the agreement he had signed with the university. Sensing his confusion, Lydia explained further, this arrangement is to allow you to focus entirely on your martial arts training. My role is to ease your day-to-day burdens so that you can train without distractions. Though he felt a mix of emotions, Zhang Yu nodded and accepted the arrangement. Taing University truly is international, he thought to himself. Lydia continued, based on the information provided by the school, I've familiarized myself with your daily schedule. I'm currently preparing breakfast for you. Also, the division ceremony will take place at 9 this morning, so you'll need to leave by 8:30. After thanking her, Jiang Yu entered the martial arts training room to begin his morning practice. He noticed that Lydia left promptly after completing her tasks, which made him wonder, why not assign a male assistant? Is this arrangement some kind of test for leaders? At 8:30, Lin Ruoxin departed with her family, while Jiang Yu took an autonomous vehicle. The route passed through residential villas, commercial streets, and academic buildings, where martial artists could occasionally be seen strolling with their companions. 20 minutes later, he arrived at Destiny Hall, a grand white jade structure that blended elements of Huaxia and Greek architecture. The interior of the hall was magnificent and awe-inspiring. The domed ceiling was adorned with countless stars, resembling a descending galaxy. At the center of the stage stood an ancient stone pillar wrapped in golden rune scrolls, emitting a faint spiritual energy. 8 banners representing the university's divisions hung high around the hall, their emblems gleaming brightly. Thousands of chairs were neatly arranged, with a silver-white helmet placed on each one. The hall buzzed with activity as the elite new students gathered in groups, chatting in excitement or anticipation as they awaited the ceremony. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the hall, silencing the crowd. Attention, new students, please quiet down. An elderly man with white hair, wearing a robe embroidered with the university's emblem, stepped onto the stage. He was the division mentor, Master Chen Dao. His piercing gaze swept across the room, immediately commanding silence. Welcome to Taing University, Master Chen began, explaining the rules of the division process. As he spoke, golden streams of data were projected across the hall, assigning students to their respective divisions. Jiang Yu received his notification. Zhen Division, Azure Dragon Academy, student ID 430-3075. Master Chen watched the students take their seats with satisfaction, Knowing this was the first test of their character. He continued, "Now, please put on your helmets and prepare to enter the virtual space for your first lesson as new students the division battle. This will directly affect your future benefits within your academy." Without further explanation, this unique teaching method left many puzzled. However, Zhang Yu realized that the evaluation likely began the moment the divisions were determined. He stared at the silver-white helmet in his hand, marked with the emblem of Battle Soul Awakening Corporation, and slowly put it on. As a faint vibration coursed through him, the scene before his eyes began to transform. Jiang Yu stood in the ancient and weathered Great Hall, clad in the standard attire for Soul Awakening. He glanced around, taking in the surroundings. The dilapidated hall seemed like a shadowy reflection of the grand Destiny Pavilion in reality, stripped of its solemnity and oppressive aura, leaving only a sense of emptiness and desolation. Flashes of white light flickered repeatedly as more and more students began to appear in the hall. Their expressions varied. Some looked around with excitement, while others whispered in confusion. Jiang Yu, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on the faint, bluish countdown timer hovering in the air. Composure. That's the first test, Jiang Yu silently concluded. While the surrounding students anxiously sought answers about the battle rules, he chose to stay calm. So far, the only clear objective was to win. Whether victory required teamwork or solo battles in isolated subspaces remained uncertain. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yu pondered the deeper implications of the seemingly straightforward process. Since the beginning of their enrollment, Taing University had been evaluating them continuously. This interdivision competition was undoubtedly more than just a test of combat ability. Scanning the room again, he noticed many students still wandering aimlessly, oblivious to the deeper meaning of this assessment. Adaptability, observational skills, reasoning, Zhang Yu mentally listed, and teamwork. In an unfamiliar environment, individual strength was ultimately limited. Demonstrating leadership, uniting others, and balancing personal and group interests under such circumstances were all hidden challenges. As Jiang Yu considered his next move, a sudden hush fell over the hall. A young man clad in blue and gold battle armor strode confidently to the center of the room, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. "Greetings, everyone. I am Leuan from the Lu family of Yuhang Province, a level 10 initiate warrior with dual awakened compatibility in external force resonance." Lu Chen clasped his hands in a formal gesture, his voice clear and commanding. Many of the students, especially those from prominent families, instantly recognized him. The Lu family of Yuhang Province, often referred to as Lu Half Province, was a powerhouse in Huaxia, boasting an 8th-tier sovereign among its ranks. As I'm sure many of you have already realized, Lu Chen continued, this assessment is not just a test of individual strength but also of teamwork. I've previously led a team to secure 3rd place in the Global Legion battle for Soul Awakening. If you're willing to trust me, I can serve as the temporary commander. His confident proposal quickly won the approval of many students, who nodded in agreement. However, Jiang Yu instinctively shook his head, a subtle gesture that did not escape Lu Chen's sharp gaze as he carefully observed everyone's reactions. "Oh, it seems this fellow student has a different perspective." Lu Chen's eyes turned to Jiang Yu, his tone both curious and challenging. When Lu Chen's gaze fell on Jiang Yu, the latter froze for a moment, instinctively pointing to himself. "That's right." Lu Chen nodded gracefully. "I noticed you seem to have a different opinion about my suggestion. Why not share it with everyone for consideration?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yu calmly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping steadily over everyone present. "Jiang Yu." He introduced himself succinctly. The name caused a stir among the students. "It's him. The one who fought the undead in the Morning Light Forest," someone exclaimed, recognizing him. It was even reported in the news back then. Though Jiang Yu's heroic deeds were impressive, the geniuses present didn't show much reverence. After all, in their minds, they might have performed just as well in his place. Moreover, compared to Lu Chen's illustrious family background, the title of a young hero didn't hold much weight. "Lu Chen's proposal does help with organizing quickly," Zhang Yu began, his voice calm yet firm. "But I believe that until we fully understand the rules, maintaining flexibility is more important. Each of us has the ability to think independently." Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with Jiang Yu's stance. Jiang Yu continued, "The key issue right now is that we know nothing about the complete rules of this assessment. Hastily forming teams might overlook crucial aspects of individual evaluations." This perspective resonated with many. The students began to realize that the assessments at Taing University were notoriously intricate. Beneath the surface of cooperative proposals, there could be hidden layers of challenges. "So," Lu Chen's eyes gleamed sharply, "are you suggesting we all go solo?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "What I suggest is that, for now, we focus on observation and exploration. We don't know the assessment environment, the enemies, or the objectives. We can't even confirm whether team collaboration will actually be necessary for what's to come." The atmosphere grew tense. Some agreed with Lu Qin's emphasis on teamwork, while others leaned toward Jiang Yu's cautious approach. Meanwhile, behind the monitoring screens, Dean Murong and instructor Chen Dao were observing the progress across the various divisions. This Jiang Yu, Dean Murong said, pointing at the screen. What's your take on him? Chen Dao pondered for a moment. Courageous and perceptive. He's already realized this isn't just about leadership or teamwork. Exactly, Dean Murong chuckled softly. The true purpose of this assessment is to teach students the importance of independent thinking. Even within a team, maintaining one's own judgment is crucial. At that moment, golden text appeared, floating in the air of the grand hall. The first phase is about to begin. All students, prepare yourself. Lu Chun cast a glance at Jiang Yu before stepping confidently into the suddenly materialized portal. The next moment, Lu Chun was left dumbfounded. The moment Lu Qian stepped into the teleportation array, the scene before him caught him completely off guard. Instead of the anticipated battlefield, he found himself in a silent forest, with no one else in sight. This sudden change rattled his confidence, and his expression darkened visibly. Meanwhile, other students in the grand hall began stepping into their respective teleportation arrays, only to face the same fate. Each was transported to an isolated space. This revelation shocked them all, making them realize that Jiang Yu's earlier warning had indeed been true. The students who had painstakingly secured temporary leadership roles within their academies were now at a loss. They understood that a capable leader should possess qualities such as composure, decisiveness, strong organizational skills, and foresight. However, the command they had just acquired had yet to earn the genuine trust of their peers, and now their first critical decision had already proven to be a mistake. Leading the exceptionally talented students of Taing University was no easy task to begin with, and this misstep dealt a significant blow to their credibility as leaders. Standing in his isolated space, Lu Chun took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He had initially hoped to use this opportunity to build his own team and bring greater influence to his family, but he hadn't anticipated Taing University's unpredictable methods. Regret was futile now. The only path forward was to face the challenge head-on and prove his worth through strength. In front of the virtual screen, the observing instructors exchanged knowing glances. Chen Daoshe remarked with a sigh, aside from Jiang Yu, this cohort of students has all fallen into the first layer of the trap. Dean Murong's gaze rested on Jiang Yu, and the other instructors' expressions revealed their anticipation as well. Zhang Yu stepped calmly into the teleportation portal and arrived in a vibrant forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A system notification sounded. You have entered independent space number 03075. Please explore independently. The announcement confirmed Jiang Yu's earlier assumptions. This assessment was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. He was certain that after the individual trials, there would inevitably be a team-based combat phase. At that moment, a leaderboard displaying the total points of each academy and individual scores appeared. Everyone's score was currently set at 0. According to the rules, real-time scoring would only be activated when an individual score exceeded 100, or their academy's total score surpassed 50,000. Jiang Yu checked his virtual stats, level 11 life level, 1,525 kilograms of punch force, and a speed of 23 meters per second. Compared to his real-world capabilities, these stats were notably diminished. The crimson gold longsword in his hand was an impeccable replica of the Shinying sword, showcasing Taing University's meticulous attention to detail. As Jiang Yu cautiously moved through the forest, he heard rustling from the bushes ahead. A silver-furred demon wolf emerged, its massive frame radiating a menacing aura, with explosive power evident in its every move. Instead of retreating, Jiang Yu advanced. The Shinying sword in his hand unsheathed in an instant, its blade shimmering with crimson gold light. The demon wolf let out a furious roar and lunged forward, its massive claws striking the ground. But before it could react, Jiang Yu had already sidestepped to its flank, his sword darting like a venomous snake toward the vital spot on its neck. A sharp tearing sound echoed through the air. With a piercing, grating sound, blood gushed from the neck of the demon wolf like a fountain. Jiang Yu's long sword had precisely pierced through its thick, silvery fur. The wolf let out a hoarse, furious roar, but Jiang Yu moved like a shadow, giving it no chance to counterattack. His sword struck again, this time plunging directly into the beast's heart. The massive creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, the entire battle lasting only a few fleeting moments. Jiang Yu calmly withdrew his sword and stood motionless, his cold gaze fixed on the lifeless demon wolf. Suddenly, a glow illuminated the sky, and a virtual screen appeared, displaying Demon Wolf defeated. Points 1. He gave a faint nod, a subtle smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Not bad, he murmured to himself. After scanning the surroundings to ensure safety, Jiang Yu quickly headed deeper into the forest. With his 4th-tier combat skills at 80 mastery, these low-level demon wolves posed no challenge to him. Along the way, fallen wolf corpses lay in pools of blood, forming a grim path behind him. Before long, he had completely cleared the first level of monsters, accumulating precisely 100 points. Checking the leaderboard, Jiang Yu noted no changes. This was expected progress to the overall leaderboard required a total of 500 participants from one academy to clear the first level. With each academy fielding 470 participants, this meant not only clearing the first level, but also requiring a significant number of people to reach halfway through the second level. Stepping into the teleportation circle, Zhang Yu felt the air grow suddenly colder. The environment of the second level bore some similarities to the first, but the path was now littered with stones, and a faint chill permeated the atmosphere. Observing the surroundings with focus, Jiang Yu could sense that the difficulty had already increased. As he moved along the gravel trail, the surrounding trees grew sturdier, their sparse leaves allowing eerie beams of cold light to filter through. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoed through the forest, carrying a pressure far greater than that of the previous wolves. Jiang Yu tightened his grip on his long sword, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Perfect. Let's see what I'm up against this time. Two demon wolves emerged from the shadows, slightly smaller in size but leaner and more agile. Their fur shimmered with an icy blue glow, their eyes burning with ferocity. They moved with a coordinated precision as they advanced toward him. Jiang Yu didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward. The wolf on the left lunged at him, its claws gleaming with cold light, while the one on the right circled to flank him. Jiang Yu spun like a whirlwind, using his sword to deflect the left wolf's attack while delivering a sharp elbow strike to the right. Thud. The right wolf slammed into a tree with a painful yelp, while the left was forced back under the relentless pressure of Jiang Yu's blade. Quick, but still lacking in strength, Jiang Yu remarked coldly. With a swift motion, his sword pierced the throat of the left wolf. The second wolf roared in fury and leapt at him, only to meet the same fate as its companion's sword through its chest. The virtual screen displayed points 4. It was clear that in the second level, each monster was worth 2 points. As Jiang Yu defeated another pair of wolves, the leaderboard updated. The White Tiger Academy was far ahead, leaving Jiang Yu's Azure Dragon Academy trailing by a significant margin. Even if Jiang Yu were to slay one demon wolf every second, it would still take him 15 minutes to close the 2,000 point gap, assuming the other team didn't continue to score during that time. On the individual rankings, Wan Yuyao held the top spot with 178 points, creating a noticeable gap from second place Lin Qingfeng, who had 168 points. Zhang Yu ranked 7th with 154 points. These familiar names sparked a gleam of determination in his eyes. Clearly, these were the strongest competitors, all awakened in their fighting spirits. Quickening his pace, Jiang Yu advanced to the edge of the second level. In the distance, a series of beastly roars echoed through the forest. He leapt into a tree, using its branches and leaves for cover as he observed the scene below. Emerging from the shadows was a massive demon wolf, its dark purple fur radiating an ominous aura. Its eyes glowed with a menacing intensity, and its presence exuded power far beyond that of the ordinary wolves. This must be an elite-grade demon wolf, Jiang Yu muttered, his eyes narrowing. Looks like I've triggered a boss fight. Jiang Yu quickly regained his composure, his sharp gaze locking onto the dark purple demon wolf. The wolf's eyes glinted with a menacing light as it fixated on him, its muscles taut and ready to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. The air was thick with a bone-chilling cold. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, feeling his heartbeat gradually synchronize with the rhythm of his tense muscles. Suddenly, the wolf let out an ear-splitting roar and lunged at him like a bolt of lightning, its speed suffocatingly fast. Its razor-sharp claws gleamed ominously in the sunlight, like the scythe of death itself. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu leapt from the tree, his body twisting gracefully in midair. The wolf's attack barely missed his feet, its claws slamming into the tree trunk with such force that the sturdy tree was split in two. As he landed, Jiang Yu rolled to the side to create distance, his hands gripping his longsword tightly as its blade flashed with a cold, silvery light. This demon wolf was not only immensely powerful but also possessed astonishing intelligence. It let out another low growl, baring its fangs, and leapt again, determined to tear Jiang Yu apart. But this time, Jiang Yu changed his strategy. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the wolf's attack head-on. Since the college entrance exams, Jiang Yu's strength had grown significantly, and he had advanced to the 4th rank in martial arts. His swordsmanship was no longer mediocre, now embodying the true essence of the king of weapons. While the sword lacked the range of a spear and the close combat efficiency of a dagger, it excelled in versatility, drawing upon the strengths of countless techniques. As the two were about to collide, Jiang Yu suddenly stomped hard on the ground and propelled himself upward, his long sword raised high. The blade shimmered with a silver glow. Blazing sun pierces the clouds, he murmured, channeling all his strength, energy, and focus into the sword. The strike carried an overwhelming aura, like the sun breaking through dense clouds. A blue circular ripple emanated from his wrist as a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Move successfully executed. After minor calculations, this strike's power will increase by 210. The shinning sword cut through the sky, aiming directly at the purple-furred demon wolf. The long sword pierced through the wolf's skull with precision. Blood splattered as the massive beast collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, shaking the earth beneath them. Standing beside the lifeless body, Jiang Yu panted heavily, his hands trembling slightly. Yet his eyes gleamed with the light of victory. The system chimed again. Student ID 430-3075 has defeated the final elite monster. Earned 50 points. The leaderboard updated instantly. Class of 2043 Regional Tournament Individual Rankings. First, Leuan Yuyao, 350 points. Second, Zhang Yu, 350 points. Third, Lin Qingfeng, 300 points. Fourth, Xin Tianyu, 300 points. Fifth, Mu Qingyin, 298 points. Sixth, Bai Congyu, 294 points. Seventh, Su Lingyin, 292 points. Jiang Yu had leapt from 7th place to 2nd, tying with the top-ranked Leuan Yuyao. The difficulty of this final boss was clearly significant, as other top-ranked students hovered around 300 points. Ordinary monsters only awarded 300 points in total, but elite monsters were the true game changers. Just like an exam, simple questions couldn't differentiate students' abilities. The first and second stages featured weaker monsters that everyone could easily defeat. But by the elite monster stage, strategic choices led to vastly different outcomes, offering opportunities for others to overtake the lead. Jiang Yu's decisive victory was largely thanks to triggering the special rules of the Taing University's regional tournament system. The system appeared to incorporate AI algorithms to simulate a warrior's burst potential, possibly co-developed with the Soul Awakening program. However, this also implied that the system shared its limitations. For non-ranked warriors, the program's simulations were relatively accurate since their performance was more consistent. But for first-rank warriors who had unlocked their body's potential, even those at the same level could exhibit differences too complex to calculate. This was due to their refined control over their muscles, which directly influenced the power of their moves. The mysteries of the human body were far too intricate to be fully decoded, leaving the system reliant on multimodal AI to evaluate warriors' ultimate techniques and bursts. Leuan Yuyao, who had been maintaining her lead, remained at 350 points for some time, indicating that the third stage posed a significant challenge. Yet for Zhang Yu, this was an opportunity. By monitoring his opponent's point fluctuations, he could anticipate the difficulty ahead and prepare accordingly. As the teleportation array lit up, Jiang Yu stepped forward without hesitation, ready to face the next challenge. Meanwhile, the instructors from various academies watching through their screens couldn't hide their astonished expressions. In front of the monitoring screens, several academy mentors fixated their gaze on Jiang Yu. They observed this student displaying extraordinary qualities. Not only could he quickly adapt to the elite creature's attack patterns, but even more impressive was his exceptional combat decisiveness and adaptability. That strike. Its power seems to have surpassed the standard level for a first-rank warrior, one mentor remarked with a frown. Could it have triggered the system's power amplification judgment? Qin Daosher nodded in confirmation. Indeed, the AI algorithm we introduced is capable of simulating the power outburst of a warrior under extreme conditions, with an accuracy rate of 65. The faint blue ring that appeared on his wrist is the mark of a successful trigger. So far, only Jiang Yu has managed to activate this mechanism. Pull up Jiang Yu's brain activity imaging, instructed Dean Morong. The projected brainwave activity stunned everyone present. Jiang Yu's neural activity levels far exceeded the average at Taing University and even surpassed those of Leuan Yuyao. His neural activity is already approaching that of a second-rank warrior, one teacher marveled. This kid definitely has a talent for mental strength. Dean Morong nodded in agreement. It's this very talent that allowed him to become the first student to trigger the AI judgment. In Taing University, his potential is truly exceptional. It seems Jiang Yu has already secured a spot in the extraordinary sequence for this cohort. Another teacher remarked with admiration. His courage to confront rather than retreat in a split second demonstrates remarkable judgment. Combat prodigies like him are indeed rare. In recent years, it feels like there are more and more geniuses, one teacher suddenly commented. Dean Morong gave him a meaningful glance, reflecting silently. In an era of great contention, even the world itself is changing. Keep a close eye on Jiang Yu, Leuan Yuyao, and the others, he instructed. This cohort has several outstanding individuals who may take on significant responsibilities in the future. At this moment, Zhang Yu stood at the center of the teleportation array, his figure gradually enveloped in light. The third stage. I hope you'll continue to surprise us, Qin Daosher said with anticipation. In the next instant, Jiang Yu appeared in an unfamiliar space. The forest here was different from before. The trees were taller, their leaves sparse, and in the distance, snow-capped mountains were visible, with light snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Suddenly, a sharp screech echoed from the treetops, and 3 streaks of silver light plummeted like meteors. Jiang Yu was already prepared, swiftly leaping backward with agility, his movements as graceful as a soaring bird. Silver-feathered falcons. Zhang Yu immediately recognized the source-tier creatures renowned for their speed. Their wings were as sharp as blades, comparable to top-tier weapons, and their ability to fly made them particularly troublesome. As the 3 silver-feathered falcons launched their assault, Jiang Yu adjusted his posture midair, wielding the shining sword in a sharp arc, no honor in ambushing. He muttered under his breath, as the sword light swept toward one of the falcons, executing a rapid 5-strike lightning sword technique. The blade clashed with the falcon's wing blades, sparks flying. The struck falcon let out a pained screech, its wings sustaining a deep gash, scattering feathers in the air. The other 2 falcons, enraged, shrieked and launched another attack. Jiang Yu's eyes remained calm as he flipped midair to evade the assault. The shining sword struck like a bolt of lightning, slicing through another falcon's body. Blood sprayed as the massive creature lost balance and plummeted to the ground. Landing gracefully, Jiang Yu pointed his sword at the last falcon. "Phoenix rising," he roared, as the faint blue ring flashed around his wrist once more, triggering the system's amplification judgment again. The final silver-feathered falcon was struck instantly, its form freezing midair before falling lifelessly to the ground. The system notification followed promptly. Silver-feathered falcon defeated. Points earned: 15. The monster points for the 3rd level had been raised to 5. Jiang Yu stood in the snow, his gaze sharp and alert as he scanned the sky for the circling silver-feathered falcons. These flying beasts were the very same opponents that had previously trapped Leuan Yuyao. The most troublesome feature of the silver-feathered falcons was their aerial dominance. Ordinary low-tier warriors had no means to combat them in the air. Only high-tier warriors, or those skilled in archery, posed any real threat to them. However, while archery could be effective in combat, few people practiced it seriously. For low-tier warriors, the inability to retrieve arrows was a critical drawback. Moreover, when dealing with monsters, the killing power of blades and swords far surpassed that of bows and arrows. Silver-feathered falcons were known for their swift attacks and agile flight. To hit them, one had to seize the moment of their attack and counter with precision. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep, and not only would the chance to strike back be lost, but it could also cost your life. "This 3rd trial is even harsher than I imagined," Jiang Yu murmured to himself. He looked up toward the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance, his eyes glinting with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, more and more students were arriving at the 2nd boss, or the 3rd level. However, the challenges here were brutal. Many students, whether due to momentary carelessness or tactical errors, fell one after another. Those who were eliminated were immediately teleported back to the virtual hall. In the virtual space, several defeated students stared at the notification screen in front of them with complicated expressions. "You have been defeated. You may choose to spend points to revive or enter observation mode." "What should we do, guys?" one of them asked, looking around at the others. "There's no other hint. Should we revive or not? If we don't, are we just stuck watching forever?" They hesitated, unable to make a decision. After all, in their training up until now, they had never faced such choices. Their sole focus had always been on cultivation. "If only Jiang Yu were here," someone sighed. "He seems pretty mature and smart. Maybe he could figure out the best solution." Surprisingly, this sentiment quickly gained agreement among the group. In the virtual space, a heavy atmosphere hung over the eliminated students. The option of revival lay before them, yet it plunged everyone into a dilemma. The cost of 200 points forced them to consider carefully. These hard-earned points, once spent without achieving better results, would lead to even greater losses. Small groups of students discussed among themselves. Someone raised a critical question. "If we give up revival, does it mean we can't participate in just this round, or are we barred from all subsequent rounds as well?" "There's no clear information at the moment," one student slowly explained the situation. "I've noticed that revival opportunities are limited to twice, with the cost increasing each time. Also, the required points for revival vary between rounds. The first revival costs 200 points. This number left the group in silence. For those who had already failed, 200 points was simply too precious. Someone muttered quietly, weighing the pros and cons. "If we revive and fail again, wouldn't that be an even bigger loss? The difficulty of the later rounds will only increase, and we'd have to rebuild our points under even tougher conditions just to break even. But if we don't revive and enter observation mode instead, we'll lose our chance to participate entirely," another student said with a furrowed brow. "We came here to challenge ourselves. If we give up now, wouldn't that mean all our efforts so far were for nothing? If the other academies keep progressing while our numbers dwindle, the gap will only widen. The problem is, we have no confidence in clearing the 3rd round right now." As everyone fell into deep thought, the screen displaying Jiang Yu's combat footage suddenly captured their attention. Look, Jiang Yu is facing a new enemy. In the observation room, the mentors watched the scene with interest. These young people are facing their first real decision-making challenge, one mentor remarked. With limited points, balancing risks and rewards will be a significant test for them. Dean Morong nodded slightly at these words. It's time to activate the student communication system. Let's see how they coordinate their decisions. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was locked in combat. After taking down a silver-feathered falcon, he couldn't help but curse the extreme difficulty of the challenge. Checking the leaderboard, he noticed Jiang Yu had climbed to second place, nearly tied with Leuan Yu Yao. This previously unknown talent from an ordinary background stirred a hint of unease in his heart. Suddenly, the system announced the activation of the team communication feature. Lu Chen's interface was immediately flooded with messages from eliminated students asking whether they should revive. Feeling annoyed, he had no choice but to focus as 3 silver-feathered falcons launched a fierce attack, forcing him to fight with full concentration. Elsewhere, Jiang Yu had already defeated the silver-feathered falcons and was pressing forward, sensing that he was close to the stage's final boss. When he noticed a flood of messages, he realized many were waiting for his input. Faced with these requests for guidance, the elite students chose to remain silent. Finally, someone suggested, "Why don't we ask Zhang Yu?" Though the suggestion carried a hint of resignation, Zhang Yu's earlier decisions had earned their trust. "Zhang Yu, which stage are you at now?" someone finally asked. "I just entered the 3rd stage and am making progress," Zhang Yu replied briefly. "Many of us were defeated at the 2nd stage, and now the system is prompting us to spend 200 points for revival," a classmate said hesitantly. Zhang Yu was locked in combat with a silver-feathered falcon. His movements were swift and agile as he sidestepped the bird's sharp talons. At the same time, his long sword flashed with a cold gleam, striking with precision and slaying the airborne predator. Despite the intensity of the battle, his mind remained sharp, carefully analyzing the situation. "Everyone, listen to me." Jiang Yu's steady voice came through the communication channel. "First, you need to calmly assess your own situation. If you're confident that reviving will allow you to pass the next stage and contribute to the team, then it's worth it. But if we don't revive, won't having fewer people lower our overall chances of success?" Another student asked anxiously. While fending off the final small silver-feathered falcon, Zhang Yu responded, "It's true that strength comes in numbers, but only if everyone can pull their weight. If you revive and fail again, you'll end up wasting even more points." He quickly added, "Tell me, where exactly did you fall? If it was during the 2nd stage boss fight due to a mistake, revival might be worth considering." After dispatching the last falcon, Zhang Yu elaborated further. "The 3rd stage involves 3 silver-feathered falcons that will ambush you as soon as you enter. Once their ambush fails, they'll launch random aerial attacks, and your only chance to counter is during their dive. So, I recommend only those who have reached the peak of the 3rd year or are at the 4th year attempt revival. For those who are unsure," Zhang Yu said in a calm tone, "entering observation mode is also a great option. By watching the battles, you can identify the monster's weaknesses and understand the mechanics of the stages. This information is invaluable to the team." Zhang Yu's analysis helped the eliminated students regain their composure. After some self-assessment, many chose not to revive. A few, eager to try again, were stopped by Jiang Yu just in time. "Hold on," he said. "I'm about to face the stage boss. Let me test the waters first, and then you can decide. Keep in mind, normal monsters in the 3rd stage only grant 500 points total, which means you'll net just 300 points after revival costs. If the final boss proves too difficult, reviving might not be worth the risk." Meanwhile, other academies faced similar challenges. The authority of their initial leaders began to waver, prompting others to step forward and take charge. Unlike Jiang Yu's measured approach, some of these groups opted for bolder strategies, reviving their members in an organized manner under new leadership. In the virtual monitoring room, several mentors observed the unfolding events with satisfied smiles. "Their teamwork and decision-making skills have exceeded our expectations," one mentor remarked with admiration. Dean Morong nodded in agreement. "This is exactly the kind of growth we hope to see. They're not only showcasing individual strength, but also learning the importance of collaboration." "Jiang Yu truly deserves his reputation as a prodigious warrior," Instructor Chen added with a smile. "What's even more impressive is his ability to maintain such clear judgment in the heat of battle." Through their advanced monitoring systems, the mentors could easily track every move the students made. Although the silver-feathered falcons posed a significant challenge, requiring the students to focus intensely to overcome them, the mentors had yet to discern the full extent of Jiang Yu's capabilities. For most geniuses, excelling in a single field is already an extraordinary achievement. However, Jiang Yu's performance left everyone present in awe. Not only did he demonstrate remarkable talent across multiple disciplines, but what truly astonished everyone was his profound understanding and versatile application of knowledge in each area. Chun Daosher stared at the assessment screen, his eyes glinting with amazement. If he came from a prominent family, such a performance would be understandable. But for Zhang Yu, a child from an ordinary household, this compels me to believe that true prodigies, those who are born gifted, indeed exist. You're absolutely right, Dean Shun. Another teacher chimed in with a smile. With Jiang Yu joining our ranks, I can't help but look forward to Qinglong Academy's stellar performance in the upcoming team battle. Indeed, another teacher remarked with a meaningful tone. As Principal Morong predicted, many academies have seen leadership changes recently. The team battle later is bound to bring plenty of surprises. With the revised rules this year, the competition is sure to be even more intense. Meanwhile, at the assessment site, Lu Chun stared fixedly at the rapidly climbing points on the screen, his expression dark and grim. Jiang Yu had completed such a flawless strategy in just a few breaths, far exceeding Lu Chen's expectations. What was even more unbelievable was that Jiang Yu managed to engage in the chat group while simultaneously increasing his score, showcasing an incredible ability to multitask. This scene put immense pressure on Lu Chun, making even basic tasks like handling the silver feather falcon seem insurmountable. All eyes were now on Jiang Yu, and the sense of superiority Lu Chun held as a student of the elite academy had completely vanished. Just a fleeting moment of glory, Lu Chen muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with resentment. Taking a deep breath to steady his turbulent emotions, he silently vowed to himself, "Just wait, Jiang Yu. I'll make sure you understand that the gap between commoners and elites is an insurmountable chasm. When will you finish the challenge, Zhang Yu? If it takes too long, it feels like our revival won't mean much," a companion urged impatiently. Zhang Yu's gaze was already locked onto the final boss of the third stage. A faint smile curved his lips as he replied softly, "Just give me a moment." Deep within the dense forest, a guttural beastly roar tore through the air. Zhang Yu held his breath, sharpening his focus as he followed the sound. Soon, he encountered a towering white ape over 2 meters tall. The creature's entire body was covered in snow-white fur, its muscles bulging with raw power, and its piercing blue eyes radiated a chilling menace. The white ape sensed Jiang Yu's presence and let out a deafening roar, pounding its fists into the ground. The earth trembled violently. Jiang Yu immediately leapt back, his combat boots barely grazing the ground as he launched himself out of the attack's range like an arrow. Before he could steady himself, the ape lunged into the air, its massive fist hurtling toward him. Adjusting his posture midair, Jiang Yu raised his longsword to meet the strike. A resounding clang echoed as sword clashed with fist, the sheer force of impact sending Jiang Yu hurtling backward. He flipped several times in the air before landing, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground as he skidded to a halt. This strength, it's on par with a first-tier warrior, Jiang Yu muttered, rubbing his aching chest. His expression grew serious. A hidden confrontation was clearly unwise, needed to pinpoint the creature's weakness. The battle raged on as Jiang Yu darted nimbly through the dense forest, his shimming sword leaving a trail of wounds across the ape's body. Blue blood splattered with every strike. The ape's attacks were ferocious but lacked agility, and each flurry of blows left it with a brief moment of vulnerability. Seizing an opening, Jiang Yu suddenly launched an aggressive assault, his blade aiming for the ape's exposed side. The creature raised its arm to block, but Jiang Yu twisted his body mid-strike, his sword carving a deep gash along the ape's flank. The beast roared in pain, its blue eyes glowing a furious crimson. Jiang Yu's sharp eyes noticed the thinner fur around the ape's neck, a potential weak spot. He baited the creature into throwing a punch, using the momentum to roll away and position himself advantageously. His blade slashed toward the ape's knee as it struck the ground with a massive blow, shattering the earth. Jiang Yu retreated swiftly, observing the brief pause in the creature's movements. In a blur, his sword shot forward once more, precise and relentless. For the final strike, Jiang Yu advanced rather than retreating, charging heading into the beast's attack. As the ape swung its colossal fist, Jiang Yu sidestepped at the last moment, slipping close to its massive frame. With a decisive slash, his sword cleaved into the creature's knee. The white ape lost its balance, its enormous form crashing to one knee with a thunderous impact. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity, pushing off the ground with both feet and leaping high into the air. With both hands gripping his longsword tightly, the blade flashed like lightning, aiming directly at the back of the white ape's neck. Sensing the fatal threat, the ape threw its head back and swung its massive arm towards the air in an attempt to intercept him. But Jiang Yu had anticipated this. Twisting his body midair with remarkable agility, he easily evaded the giant hand. The long sword, accompanied by a sharp whistle as it cut through the air, struck with precision, piercing the vital spot in the ape's neck. A fountain of blood gushed forth as the ape let out a deafening, agonized roar. Its massive frame convulsed violently from the searing pain. Zhang Yu knew this was his golden chance. Without hesitation, he mustered all his strength and dragged the blade downward along the spine. The sharp edge tore through flesh and bone, severing the white ape's lifeline completely. The colossal creature's movements grew rigid, and the ferocity in its eyes gradually dimmed. At last, its towering body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, shaking the surrounding trees. A system notification immediately popped up. Student ID 430-3075 has defeated the stage boss Snow Mountain White Ape, earning 500 points. The watching students erupted into cheers. Exclamations of awe rippled through the crowd as everyone marveled at Jiang Yu's breathtaking combat skills, which seemed like a deadly dance on the edge of a blade. His agility and precise decision-making left an indelible impression on every onlooker. "No way. Zhang Yu is this incredible?" he said just a moment, and he really took only 2 minutes. That was the third stage boss, and he took it down so quickly. Even those who had doubted Jiang Yu before now had no choice but to admit his prowess. The crowd buzzed with chatter. "Looks like we really underestimated him. No wonder he's been featured in national news as a young hero. I used to think he was just lucky, but now it's clear his strength and intellect are far beyond ours." Someone suddenly noticed a change on the leaderboard. "Hey look, Zhang Yu's points have surpassed Leuan Yuyo's for the first time. He's now ranked first." The crowd quickly checked the leaderboard, and sure enough, Leuan Yuyo's points remained at 850, indicating she had yet to defeat the third stage boss. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's points had skyrocketed to 1350. As the students continued their excited discussions, Jiang Yu's figure appeared in the chat interface. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Snow Mountain White Ape of the third stage has been defeated by me. You can now revive." Jiang Yu's voice was calm yet resolute. He then shared his battle insights. Though the White Ape possesses incredible strength and speed, it has a brief pause after a series of attacks. This is the perfect moment to strike back. Moreover, its neck is its fatal weakness. A warrior at the peak of the third tier can seize this opportunity for a decisive blow. Most importantly, I discovered the system has a move judgment mechanism. If triggered successfully, it unleashes tremendous power. His insights immediately sparked cheers across the arena. Students from various academies eagerly spent 200 points each to revive and re-enter the challenge. While the point gap narrowed, the relative rankings remained largely unchanged. Jiang Yu's remarkable feat of being the first to slay the Stage 3 boss catapulted Azure Dragon Academy to second place in the overall standings. "We must strive to catch up with Jiang Yu's pace." This rallying cry ignited a wave of determination throughout the academy. In the monitoring room, the instructors exchanged approving smiles. "This is exactly the kind of talent our academy needs." Principal Morong nodded with satisfaction. "Not only is he individually outstanding, but he also inspires collective growth." Instructor Chun remarked with a smile. "The team battles will surely be even more thrilling." With Zhang Yu leading, Azure Dragon Academy is bound to shine like never before. As the challenge progressed, the stages grew exponentially more difficult. The monsters became not only fiercer, but also reached the level of entry-tier martial artists in terms of vitality. By the fifth stage, the creatures even displayed tactical coordination, working together in combat. This round alone eliminated a significant portion of the participants. The fourth and fifth stages wiped out nearly 90 of the competitors. Only a handful of prodigies with elite platinum level strength made it to the sixth stage. Yet even there, over 95 of the remaining contenders were eliminated. Jiang Yu was among the rare few still standing. At this moment, Zhang Yu was traversing the expansive ridge of the sixth stage. The howling wind swept across the snow-covered rocks, and in the distance, a faintly visible celestial palace loomed like a mirage. On the ground lay the bloodied corpses of monstrous creatures, their snow-white fur resembling tigers and leopards, with savage fangs. Their blood was freezing rapidly in the icy air. Jiang Yu, holding a crimson gold long sword, continued forward with an unwavering expression. By now, only Zhang Yu and Lu Chun remained from Azure Dragon Academy. All the eliminated students, along with senior students and instructors, silently watched the leaderboard updates. 2043 Division Battle Individual Rankings. First, Leuan Yuyao 50-50 points. Second, Jiang Yu 50-30 points. Third, Xian Tianyu 49-50 points. Jiang Yu has broken the 5,000 point mark, and Azure Dragon Academy has climbed to second place. The spectating students were astonished. His martial prowess has surpassed Xian Tianyu and Lin Qingfeng. Even senior students joined the discussion. This year's division battle has seen significant changes in both mechanics and difficulty. The quality of this cohort is undeniably higher than ours was. Especially Jiang Yu making it to the sixth stage is nothing short of extraordinary. I looked up Jiang Yu's past achievements. When his vitality level was under 9, he managed to battle 9 undead creatures in real life and even crossed realms to slay an entry-tier source realm beast. Did you notice his swordsmanship? His thrusts are as precise as a spear, and his slashes are as sharp as a blade. It seems like he's mastered techniques from multiple schools of thought. Indeed, his martial skills are exceptional. Wow, Your analysis is impressive. So, which stage did you make it to? Oh, the second stage. I was exhausted, not my best day. In the virtual space of Qinglong Academy, over 400 students were holding their breath, closely monitoring the changes on the leaderboard. Among them, more than 300 came from ordinary families, while over 100 hailed from martial arts clans. Yet at this moment, all eyes were fixed on Jiang Yu. Through the real-time leaderboard updates, the students could clearly observe the competitive dynamics among the academies. Currently, only a dozen of the most powerful students were still climbing in points, including Zhang Yu and Leuan Yuyao. Look, Leuan Yuyao's score has stopped, one sharp-eyed student suddenly exclaimed. Based on the scoring system, the first 5 stages total 4,250 points, and clearing monsters in the 6th stage is worth 1,000 points. Leuan Yuyao now has 5,250 points, which means she's still the first to encounter the boss, someone calmly analyzed. Soon, Jiang Yu's score also reached 5,250, indicating that he, too, had completed clearing the regular monsters. The spectators began speculating whether Jiang Yu could defeat the final boss. Don't forget, Jiang Yu once defeated a tiered origin beast in the real world, someone reminded them. Judging by his current performance, his strength seems absolutely overwhelming. Many students couldn't help but recall the martial arts standard for the college entrance exam. Achieving perfection at Tier 3 or just entering Tier 4 was already considered sufficient. But Jiang Yu's abilities clearly surpassed that level, and his perfect score of 300 seemed more like the upper limit of the test rather than a measure of his true potential. Sophomores and juniors watching the broadcast had an even clearer view of the situation. This freshman's strength already rivaled, if not exceeded, that of most upperclassmen. When someone revealed Jiang Yu's awakened combat spirit profile, the entire room erupted in shock. Even among 3rd and 4th-year students, many have only reached Brilliant Diamond 3 or 2, one senior remarked in awe. These upperclassmen understood all too well that breakthroughs in martial arts required more than just time. Transitioning from Tier 4 to Tier 5 demanded a harmony of insight and spiritual alignment, something that could elude even a decade of effort. Yet Jiang Yu had demonstrated such extraordinary talent right at the beginning of his college journey. What made this even more astonishing was that Jiang Yu did not come from a prestigious martial arts family. The once renowned Jiang clan had faded into obscurity over 1,000 years ago. At Taing University, where half the students came from top-tier or elite families, Jiang Yu's rise offered a glimmer of hope to many students from humble backgrounds. In previous years, even the most outstanding talents from ordinary families struggled to escape the shadow of the aristocratic heirs. But this year, this young man from a common background seemed poised to rewrite that tradition. At Taing University, a stark class divide is becoming increasingly apparent within its student body. Over 2/3 of the students hail from the wealthiest 20 of families in Huaxia, with about 15 being children of Taing alumni. In contrast, students like Jiang Yu, who come from average-income families, households earning below the median income, or even the bottom 20 income bracket, make up less than 20 of the population. In this elite institution, even families with annual incomes in the tens of millions seem insignificant compared to the top aristocratic families. These privileged heirs have enjoyed the finest educational resources from a young age, including guidance from renowned teachers and an endless supply of elixirs to enhance their abilities. For them, gaining admission to Taing University is almost a foregone conclusion. For ordinary students, however, entering Taing requires extraordinary talent. Jiang Yu's admission alone is a rare and remarkable achievement. Yet, at this very moment in the virtual arena, Jiang Yu is shattering everyone's expectations. On the massive screen, he stands alone, facing the boss of the 6th level. All eyes are fixed on this scene, and the crowd buzzes with speculation. Could he really defeat this boss? If he succeeds, wouldn't that mean he could advance to the 7th level? A mere freshman, already at the 4th-tier pinnacle realm? Doubts ripple through the spectators. Throughout Taing University's history, only a handful of geniuses, perhaps 3 or 4, have ever reached the pinnacle realm upon entering the school, and without exception, all of them came from martial arts aristocracies. The elite students watched Jiang Yu's figure with undisguised disdain. In their eyes, reaching the 6th level was already the limit of what someone like him could achieve. After all, even Leuan Yuyao, hailed as the prodigy of her generation, had only managed to stop at this level. Whether it was their confidence in the Leuan family, the precedent set by history, or their unwavering belief in their own class superiority, they simply couldn't believe that Jiang Yu could break this established benchmark. Jiang Yu stepped with ease into the final stage of the 6th level, where a vast platform stretched out beneath a sheer cliff. The biting wind howled like a blade, carrying with it the icy sting of snow and frost. The air itself seemed to freeze, cutting through to the bone. At the center of the platform stood a towering colossus, the Ice Crystal Warrior. Its massive body was entirely composed of glistening ice, exuding an aura of piercing cold with every movement. It resembled a living glacier, its cold, blue eyes glowing with an unrelenting menace. The frost-covered greatsword in its hand radiated an aura of death, its presence a harbinger of destruction. Is this really just a first-tier creature? Jiang Yu thought, his heart heavy with disbelief. Taking a deep, icy breath, he tightened his grip on the shimmying sword, assuming a battle-ready stance. The faint gleam of the blade mirrored the unyielding resolve in his eyes. In an instant, the battle erupted. The ice crystal warrior struck first, its frost blade carving a brilliant arc of icy blue light through the air. Zhang Yu, prepared for the assault, sidestepped with precision, narrowly evading the lethal strike before launching his counterattack. His sword moved like a surging river, aimed straight at the creature's crystalline chest. The shimmying sword clashed against the icy surface with a deafening screech, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. The impact drove the ice crystal warrior back several steps, but its wounds began to regenerate almost immediately. With a guttural roar, it raised its left hand, summoning a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes from the ground. Jiang Yu leapt into the air to evade the onslaught, but a few of the spikes grazed him, tearing through his clothes and leaving crimson streaks on his skin. Stabilizing himself midair, his eyes sharpened with determination. He knew he couldn't afford to let the fight drag on. The longer the battle lasted, the more his strength would wane, while the ice crystal warrior would continue to regenerate endlessly. Seizing an opening, Jiang Yu surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Channeling all his power into the shimmying sword, he aimed a devastating strike at the creature's head. The blade shimmered with a radiant blue circle of energy, triggering a critical hit. The sound of the impact reverberated across the platform like a thunderclap. The force of the attack shattered the ice crystal warrior's upper body, sending chunks of ice tumbling to the ground. The monstrous creature let out a guttural cry of pain, collapsing to one knee. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's heart surged with hope as he prepared to deliver the final blow. But just as he moved in for the kill, the ice crystal warrior's eyes flared with a blinding blue light. Its fragmented body erupted with a violent surge of frost energy, unleashing a storm of razor-sharp ice shards in every direction. Jiang Yu had no time to retreat. The icy tempest engulfed him completely. The platform shook with a resounding explosion as Jiang Yu was flung through the air like a broken kite, crashing hard onto the frozen ground. He struggled to rise, but his limbs had gone numb, his body paralyzed by the relentless cold. The chilling frost seeped into his veins, destroying his internal energy pathways. The ice crystal warrior approached with deliberate steps, raising its frost sword high above its head. With unrelenting precision, it aimed the blade directly at Jiang Yu's heart, ready to deliver the fatal blow. At the same time, the leaderboard in the virtual space updated two names with a score of 5,250 dimmed simultaneously. Zhang Yu and Leuan Yuyao had both fallen. A system-wide broadcast echoed through the virtual space. Jiang Yu has been defeated. Qinglong Academy now has only one remaining contender. The announcement sent a wave of silence through the audience. The spectators gripped their seats tightly, their hearts sinking with disappointment. Zhang Yu's avatar materialized in the central plaza of the virtual space. Though his face was pale and his body trembled slightly, he stood tall, his gaze unwavering. The unique system of Taing University's combat simulation ensured that death here only drained mental energy, yet the toll was evident. As time passed, Qinglong Academy's rank slipped to third. Meanwhile, the other academies steadily advanced, their top fighters still intact and climbing the leaderboard. For those who had chosen to resurrect prematurely, the steep penalty in points caused their ranks to plummet. Not long after, Leuan also reappeared in the plaza. He hadn't even reached the final boss of the 6th level before meeting his demise. A group of peers gathered around, debating whether to revive. Resurrection now will cost us 20 of our points, Zhang Yu said, his brows furrowed in thought. Zhang Yu, third place isn't bad. Maybe we should just stop here, someone suggested hesitantly, concern evident in their voice. Leuan approached with a faint smile. What's this? Are you seriously considering another attempt? The risk is too high. If you revive, we'll lose 1,050 points for nothing, and our rank will drop even further. Besides, look at Leuan Yuyao. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.